With the passing of the old Peak Master, Qingxuan Peak withered, and disciples along with elder administrators began to withdraw from the peak. Even the newly accepted disciples sought to transfer to other peaks. Fortunately, Yeqing awakened the random return system for disciples, bestowing upon them items that would randomly yield critical returns. Ding. Bestowed Xuánling body, returned Zhenyu Xian body. Ding. Bestowed Qingxuan Ju, returned Taishuan Jinzhong. Ding. Bestowed Liuxue Jianju, returned Tianhe Jiandian. Years later, dark turmoil descended, seeking to obliterate the mortal realm. Amidst the widespread panic, towering figures emerged from the void, radiating an unmistakable aura of emperor-level power. By the order of our master, those who disturb the order shall perish. Chapter 1. System Awakening. In the Tianxuan continent, Eastern Domain, Taiyi Sect at the Grand Hall of Qingxuan Peak. The hall stood vast and empty, dust swirling in the shafts of light, streaming through broken window panes, exuding an air of deathly silence and desolation. Peak Master, I, Disciple Wang Hao, have come to take my leave today. A youth clad in the garb of an outer disciple stood at the foot of the hall, his tone respectful, yet his brow bore unmistakable arrogance and impatience. He could hardly be bothered to address him as Master, merely using Peak Master. Upon a solitary throne, Yeqing gazed at him with an impassive expression. It had been 3 days since he arrived in this world. From an ordinary worker on Earth, he had transformed into the Master of Qingxuan Peak, one of the 99 peaks under the esteemed Taiyi Sect in the eastern domain of the Tianxuan continent. It sounded grand, yet the reality was a scene of utter chaos. His predecessor, the original Yeqing, had been the sole direct disciple of the old Peak Master. Half a month prior, the old master had perished while attempting to break through to a higher realm. According to sect rules, he had naturally succeeded to the position of Peak Master. However, with the old master's demise, the great tree of Qingxuan Peak had fallen. The elders and administrators, once reliant on Qingxuan Peak, took their disciples and scattered, and within 10 days, the once mighty peak was left with only a handful of stray cats. The youth before him, Wang Hao, had only recently become his disciple on the very day Yeqing traversed here. Now, he was the only disciple left at Qingxuan Peak. And now, this solitary disciple was preparing to leave. Have you made up your mind? Yeqing's voice was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Wang Hao smirked coldly within, increasingly convinced that this new Peak Master was utterly incompetent. With the master deceased and the foundation crumbling, he could not even retain his sole disciple, merely feigning profundity. He bowed, yet his demeanor was exceedingly haughty. I have made my decision. A wise bird chooses its tree to nest. Now, elderly of Danxia Peak is willing to accept me as a disciple, and I cannot miss this celestial opportunity. Peak Master, take care. Danxia Peak, among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, was renowned for its alchemy and ranked in the upper mid-tier, far beyond the currently dilapidated Qingxuan Peak. After speaking, Wang Hao did not even wait for Yeqing's response, but turned and strode confidently towards the hall's exit. To him, a young Peak Master with merely the cultivation of the 8th layer of foundation establishment was hardly worthy of any further words. Had it not been for the desire to maintain a reputation for respecting teachers and valuing the Ba, he would not have even bothered to come. Watching the resolute figure depart, Yeqing's gaze remained unperturbed. He made no attempt to retain him, nor did he express anger, for he knew that Qingxuan Peak had nothing to offer to keep anyone. Sentimentality? In the world of cultivation, sentiment is the least valuable currency. Strength and resources are what truly matter, and he had none. The 8th layer of foundation establishment, within the vast Taiyi Sect, did not even qualify him as an elite inner disciple, let alone bear the heavy responsibility of a Peak Master. Were it not for the old master's dying breath pushing him into this position, Qingxuan Peak would have long been devoured by other covetous peaks. Alas! A soft sigh echoed through the hall. From this day forth, the Grand Qingxuan Peak would be left with him as its sole commander. Just as Wang Hao's foot was about to cross the threshold of the hall, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Yeqing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host's circumstances meet the activation criteria. The strongest random return system for disciples has been officially activated. Yeqing was taken aback, and then a glimmer of incredulity ignited in his eyes. A system, the essential golden finger for every time traveler, had finally arrived. System introduction. The host may bestow any item, including but not limited to cultivation methods, elixirs, magical artifacts, physiques, bloodlines, etc., upon disciples, and randomly receive critical returns. The minimum return multiplier is twofold, with no upper limit. Note, The act of bestowal must come from genuine intent. The more loyal the disciple is to the host, the higher the critical return multiplier. Ding! Newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to activate it? Yiqing's heart raced wildly, suppressing his excitement. He resolutely murmured, "Open." Ding! The initiation of the novice gift package was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Special spirit body, Xuánling tea, can be bestowed. Xuánling tea, a rather rare cultivation physique. The possessor experiences a significant increase in affinity for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, with a cultivation speed exceeding that of ordinary individuals by more than tenfold, and no bottleneck until the golden core realm. Tenfold cultivation speed, no bottlenecks until the golden core. Yiqing's breath quickened instantly. This Xuánling tea is a coveted treasure for any qi refinement or foundation establishment practitioner. If this physique could be bestowed upon a disciple. Yiqing's gaze swiftly zeroed in on Wang Hao, who was about to disappear at the doorway. According to the system's rules, as long as he accepted Wang Hao and then bestowed the Xuánling tea upon him. No, Yiqing immediately dismissed this thought. The system had made it very clear. The disciple's loyalty determined the return multiplier. Wang Hao, being a sycophant, exhibited no loyalty whatsoever. Even if bestowed with the Xuánling tea, he would likely only yield the minimum return of twofold. To squander such a precious novice gift package and the opportunity for a first return on a potential betrayer, a white-eyed wolf, would be the act of a fool. For this first occasion of accepting a disciple and bestowing a gift, one must find a person of absolute loyalty. But where to find such a disciple? At this thought, the flickering hope within Yiqing was doused with a bucket of cold water. His brows knitted tightly into a furrow. The current Qingxuan Peak was akin to a vast pit of fire. Who would be foolish enough to leap into it? Yiqing surveyed the empty grand hall, his gaze sweeping over the desolate square outside. His heart weighed down with heaviness. Could it be that heaven intends to cast me aside? Just then, his gaze suddenly fixated on a corner of the square. There, a slender figure clad in a simple gray servant's attire was diligently sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground with a broom taller than herself. Chapter 2. Trigger, a million-fold critical hit. In the grand plaza of the temple, the autumn wind howled, stirring a whirlwind of withered leaves. Yet the maiden's movements were meticulous, as if she were purifying a sacred sanctuary. Her name was Lin Shuer, the last remaining servant of Qingxuan Peak. According to her predecessor's memories, Lin Shuer was an orphan who had fled to this place 3 years prior, rescued by the old peak master and taken in on the mountain, where she was tasked with menial chores. Lacking a spiritual root, she was unable to cultivate and remained an ordinary mortal. However, during the old peak master's lifetime, he cared for her greatly. Thus, when calamity struck Qingxuan Peak and all others departed, this girl, who was even less than a cultivator, stubbornly chose to remain, diligently performing her duties day after day. A mere mortal. Ye King's Gazif Fidicated. The system did not stipulate that a disciple must be a cultivator, nor did it require the possession of a spiritual root. What mattered most was loyalty. Who could embody loyalty more than this grateful girl, who remained steadfast during Qingxuan Peak's darkest hour? It had to be her. At the entrance of Qingxuan Peak, in the plaza, Shuer, what are you still doing here? Come with me. A girl clad in vibrant attire, slender and graceful, grasped Lin Shuer's hand, her face a mask of urgency. She was Lu Wanwan, who, like Lin Shuer, had once been a servant of Qingxuan Peak. However, fortune smiled upon her, and she caught the eye of an outer sect steward from Danxia Peak, rising swiftly in status. Wanwan, I cannot leave, Lin Shuer replied, shaking her head and withdrawing her hand to continue sweeping. Her face bore a hint of dust, yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, reflecting a fierce determination. You foolish girl, Lu Wanwan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. The old peak master has passed away. The current Qingxuan Peak is but an empty shell. Just look around. Elders, stewards, disciples, they have all departed. Even a new disciple taken in by the new peak master today has defected to Danxia Peak. Are you planning to wait here for death as an ordinary mortal? Lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Lin Shuer. Let me tell you, I overheard the steward mention that the higher-ups of the sect are already in discussion. Within 3 months, if Qingxuan Peak shows no signs of revival, it will be reclaimed by the sect and rendered completely abandoned. Staying here will lead to a dire fate for you. Lin Shuer's movements faltered, and she spoke softly. The old peak master saved my life and provided me with a home here. Now that the peak is in peril, I cannot abandon it. Home. This place is about to become someone else's home. Lu Wanwan exclaimed, exasperated. Your new peak master, Yi Qing, is just a boy in his 20s. With cultivation barely at the 8th level of foundation establishment. He cannot even secure his own safety, let alone care for you. Swear, heed my advice and come with me to Qingxuan Peak. I have already petitioned the steward. He has agreed to let you serve as a maid. It may be exhausting, but at least you will have food and shelter, far better than clinging to this dilapidated mountain. Lin Shuer gazed resolutely at the solitary grand hall atop the mountain, her determination unwavering. Wanwan, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm a person of Qingxuan Peak. As long as the peak master remains, I cannot leave. You are truly incomprehensible. Lu Wanwan's face flushed with anger. Fine, if you wish to remain with this dilapidated household, then so be it. I've said all I need to say, but should you find yourself starving here in the future, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, she dramatically flicked her sleeve and turned away, her expression rife with disdain. In her eyes, Lin Shuer was nothing short of foolish. The notion of a mere mortal pledging loyalty to a fallen Qingxuan Peak was nothing less than a grand jest. As she watched Lu Wanwan's retreating figure, a flicker of melancholy crossed Lin Shuer's gaze, quickly supplanted by determination. Clutching the broom tightly, she resumed her sweeping of the square. The wind howled fiercely, causing her thin garments to flutter violently, as though threatening to topple her at any moment. Yet, her back remained resolutely straight. At that moment, a gentle and steady voice resonated behind her. Are you Lin Shuer? Lin Shuer froze, spinning around to find a young man clad in a moon-white robe standing silently behind her. His handsome features exuded tranquility, and his deep-set eyes sparkled like the night sky. Gazing intently at her, Peak Master, Lin Shuer gasped in shock, hastily dropping her broom and preparing to kneel in reverence. She recognized him as the newly appointed Peak Master, Yi Qing. There is no need for excessive formalities, Yi Qing said, raising his hand to gently support her knee with an unseen force, preventing her from kneeling. He observed the girl before him, her face marked by trepidation, her attire modest yet her eyes strikingly clear, and his conviction in his choice deepened. He had heard every word exchanged between her and Lu Wanwan. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Yi Qing broached the subject directly, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet resonated clearly in Lin Shuer's ears. Huh? Lin Shuer gasped, her head snapping up, her mouth agape in disbelief. Become a disciple? The Peak Master wishes to take me as a pupil? Surely, she must be dreaming. As a mortal devoid of spiritual roots, a mere sweeper, how could she possibly be worthy of such an honor? Peak Master, are you jesting? Lin Shuetre stammered, I lack spiritual roots and cannot cultivate, and I am merely a servant. And what of it? Yi Qing replied with a faint smile. Who says one without spiritual roots cannot cultivate? His words bore an undeniable confidence. I only ask, do you wish to? Lin Shuer's heart raced, a tumult of joy and trepidation flooding her mind, rendering her thoughts a blank slate. To become a cultivator was the cherished dream of every mortal on this continent. She had never imagined such an opportunity would manifest before her. Gazing into Yi Qing's sincere and profound eyes, she recalled the late Peak Master who had saved her life, the tranquil days spent at Qingxuan Peak, and Lu Wanwan's scornful gaze. A surge of passion coursed through her. No longer hesitating, her knees buckled, and she knelt heavily before Yi Qing, respectfully bowing her head 3 times in homage. Disciple Lin Shuer, I pay my respects to my esteemed master. Her voice was crisp, laced with a touch of tremor, yet brimming with unwavering resolve. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully receiving your first disciple, Lin Shuer. Name, Lin Xuya. Status, servant. Cultivation, none. Physique, mortal body. Loyalty, 100 unwavering. Upon seeing that loyalty score of 100, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. I wagered correctly. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my first direct disciple under Yi Qing. Stepping forward, Yi Qing gently assisted Lin Shuer to her feet and spoke warmly. As your master, I currently possess nothing of value, but allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting. With that, he extended his finger and pointed to Lin Shuer's brow. Lin Shuer, feeling a twinge of nervousness, closed her eyes, sensing a warm stream of energy emanating from her master's fingertip, flooding her mind. Ding! Does the host bestow the special spiritual body, the profound spiritual body, upon disciple Lin Shuai? Yes. Yi Qing confirmed without hesitation. Buzz. An enigmatic and profound force surged through Yi Qing's fingertip, flowing into Lin Shuai's body. In that instant, Lin Shuai felt as if she had been cast into a crucible, her limbs and every sinew, every cell, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. The previously blocked meridians were forcibly opened as if by divine weaponry, an unprecedented sense of clarity sweeping through her entire being. Her body transformed into an insatiable vortex, ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Above Qingxuan Peak, the once sparse spiritual energy now seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, manifesting as visible streams of spiritual essence, rushing madly towards Lin Shuai's form. Lin Shuai could not suppress a pain groan. Yet more so, she experienced a profound sense of renewal. She could distinctly feel her level of existence transcending. Ding! Host has successfully bestowed the profound spiritual body upon disciple Lin Shuai. Loyalty detected at 100 unwavering, triggering a millionfold critical return. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Supreme Physique, the Divine Prison Body. Chapter 3. Is this game destined to fail? Boom! The moment the words Divine Prison Body echoed in his mind, Yi Qing was enveloped by an indescribable surge of terror, a force emerging from the void, instantly engulfing his entire being. If the profound spiritual body turned his form into a vortex that absorbed spiritual energy, then the Divine Prison Body transformed Yi Qing's very essence into an unparalleled divine prison, capable of suppressing all realms. Crack! Crack! Every bone within him shattered in an instant, only to be reforged under a more domineering and ancient power. His meridians expanded infinitely, becoming vaster than rivers. His blood transformed into a surging golden divine essence, each pulse resonating with thunderous echoes. His internal organs seemed to transform into 5 slumbering deities, emanating an eternal radiance. A profound and ancient aura, capable of subduing all, erupted from Yi Qing's being. Within his spiritual consciousness, a stunning vision materialized, depicting an indescribably majestic giant, standing resolutely amidst chaos, its form embodying the universe, its breath summoning storms. It extended a hand, cradling boundless divine prisons forged from celestial gold and fairy iron, where chains clanked ominously, imprisoning countless howling demons and lamenting ancient spirits. With every gesture, it suppressed the ages and governed life and death. This was the celestial body of suppression. Legend has it that only the supreme beings of the ancient mythological era could possess such an unparalleled physique. Yi Qing raised his gaze to the heavens, releasing a long howl that resonated like a dragon's roar, soaring into the clouds. Boom! The bottleneck of his 8th layer of foundational cultivation crumbled before this overwhelming force. Fragile as a mere sheet of paper, instantly shattered. 9th layer of foundational cultivation. Great perfection of foundation establishment. The barrier ceased to exist. The residual power surged forth, effortlessly breaking through the greatest barrier to the golden core realm. Within Yi Qing's dantian, the originally liquid spiritual energy began to whirl and compress with frenzied intensity. A virtual core, radiating a faint golden glow, gradually took shape. Soon, the virtual core became increasingly solid, its brilliance intensifying. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, as if some constraint had been utterly shattered. A splendid golden core, flawless and spinning, inscribed with countless profound patterns, floated at the center of Yi Qing's dantian. With the formation of the golden core, the path to greatness was assured. Golden core realm, achieved. A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of the foundational stage, surged from Yi Qing, soaring into the heavens and enveloping the entire Qingxuan Peak. The sky darkened and transformed, spiritual energy coalescing into a colossal vortex, cascading down to form a radiant pillar of energy that connected heaven and earth, enveloping Yi Qing and Lin Shuai within. This was the manifestation of the golden core. Such celestial phenomena could only be invoked by those with profound foundations or by cultivators who had formed an extraordinary golden core during their breakthrough. Master Lin Shuai, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. She had just acquired the Xuánling body and had yet to grasp her own transformation when she was overwhelmed by the terrifying might emanating from Yi Qing. She sensed that her master, in that moment, had seemingly transformed into a deity gazing down upon all beings, the oppressive force rendering it difficult for her to stand, compelling her to bow in reverence. Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes, golden rays flashing momentarily. He clenched his fist, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him, his heart ablaze with ambition. This was the golden core realm. This was the celestial body of suppression. He could sense that his current strength had multiplied beyond measure compared to before. Confronted with his former self, a mere glance could extinguish its very essence. Remarkable. Yi Qing inhaled deeply, forcibly restraining his aura. The towering column of spiritual energy gradually dissipated. He turned to gaze at Lin Xuan before him, transformed with skin as lustrous as jade and an ethereal demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. Xuan, from this day forth, I shall impart to you the supreme techniques, guiding you to the pinnacle of the immortal path. Disciple expresses profound gratitude for Master's rebirth. Lin Xuan knelt once more, this time with genuine appreciation and reverence. She understood that her life had irrevocably changed from the moment she pledged herself to her master. However, at that moment, a voice laced with mockery and derision echoed from outside the mountain gate. "Heh, Master Yi, what a grand spectacle. One might think that some extraordinary figure has emerged from Qingxuan Peak." Before the words could settle, a figure descended from the heavens. Landing in the square, a middle-aged man with a hawk-like nose, clad in the robes of a Danxia Peak elder. The newcomer was Zhao Qian, an elder of Danxia Peak. With a cultivation level at the third stage of the Golden Core, he had long harbored a disdain for the former Peak Master. Now that the old master had passed, he regarded Yi Qing, this fledgling, with even greater contempt. He surveyed the remnants of the celestial phenomenon in the square and glanced at Yi Qing. Noticing that Yi Qing's cultivation still remained at the 8th level of foundation establishment, the disdain in his gaze intensified. Recently having broken through to the Golden Core realm, Yi Qing had concealed his aura, and with the enigmatic nature of the genuine mortal body, he could easily obscure his true cultivation from ordinary Golden Core practitioners, should he wish to do so. So it's Master Yi engaged in cultivation, creating such a commotion. I thought someone had achieved the Golden Core, Zhao Qian remarked sarcastically, but it appears Master Yi is still far from that milestone. In his view, the earlier phenomenon was likely a mere gimmick resulting from Yi Qing practicing some ostentatious secret technique. Yi Qing maintained a calm demeanor, addressing him coolly. "Elder Zhao, what brings you to this desolate mountain, instead of refining pills at Danxia Peak?" Zhao Qian strolled about with an air of superiority, hands clasped behind his back. "Master Yi, I come bearing a message from the Council of Elders. The Council has decreed that in 3 months, the biennial competition among the 99 peaks will take place." He paused, a smirk of schadenfreude creeping onto his face. The peak that ranks last will be reclaimed by the sect, and its spiritual vein resources will be redistributed. Boom! This news struck Lin Xuan like a thunderclap. Qingxuan Peak to be reclaimed? Her face turned ashen. Yi Qing's brows furrowed slightly. The competition would measure the strength of disciples under the age of 30 from each peak. Currently, Qingxuan Peak had but one disciple, Lin Xuan, who had only just begun her journey and had yet to reach the Qi refinement stage. This was a guaranteed loss. 3 months? That will suffice. Zhao Qian savored the solemn expression on Yi Qing's face, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction as he continued. "Master Yi, you are undoubtedly aware of the current state of Qingxuan Peak. I dare say, not even a single disciple capable of taking the stage can be gathered, let alone those in the top ranks." His gaze flickered to the side, where Lin Xuan stood respectfully, and he scoffed, "Ah, I almost forgot. Master Yi has just taken on a new disciple. What does this inexperienced little girl think she can participate in the grand competition?" "Ha ha ha." His laughter rang out, unabashedly dripping with derision. Lin Xuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, clenching her small fists, yet she dared not retort. Yi Qing's eyes turned icy. "Elder Zhao, have you finished? If so, you may take your leave." Zhao Qian's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening. "Yi Qing, what is this attitude? I have come to inform you out of goodwill. Do not be ungrateful." "Goodwill?" Yi Qing replied coldly. "You are here to watch me make a fool of myself." The truth struck a nerve, and Zhao Qian's composure faltered. He snorted disdainfully, retrieving a storage bag from his robe and casting it onto the ground. "Yiving, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. The master of Danxia Peak has taken into account the past connection with your master and has provided you with a clear path." He gestured to the storage bag on the ground and proclaimed with arrogance, "Inside, There are 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills. If you voluntarily resign from your position as the master of Qingxuan Peak and submit a formal request for Qingxuan Peak to become a subsidiary of Danxia Peak, all of this will be yours. With these resources, you could live freely as a wandering cultivator. Why remain shackled to this dilapidated mountain and wait for death? What he presented as guidance was, in fact, a veiled threat, compelling him to relinquish his mountain. The scheme was astute. 100,000 spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills could be considered a fortune for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, to Yi Qing, this was nothing short of an insult. The value of a mountain aside, the most crucial aspect was that this was the legacy left by the former peak master. And Yi Qing had no intention of letting it slip through his fingers. No need, Yi Qing replied, his voice unwavering. My affairs do not require Elder Zhao's concern. Qingxuan Peak will certainly participate in the grand competition 3 months from now. You, Zhao Qian was taken aback by Yi Qing's obstinacy, his expression turning frigid. To refuse good intentions is to invite trouble. Very well, Yi Qing, I shall see what you bring to the grand competition in 3 months. When Qingxuan Peak is reclaimed by the sect, and you find yourself a wandering dog, do not come to Danxia Peak to beg for mercy. With that, he flicked his sleeve, reclaiming the storage bag and soaring away in a blaze of fury. In his eyes, Yi Qing's resolve was foolish and laughable. A mere 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied by a mortal disciple, daring to dream of triumph in the grand competition, it was sheer folly. Once Zhao Qian's figure vanished in the horizon, Lin Shuai turned to Yi Qing with a face full of concern. Master, what should we do? 3 months is far too short. The adversaries are the prodigious disciples from the remaining 98 peaks. This is an utterly insurmountable task. Yet, Yi Qing smiled. He turned to his newly acquired disciple, Lin Shuai, who had just awakened her Xuánling body, and his eyes brimmed with confidence. What shall we do? He extended his hand and gently patted Lin Shuai's shoulder, a gentle stream of spiritual energy flowing into her, instantly soothing the unrest within her heart. Xuan, from this day forth, I shall reveal to you what a miracle truly is. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Danxia Peak, his expression profound and icy. 3 months? That shall suffice. With the most formidable disciple-collecting system and possessing the formidable Jinyu immortal body, he thought, not only would he safeguard Qingxuan Peak, but the Taiyi Sect would soon hold little significance for him. As for Zhao Qian and Danxia Peak, Yi Qing silently etched their names in his heart, vowing to repay today's humiliation in due time. However, the foremost priority is the grand competition in 3 months. He glanced down at Lin Shuai, who, in this moment, was brimming with spiritual energy, the power of her Xuánling body continuously transforming her physique, already hinting at the signs of entering the qi refining stage. Yi Qing's thoughts flickered. Let us proceed, Shuai. I shall impart to you a set of foundational techniques. By the end of today, you shall step into the qi refining realm. Yes, master. Chapter 5. Return, Immortal Grade Techniques. At the waterfall on the back mountain of Qingxuan Peak, Yi Qing observed Lin Shuai, who sat cross-legged, her aura forming faint spirals around her. Her demeanor was tranquil. The young girl had fully acclimated to her Xuánling body. At this moment, she resembled a rare and exquisite jade, awaiting meticulous carving to radiate brilliance. The first step in this refinement is the technique. Shuai, focus your mind and calm your spirit. I shall now impart to you our sect's foundational technique, the Qingxuan formula. Yi Qing's voice was steady, imbued with a calming power. The Qingxuan formula, a mid-grade technique of the Xian tier, is the cornerstone of Qingxuan Peak, embodying balance and harmony, excelling in its solid foundation. For ordinary disciples, it is indeed a rare and valuable method. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuai promptly gathered her thoughts, observing her nose with her eyes and her heart with her mind, entering a state of clarity. Yi Qing extended a finger, its tip enveloped in a faint azure glow, gently touching Lin Xuai's brow. Buzz! An intricate formula transformed into countless golden runes, surging into Lin Shuai's sea of consciousness in an instant. Ding! The host has granted the disciple the mid-grade Xian tier technique, Qingxuan formula, triggering a 100,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the low-grade Immortal technique. Taishian Golden Chapter. Almost simultaneously, a torrent of terrifying information, far more profound than the Qingxuan formula, surged into Yi Qing's mind. If the Qingxuan formula were a meandering stream, then the Taiyi Golden Chapter encompasses an endless ocean of cosmic wisdom. Its opening line reads, Taiyi is limitless. The Golden Chapter is immortal. The body transforms into a furnace, refining myriad paths into one. This is no longer merely a cultivation technique. Rather, it is a path that directly leads to the origin of the great Tao, an unparalleled celestial journey. A tumultuous wave surged within Yi Qing's heart, yet his countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond. A celestial grade technique. Could this be the legendary supreme method that only immortals are able to pass down? Yi Qing was only aware of the four realms of heaven and earth. He had never before heard of a celestial grade. It was evident that the celestial grade technique far surpassed the heavenly tier. He forcefully suppressed the excitement within, and suddenly a thought emerged. If bestowing treasures upon disciples could yield a critical return, would bestowing the returned Taiyi Golden Seal upon Xuan again trigger an even more formidable technique from the system? Once this thought arose, it could not be contained. If so, could he not infinitely exploit this flaw to produce techniques that transcend the celestial grade, or even reach higher realms? With this in mind, Yi Qing did not hesitate, and once more concentrated his spirit, preparing to transmit the vast Taiyi Golden Seal to Lin Xuan. However, at that very moment, the system's notification sounded once again. Warning, system returned items cannot be used for secondary bestowal to trigger critical returns. Please be advised, host. As expected, a glimmer of understanding flashed through Yi Qing's heart, and he was not overly disappointed. Such a defiant system would indeed be peculiar if it harbored such an obvious loophole. The opportunity to obtain a celestial grade technique was already a tremendous fortune. Greed breeds discontent, and he quickly adjusted his mindset. Although it could not be employed to farm rewards, the Taiyi Golden Seal was undeniably a genuine celestial grade technique, a luxurious foundation to bestow upon Xuan. Utilizing a celestial grade technique for foundational training would render her future achievements limitless. Xuan, steady your mind. The Qingxian you just received was merely an introduction. What I'm about to impart to you is the true supreme path. Yi Qing's tone became exceedingly solemn. Lin Xuan felt a sudden chill in her heart, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Golden light emanated from Yi Qing's fingertips as he once again touched her brow. Boom! The vast Taiyi Golden Seal surged into Lin Xuan's consciousness, causing her body to tremble violently. Instantly, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth from her formerly jade-like skin. Behind her, the faint silhouette of an ancient deity emerged, chanting celestial scriptures and commanding the laws with mere words. This was a manifestation of the technique. Only a technique of exceedingly high rank, perfectly attuned to the practitioner, could evoke such an extraordinary phenomenon upon its initial cultivation. Excellent. Very good. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. The technique had been resolved. Next, he needed cultivation resources. With a thought, he retrieved a cerulean porcelain vial from his storage ring. This was the last vestige of wealth left by the former Peak Master, a vial containing 12 second-tier mid-grade pills, the Qi condensation pills. They were intended for disciples in the Qi condensation stage to stabilize their cultivation and enhance their training speed. In the past, at Qingxuan Peak, they were considered precious items. Xuan, this is the condensing Qi pill, which will aid you in accelerating your spiritual power accumulation. By the end of today, you shall break through all your meridians and step into the first layer of Qi refinement. Yi Qing handed her the porcelain vial. Lin Xuan received it with great reverence, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She understood that this was likely one of the rare pills possessed by her master. Ding! The host bestows upon the disciple a mid-grade second-tier condensing Qi pill, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of low-grade, 4th-tier Qingxuan pill. As the system notification echoed, a warm, white jade vial materialized in Yi Qing's system space. With a mere thought, he uncorked the vial, and a rich, invigorating fragrance of herbs enveloped him, causing his golden core to joyfully swirl within, purifying his mana to a degree. He poured out a pill and examined it. The pill was entirely emerald green, adorned with 4 faint natural patterns, its essence swirling around it, subtly echoing the sound of rushing azure clouds. The spiritual power contained within was pure and immense, far surpassing that of the condensing Qi pill by countless magnitudes. A 4th-tier pill. This was a treasure that even the Xuánling ancestors would covet. For an ordinary golden core cultivator, Acquiring just one could save years of arduous training. Yet, he possessed an entire bottle. Splendid. Yi Qing laughed heartily within. The Danxia Peak? Zhao Qian? They thought they could buy me out with 100,000 spirit stones and 3 gathering spirit pills to seize my foundation? Utterly laughable. What I casually bestow upon my disciple, the system returns to me, far exceeding your trivial offerings. With this Taishan golden seal and the Qingxuan pill, safeguarding Qingxuan Peak is assured. Swear, focus on your cultivation. With your master here, the heavens shall not collapse. Yi Qing gazed gently at Lin Shui, his voice imbued with unparalleled confidence. Yes, master. Lin Shui nodded earnestly, clutching the condensing qi pill as she retreated to her chamber to enter seclusion, embarking on her first step toward immortality. Yi Qing, in turn, turned and ventured deeper into his cave abode, preparing to elevate his own cultivation with the Qingxuan pill. Chapter 6, Breakthrough. The breakthrough continues. Time flowed like water, fleeting in an instant. A month quietly passed. During this month, Qingxuan Peak appeared increasingly desolate, and many disciples from other peaks passing nearby found amusement in the situation. However, with the assistance of the celestial technique, Taishan Golden Seal, and the condensing qi pill, Lin Shui, possessing the Xuánling body, cultivated at an astonishing pace, like a swift gale. Within just a month, she advanced from an ordinary mortal to achieving the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. She was merely a step away from foundation establishment. Such a cultivation speed, if revealed, would drive the entire Taiyi Sect into a frenzy. Yi Qing's gains were even more formidable. Of the 9 Qingxuan pills in the vial, he consumed 3. With just these 3 4th-tier pills, his cultivation soared from the initial stage of Golden Core to the peak of the 3rd stage. The mid-phase of the Golden Core realm is merely a step away. The combination of the town-suppressing immortal body and the 4th-grade elixir yields an overwhelmingly powerful effect in cultivation. He is confident that if he were to confront Zhao Qian from Danxia Peak now, even without harnessing the power of the town-suppressing immortal body, he could effortlessly crush him based solely on his cultivation level. Continuing with his training, Yi Qing stabilized his cultivation in his cave dwelling and was about to enter a state of seclusion once more. At that moment, a communication jade pendant representing the identity of the peak master in his storage bag suddenly illuminated, emitting a series of urgent vibrations. Yi Qing frowned slightly, took out the jade pendant, and probed it with his consciousness. A cold, clear voice resonated in his mind. Yi Qing of Qingxuan Peak. You are hereby ordered to immediately proceed to the sect's Hall of Elders to receive a sect mission. A mission? Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. The Taiyi Sect has 99 peaks, each indeed assigned certain sect missions to accomplish. However, there exists an unwritten rule. For instance, in peaks like Qingxuan, where disciples have dwindled to a mere peak master, the sect generally refrains from issuing tasks to allow the master to focus on development and rebuilding, unless there are ulterior motives at play. Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian. Yi Qing immediately thought of this individual. He stowed the jade pendant away, rose to his feet, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Very well, I shall see what schemes you are attempting to play. He exited the cave dwelling, his form transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the main peak of the sect, at the Taiyi Sect's Hall of Elders. Responsible for the distribution and recording of various sect affairs, disciples moved about in a hurried fashion. Yi Qing's arrival attracted little attention. The once proud Qingxuan Peak had become a laughingstock within the sect, and as its newly appointed peak master, he had little presence. Yi Qing from Qingxuan Peak. Here to accept a task, he calmly announced as he approached an elder in charge of task assignments. The elder, a goat-bearded man with cultivation at the 2nd level of the Golden Core, barely lifted his eyelids. He casually selected a jade slip from a pile and tossed it onto the table. Black Wind Ridge. Eradicate the notorious bandits, the Black Wind Twin Fiends. Task deadline, half a month. Completion reward, 300 sect contribution points, the elder stated in a monotone voice. Yi Qing paid no heed, picking up the jade slip and scanning it with his consciousness. Black Wind Ridge lies at the fringes of the Taiyi Sect's territory, characterized by treacherous terrain, and has been plagued in recent years by a group of ferocious bandits. The notorious Black Wind Twin Fiends, a pair of brothers, each at around the 7th level of Foundation establishment, are ruthless, their hands stained with the blood of countless merchants and cultivators, severely tarnishing the Taiyi Sect's reputation. Such a task would be a mere challenging trial for the elite disciples within the sect. However, for the Qingxuan Peak, which publicly boasts only a peak master at the 8th level of foundation establishment and a solitary disciple. This mission is far from easy to accomplish. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly, yet his expression remained devoid of any overt sign of distress. He tucked away the jade slip and replied nonchalantly, "Understood." With that, he turned and walked away. The goat-bearded elder, recognizing his discretion, uttered not a word of protest, merely shook his head and murmured softly, "Does he lack even the courage to resist? Ah, Qingxuan Peak, what a pity." Though his voice was low, it was impossible for Yi Qing not to hear. However, he did not pause in his stride, seemingly oblivious to the remark. Upon exiting the Deacon Hall, he did not return immediately to Qingxuan Peak. Instead, he vanished behind a massive pillar of the hall, concealing the aura of his genuine immortal body to an extreme degree. Simultaneously, his formidable divine sense, akin to an invisible tide, quietly spread outwards. With the pinnacle cultivation of the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage, combined with the remarkable abilities of the genuine immortal body, his divine sense had become nearly as potent as that of an ordinary late-stage Golden Core cultivator. Before long, he overheard the very information he sought. Not far off, 2 disciples clad in the attire of Danxia Peak were conversing in hushed tones, their faces alight with glee. "Brother, did you see the expression on Yi Qing's face just now? He looked as though he had eaten a dead fly, haha. He deserves it. How dare he offend Elder Zhao? This is the consequence. I heard that the task in Haifeng Ridge was originally assigned to our Danxia Peak by the Deacon Hall, but Elder Zhao personally intervened to reallocate it to Qingxuan Peak. Brilliant. Elder Zhao's strategy is truly masterful. The Black Wind twin fiends work in perfect harmony. They're no easy foes. Even if Yi Qing were to go himself, he would likely expend considerable effort. Plus, it would take him over half a month to return. By the time he comes back, the grand competition of the 99 peaks will be even closer. There will be no time left to allocate tasks for further training. He. What will he have to participate in the competition? As their voices, filled with greed and self-satisfaction, faded into the distance, Yi Qing stepped out from behind the pillar, his face impassive, though a chill simmered in the depths of his eyes. Just as expected, Zhao Qian is indeed behind this. What a cunning scheme to use a knife to kill from afar, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seeks to wear me down, delaying my cultivation in preparation for the competition 2 months hence. How calculated. Yet, they have miscalculated one thing. Yi Qing is no longer the foundational cultivator he was a month ago. Merely a trifling, foundational tribulation can be extinguished with ease. However, he could not remain passive indefinitely. Otherwise, one task after another would hinder his cultivation. The foremost priority is the grand competition 2 months from now. Perhaps this task could serve as an opportunity to allow Xuan to undergo some training before returning on the day of the competition. Yi Qing's gaze turned contemplative. The master of Danxia Peak is a nascent soul cultivator, and he has no intention of directly confronting Danxia Peak just yet. However, this task provides a perfect pretext. Whether it is completed or not is of little consequence. Finding a quiet place to hasten his cultivation is of paramount importance. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing no longer lingered, transforming into a streak of flowing light as he returned to Qingxuan Peak. Upon arriving at his cave dwelling, Yi Qing retrieved the bottle containing the 49 Xuánling Dan once more. Originally containing 9 pills, only 6 remained. With his golden core at the 3rd level, he felt it was still insufficiently stable. His gaze sharpened as he poured out a jade green pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Chapter 7. The Great Competition? Qingxuan Peak would no longer have such an opportunity. Boom. The potency of the 4th tier pill erupted within him. That overwhelming and supremely pure torrent of spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a mighty river. For any practitioner at the early stage of the Golden Core, it would require an extensive period of refinement. Yet Yi Qing was different. His physique was that of the prison-suppressing immortal body. A divine prison that seemed capable of subduing all realms appeared to awaken at that moment, greedily devouring all spiritual energy. Prison-suppressing immortal body, refined for me. Yi Qing roared inwardly as the golden, divine blood within him surged and roared, his internal organs radiating an immortal divine light. The unparalleled power of his immortal body transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing and refining that tumultuous medicinal potency. Within his dantian, the golden core spun wildly, the surface patterns growing increasingly distinct and intricate. The bottleneck of the peak 3rd level of the golden core, under the impact of this force, stirred not a single ripple, and was swiftly shattered. Golden Core, 4th level. However, this was merely the beginning. The medicinal power remained immense, and Yi Qing's cultivation aura continued to ascend at a terrifying speed. Early stage of the Golden Core, 4th level. Mid-stage of the Golden Core, 4th level. Late stage of the Golden Core, 4th level. Only once the medicinal power was completely refined and absorbed did his cultivation stabilize at the pinnacle of the Golden Core, 4th level. He was but a hair's breadth away from the 5th level of the Golden Core. Exhaling slowly, Yi Qing released a breath of turbid air that, upon leaving his body, transformed into a sharp ray of light, cleaving a deep gash into the stone wall of the cave. Clenching his fist, he felt the immense power within him, now several times stronger than before, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Pinnacle of the Golden Core, 4th level. Almost there, he now possessed absolute confidence, unafraid of an ordinary practitioner at the 6th level of the Golden Core. Rising to his feet, he scanned the entirety of Qingxuan Peak with his consciousness, landing upon Lin Shuai, who was cultivating beneath the waterfall. Surrounding her was a swirling aura of spiritual energy, her breath having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Above her head, spiritual energy coalesced, faintly suggesting the formation of a foundation. The 9th layer of Qi refining, great perfection, with just one foundation establishment pill. She could ascend to the foundation establishment realm in a single leap. Shuai. Yi Qing's voice resonated directly within Lin Shuai's mind. She immediately ceased her cultivation, opening her eyes, which sparkled with divine light. Master. She gradually withdrew her energy, leaping gracefully like a delicate butterfly, reaching Yi Qing in just a few bounds, where she respectfully bowed. Yi Qing gazed at his transformed disciple, nodding in satisfaction. I must venture out to accomplish a task for our sect. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, it is essential for you to undergo a trial to temper your character and prepare for foundation establishment. Gulme, accompany me on this journey. Trial? Lin Shuai's eyes sparkled with excitement rather than trepidation. I shall obey. She had longed to witness the world beyond the mountains. This expedition also serves as an opportunity prepared by my master for you. Yi Qing's gaze deepened, given the current circumstances. It seemed improbable that they would acquire a foundation establishment pill within the sect. This trial was merely incidental. His true aim was to procure a high-grade foundation establishment pill for you. This was paramount. A foundation establishment pill. Lin Shuai's heart raced. Although she had only recently joined the sect, she was aware from the texts distributed by the sect that foundation establishment pills were categorized by quality. The common low-grade pills had only a 50% success rate, while the mid-grade ones boasted a 70% rate. The high-grade pills offered nearly a certainty of success. As for the legendary top-grade foundation establishment pill, it not only guaranteed a 100% success rate, but also facilitated marrow washing and vein cleansing, expanding the meridians and laying an impeccable foundation for future cultivation. Of course, Lin Shuai did not covet so much. A regular foundation establishment pill would suffice. Thank you, Master. For your consideration, Lin Shuai expressed her gratitude to Yi Qing, her eyes filled with admiration. There is no need for excessive words. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively, his expression calm as he smiled. You are my only disciple. If I do not consider you, whom shall I consider? Prepare yourself. We shall depart at once. Yes. Lin Shuai nodded vigorously, clenching her small fists. Her determination to pursue the path of cultivation solidified. She vowed not to disappoint her master's expectations. In the upcoming 2-month competition, she would strive to bring honor to Qingxuan Peak. Moments later, atop Qingxuan Peak, 2 streaks of light soared into the sky, racing toward the mountain's gate. Meanwhile, within the opulent Elders' Hall of Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian leisurely savored a cup of fragrant tea brewed from a century-old spiritual spring. A disciple hastily entered the hall, bowing to report. Elder Zhao. Yi Qing has been away for 8 or 9 days on a task, and has finally departed the sect with his female disciple, heading toward Black Wind Ridge. Had Yi Qing been present, he would have recognized this disciple as one of those who had previously left Qingxuan Peak. The disciple's tone was laced with malice. In his view, Yi Qing, with his mere 8th layer of foundation establishment, was foolish to take a Qi refinement stage novice to face the notorious Black Wind duo. Even if they completed this task, numerous challenges awaited, and he was evidently unaware of the relentless struggles that lay ahead. Indeed, leaving Qingxuan Peak was a wise decision on his part. Oh, Zhao Qian set down his teacup, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well. You may leave. That insignificant Yi Qing dares to tarnish this elder's reputation. The task was merely for show. To ensure absolute certainty, he had long prepared a contingency. With this thought, Zhao Qian slowly retrieved a jet-black jade pendant, its surface adorned with glowing runes, from his bosom. A flicker of indifference passed through Zhao Qian's eyes as he infused a strand of his magical essence into the pendant. Instantly, the runes illuminated, coming to life and gracefully dancing across the surface. A cold thought was sent forth from him. It was time to commence. The target had emerged from the mountains, heading towards Black Wind Ridge, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of foundation establishment, accompanied by a female disciple in the Qi refinement stage. The benefits I promised have been received. Remember to act decisively, creating the illusion that he was slain by the bandits, leaving no trace behind. Once all was executed, Zhao Qian stowed away the pendant, his smile growing increasingly sinister. The Black Wind duo was merely a pretext to lure Yi Qing down the mountain. His true arrangement involved colluding with an organization known as the Blood Slaughterhouse, employing one of their assassins. The Blood Slaughterhouse, infamous for its ruthless operations, dares to strike even at the elder nascent soul level, provided the price is right. For this operation, he had expended a full 100,000 spirit stones, along with a high-tier profound technique to enlist a silver-ranked assassin from the Blood Slaughterhouse at the first layer of Golden Core. A Golden Core assassin, sent to eliminate a mere 8th layer foundation establishment waste. This was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yiving, oh Yiving, I have invested heavily to bring about your demise. Zhao Qian murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with unwavering determination. Once you're dead, the Peak Master has promised that your esteemed Qingxuan Peak will belong to this elder. Do not blame me. Blame only your inadequate strength. In his eyes, Yi Qing was already as good as dead. As for the grand competition, the opportunity for Qingxuan Peak would never arise again. Chapter 8. Revenge is best served immediately. Above Qingxuan Peak, 2 streaks of light sliced through the heavens, one leading and the other following, racing towards the gate of Taiyi Sect. Yi Qing was in the lead, his escape light both steady and swift, enveloped in a green divine glow resembling divine iron. Lin Shuer had yet to establish her foundation and could not fly. Thus, Yi Qing encased her within his escape light. As it was her first time soaring through the skies, Lin Shuer felt a tinge of anxiety. Her delicate hands instinctively clutched tightly onto Yi Qing's arm. But as she regained her composure, she looked around with excitement and wonder illuminating her youthful face. Mountains and rivers swiftly retreated beneath them, the familiar sights of their sect gradually fading away. However, to Lin Shuer's surprise, Yi Qing suddenly halted. Finding an isolated spot, he gently set Lin Shuer down. Master? Ling Su'er inquired, puzzled. Yi Qing smiled and replied, I just remembered, there is something I must attend to. I shall be back shortly. Wait for me here and do not wander. As her master had matters to attend to, Lin Shuer naturally voiced no objections. Yi Qing nodded at her, then leaped into the air, flying towards the direction of the sect, specifically towards Danxia Peak. During the flight, Yi Qing's gaze grew slightly cold. Silently, he summoned the power of the prison suppression immortal body, harmonizing it with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Golden Core, thereby suppressing his aura to an exceedingly low level. Stealthily, he evaded the crowd and arrived at Danxia Peak, making his way directly to a lavish elder hall. This was indeed the elder hall of Zhao Qian at Danxia Peak. Yi Qing was not the type to be trifled with in silence. He harbored resentment and intended to settle the score. Thus, he feigned departure from the sect, only to return alone, stealthily approaching the elder hall where Zhao Qian resided. Extending his divine sense, Yi Qing observed Zhao Qian leisurely sipping spiritual tea, wearing a smug expression. Indeed, Zhao Qian felt he had rid himself of a nuisance and was in high spirits. However, at the peak of his self-satisfaction, a sudden rumble ensued. A colossal handprint of spiritual energy materialized out of thin air within the elder hall, forming in an instant. Then, it descended upon Zhao Qian with tremendous force. This was, of course, the handiwork of Yi Qing. Although descending the mountain aligned with Yi Qing's plans and needs, he felt a lingering discontent. Thus, he decided to unleash his frustrations by giving Zhao Qian a severe reprimand. Inside the Grand Hall, just as Zhao Qian was reveling in his triumph, misfortune struck. The gigantic hand descended, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Now, a prison suppression immortal body, Yi Qing had cultivated the celestial technique Taiyi Sect Golden Chapter, enhancing his strength beyond his cultivation level. Moreover, if one were to consider cultivation alone, Yi Qing, at the 4th level of the Golden Core, surpassed Zhao Qian by 1 level. Consequently, what? Who dares? Zhao Qian's protective artifact shattered almost instantaneously upon contact with the spiritual hand. He spat a mouthful of blood, his form sent crashing backward, collapsing the Elder Hall. Clutching his chest, breathless and filled with rage and disbelief, he shouted, "Thief! Someone come! A thief! Cough! Uft!" Zhao Qian's voice echoed as he surveyed his surroundings with a bewildered gaze. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Qing sensed the commotion at Qingxuan Peak, and from the peak's main hall, a powerful Xuánling-level aura swiftly revived, sweeping the area with formidable force. Yi Qing understood that it was time to retreat. Thus, he took advantage of the chaos to discreetly depart. Before long, he returned to Lin Shuer, appearing as if nothing had transpired. "Where did Master go?" Lin Shuer inquired, blinking her large eyes. Yi Qing smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just indulged a bit." Lin Shuer looked puzzled. "Indulged? What does that mean?" However, since Master chose not to elaborate, she refrained from pressing further. Yi Qing, radiating a bright smile, felt a sense of relief, for although he had not slain Zhao Qian, he had finally vented some of his pent-up frustrations. Without delivering a sound thrashing to that fellow, I always feel an incompleteness in my heart. Now, I feel much more at ease. Let us descend the mountain. With Lin Shuer in tow, I leapt into the air. Just as the two were about to fly beyond the protective barrier of the sect, a melodious yet authoritative voice came from the side. "Oh, is that the esteemed Yi from Qingxuan Peak? Please, do stay a moment." A flicker of surprise stirred within Yi Qing, prompting him to halt his luminous escape and turn towards the source of the voice. Below, on a picturesque mountain peaks plaza, stood a beautiful woman in a light purple palace gown, gazing up at them. She appeared to be in her 30s, radiating grace and elegance, with features reminiscent of a painting. The curvaceous figure beneath her gown bore the gentle refinement of time. As for her cultivation level, she was at the 2nd tier of the Golden Core, her aura remarkably harmonious, indicating a solid foundation. It was the master of Lu Peak from the falling Sunset Peak. A fleeting recollection of her information crossed Yi Qing's mind. Falling Sunset Peak ranks outside the top 80 among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, its strength being somewhat below average. He remembered that this Master Lu had some acquaintanceship with the previous master of Qingxuan Peak, who was Yi Qing's nominal mentor, and had always treated Su Qing with kindness, akin to that of a relative. Yi Qing subdued his luminous escape, gently descending with Lin Shuer, and bowed. Yi Qing pays his respects to Aunt Lu. "This is my disciple Lin Shuer, who also extends her greetings to Master Lu." Lin Shuer, mirroring his actions, respectfully saluted. Lu Rian's gaze lingered on Yi Qing for a moment, offering a slight nod before shifting her attention to Lin Shuer, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes. "What a spirited young lady. Yi, you have taken a splendid disciple." Lu Rian praised, her admiration evident. She then turned to Yi Qing, her brows slightly furrowing. "However, you two seem to be in quite a hurry. Are you leaving the sect?" Ye Vink nodded, calmly stating, "By order of the sect, we are heading to Haifeng Ridge to carry out a mission to eradicate bandits." "What?" Lu Rian's expression changed dramatically at these words, her gentle smile vanishing, replaced by a hint of anger on her beautiful face. "This is sheer madness." Her voice elevated slightly. "What is the current state of Qingxuan Peak? Who in the sect is unaware of it? It is just you two, one at the 8th level of Foundation establishment and the other still in Qi refinement. Are the elders in the Hall of Elders blind to assign such a task to you?" She had heard of the notorious Black Wind double evildoers of Haifeng Ridge, knowing they were not easy adversaries. The most crucial point was that such a mission should not be assigned to Qingxuan Peak at this time. The previous master had only recently departed. Could it be that some within the sect are so impatient? The more Lu Rian contemplated, the angrier she became, a cold glint flashing in her phoenix eyes. There must be someone behind this. Yi, you need not concern yourself with this any longer. Come with me to the Hall of Elders. I shall see who dares to bully others in such a manner. Having spoken, she unleashed the formidable aura of her 2nd layer of golden elixir and intended to take Yi Qing back to the sect's main peak, seeking justice for him. A warm current coursed through Yi Qing's heart. Since the passing of the old peak master and the subsequent decline of Qingxuan Peak, This was the first time he had felt such unadulterated kindness within the sect. However, he was not inclined to accept it. The intricacies of the system were challenging to explain. Moreover, Yi Qing understood that reliance on transient support was unsustainable. Prior to the Grand Sect competition, he felt it more beneficial to seek a tranquil place outside the sect for his cultivation rather than remain within its confines. Aunt Lu, please hold. With that, Yi Qing subtly took a half-step back, evading Lu Ruyan's outstretched hand. A resolute smile graced his face as he gently shook his head. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must respectfully decline. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, one inevitably regresses. Given the tasks assigned by the sect, as a member of Qingxuan Peak, I must comply. Furthermore, a flower that grows in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests. It is precisely the trials of adversity that will temper one's spirit. His voice was soft, yet the conviction within it halted Lu Ruyan's movements. She gazed at the composed young man before her, his profound eyes and tall figure captivating. For a moment, she found herself lost in thought. Such fortitude, such sense of responsibility. Many of the ancient elders within the sect, who had lived for centuries, paled in comparison to Yi Qing. You, Lu Ruyan parted her crimson lips, wishing to articulate her thoughts, yet found herself at a loss for words. She recognized the truth in Yi Qing's reasoning. A cultivator must not solely engage in solitary and arduous training. It is through battling against others and contending with fate amidst life and death that one truly forges their path. Yet, she could not ignore the exceptional circumstances surrounding Qingxuan Peak at present. You are such a stubborn child. After a brief stalemate, Lu Ruyan sighed in resignation and withdrew her thoughts. She understood that since Yi Qing had made his decision, pressing him further would only lead to a loss of face for both parties. Very well, if you are resolute in your intentions, I shall not press you further. Looking at Yi Qing, a flicker of admiration sparkled in her beautiful eyes. She cautioned, however, you must remember, do not force matters. Your safety must always be your foremost priority when venturing outside. Bear in mind, the legacy of Qingxuan Peak rests upon your shoulders. As she spoke, she deftly flipped her wrist. In an instant, a delicate storage bag appeared in her hand, which she assertively placed into Yi Qing's grasp. Within this bag are 3 bottles of vital blood pills, capable of swiftly replenishing your energy when depleted. Additionally, there are 5 Vajra talismans, capable of withstanding the full force of a nascent golden elixir cultivator's strike. Moreover, there is a communication jade talisman. Should you encounter any peril, you must shatter it immediately, and I will hasten to your rescue. Yi Qing's consciousness swept over the contents. His heart trembled slightly. The storage bag, still warm and fragrant, held items whose true worth was yet to be determined. However, this kindness is indeed genuine. Aunt Lu, I cannot accept this. Lu Ruyan's tone brooked no argument. Since you address me as Aunt Lu, how can you now treat me as a stranger? Consider these items as a token of my regard for you and your master upon your meeting. Enough. Do not refuse. For to do so would be to show disdain for me, Lu Ruyan. With such words spoken, Yi Qing understood that further rejection would only reveal his lack of appreciation. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the storage bag. Then I thank you, Aunt Lu. This kindness, I, Yi Qing, shall remember. With the system at his disposal, Yi Qing felt a surge of confidence, believing that one day he could repay her 100-fold. Upon seeing him accept the offering, a smile returned to Lu Ruyan's face as she waved her hand. Now go, and take care on your journey. Farewell. Yi Qing spoke no further, bowing respectfully to Lu Ruyan, and then, accompanied by Lin Shuer, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, darting out of the protective mountain formation, vanishing into the horizon. Watching the 2 depart, Lu Ruyan stood for a long while, her expression complex. Surely, it must be the machinations of Qingxuan Peak, thinking I am unaware of their schemes? She emitted a cold snort, a fleeting glimmer of chill flashing in her eyes. This is truly excessive. I only hope that this child, Yi Qing, remains safe. Otherwise, though Qingxuan Peak does not vie for power, we too possess our voice within the sect. Chapter 10. Encountering Treasure, Sword Spirit Grass. As they left the territory of Taiyi Sect, the world opened up before them. The boundless primal mountains lay like colossal dragons sprawled across the earth. Ancient trees towered high, and the roars of beasts echoed, filling the air with an aura of wilderness and danger. Yi Qing did not hasten towards Haifeng Ridge. According to Zhao Qian's calculations, The task's deadline was half a month, and the round trip would consume most of that time, leaving little for the actual execution of the mission. Yet, he was never truly here to undertake a task. Why should he concern himself with that? His true purpose in this journey was twofold: to seek a foundation-building opportunity for Lin Shuer, and to find a tranquil place to refine the remaining elixirs, striving for a higher realm. As for the so-called Black Wind twin demons, they were merely an incidental matter. "Master, what lies ahead?" Lin Shuer inquired curiously, gazing at the unfamiliar scenery below. "It should be the Endless Mountains," Yi Qing replied calmly. "If we traverse the Endless Mountains and proceed northwest, we shall reach Haifeng Ridge. This is your first time venturing beyond the mountain gates. There is no need to rush. Let's take our time and enjoy the view." The two journeyed northwest, leisurely and unhurried, savoring their freedom. The expanse of the Endless Mountains was vast, inhabited by numerous formidable beasts, but Yi Qing navigated through the safe zones. As he flew, he extended his formidable divine sense, far surpassing that of his peers, like an invisible net spreading in all directions, probing the surroundings. The cultivation of the pinnacle of the four realms of golden elixir, combined with the mystical powers of the prison suppression celestial body, allowed his consciousness to extend over an expansive range, as sharp and perceptive as that of a practitioner in the later stage of golden elixir. After flying for 2 consecutive days, delving deep into the mountains for thousands of miles, they encountered several formidable demon beasts, including one particularly brazen earth demon bear, comparable to a 9th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. Mistaking the passing figures of Yi Qing and his companion for an easy meal, it let out an excited roar and leapt into the air. However, with a mere gesture from Yi Qing, a fierce stream of air pierced through its skull, causing it to crash to the ground without even a scream. Lin Shuer, who stood nearby, was taken aback. She had sensed nothing of the earth demon bear until it had leapt out. Once she regained her composure, the malevolent aura emanating from the bear sent tremors through her spirit, leaving her devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Yet, before her master, it was as fragile as paper, dispatched in an instant. How formidable! Lin Shuer gazed at Su Qing, her eyes brimming with shock and admiration, gaining a deeper understanding of her master's prowess. A day later, while soaring through the sky, Yi Qing suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor and abruptly halted. His eyes narrowed, glinting like lightning, as he fixed his gaze on a valley several hundred miles to the left. Just moments ago, his vast consciousness had detected an exceedingly subtle, yet sharply distinctive wave emanating from that location. The aura was imbued with an essence of pure sharpness, reminiscent of an unparalleled divine sword about to be unsheathed, yet it stirred the surrounding spirit particles, creating a massive vortex of spiritual energy. This was a sign that a celestial spirit object was nearing maturation. A spark of brilliance flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. Moreover, judging by the characteristics of this aura, the spirit object in question might not be an ordinary one. "Shuer, let us go," Yi Qing commanded, not hesitating for a moment, transforming into a fleeting azure shadow as he sped towards the valley. The distance of several hundred miles was covered swiftly under Yi Qing's full exertion. The two figures gradually descended at the entrance of a valley shrouded in thick white mist. This mist was not mere vapor, but rather a liquefaction of pure, celestial spiritual energy, interspersed with sharp undertones that felt somewhat chilling. "What a splendid place!" Yi Qing exclaimed, delighting in the rich spiritual energy. Lin Shuer could not help but marvel as well. "Let's venture inside," Yi Qing instructed, leading Lin Shuer into the valley. A faint golden halo enveloped his body, shielding him from the encroaching, sharp energy. Lin Shuer followed closely behind, feeling a warmth envelop her, as the piercing sensation that had previously pricked her skin vanished entirely. As they traversed through layers of mist, the scenery within the valley finally unfolded before their eyes. In the heart of the valley, beside a crystal-clear, cold pool, there grew a remarkable small grass, resplendent and translucent, standing merely a foot tall, resembling a diminutive ancient sword. This peculiar grass bore no leaves, only a straight sword-like stem and 2 intersecting sword-shaped crossbars. It emanated a luminous glow, with visible white sword energy swirling around it like playful fish, producing a soft hissing sound as it carved deep sword marks into the ground. The sword spirit grass. In Yi Qing's eyes, a fervent light suddenly ignited, and he found his breath momentarily stilled. The sword spirit grass is an extraordinary creation born from the purest essence of the metal element, the essence of gold. and the vital energy of the wood element, the essence of wood. Under fortuitous circumstances, these energies converge to give rise to this celestial wonder. Its primary effect is to aid cultivators in comprehending the elusive yet formidable sword intent, the very soul of sword practitioners. A sword practitioner who comprehends sword intent is entirely different from one who does not. The same sword technique, when empowered by sword intent, can exponentially increase its potency, granting the ability to surpass one's limits with ease. However, grasping sword intent is no simple feat. Even some golden core and nascent soul cultivators may fail to achieve such understanding. For any sword practitioner, or indeed any cultivator, this sword spirit grass represents a rare opportunity. Master, have we stumbled upon a treasure? Lin Xuan, though unfamiliar with this entity, could sense the surging power within the small grass and inquired softly. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed, his gaze fixed intensely upon the sword spirit grass. This extraordinary plant, known as sword spirit grass, is now beginning to retract the sword energy that encircles it, and its luminosity is becoming even more radiant. This is a sign that it is on the verge of complete maturity. Once harvested and refined, there exists a certain probability of comprehending the true essence of sword intent. We shall wait here until it ripens. After Yi Qing finished his explanation, his expression returned to calm as he and Lin Xuan found a large boulder nearby to sit cross-legged upon, patiently awaiting the grass's maturation. However, just as they had been waiting for about half an hour, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. 3 sharp sounds of breaking wind approached rapidly from different directions, almost simultaneously converging upon the valley. Shortly thereafter, 3 figures descended from the sky, landing in the valley. These newcomers were 3 cultivators, the first of whom was a gray-robed elder with a hawk-like nose and a sinister gaze. Following him were 2 robust, middle-aged cultivators, one carrying a massive axe, and the other possessing a sharp visage and flickering eyes. The moment they landed, their attention was irresistibly drawn to the dazzling sword spirit grass at the valley center. Chapter 11. Golden Core? A moment strike. Could this be sword spirit grass? Legends say that once refined, it has a certain chance of aiding individuals in comprehending sword intent. The burly middle-aged cultivator let out an incredulous exclamation, his breath becoming labored as his eyes brimmed with avarice and fervor. Could it be that I have encountered such a rare treasure? Another robust cultivator trembled with excitement, his gaze fixated intently on the sword spirit herb. Meanwhile, the elderly man in gray robes, who had arrived earlier, remained silent, yet the greed emanating from his cold, piercing eyes was more intense than that of the other 2 combined. The sword spirit herb, for those of them who had toiled in cultivation for many years, its value is beyond elaboration. If they were to obtain it and fortuitously comprehend the essence of the sword, their strength would surge, transforming their prospects, whether it be joining a sect or ruling over a mountain. The trio's eyes scanned the valley and soon alighted upon Yi Qing and Lin Xuan, who were seated cross-legged upon a massive boulder. Upon witnessing Yi Qing's 8th level of foundation establishment and Lin Xuan's almost negligible qi refining stage, they were momentarily taken aback, then shook their heads in disbelief. An 8th level foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied by a mere qi refining stage burden, dared to covet such a treasure? Alas, it seems today is simply not your day. The gray-robed elder, uninterested in exchanging words with Yi Qing, cast a frigid glance his way, as if regarding a corpse. His attention was primarily focused on the other 2. There was but 1 treasure, yet 3 of them. Thus, this treasure belongs to me. Those with sense should retreat, otherwise, death awaits. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the gray-robed elder snorted coldly. Then, with a thunderous sound, a formidable and tangible spiritual pressure erupted from his being, reverberating outward with a deafening force. This spiritual pressure felt as unyielding as a mountain to the senses of those present, heavy and insurmountable. This was the aura of the Golden Core realm. The elderly man in gray was, indeed, a genuine first-layer Golden Core cultivator. Puff, puff. The burly man and the vigorous cultivator were both merely at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Under this sudden and terrifying pressure, they could not muster even a semblance of resistance, their faces turning pale as paper. Golden Core cultivator. The burly man shouted in horror, his pupils constricting. In the next instant, without uttering another word, he turned and fled, Though reluctant, the other vigorous cultivator gritted his teeth and followed suit, hastily retreating from the valley. The sword spirit herb, while enticing, was of no worth if one were to lose their life in pursuit. As for Yi Qing, he appeared oblivious to the commotion. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the valley was left with only the gray-robed elder and the serene Yi Qing, still seated on the massive boulder, with Lin Shuai standing calmly beside him. Having dispatched his two competitors, the elder felt elated. He slowly turned around, his icy gaze settling on Yi Qing, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? It seems you are courting death. As his words fell, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, without granting Yi Qing a moment to respond, he struck. The old man's fingers curled into claws and reached out towards Yi Qing with great ferocity. The black fiend claw, a spectral appendage forged from pure magical energy, instantly took shape in the air, howling as it tore through the atmosphere, aiming to viciously grasp Yi Qing's crown. He exerted 70% of his strength in this strike, confident it could shatter any Foundation establishment practitioner, body and soul, into oblivion. Confronted with such a terrifying momentum, Lin Shuai turned pale with fear. Yet, Yi Qing remained utterly composed, seated calmly upon the massive stone. It was not until the azure, ghostly claw was nearly upon him that he slowly lifted his eyelids. Seeking death, Yi Qing spoke flatly. With a sudden chill in his gaze, he raised his right hand and casually slapped towards the oncoming azure claw. There was no earth-shattering commotion nor dazzling display of light, just an unremarkable gesture. However, in that instant, the very air of the valley seemed to solidify. Boom! A colossal azure palm, rendered from pure magical energy to its utmost density, appeared above Yi Qing. It came crashing down upon the black, ghostly claw with ferocity. Thud! The seemingly invincible, menacing black claw was grasped as if a grown man were handling a child, and with a forceful grip, the azure palm erupted, shattering the claw into a myriad of luminous fragments, vanishing into the void. What? The old man's expression changed drastically as he clutched his chest, letting out a muffled groan, his face etched with disbelief. How could this be? He was a golden core practitioner, yet this person was merely a Foundation establishment novice. Wait, could it be? Could it be? The old man stared at Yi Qing, as if coming to a realization, his lips quivering as he attempted to plead for mercy. But in the next moment, boom, the azure palm, having obliterated the ghostly claw, continued unabated. In the form of a fist, it locked onto the figure of the gray-robed elder and descended in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. No, the gray-robed elder, despite his desperate attempts to resist, found himself with no room to counter, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Amidst the swirling dust, his form was utterly obliterated. As the dust settled, there was no trace of the gray-robed elder left. Only a deep, bottomless fist imprint remained on the ground, at the center of which lay a blurred pool of flesh and blood. One strike, merely one strike, a golden core practitioner, even within the Taiyi Sect, could hold a position akin to an elder of a peak. Dead, and Yi Qing had dispatched him as effortlessly as one might swat a fly. He maintained a serene demeanor as he rose and approached the imprint of the fist, effortlessly retrieving the storage bag left behind by the deceased elder in gray robes. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a faint smile upon his face. Indeed, it contained several thousand spirit stones. This old fellow was wealthier than he. Prior to acquiring this storage bag, Yi Qing had been devoid of even a single spirit stone. Subsequently, a thought struck him. He turned around, his gaze once again settling upon the sword spirit herb. At this moment, the last trace of its verdancy had completely faded, its entirety radiating a resplendent silver brilliance, only to then retract all extraordinary phenomena entirely. The sword spirit herb had matured. Chapter 12. The Intent of the Sword. Is this correct? Yi Qing extended his hand, gently plucking the fully matured sword spirit herb from the edge of the cold pond. It felt warm to the touch, akin to grasping a piece of heated jade, its unparalleled sharpness now entirely subdued, leaving only the purest essence of spirituality. He turned to Lin Shuai, who stood beside him with a curious expression, and offered a faint smile. Shuai, this item is fated for you. Take it and refine it. What? Master, this is far too precious. Lin Shuai exclaimed, started, her hands instinctively waving as her delicate face reflected a mix of fear and unease. although she was unaware of the exact value of the sword spear herb. The greed exhibited by the Elder of the Golden Core stage moments ago, along with her master's solemn expression, led her to surmise the extraordinary worth of this item. It was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Such a treasure, and master intended to bestow it upon her? Good heavens! She could hardly fathom it. Master, my cultivation is far too low. Refining this will be tantamount to waste. Lin Xuan insisted earnestly. You should use it. If you can comprehend the intent of the sword, your strength will surely ascend to new heights. Taking it is non-negotiable. I have my own plans. Yi Qing replied with an authoritative tone. He firmly placed the sword spirit herb into Lin Xuan's hands, his expression calm. Your Xuánling physique is most compatible with this celestial treasure, making the refining process remarkably efficient. Furthermore, gift from elders must not be declined. Accept it and refine it at ease, while I safeguard you. Seeing her master's resolute demeanor, Lin Xuan felt her eyes welling up, an indescribable warmth and gratitude swelling within her heart. She understood that her master genuinely cared for her well-being. No longer resisting, Lin Xuan nodded earnestly, clutching the sword spirit herb tightly. Yes, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, she settled beside Yi Qing, sitting cross-legged to calm her mind and commence the cultivation method necessary to refine this extraordinary treasure. At the very moment Lin Xuan accepted the sword spirit herb, a cold, mechanical notification resonated quietly in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! You have granted your disciple Lin Xuan the celestial treasure, the sword spirit herb, triggering a 100-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have obtained the celestial treasure. The sword spirit fruit. Here it comes. A flicker of emotion stirred within Yi Qing, and a smile graced his lips. Silly girl. If you do not accept the sword spirit herb, how can your master acquire treasures of greater value? His consciousness descended into the system space. There he beheld a fruit, approximately the size of a fist, radiating a crystalline brilliance as though sculpted from purest crystal, quietly suspended within. This fruit bore an uncanny resemblance to a condensed, ancient sword. Within it, countless shards of sword light seemed to ebb and flow, exuding a profound essence of swordsmanship, far surpassing the potency of the sword spirit herb by 100-fold. The sword spirit herb merely aids one in comprehending the essence of the sword, with a success rate that is rather modest, and the possibility of failure looms large. In contrast, this sword spirit fruit harbors a complete truth of swordsmanship. Once refined, it guarantees a near-certain comprehension of sword intent. Moreover, the sword intent grasped will possess superior quality and enhanced power. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, redirecting his gaze to Lin Xuan, who was in the midst of refining the sword spirit herb. Delicate wisps of white sharpness emanated from the herb, permeating Lin Xuan's being. For an ordinary cultivator, merely the influx of this sharp, metallic energy would be enough to elicit grimaces. Yet, whether due to her innate Xuánling physique, which harmonizes effortlessly with the ethereal energies of the world, or her unwavering spirit, Lin Xuan's capacity to endure this force far exceeded that of ordinary folk. Her brows knitted slightly, and although a hint of pain graced her delicate features, she remained silent, wholly absorbed in her resolute endeavor to refine and comprehend. An hour passed. 2 hours. 3 hours elapsed. Buzz! Lin Xuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. A razor-sharp essence, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, flickered from her gaze. In that moment, her entire aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. If she had previously resembled a polished gem, now she emerged as a blade sheathed in its scabbard, its edge yet unseen, yet radiating a disquieting sharpness. Master, Lin Xuan felt the nascent, potent force brimming with sharpness and destructive capability within her, her excitement rendering her momentarily incoherent. How do you feel? Yi Qing inquired with a smile. I feel as though I have grasped something elusive, yet undeniably real, Lin Xuan endeavored to articulate. I sense that any sword technique I now perform will possess far greater power than before. That is the embryonic form of sword intent. Yi Qing nodded, understanding dawning within him. He explained to Lin Xuan, although the sword spirit herb can assist in comprehending sword intent, the likelihood of success is not high. And given your still developing foundation and limited exposure to sword techniques, achieving the embryonic form of sword intent greatly exceeds my expectations. You are now poised on the threshold of sword intent. With diligent comprehension in the future, you can fully consolidate it into a true sword intent. Thank you, Master. Lin Shuai rose, respectfully bowing to Yi Qing, her eyes brimming with gratitude. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qing asserted, "You must stabilize your realm. I, too, shall engage in my own cultivation." Following his words, he sat down in a meditative posture. With a mere thought, he summoned the sword spirit fruit from the depths of his system space. Without the slightest hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Boom! A torrent of sword intent, far grander and purer than that of the sword spirit grass, erupted within him instantaneously. This force was domineering and fierce, as if it aimed to forge the most unadulterated sword within his limbs, organs, and even his very soul. Concentrate. Yi Qing let out a muffled groan, directing his will to activate the suppression of the abyssal body. Ancient and mystical golden runes emerged upon his skin, radiating an aura of terrifying power capable of suppressing eternity and obliterating all. The raging torrent of sword intent faltered momentarily upon encountering the might of the suppression of the abyssal body. Then, it began to be fervently absorbed and refined by Yi Qing. If Lin Shuai grasped the essence of sword intent as if she were cautiously navigating a treacherous riverbed, Yi Qing, at this moment, was like a wild stallion racing along a grand thoroughfare. Countless truths of swordsmanship, the mysteries of the blade, and the essence of the sword surged into his mind, melding with his soul. The sharpness of slicing and piercing was merely the surface of swordsmanship. Beneath lay guardianship, judgment, slaughter, and annihilation. In this moment, through relentless introspection, Yi Qing subtly grasped a strand of sword intent that resonated perfectly with the suppression of the abyssal body. At this realization, Yi Qing's heart stirred, and he focused his intent to manifest this strand of sword intent. He discovered that it embodied a matchless dominance, seemingly capable of subduing the depths of the underworld and judging the celestial deities and demons. This was the supreme sword intent of suppression. Boom! In that instant, Yi Qing's eyes snapped open. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, nor did any terrifying aura escape him. He simply sat there with tranquility, yet the air in the entire valley seemed to freeze. Silence enveloped everything. All sounds, all light, all spiritual energy appeared to be utterly stripped away by an invisible force the moment he opened his eyes. Yi Qing slowly raised his right hand, his fingers poised like a sword, with a casual stroke directed at a towering stone wall hundreds of feet away. An ethereal shadow of a sword quivered faintly in his mind. Swish! There was no sound, no visual effect. Only a chasm as black as ink, seemingly capable of devouring all light, flickered across the mountain peak. In the next moment, rumble! The towering stone wall, 1,000 meters high, was sliced cleanly in half. The upper portion of the mountain body silently slid down, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending dust billowing into the air. From above, one could see that the cut of the mountain was as smooth as a mirror, as if crafted by the sharpest weapons of celestial beings. Lin Shuai stood aside, utterly astonished, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an entire egg. Just moments ago, her master had made a simple gesture with his finger, devoid of any visible spiritual energy fluctuations or traces of spells. Yet, the mountain had shattered as if struck by an unfathomable force. What terrifying power was this? Moreover, her nascent sword intent had unmistakably quivered. Was this even possible? Chapter 13. Critical hit. 2 million spirit stones. So, this is the essence of sword intent. Yi Qing retracted his finger and gently closed his eyes, meticulously attuning himself to the sharp, unparalleled power coursing within him. A satisfied smile graced his face. With his peak cultivation at the 4th level of the golden core stage, combined with the celestial body of the prison and this newly comprehended sword intent of the prison, he felt confident that if he were to encounter the gray-robed elder again, a mere thought would suffice to slay him from 1,000 miles away, let alone the gray-robed elder. Even an ordinary 7th-level golden core cultivator would be unable to withstand a single strike from him. Perhaps even common 8th or 9th-level golden core cultivators no. Stay grounded. There are countless prodigies in this world. However, embarking on this journey outside the mountain gate had indeed been the right decision. Yi Qing coughed lightly to steady his mind and then turned to Lin Shuai. The matters here are concluded. Let us depart. At this moment, the spiritual energy in the valley had been nearly exhausted by the two, rendering any further delay meaningless. Yes, Master. Lin Shuai promptly followed. Having reached the perfect 9th layer of qi refinement and grasped the nascent sword intent, her foundation was exceptionally solid. The next step for her was to establish her foundation. As Yi Qing led Lin Shuai through the skies, he contemplated the matter at hand. Typically, a low-grade foundation establishment pill would adversely affect Shuai's future potential. However, that would not apply to her. He had the critical hit return feature. Now, he needed to devise a plan to procure a foundation establishment pill. The two sped northwest for 2 days, finally emerging from the boundless wilderness of the endless mountains. The terrain ahead gradually leveled off, and signs of human habitation began to appear. After another half-day of flight, a grand city of cultivators came into view at the horizon. Towering walls constructed from massive black stones loomed before them, adorned with intricate defensive formations, while the city gates bustled with countless cultivators wielding various magical tools and flying swords, creating a scene of vibrant prosperity. Blackstone City. Yi Qing gazed at the 3 powerful characters engraved above the city gate and gradually descended. Master, could this place be near Blackwind Ridge? Lin Xuya in Kviot. The names Blackstone City and Blackwind Ridge did sound somewhat similar. Certainly not, Yi Qing replied, shaking his head. We must continue north from Blackstone City. It is still quite a distance to Blackwind Ridge. For now, having encountered a city at last, let us take a moment to rest. The 2 individuals entered the city on foot, having paid a modest entrance fee of 20 low-grade spiritual stones, and soon merged into the bustling crowd. The sights within the city were even more splendid than those outside. Streets were densely packed, and on either side of the road before Yi Qing stood a myriad of shops, ranging from alchemy pavilions to treasure halls and talisman boutiques. Numerous wandering cultivators set up stalls by the roadside, selling materials harvested from the beasts they hunted in the mountains or the spiritual herbs they gathered. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling and lively calls, creating a vibrant atmosphere. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Yi Qing quickly gleaned the general situation of Blackstone City. The overall level of cultivators within this city was notably inferior to that of Taiyi Sect, though there were still practitioners at the Golden Core stage. Furthermore, foundation-building cultivators from various regions were ubiquitous, accompanied by a vast number of Qi refinement stage cultivators. At that moment, Yi Qing's heart stirred. He sensed something intriguing as he overheard a conversation. A cultivator had intercepted a passerby, inquiring, "May I ask this esteemed friend, as it is my first visit to Blackstone City, are there any significant events or trading fairs happening in the city recently?" The questioned cultivator, sensing the restrained aura of the inquirer, who appeared to be at the foundation building stage, did not dare to be dismissive and promptly responded with a respectful gesture. "Honored senior, you have inquired at the perfect time. The largest trading association in the city, Wanbao Tower, will be hosting a grand trading fair tomorrow at noon, where many rare treasures will be showcased." Oh, Yi Qing retracted his spiritual sense, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Wanbao Tower, a trading fair, could potentially harbor the items he sought. Contemplating this, he made sure to ascertain the location of Wanbao Tower, and then, accompanied by Lin Shuai, they sought out an inn to settle down for the night. "Shuai, there will be a trading fair at Wanbao Tower tomorrow. Let's go and take a look," Yi Qing said to Lin Shuai within the inn. "Yes, master," she replied. As Yi Qing observed his disciple beside him, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. While trading fairs were indeed enticing, he found himself rather destitute, with little currency to spare. The only 2,000 spiritual stones he possessed were those he had retrieved from the storage bag of a gray-robed elder. After some contemplation, Yi Qing took out the 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and handed them to Lin Shuai. "Here, take this. A cultivator must never be without funds while traveling. If you see something you fancy at the trading fair, feel free to purchase it. Master this." Lin Shuai gazed at the spiritual stones, akin to a small kitten. Her tongue instinctively licked her crimson lips. 2,000 spiritual stones represented a considerable fortune to her, who had only recently been a mere handyman. "Take it," Yi Qing said with a gentle smile. With a flushed face, Lin Shuai reluctantly accepted the stones. At that moment, her gratitude towards her master was beyond words. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, and he heard the system's notification sound resonate in his mind. Ding. "You have granted your disciple Lin Shuai 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations on receiving 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones." 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Yi Qing's breath quickened slightly. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equates to 10 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones translate to an impressive 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Such a substantial sum, and in liquid assets. would have been utterly unattainable at Qingxuan Peak before, he has truly struck gold. Although Yi Qing maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart was brimming with joy. With this fortune, at tomorrow's trading event, he would not merely resemble a walking deity of wealth. At the very least, he would be abundantly prosperous. Whatever he desired could be obtained with a mere flick of spirit stones. Such a sensation was previously unfathomable. The following day at noon, Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuai, arrived punctually at Wanbao Tower, situated in the heart of the city. Wanbao Tower was a magnificent edifice soaring 9 stories high, constructed entirely of an unknown white jade, inscribed with defensive runes that shimmered with brilliance and exuded grandeur. At this moment, the area before the tower was teeming with a bustling crowd. As Yi Qing and his companion intended to participate in the trading event, a dedicated maid guided them to the 3rd floor, where the trading was to take place. The 3rd floor hall was exceedingly spacious, divided into 2 tiers. The first tier was a grand hall capable of accommodating thousands, now filled to capacity. The second tier was a loft, where drawn curtains could conceal the activities within. These dark curtains were imbued with formations that automatically obstructed any probing consciousness. Within the hall, from the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Qing discerned that the trading event was divided into 2 segments. The first half allowed free trading time, where cultivators could roam the hall, exchanging or selling their possessions. This was the current trading period. Yi Qing, possessing formidable spiritual awareness, strolled alongside Lin Shuai through the throng, only to shake his head in disappointment. Most of the items held by the scattered cultivators were low-tier materials and artifacts, and even the few that caught his eye were not what he sought. His objective for attending the trading event at Wanbao Tower had always been clear: foundation establishment pills. Of course, having a suitable spirit sword would also be splendid, now that he had comprehended sword intent. After some time, the free trading period concluded. A crisp bell chimed throughout the hall. An elderly man in resplendent robes, with white hair and a spirited demeanor, ascended the central platform of the hall. With a cultivation level at the 3rd tier of the Golden Core stage, his aura was steady and his gaze sharp as he surveyed the crowd, exclaiming, "Esteemed friends, welcome to the auction hosted by Wanbao Tower. I am the auctioneer, He Zhibao, the steward of Wanbao Tower in Haishi City. Without further ado, let the bidding commence." As his words fell, a tall, beautiful maid, with a charming smile, gracefully approached the platform, her fair wrist holding a tray draped in red cloth. The elderly man unveiled the crimson cloth, and, upon a brief glance, a faint smile graced his face. The first item for auction was a superior-level cultivation technique, the Xian Shueju. This technique, as suggested by the Wanbao Tower, is particularly suited for cultivators with water and with spiritual roots. Its principles are upright and harmonious, and upon reaching full mastery, one could ascend directly to the Golden Core realm. The starting bid was set at 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of no less than 500 for each subsequent offer. Chapter 14. Under scrutiny? I bid 5,005, 6,000. I offer 7,000, 10,000. The announcement of the technique stirred immediate excitement among the audience, with bids rising in a cacophony of voices. Many of the bidders were independent cultivators, clearly drawn to a technique that pointed towards the Golden Core realm, which held significant allure for them. Seated calmly in a chair, Yi Qing exhibited no interest in this technique whatsoever. The Taishian Jinzhong he practiced was an existence beyond even the heavenly tier techniques. As such, the Xian-level technique was of no use to him. The subsequent auction items included rare refining materials, formidable second-tier talismans, and a furnace of medicinal pills capable of enhancing the cultivation of foundational practitioners. Each item sparked considerable contention, yet Yi Qing remained undeterred, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, patiently awaiting the right opportunity. None of these items were of any necessity to him. Lin Shuai, following Su Qing, was thoroughly captivated, her eyes wide with wonder. Having once been an ordinary servant, she had never encountered such a spectacle before. Although she refrained from bidding, the ambience thrilled her, filling her with joy. It was undeniably a trip worth taking. The next item was sure to pique the interest of many present. The elder on the high platform deliberately built suspense before unveiling a translucent jade vial. Inside the vial lay 3 mid-grade foundational pills. Boom! The moment those words were spoken, many cultivators' eyes gleamed with eagerness. Countless fervent gazes converged upon that diminutive jade vial instantaneously. The crafting of foundational pills is no simple feat, rendering them quite precious. The mid-grade foundational pills, in particular, offer a success rate of over 45% for Qi refinement cultivators aspiring to establish their foundation. Moreover, the toxicity of these pills is significantly less than that of low-grade foundational pills. For those who have been stuck at the peak of Qi refinement for years, or for clan elders seeking to pave the way for their descendants, the allure of such items is irresistible. 3 mid-grade foundational pills were to be auctioned as a set. The starting bid was 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of no less than 300. I bid 5,000, 5,005, 8,000. The price soared rapidly, soon approaching the 10,000 mark. Many Qi refinement cultivators, who initially believed the pills to be within their grasp, could only sigh and concede defeat. After all, for independent cultivators, accumulating such spirit stones is no trivial matter. Ultimately, the price stabilized around 10,000, with only 2 cultivators remaining in contention. Yi Qing understood that it was time for him to make his move. He raised the bidding paddle in his hand and spoke softly, 15,000. A moment of silence enveloped the room. The 2 initial bidders, both hailing from foundational families, had anticipated that the mid-grade foundation establishment pill would soon be theirs. To their astonishment, a newcomer emerged in the fray. One party shook their head and withdrew, while the other pondered briefly before raising their paddle. 16,000. 18,000. Su Qing followed suit, lifting her paddle once more. At this juncture, no further bids were forthcoming. 18,000 once. 18,000 twice. 18,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the mid-grade foundation establishment pill. The elderly man on the high platform beamed with delight. His complexion rosy as he struck the final blow. Yi Qing calmly set down his paddle, a faint smile gracing his lips. The foundation establishment pill was now in his possession. Beside him, Lin Shuai was also filled with gratitude. Initially, she had only hoped for an ordinary low-grade foundation establishment pill, never anticipating that she would indeed procure a mid-grade one. She silently vowed, I, Lin Shuai, shall never disappoint my masteress nurturing. I will repay my master duly. After securing the foundation establishment pill, Yi Qing returned to his meditative state. After another half hour, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, next up is the penultimate item of this auction. The elder unveiled a crimson cloth. Instantly, pure spiritual energy accompanied by a sharp radiance flickered. Before the audience appeared a long sword, entirely azure, glimmering gracefully and emanating a chilling aura. The sword's body displayed flowing patterns reminiscent of rippling water, its autumnal brilliance abundant with spirit. This is the mid-grade spiritual sword, Qinglan sword, forged personally by the master of weapon refinement, Zhou Qizi. Utilizing the essence of millennium cold iron, supplemented with water attribute demon cores, and employing Zhou Qizi's unique forging techniques, it was meticulously crafted. The blade is unmatched in sharpness, exuding a natural chill, and possesses significant enhancement properties for damage. The starting bid is 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must exceed 5,000. As soon as the words left his lips, bids began to soar. 50,000. 65,000. Do not compete. I shall have this sword. I bid 80,000. Clearly, this sword was a coveted item, and its price escalated rapidly. Yi Qing's eyes finally opened at that moment. The first and second tiers are referred to as magical tools. The third and fourth tiers are known as spiritual tools. The fifth and sixth tiers are classified as treasure tools, the true artifacts. The seventh and eighth tiers are regarded as Dao tools. Generally, Qi refiners and foundation establishment practitioners utilize magical tools, while golden core and nascent soul cultivators find spiritual tools more suited to their needs. Treasure tools are exclusive to those in the divine transformation and void return realms, while Dao tools serve as protective items for those in the integration and tribulation stages. Although this sword is merely a mid-grade spiritual tool, it is the only worthy sword in this transaction. He must possess it. 100,000. Yi Qing raised his paddle, announcing his bid. However, the price of merely 100,000 did not deter the majority of bidders. The competition remained fervent. 110,000. 135,000. I bid 140,000. Almost there, 140,000 is quite sufficient. Will you concede it to me? Yet, a chilling voice rang out. 140,000? Are you dreaming? 160,000. The voice emanated from a nearby corner, where sat a middle-aged man with a disdainful smile. exuding an imposing aura, his cultivation level evidently at the second tier of the Golden Core stage. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Many quietly lowered their paddles and withdrew from the bidding, intimidated by the man's prowess, and, truth be told, a considerable number simply could not afford that price. Nevertheless, some continued to bid. 170,000. The middle-aged man's gaze turned icy, emitting a cold snort. 180,000. The atmosphere in the hall quieted momentarily. Someone tentatively raised their paddle. 185,000? Huh. 190,000. The room fell completely still. Observing this, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled upward, a hint of triumph gracing his features. It seemed that this sword would indeed belong to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, is it nearly over? Yi Qing had only bid once earlier, thereafter observing quietly. Now, as he noted the silence enveloping the room, he raised his paddle calmly. 200,000. The countenance of the sinister middle-aged man shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at Yi Qing. Gritting his teeth, he countered, 210,000. Su Qing raised her paddle with poise. 25. That should suffice, judging by the middle-aged man's demeanor. Yi Qing estimated that a bid of 25,000 should be enough to secure the sword. Indeed, the middle-aged man suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yi Qing. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a somber tone. My friend, I am Lu Cheng, the swift sword of the gale. In the vicinity of Haishi City, particularly around the Qinglan Mountain, I have garnered a modicum of respect. I am quite fond of this spirit sword. I implore you, my friend, to part with it and let us forge a friendship. As the saying goes, when one is out and about, having more friends opens more doors. To have more enemies, however, can lead to perilous paths in the journey of cultivation. His words bore an unmistakable, blatant threat. The atmosphere in the auction hall grew noticeably colder, and many turned their gaze with keen interest towards Yi Qing, eager to observe how he would respond. Lu Cheng, the swift sword, was a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. To incur his wrath was far from a trivial matter. Many families, despite being able to muster over 20,000 spirit stones, chose to relinquish their bids due to their apprehensions. After all, one's strength must align with the treasures one seeks. A lack of virtue to match one's station can indeed lead to calamity. Nonetheless, facing the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Qing's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Casting a glance at Lu Cheng, he thought, oh, a mere practitioner at the second tier of the Golden Core stage, while quite formidable in Haishi City, dares to threaten me? Huh! With a fleeting glance, he could scarcely muster the effort to regard Lu Cheng any further, merely addressing the auctioneer upon the platform with an indifferent tone. 250,000. Is that sufficient? The mad sword Lu Cheng felt the weight of Yi Qing's disregard, as well as the mockery reflected in the gazes of those around him. His complexion instantly flushing a deep shade of crimson. Clenching his fists tightly, the joints cracking ominously, he lowered his head, a cold glint igniting in his eyes. Very well. One audacious young lad, Lu Cheng thought, seething inwardly. Had he ever endured such treatment? He etched Yi Qing's visage deeply into his memory before seating himself heavily, refraining from raising his bid again. It was not that he lacked the desire, but rather that 250,000 low-grade spirit stones had undeniably surpassed his financial threshold. 250,000. Sold. The auctioneer's voice rang with exhilaration. Yi Qing successfully acquired both the Qinglan sword and the Foundation Establishment pill, securing them entirely in his possession. Following a brief interval, the auction concluded, marking a triumphant end to the Wanbao Tower's trading event. Yi Qing departed the Wanbao Tower accompanied by Lin Shuer, making no unnecessary delays. He soared into the heavens, leaving the Blackstone City behind. As night deepened, shortly after departing, Yi Qing and Lin Shuer glided through the air, traversing a mountain range when he furrowed his brow slightly. He sensed that multiple groups were trailing them in the same direction. Could it be that the excessive expenditure of spirit stones had attracted unwanted attention? Chapter 15. If you don't want to die, scram. Meanwhile, within the Blackstone City at the Wanbao Tower, on the top floor of the 9-story building, in an elegantly appointed quiet room, fragrant sandalwood wafted through the air. He Bao, the manager of the Wanbao Tower, sat comfortably in his chair, cradling a cup of spirit tea, gently blowing away the steam rising from its surface. Before him, a steward clad in the Wanbao Tower-esque attire at the Foundation Establishment stage was bowing in report. Manager, the young friend who purchased the Qinglan sword has already exited the city. According to our observations, at least 3 groups are tailing them, one of which is the Gale sword Lu Cheng. Upon hearing this, He Zhibao paused briefly, savoring a sip of spirit tea, then shook his head with a sigh, a flicker of understanding crossing his murky old eyes. This was anticipated. He set down the teacup and remarked placidly, as the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. Especially for a third-tier spirit artifact like the Qinglan sword. That young man appears unfamiliar, seemingly possessing only a high-level foundation establishment cultivation, accompanied by a Qi refining stage female disciple. Yet he dared to lavishly spend at the auction. While his youthful vigor is commendable, inevitably it draws attention. An innocent man may be guiltless, yet possessing treasure can invite calamity. This is an immutable truth. It seems he is still too young to comprehend. The steward, lifting his gaze cautiously, inquired, "Manager, should we send someone to offer a warning? After all, they are valued patrons of our Wanbao Tower. Should anything happen, no need." He Zhibao waved his hand dismissively, shooting a glare at his subordinate. His expression then returned to tranquility as he spoke softly. The Wanbao Tower engages in commerce, not philanthropy. We guarantee the safety of our guests within the confines of Wanbao Tower, and at most, within the borders of Haishi City. Beyond the city limits, one's fate, be it life or death, rests solely on the whims of destiny. Lu Cheng, a practitioner at the second level of the Golden Core stage, is notorious in the Qinglan mountain range, and the other two groups are no less formidable. The fate of that young man seems grim indeed. He sighed softly, as if he could already foresee the outcome for Master Yi Qing and his disciple. Such occurrences are not uncommon. I have witnessed many in my time, and in my youth, I too was once filled with righteous indignation. As for now, the night was as dark as ink, with the moon obscured by thick clouds, allowing only a few strands of cold light to cascade down and illuminate the contours of the undulating mountains below. In the forest, silence reigned, broken only by the rustling of leaves as the wind whispered through the treetops. Suddenly, a streak of light came to an abrupt halt. Yizving, accompanied by Lin Shui, gracefully descended into an open valley. Surrounded by mountains, this location offered a spacious and inviting setting for guests. Master, Lin Shui, noticing Yi Qing's sudden pause, looked puzzled, her delicate features marred by uncertainty. Yi Qing did not respond, but stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly surveying the surrounding darkness of the woods. After a moment, he spoke with an air of indifference. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the valley. "Fellow practitioners, I trust you are weary from your journey. On this dark and windy night, are you not tired of lurking in the shadows? If you have any insights to share, please step forward and converse." His voice echoed in the stillness of the valley, strikingly clear. Lin Shui's heart tightened as she instantly comprehended the situation. She swiftly summoned her internal spiritual energy, positioning herself protectively beside Yi Qing, her beautiful eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Silence lingered for a few heartbeats. The lad possesses quite a keen sense. A cold chuckle pierced the quiet. Then whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures emerged from all directions, swiftly encircling Yi Qing and Lin Shui in a tight formation. Over 20 individuals, distinctly divided into 3 groups, surrounded them. The aura emanating from these individuals was formidable. Even the weakest among them was at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, with 3 distinctly powerful figures at the Golden Core stage. Cold, murderous intent and unabashed greed swirled around Yi Qing like a tangible mist. Lin Shui's expression shifted as she had never encountered such a scene before. During her time at Taiyi Sect, she had never been surrounded by so many malevolent individuals. Yet, despite the palpable tension and the beads of sweat forming in her palms, her gaze remained resolute. Regardless of what they were about to face, she resolved to stand by her master's side, come what may. Yi Qing's eyes scanned the crowd, recognizing a few familiar faces from the auction, while those he did not recognize were likely participants in the Wanbao Tower trading events. Finally, Yi Qing's gaze settled upon a formidable middle-aged man among the crowd, none other than the tempestuous swordsman, Lu Cheng. At that moment, a weaselly, late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward, rubbing his hands together and sneering coldly, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Foundation pill and the Qinglan sword you acquired at the treasure pavilion, along with your storage bag. Our mood is rather good today. Perhaps we might spare the life of your beautiful little apprentice." Laughter erupted from another group, where a brutish man with a face full of flesh guffawed. "This little girl is quite a catch. What a pity it would be to kill her. Better to keep her around for our amusement." The vile words made Lin Shui's face flush with rage, her beautiful eyes brimming with cold fury. Yi Qing's expression also turned slightly frosty at that moment. Silence. A sharp rebuke echoed as Lu Cheng pushed through the crowd, stepping forward. His gaze was sinister, eyes locking onto Yi Qing like a venomous serpent, a cold smile curling at his lips. Kid, weren't you rather arrogant at the treasure pavilion? 250,000 spirit stones, and you didn't even flinch. What a lavish expenditure. Lu Cheng's voice dripped with mockery. Now, I offer you an opportunity. He relished the moment. I'll not ask for anything else. Simply present that spiritual sword to me with the utmost respect. I, Lu Cheng, can guarantee a complete corpse for you and your apprentice, preserving some semblance of dignity. What say you? He was confident that he had Yi Qing completely at his mercy. After all, in his eyes, Yi Qing, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, was surrounded by 3 golden core cultivators and more than 20 fellow foundation establishment practitioners. The only course left for him was to submit to slaughter. Yi Qing lifted his eyelids and regarded the arrogant Lu Cheng, along with the surrounding bandits eyeing him hungrily, his brows furrowing slightly. Had he been reduced to mere prey on a chopping block? Yet, just because you scum think you can seize my possessions? The path of the immortal is precious. I shall count to 3. Those who do not wish to die, get lost. Yi Qing stated coolly. Chapter 16. In the next life, do not use a sword. The proclamation resonated throughout the gathering, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Everyone was momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha ha. Did I hear that correctly? What did that kid just say? Counted 3. Oh dear, how terrifying. Even at death's door, he still talks tough. Boss Lu, don't waste your breath on him. This kid won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Just kill him and take the treasures. The surrounding bandits clamored, their gazes fixed on Yi Qing as if he were a corpse already. Lu Cheng's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin, the mockery on his face morphing into a chilling, murderous intent. Good, good, good. He repeated the word thrice, his visage icy. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall oblige. Lu Cheng turned to his companions and declared, Please, everyone, refrain from interfering. This young man has tarnished my reputation at the auction. Today, I shall personally craft his demise. I want him to thoroughly understand that the name of my fierce wind sword is not merely a facade. As his words fell, a tremendous aura emanated from Lu Cheng, who was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core stage. A tempest swirled around him, lifting sand and stones into the air, causing the surrounding cultivators to change their expressions, their robes flapping wildly. Let it be known, to perish beneath my fierce wind sword is a privilege of a lifetime. Lu Cheng bellowed, his form like lightning as he surged toward Yi Qing. With a crisp clang, his long sword was drawn, its gleaming blade slicing through the night like a flash of cold light. 13 swords of the fierce wind. He unleashed his signature technique, the sword's momentum exploding forth in a blinding display, swift as lightning, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind, transforming into a myriad of sword shadows. Such mastery was utterly flawless. What impressive sword technique. Truly, Lu Xinren lives up to his reputation. This fierce wind sword is no exaggeration. Lu Cheng's sword exuded an overwhelming presence, instilling fear and admiration in the hearts of the surrounding foundation establishment cultivators. Even the 2 other Golden Core practitioners could not help but frown, realizing that even they would find it challenging to withstand Lu Cheng's assault. However, Yi Qing stood his ground, unmoving in the face of this tempestuous onslaught. Initially intrigued by the name Fierce Wind Sword, he had felt a flicker of interest, his demeanor becoming serious and vigilant. After all, Lu Cheng's renowned reputation suggested that his pride lay in his swordsmanship. Perhaps he was indeed a master of the sword? Yet, when Lu Cheng's sword truly came forth, Yi Qing's initial gravity morphed into astonishment, soon shifting into an indescribable peculiarity. After all that caution, he had presumed Lu Cheng to be a remarkable swordsman, but this was it? This was the so-called fierce wind sword? Yi Qing had already grasped the essence of sword intent, and in his mind, the illusory image of the sword trembled slightly. In an instant, what appeared to be Lu Cheng's rapid sword strikes revealed themselves to be riddled with flaws, vast enough to drive a horse through. The sword techniques seemed ostentatious yet devoid of substance, solely pursuing speed while forsaking genuine technique. The manipulation of spiritual energy was crude and inelegant. The sword's brilliance appeared dazzling yet lacked potency, its power dispersed and unfocused. Forget it. It was simply unbearable to witness. With such swordsmanship, how audacious of him to flaunt it before me. How unfortunate for Lu Cheng. At this moment, his face bore an expression of arrogance as he proclaimed, "Young one, consider it a rare fortune to witness this particular sword technique before your demise." Yi Qing found himself at a loss for words, feeling utterly ridiculous. Confronted by the onslaught of Lu Cheng's sword shadows, he merely sighed, too apathetic even to draw his Qinglan sword. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, extending his fingers like a sword. His index and middle fingers converged, emanating an almost imperceptible yet overwhelmingly oppressive aura, as if capable of subduing the heavens and earth. This was the essence of the prison suppression sword intent. Remember, once you descend into the underworld, do not claim to wield a sword. The voice echoed softly. In the next instant, a series of rapid, intense vibrations erupted in the valley. Yi Qing's fingers gently tapped against Lu Cheng's myriad sword shadows. Instantly, what appeared to be formidable sword shadows shattered into nothingness upon contact with his fingertips, like illusory flowers reflected in water. One after another, they crumbled into oblivion. The force was relentless, unstoppable. Even Lu Cheng's sword emitted a mournful cry as it shattered into countless fragments in midair. Then, there was Lu Cheng himself. He was hurled away by the overwhelming power, suspended in the air, surrounded by countless sword energies that sliced through him, transforming his once intact form into countless pieces. What? Lu Cheng had yet to comprehend that he was already dead. The grimace of derision on his face froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and disbelief. His prideful Gale sword had been dismantled by the mere touch of 2 fingers. How could this be possible? Wait, what was that sensation earlier? Could it be sword intent? Was that truly the legendary sword intent he had just witnessed? A shudder coursed through him as he gazed upon Yi Qing's excessively youthful visage, an unprecedented fear swelling within him. Here he was, facing a formidable adversary who had comprehended sword intent, wielding a sword. What a disgrace! Lu Cheng felt a surge of shame for his previous actions. "Spare me." Blood spewed from his mouth as he opened it to plead for mercy. Yet, that invisible yet razor-sharp force surged upwards relentlessly, enveloping Lu Cheng's head. Realizing this, Lu Cheng experienced a moment of clarity. So this is it. I am already dead. With that realization, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and darkness enveloped his vision as he lost his life force. His head, still relatively intact, struck heavily against the distant mountain wall, producing a thunderous sound. Boom! The mountain wall cracked, dust swirling in the air. With a single finger, the Gale sword of the second layer of golden core, Lu Cheng, met his end. Moreover, the death was utterly complete, swift, and decisive. Lu Cheng was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word of defiance. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as everyone present was completely stunned by the astonishing spectacle before them. Those who had initially perceived Yi Qing as a lowly cultivator, a rare and easy target, were now pale and trembling, their gazes shifting from greed to a profound terror that emanated from the depths of their souls. Was this truly a foundational cultivator? Is this what you call a foundational cultivator? With a mere gesture, he vanquished foes, defeating golden core practitioners in an instant. What terrifying power was this? They finally comprehended the magnitude of the being they had provoked. This was not a lamb awaiting slaughter. It was evidently a prehistoric beast clad in sheep's wool. Chapter 17. Like cutting vegetables. Flee. It was uncertain who first reacted, unleashing a piercing scream before turning to escape like a streak of light, desperately racing towards the valley's exit. That scream ignited a powder keg. In an instant, all remaining individuals scattered like birds and beasts, frantically channeling their spiritual energy, exerting every ounce of strength to flee in all directions. Swords, elixirs, and spirit stones became utterly inconsequential in the face of impending death. Their singular thought was to escape, to vacate this valley as swiftly as possible, to distance themselves from this harbinger of doom. Even the other 2 early golden core cultivators turned pale and promptly retreated without hesitation. Their strength was akin to that of Lu Cheng. At the second level of the golden core stage, if Lu Cheng was instantaneously slain, there would be no match even if they joined forces. Had they not heard Lu Cheng's final words? Sword intent. This individual before them had comprehended the essence of sword intent. They were utterly incapable of provoking such a being, yet Yi Qing had previously granted them a chance. And now, wishing to flee, it was too late. Yi Qing's gaze was frosty, his voice resonating ominously. He slowly raised his right hand, and from his storage bag, the Qinglan sword unsheathed, hovering before him and emitting a series of eager, melodic chimes. Simultaneously, the shadow of sword intent in Yi Qing's mind quivered as he directed the spirit's sword with his will. He softly uttered a command, "Go." As the words fell whoosh, the Qinglan sword transformed into a streak of azure lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. In the next moment, anguished cries reverberated throughout the valley, echoing from all directions. No, spare me. Uft, swish, swish, swish. As though slicing through vegetables, each flicker of the azure sword light in the night claimed more than one life. The foundation-building cultivators were as fragile as paper before the third-tier spirit sword, their protective artifacts and defensive talismans proving utterly futile, effortlessly pierced in an instant. No, it was not just the foundation builders. Even the two golden core practitioners were easily breached by the Qinglan sword, which sliced through their protective spiritual light and penetrated through their hearts. Wherever the sword light passed, vitality was extinguished. In the span of mere breaths, the valley fell silent. Then, with a soft hum, the Qinglan sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, circling around Yi Qing twice as if boasting of its prowess, before sheathing itself with a resounding clang. Over 20 robbers, including the leading Golden Core master, lay vanquished. The mountains were now strewn with corpses, and the air was thick with an inescapable stench of blood. Lin Xuan stared blankly at the scene, her mouth agape, utterly speechless. So powerful, incredibly powerful. She was aware of her master's strength, but she had never anticipated it to reach such heights. Initially, she thought the sheer number of adversaries would pose a challenge. Little did she know that in the blink of an eye, her master had dispatched them all. At that moment, Lin Xuan felt nothing but shock, coupled with an unparalleled admiration and sense of security towards Lin Qing. Suddenly, Yi Qing swept his divine sense across the area, collecting the scattered storage bags, and then called out to the still-dazed Lin Xuan, "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let's depart, Xuan." "Ah, yes, master." Lin Xuan awakened from her reverie, her heart fluttering with excitement. As she followed Yi Qing, she couldn't help but steal glances at him, her beautiful eyes seemingly filled with countless twinkling stars. Chapter 18. Take this sword, disciple. It is yours to wield. The two figures transformed into streaks of light, swiftly departing from the blood-soaked valley. Yi Qing expanded his divine sense, enveloping the surroundings, and soon located a mountain range rich in spiritual energy 100 miles away. Deep within the mountains, there lay a naturally formed cave, its entrance concealed by vines, clean and dry within, with a gathering of spiritual energy. It was indeed an ideal retreat for seclusion. "This shall suffice," Yi Qing declared as he descended with Lin Xuan, casually waving his hand to clear the weeds at the cave's entrance. "Master, I am a bit puzzled. Why did we suddenly stop here?" Lin Xuan inquired, her thoughts drifting to the foundation-building pill, sensing something deeper. Yi Qing perceived her thoughts and smiled gently, saying, "Indeed, you have now reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, with a solid foundation and pure spiritual power. It is time for you to challenge the foundation establishment realm. Previously, it was due to the lack of a foundation-building pill. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you would have entered that realm long ago. Now that the pill is in hand, it is naturally time to consider the matter of foundation establishment." Although the low-grade foundation establishment pill was adequate, Yi Qing still felt it was insufficient. Therefore, prior to his own foundation establishment, he intended to return the favor regarding the foundation establishment pill. Lin Xuan, her breath slightly quickened, recalled her past as an ordinary person who envied cultivators, realizing that such aspirations seemed unattainable until she became a disciple under her master. This fortunate turn of events enabled her to embark on the path of cultivation, ultimately achieving the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Naturally, she yearned to establish her foundation, both for herself and to represent her master in the upcoming sect competition, striving to bring honor to Qingxuan Peak. The foundation establishment pill was crucial for cultivators to break through to the foundation establishment stage, significantly enhancing the success rate of this endeavor. Even a single low-grade foundation establishment pill held considerable value, with higher quality pills possessing even greater worth and efficacy. "Take this, as my only disciple, is prepared for you," Yi Qing said with a slight smile, producing a white jade vial from his palm. He handed the vial to Lin Shuer, which contained the mid-grade foundation establishment pills he had acquired from Wanbao Tower, 3 in total. Once refined by a Qi refinement cultivator, these pills could boast a success rate of 45% for foundation establishment. Thank you, Master, Lin Shuer exclaimed, her small hands trembling as she accepted the jade vial. She had initially thought that obtaining a low-grade foundation establishment pill would be remarkable, yet her master had procured mid-grade ones for her, providing her with an entire trio. A wave of gratitude flooded her heart towards Yi Qing. At that moment, as Lin Shuer received the vial, a familiar and cold voice echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! Detection of your gift of mid-grade foundation establishment pills to your disciple triggers a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 3 exquisite foundation establishment pills, totaling 9. Yi Qing felt a surge of joy within, though his expression remained composed. Observing Lin Xue's ecstatic demeanor, he suddenly extended his hand to retrieve the mid-grade foundation establishment pill back from her grasp. Master? Lin Xue blinked in surprise. Yi Ving replied earnestly. That previous bottle of mid-grade foundation establishment pills was merely for you to see, to familiarize you with their appearance. As my disciple, you deserve more than just mid-grade pills. With a flourish, he produced another vial, resplendent and exuding a faint, ethereal glow. Pouring out a pill that radiated spiritual energy, he offered it to Lin Shuer. Here, use this for your foundation establishment. The moment this pill appeared, the spiritual energy within the cave seemed to stir, becoming denser. Instinctively, Lin Shuer accepted the pill. Cradled in her palm, Lin Shuer widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld the elixir before her. The pill was perfectly round, radiating a delicate golden hue, adorned with naturally formed intricate patterns that shimmered with a translucent brilliance. A captivating herbal aroma wafted through the air, and with just a single inhalation, Lin Shuer felt the spiritual energy within her begin to stir, the barriers of her cultivation subtly loosening. In sheer disbelief, Lin Shuer gazed at the extraordinary foundation-building pill, sensing the immense and pure medicinal essence it contained. The aura emanating from it far surpassed that of the mid-grade foundation-building pills she had encountered earlier. Master, could this possibly be a high-grade foundation-building pill? Her voice trembled slightly as she turned to Yi Qing with curiosity. High-grade pills were immensely valuable, typically beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. It was even rumored that within the Taiyi Sect, such treasures were few and far between. Upon hearing her words, Yi Qing merely chuckled softly and shook his head. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lin Shuer's heart. Not a high grade? Then could it be? Her exquisite eyes instinctively widened as an absurd thought surged from the depths of her mind. Could it be the legendary Supreme Foundation-Building Pill? According to ancient texts, it guarantees a 100% success rate in foundation establishment and forges an immaculate foundation. Could it truly be a supreme pill? Lin Shuer gasped, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief and shock. She felt her mind racing to comprehend the situation before her. What was her master truly capable of? How could he casually possess something as mythical as a supreme foundation-building pill? Such a feat seemed beyond even the sect leader of Taiyi. Never mind the details. Just know that this pill is meant for your use, Yi Qing said, nodding approvingly at Lin Shuer. Today, I shall protect you as you cultivate your foundation, so you may proceed with peace of mind. Master, Lin Shuer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her emotions surging within her. 1,000 words seemed to choke her throat, and in the end, she could only express her gratitude with a heartfelt, "Thank you, Master." She understood that no words could adequately convey her appreciation for such a profound kindness. The best way to repay her master was through diligent cultivation, ensuring she lived up to his expectations. Oh, wait a moment. I almost forgot. Yi Qing interjected just as Lin Shuer was about to sit cross-legged to consume the pill and break through. Confused, she looked up at him, asking, "What is it?" With a flick of his wrist, the previously fierce and radiant Qinglan sword hovered before him. As you know, this sword, Qinglan, is a low-grade spirit sword of the 3rd tier, Yi Qing explained with a smile. As you are about to embark on your foundation-building journey, it is only fitting that you possess a suitable weapon. I bestow this sword upon you as a means of protection and as a preemptive reward for your forthcoming success. As his voice fell, he flicked his fingers, and the Qinglan sword emitted a melodious chime, gracefully soaring towards Lin Shuer. Lin Shuer was taken aback. her rosy lips instinctively parting in surprise. Chapter 19. The Bestowal of a Treasure. Do not move. To do so is to invite death. Lin Shuai was utterly bewildered. The shock from the exceptional foundation establishment pill had yet to subside, and now her master was bestowing upon her a spiritual sword? This was too extravagant. One must understand that spiritual swords are immensely valuable, coveted even by golden core cultivators who would vie for them. Her master had expended a staggering 250,000 spirit stones to acquire it. Moreover, it was quite remarkable for cultivators in the Qi, refining, and foundation establishment stages to wield any magical artifacts at all. In the Taiyi Sect, many elders merely used top-tier artifacts. A third-tier spiritual sword was of such rarity. This Qinglan sword had just been wielded by her master in a fierce onslaught. And now it was to be given to her? No. Master, this is far too precious. I absolutely cannot accept it. Lin Shuai repeatedly shook her head, hastily declining. She felt as though she were in a dream, were it not for her master standing before her. She would have instinctively pinched herself to ascertain whether this was reality or merely a figment of her imagination. What I bestow upon you, you shall accept. Yi Qing's tone brooked no argument. It is merely a third-tier spiritual sword. Use it well, and when your cultivation reaches new heights, I shall seek even finer treasures for you. With a face full of hesitation, Lin Shuai instinctively accepted the gleaming Qinglan sword. Just as she grasped the spiritual sword, Yi Qing mused inwardly, this is as it should be. My dear disciple, if you do not take the spiritual sword, how can I trigger the critical return and acquire an even greater artifact? Indeed, in the next moment, a notification resonated in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! Detected that you have bestowed a third-tier inferior spiritual sword, the Qinglan sword, to your disciple, triggering a 1,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a 5th-tier mid-grade treasure, the Star Essence Dragon Bone Cold Abyss Sword. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Yi Qing's mind. Within the systems realm, a sword of an ancient design, its blade resembling cold jade, adorned with a plethora of star patterns that twinkled faintly, hovered silently. The Star Essence Dragon Bone Cold Abyss Sword. 5th-tier mid-grade. Forged from the fallen star essence within the 9 nether cold abyss, combined with dragon bone. It possesses inherent spirituality and unparalleled sharpness. This is a genuine treasure. Magical artifacts, spiritual tools, treasured artifacts, endow instruments, while mere syllable separates spiritual tools from treasured artifacts. The distinction is vast. Treasured artifacts, also known as magical treasures, are imbued with Tao patterns and possess independent spirituality. After prolonged nurturing, they can establish a bond with their master's soul, allowing for seamless cooperation. Their power far exceeds that of ordinary spiritual swords. A 5th-tier magical treasure would undoubtedly make even nascent soul experts and transformation stage masters green with envy. A tempest brewed within Yi Qing's heart as he fixated on the Han Yuan sword nestled within the confines of the system space, his eyes alight with elation. With this exquisite blade in his possession, his combat prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. At this moment, even if a formidable opponent at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm, or even the 8th or 9th layers, were to confront him, he was confident that he could hold his own in battle. Suppressing the exhilaration that surged within him, Yi Qing cleared his throat, maintaining an air of calm detachment. Observing Lin Shuai, who hesitated while cradling the Qinglan sword, he furrowed his brow slightly and spoke with a touch more gravity. Are you not going to secure it properly? Yes, master, Lin Shuai replied, sensing the authoritative tone in his voice. She dared not utter another word and obediently stowed the Qinglan sword away. Truth be told, upon taking hold of the sword, she felt a cool yet gentle warmth. The immense spirit and power it contained resonated subtly with the energy within her own body. Holding an exceptional foundation establishment pill, along with a 3rd-tier spirit sword, Lin Shuai felt as though she were walking on air, enveloped in a surreal sense of euphoria. Yet, the tangible sensation of the foundation establishment pill and the Qinglan sword reminded her that all of this was indeed real. With a deep breath, she dismissed her hesitations, respectfully bowed to Yi Qing, and proceeded deeper into the cave dwelling, settling into a meditative posture. Tilting her head back, she swallowed the extraordinary foundation establishment pill, one that could incite frenzy in the outside world. With a mere thought, she began the process of refining it. Boom! As soon as the pill entered her abdomen, the overwhelming and pure medicinal energy erupted within her, akin to a torrent breaching a dam. Lin Shuai, refusing to be complacent, immediately focused her mind. She activated the technique imparted by her master, the Taiyi Golden Chapter, guiding the vast surge of energy to assail the barrier leading to the Foundation Establishment Realm. Yi Qing stood at the entrance of the cave, his demeanor tranquil, yet his consciousness had expanded, keenly observing every movement around him, safeguarding his soul disciple. Time flowed steadily, and within the cave, spiritual energy surged, forming a massive vortex that fervently poured into Lin Shuai's being. Her aura began to ascend steadily. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement experienced no surprises as it loosened its grip. The next step, a breakthrough. Crack. A sound reminiscent of shattering echoed in Lin Shuai's awareness. In the next instant, a formidable aura, far surpassing that of the Qi refinement stage, erupted with a resounding force. A flawless Tao foundation was forged within her. All the spiritual energy contained within her was transformed into magical power. She had successfully entered the Foundation Establishment Realm. Moreover, due to the pristine Tao foundation cultivated from the exceptional Foundation Establishment Pill, her aura was both stable and powerful. Her foundational strength incomparable to that of ordinary Foundation Establishment practitioners. In fact, she had soared directly from the completed 9th layer of Qi refinement to the 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment. I did it. Lin Shuai suddenly opened her eyes wide, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within them. She felt the surging magical energy within her, experiencing a transformation akin to rebirth, her face radiant with uncontainable joy. Master, she exclaimed, rising with the exuberance of a fawn, rushing towards Yi Qing to share her elation. Yi Qing looked at Lin Shuai, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Well done. He was about to commend her. However, in that very moment, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of air being sliced open suddenly resonated. Following that, a piercing cold light, seemingly disregarding distance, shot forth with formidable penetrative power from the far horizon, targeting Yi Qing's heart with lethal intent. Swift, incredibly swift. This strike, imbued with a killing intent, indicated that the assailant had meticulously planned, seizing the perfect opportunity. He chose to unleash this thunderous, fatal blow at the precise moment when Lin Shuai had successfully broken through and Yi Qing was at his most relaxed. This individual was a silver-ranked assassin from the Blood Fiend Tower, commissioned by Elder Zhao Qian of Taiyi Sect's Danxia Peak to eliminate Yi Qing. He had waited patiently outside Black Wind Ridge for a considerable time, yet he had not spotted his target. Fortunately, as an assassin, his patience was exceptional. He decisively set out, following the path between Black Wind Ridge and Taiyi Sect based on the intelligence provided by Zhao Qian, and finally tracked Yi Qing down. According to the information, the target was a cultivator at the 8th level of Foundation Establishment. This silver-ranked assassin, possessing a first-level Golden Core cultivation, had even previously hunted mid-Golden Core practitioners. Despite the significant disparity in strength, the assassin remained exceedingly cautious, concealing himself at a great distance in the sky, patiently waiting like a venomous serpent poised to strike, and ultimately seizing this rare opportunity. In his view, the target would undoubtedly lower their guard in the moment of a disciple's breakthrough joy, making it the perfect time for assassination. With this strike, he employed the lethal technique of the Blood Fiend Tower, the soul-piercing needle. This needle was exceptionally malicious, designed to shatter protective spiritual light and penetrate the soul. Even a Golden Core cultivator caught off guard by this needle would undoubtedly perish instantly, their soul extinguished. As he observed the cold light approaching Yi Qing at an astonishing speed, a cruel smile curled at the corner of the assassin's lips. The mission was about to be accomplished. However, the scene he envisioned of Yi Qing being pierced and collapsing in shock did not unfold. Instead, he saw that figure, without even turning his head, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head. He raised his hand, astonishingly pinching the soul-piercing needle between his fingers. Having watched for so long, it turned out you came to assassinate me? A soft sigh echoed through the tranquil forest. In the next moment, clang, a dazzling cold light suddenly erupted. Alarmed, the assassin felt a sharp, instinctual jolt within, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. The information regarding the target seemed somewhat inaccurate. Flee. We must leave at once. This assignment cannot continue. It appears that my own strength is insufficient. Yet, the icy blade of the Han Yuan sword was unsheathed with fierce determination. In the next instant, to the assassin's utter astonishment, Yi Qing's figure vanished from sight, as if he had become a ghost. As a mere golden core cultivator, he hadn't even begun to react when the target, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, inexplicably appeared behind him, sword in hand. Zhao Qian, you deceive me. The target's cultivation level could not possibly be just foundation establishment. Yi Qing, clad in a flowing robe, hovered in the air with an air of tranquility. Pointing his sword at the assassin, he spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone. Do not move. To do so is to court death. Chapter 20. You, capable of infiltrating the Taiyi Sect? Do not move. To do so is to court death. This icy voice echoed in the ears of the silver metal assassin from the Blood Slaughter Tower, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, causing him to shudder violently, his very blood nearly freezing in terror. Please, do not be alarmed. He stood frozen in place, even holding his breath, instinctively raising his hands to indicate his harmlessness. Yet, within his heart, a tempest of dread surged. How could this be possible? The situation was entirely different from what he had imagined. In his mind, executing a target with merely an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivation should have been a task easily accomplished. Even a direct confrontation should have resulted in a crushing victory. Indeed, he had achieved a form of dominance. But it was he who was being utterly overwhelmed by the target. Regardless of his pride in the Blood Slaughter Tower's breath-concealing techniques, his meticulously planned lethal strike, or even his formidable golden core cultivation, all seemed to transform into a farcical joke before the target. Not only had the target effortlessly withstood his soul-breaking needle, but he had also appeared behind him like a specter in an instant before the golden core cultivator could even react. Moreover, the ancient longsword in the target's hand, exuding an inexplicable aura of might, appeared to be extraordinary. Though it bore no trace of spiritual energy, the piercing sword intent had penetrated his protective spiritual light, causing a painful, needle-like sensation upon his skin. He held no doubt that should he make even the slightest movement, that terrifying sword would instantly turn him into a mist of blood. You misunderstand. This is all a misunderstanding. The assassin's voice was hoarse, attempting to argue. The information provided by Zhao Qian indicated that the target, Yi Qing, was merely an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator. But now, was this truly just an 8th layer? If time could be reversed, he would never have accepted this task. Who sent you here? Yi Qing's voice remained placid, yet it bore a chilling warning. My patience is finite. You have but 3 breaths to ponder your answer. 3. The steady countdown echoed ominously in the assassin's ears, akin to the tolling of death's bell. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The rules of Blood Slaughter Tower are notoriously stringent. Typically, revealing the employer's identity to the target is strictly prohibited. However, rules are but lifeless constructs, while human nature is vibrant and unpredictable. When one's life is at stake, who cares for regulations? 2. I will speak. I will speak. The assassin exclaimed in desperation. It is Zhao Qian, an elder from Taiyi Sect, residing on Qingxuan Peak. He commissioned the Blood Slaughter Tower to eliminate you. He hastily relayed the details of the situation. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's gaze grew cold, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. Zhao Qian? Excellent. Truly commendable. The grand sect competition has yet to commence. Yet he is so impatient to take my life, attempting to usurp my position atop Qingxuan Peak prematurely. Less than 2 months remain, and he cannot contain his eagerness? It is remarkable that we are all fellow cultivators within the same sect. It appears he has concluded that I am isolated, witnessing the decline of Qingxuan Peak, and assumes he can manipulate me at will. Very well. Yi Qing nodded, having already sentenced Zhao Qian to death in his heart. Initially, Yi Qing had only considered the sect competition. Yet, it seems he had underestimated the situation. For a venomous serpent like Zhao Qian, who seeks to place him in mortal peril, only a thunderous resolution to utterly crush him will suffice to eliminate future threats. The day of the sect competition, upon returning to Taiyi Sect, shall be your Zhao Qian's final hour. The assassin, sensing that Yi Qing had concluded his contemplation, licked his lips and seized the opportunity to plead for mercy. Senior, please spare my life. I am merely following orders. I am not in control of my own fate. I have divulged all I know, and I still hold value. Just a word from you, and I shall do anything you desire. I implore you to grant me a chance at survival. Oh, you still possess value? Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. The assassin's heart leaped with joy at this glimmer of hope, and he hurriedly continued, Yes, yes, Senior, I could do anything for you. I could even turn against Zhao Qian and eliminate him. Just say the word, and I will set forth today, unrelenting, to infiltrate Taiyi Sect and take Zhao Qian's life. In his desperation to survive, he was willing to forsake all caution. Just you? Can you truly infiltrate Taiyi Sect? Yi Qing replied, shaking his head dismissively. It is unnecessary. His tone was calm. If there are tasks he can accomplish himself, why delegate to another? Moreover, should a failure occur, it would merely hand over leverage to another. Simultaneously, the assassin felt a profound despair as his last glimmer of hope seemed to fade. Very well, you shall assist me with a task. Unexpectedly at that moment, Ye Qingxuan shifted. The assassin abruptly lifted his head, hope igniting in his eyes. Go. Contact Blood Slaughter Tower. Yi Qing's tone was devoid of any fluctuation. Repay in your own way. Just say the mission has been accomplished. The target Yi Qing is dead. Huh? The assassin was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly realized this was a ploy to deceive the employer named Zhao Qian. He dared not hesitate for an instant. Immediately retrieving a black communication jade talisman from his storage pouch. Before Yi Qing, he infused a strand of divine consciousness into it. After completing this task, he cautiously raised his head and smiled obsequiously. Senior, the matter has been settled. What do you think? He believed that by complying with this request, he would secure his own survival. However, what met his gaze was an exquisite and blinding flash of sword light. Very well, you have done admirably. I can grant you a swift end. With a swift motion, Yi Qing unsheathed his sword. The smile on the golden core assassin's face had not yet fully formed when his life was abruptly extinguished. Indeed, his death was swift and merciful. Subsequently, Yi Qing waved his hand, conjuring a ball of crimson flames that enveloped the assassin's corpse, incinerating it to nothingness in an instant, leaving not even a trace of ash. Once this was accomplished, Yi Qing sheathed his sword and stood calmly. Zhao Qian. He gazed coldly in the direction of Taiyi Sect. To Zhao Qian and Blood Slaughter Tower, he was now regarded as a dead man. A deceased individual naturally would not attract any attention. This implied that in the 2 months leading up to the sect's grand competition, he would remain undisturbed. Fortune and misfortune coexist. Viewed from this perspective, this assassination attempt was not entirely a negative occurrence. Next, he only needed to find a secluded place to refine the remaining 4-9 pure spirit pills. At last, he could cultivate in peace. Master. At that moment, Lin Shuai's concerned voice reached him. Yi Qing smiled slightly. It's nothing, merely a buffoon. Let us tidy up. We should be on our way. Yes, master. Lin Shuai responded promptly. Then, with a flicker of thought, Yi Qing soared into the air alongside Lin Shuai. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to head straight to Black Wind Ridge. The purpose of this journey was twofold. Firstly, to eliminate the Black Wind duo and fulfill the sect's assignment. Secondly, Black Wind Ridge was remote, yet rich in spiritual energy. In Yi Qing's eyes, it was an ideal location for undisturbed and tranquil cultivation. Once he dealt with the calamities of Black Wind Ridge, he could then retreat into seclusion, focusing on refining the remaining 4-9 pure spirit pills and elevating his cultivation to greater heights. Afterward, he would return to the sect on the day of the grand competition, ensuring the safety of Qingxuan Peak. A while later, in a vast and boundless primeval forest, 2 figures soared through the air. This forest, stretching endlessly into the horizon, was dominated by towering ancient trees that obscured the sun. The dim light within the woods was occasionally pierced by the echoing roars of beasts, exuding a primal and perilous aura. Shuai, below us lies the shadowed demon forest. If we traverse this expanse, we shall soon reach Black Wind Ridge. Yi Qing remarked, gazing down at the unbroken sea of dark green foliage, while introducing Lin Shuai to their surroundings. Chapter 21. Sado de Monforest, Xuan. The path from the sect towards Black Wind Ridge necessitates passage through this shadowed demon forest. Given the rampant beasts and the complex terrain within, many cultivators regard this place as perilous. However, with Yi Qing's current strength, he harbored no fears. The ordinary beasts dwelling within the shadow demon forest posed no threat to him. He could effortlessly traverse the entire forest. Let us proceed. With a thought, Yi Qing and Lin Shuai are transformed into 2 streaks of light, advancing forward. Yet, as they reached the central region of the forest, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He halted, casting his gaze hundreds of miles ahead. Master, is something amiss up ahead? Lin Xueker sensed Yi Qing's unease and regarded him with alertness. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qing nodded and whispered, "It seems someone is fleeing ahead." Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he decided to change direction with Lin Xueker, steering clear of the fleeing individual as they continued onward. However, not long after, Yi Qing abruptly stopped again, letting out a soft exclamation. The reason was simple. Within his spiritual awareness, the escaping figure appeared desperate to evade its pursuers, shattering a golden jade talisman in its grasp. Subsequently, the figure surged forward, rapidly altering its position, and then, in a swift motion, landed right before Yi Qing. Before him stood a young woman, her attire stained with blood and breath ragged, her expression peculiar. Had he not changed direction unexpectedly, they might have perfectly missed each other by continuing on their original path. Yet now, after altering their course, they had fortuitously collided. Intriguing. In a certain sense, this encounter bore a sense of destiny. Yi Qing's thoughts wandered as his gaze settled on the bloodied and disheveled young woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with once fair skin and a striking visage. Currently, however, her hair was disarrayed, her garments tattered and smeared with blood, and her once radiant face now as pale as parchment, her breath erratic, evidently exhausted of spiritual energy and bearing significant injuries. In truth, the young maiden, Su Chan, possessed a foundational cultivation level of the 5th tier. She hailed from a prominent family of cultivators in Beijing City, being the daughter of the head of the Su family. The reason for her being pursued was due to the covetous gaze of an elder from the Taiyi Sect, a cultivation sect located in the nearby Xuánling Mountains, upon the Su family's wealth. Innocent of any wrongdoing, the Su family fell victim to their lack of power compared to the Taiyi Sect. The entire Su household had been annihilated, and Su Chan was spared only because her father used a precious one-time secret treasure to teleport her away, saving her life. Upon being transported from her family home, Su Chan regained her vision and found herself in the Shadow Demon Forest. Left with no choice, she ventured out alone, only to realize she had taken a wrong turn. The deeper she wandered, the closer she drew to the forest's heart, ultimately attracting the attention of a fierce beast, a 5th-tier golden core demon beast known as the black-scaled demon ape. Initially, the beast toyed with her like a cat with a mouse, forcing Su Chan to flee for her life. Desperate, she activated a precious, small teleportation talisman, which allowed her to escape a considerable distance, landing her in front of Yi Qing. With a shake of her head, Su Chan emerged from the disorientation of the teleportation. As she looked up, she beheld the strikingly handsome and composed Yi Qing, accompanied by the curious Lin Xueker behind him. Momentarily taken aback, her expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck her. Without further ado, she urged them urgently, "Run! You must flee. I am being hunted by a golden, core-level demon beast. Go quickly. Do not let me implicate you." Her voice was filled with urgency, imploring Yi Qing and Lin Xueker to escape. Yi Qing nodded slightly, perceiving her kind-hearted nature. She did not wish for her troubles to cause harm to others. Lin Xueker, upon hearing this, cast a questioning glance at her master. A golden core-level demon beast? Indeed, it was terrifying, but with her master present, she felt no fear. Yi Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Su Chan with a thoughtful gaze, about to speak when suddenly, he sensed something and looked up. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the distance, resonating like thunder. Instantly, the ground within the vicinity of the Shadow Demon Forest trembled violently, ancient trees quaking and leaves falling like rain. Following this, a terrifying, bloodthirsty pressure surged forth, sweeping towards them like a cataclysmic wave. In the surrounding 100 miles, all beasts with weaker cultivation levels prostrated in fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to muster a thought of resistance. A shadow, vast enough to obscure the sun, loomed into Yi Qing's view, rapidly descending upon them. "Oh no, the demon ape is coming. It's too late," Su Chan exclaimed, her face drained of color, turning pale as she realized the imminent danger. Despite having employed a minor teleportation talisman, was there truly no glimmer of hope to be found? Now, the demonic ape was upon them. Su Chan's gaze was filled with despair. The previously utilized teleportation talisman was exceedingly precious. She possessed but a single piece. Clearly, escape was no longer an option. "You must flee. This beast will likely prioritize me," she urged, her voice strained. Stepping forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Qing and Lin Xueker, her body trembling slightly. In her assessment, The young man she encountered, though exuding a restrained aura that was difficult to gauge, appeared to be merely a foundation establishment practitioner, perhaps at the 7th or 8th level. While this was commendable, it was vastly inferior to the 5th level of the Golden Core, demonic ape. As for the girl behind him, her cultivation was even more modest. At merely the 2nd level of foundation establishment, her aura immature. In such a configuration, how could the three of them possibly contend with a fearsome beast of the 5th level of the Golden Core? At this moment, over 100 feet away, the towering demonic ape, standing 10 feet tall and clad in chilling black scales, was advancing with heavy steps, shaking the very earth beneath it. Each footfall caused the ground to tremble and fissures to appear. The beast's crimson eyes glowed with a savage and avaricious light, drool dripping from its jaws, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. The demonic ape clan was notorious for their cruel tactics and penchant for toying with their prey, characterized by a volatile temperament. Having been toyed with by Su Chan's teleportation talisman, it was now consumed by fury, and as it closed the distance, the murderous intent it radiated was almost palpable. This predicament was of my own making, and I, Su Chan, could only strive to buy a moment's respite for the two of them. Alas, the vendetta against my family will remain unavenged. Su Chan lamented inwardly. With thoughts racing, she lifted her chin, bracing herself to confront the charging black-scaled demonic ape. This was a preparation for a sacrificial act, aimed at securing an escape for Yi Qing and the others. However, just as despair enveloped her, the gaze of the black-scaled demonic ape suddenly bypassed her, locking onto Lin Shuer with an unwavering intensity. Chapter 22. One finger the earth divides. Roar? A flicker of human-like confusion flashed in the demonic ape's crimson pupils, which soon transformed into uncontrollable ecstasy and greed. A mystic spirit body. For beasts, such a pure and harmonious constitution, perfectly attuned to the essence of heaven and earth, was regarded as the most exquisite delicacy. It instinctively sensed that Lin Shuer was incredibly enticing, igniting a ravenous desire to devour her. The original prey, Su Chan, had been rendered completely inconsequential. Roar! It let out an even more frenzied roar, abandoning Su Chan entirely. With a powerful leap from the ground, its massive form surged skyward like a black mountain, its gaping maw wide open, accompanied by a foul wind, as it lunged directly towards Yi Qing and Lin Shuer. It could hardly contain its eagerness to consume this delectable morsel. What? Be careful! Su Chan let out a piercing scream, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Instinctively, she attempted to rush forward, but fatigue overcame her, causing her to stumble perilously, nearly falling. Helplessly, she could only watch as the monstrous maw descended upon Yi Qing and his companion, a chilling dread enveloping her heart. It's over. Everything is over. This is all my fault. Yet, in the face of the charging demon ape, Yi Qing's expression remained steadfast and unchanging. Seeking death, he muttered disdainfully, his words devoid of any emotion. Yi Qing had no intention of intervening, but fate had brought him to this moment. And the audacity of this beast to threaten his sole disciple, Lin Shuer, could not be tolerated. Thus, it was destined to perish. Buzz. At the instant his words fell, Yi Qing's right hand extended slowly, his index and middle fingers converging to form a sword-like gesture. There were no earth-shattering displays of power, no dazzling magical illuminations. He merely gestured nonchalantly toward the demon ape with a gentle swipe. Roar? The demon ape, of course, perceived Yi Qing's movement. It did not halt its advance, and a flicker of mockery flashed in its eyes. Did this human truly believe he could intimidate it with such a trivial gesture? Did he consider himself some unparalleled master? Ridiculous. At that moment, Yi Qing's voice was calm and detached as he uttered a single word, slash. As soon as the word escaped his lips, an exquisitely radiant, concentrated beam of sword light erupted from the tip of Yi Qing's finger. Initially narrow as a finger, the sword energy surged with the wind, ultimately transforming into a magnificent, ceaseless river of sword intent. The sword energy was brilliant and unmatched, exuding an unparalleled dominance. The black-scaled demon ape, now exhilarated to its peak and poised to feast, felt its crimson pupils constrict suddenly. From the very sword energy it had dismissed, it now sensed the chilling breath of death. A primal terror surged from the depths of its soul, causing its scales to bristle in alarm. Wait, something is amiss. This human is not ordinary. It sought to evade, to flee. Instinctively, it attempted to turn away from his place, but it was too late. Under the unwavering gaze of Yi Qing's sword intent, there was nowhere to escape. Boom! 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 The vast river of sword energy swept over the black-scaled demon ape with a devastating might. The beast froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Its massive form remained poised in mid-lunge, the greedy excitement and fear still etched upon its face. In the next moment, a thin line of blood appeared at its brow, tracing downwards and piercing through its entire body. With a resounding crack, the demon ape's colossal form was cleaved neatly in two. Scalding beast blood mingled with entrails cascaded down like a waterfall, staining the earth for dozens of yards in crimson. Yet, the sword energy that had felled the demon ape showed no sign of waning. It surged forth relentlessly, akin to a dreadful divine punishment descending from the heavens, carving a straight path through the vast expanse of a shadowed demon forest. Thunderous echoes resounded as the sword energy sliced through towering ancient trees, mountains, and hills, cleaving them asunder with edges smooth as glass. Ultimately, this sword energy extended for miles within the forest, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm that seemed to cleave the very earth itself. Only after a considerable time did the booming noise gradually subside. The entire forest fell into a deathly silence. What? Xuan stood frozen, her eyes wide open, her body rigid, her mind a blank slate. At that moment, she could distinctly hear her own heavy and hurried breaths. What had she just witnessed? A single finger? Merely a finger? A black-scaled demon ape at the 5th level of the Golden Dan had been slain just like that? In that unfathomable, terrifying chasm? Xuan's gaze mechanically shifted from the two massive corpses to the profound ravine, finally resting upon the tall figure before her, who was slowly retracting his sword finger. A gust of mountain wind swept through, rustling Yi Qing's robe with an echoing sound. Gulp! Xuan swallowed hard, her heart filled with shock and disbelief. Could this truly be something a Foundation establishment cultivator could accomplish? No, even a typical Golden Dan practitioner couldn't achieve such a feat, could they? Moreover, that earlier finger seemed to transcend mere technique. It was a pure manifestation of power and intent crystallized to its zenith. Could this be the legendary sword intent? Elder. In this moment, Xuan finally comprehended the magnitude of her earlier misconceptions. What Foundation establishment at the 7th or 8th level? The individual before her was clearly a superlative being of immeasurable strength, far exceeding her expectations. Xuan stared blankly at Yi Qing, her mind reverberating. That world-shattering finger, that unfathomable sword mark, was indelibly etched deep within her soul like a brand. It was as if a colossal stone had been cast into her lake of despair, unleashing tumultuous waves. Revenge. These two words, which she had buried in the abyss of her hopelessness, suddenly ignited like dry tinder meeting fierce flames, bursting into a roaring blaze. The Taiyi Sect, the very sect that had annihilated her family, slain her parents, and forced her to flee like a stray dog. The elder from a northern Taiyi Sect, who had intervened, was reportedly merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm. Yet, the venerable figure before her, with a mere flick of a finger, could effortlessly annihilate a beast at the 5th layer of the Golden Core. His strength had undoubtedly ascended to an unimaginable level, far beyond her previous aspirations. This was an opportunity, her singular chance, a divine favor, bestowing upon her the means for revenge. In mere moments, Xuan's gaze transformed from shock to confusion, and then ignited into a fervent flame, ultimately solidifying into unparalleled resolve and determination. She resolved not to let this opportunity slip away. Absolutely not. With a thud, before Lin Shui's astonished eyes, Xuan unhesitatingly knelt upon the muddy ground before Yi Qing. Ignoring her numerous injuries and the blood that stained her, she pressed her forehead to the earth, her voice hoarse with emotion, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Venerable One, Yi Xuan, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Chapter 23, Taking a Disciple. Maximal Loyalty. Xuan pledged to serve as a devoted servant for life, yearning solely for the Venerable One to impart the profound techniques, so that one day she could avenge her family of over 300 souls. With that declaration, she knocked her head against the ground with a resounding thud. The collision of her forehead with the hard earth echoed dully, drawing forth a trickle of blood, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Lin Shui, witnessing this, blinked and turned to her master. Ye ving se gaze fidicated. A disciple? Upon reflection, he found his impression of this girl to be rather favorable. Through previous events, it was evident that her heart was not inherently wicked. She had even risked her life to protect them, proving she was no villain. As for whether to take her as a disciple, Yi Qing's expression remained serene as he looked down at the kneeling Xuan, his eyes betraying no emotion. The need for disciples was indeed pressing. Qingxuan Peak had dwindled to a meager count, with Lin Shuai being his sole disciple. In less than 2 months, the Grand Sect competition would commence, and it would be unreasonable to send a novice like Shuai to face the entire arena alone. Moreover, his system allowed for random, critical returns when taking on disciples. The more disciples he had, the more resources he could garner, and naturally, his ascent in strength would accelerate. However, when it came to accepting disciples, he did not prioritize talent or status. What mattered most was character and loyalty. Poor aptitude? He had ways to enhance it. Lowly status? As long as they followed him, their status would naturally rise. But loyalty was paramount. Should it falter? The fate of Qingxuan Peak served as a stark warning. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qing's voice resonated. Do you wish to grow stronger? Indeed. Xuan lifted her head, her face smeared with mud and blood, yet resolute. I bear an unyielding enmity that runs deep. Yi Qing's guze deep in it. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke, posing an entirely unrelated question. Allow me to inquire, if one day I were to be captured by an unfathomable old monster, standing on the precipice of life and death, would you, in the face of peril, choose to rescue me at the cost of your own life? Or would you allow me to perish to save yourself? How would you decide? It is indeed astonishing that such a formidable predecessor could be ensnared by an adversary of such immeasurable strength. Xuan furrowed her brow. As merely a foundational cultivator, she regarded Golden Core practitioners as celestial beings, esteemed and beyond comprehension. To think that even a predecessor with the might to instantaneously vanquish a 5th-layer Golden Core beast could fall prey to an enemy. Should such a scenario arise, charging in a battle would be akin to an ant shaking a tree or a moth flying into a flame. Certainly a path to inevitable demise. The answer to this dilemma was glaringly evident. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan resolutely declared, I would flee first. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. What a surprise. In the face of danger, your first strategy is to run? Xuan continued, I would seek ways to grow stronger, to summon aid. However, if all hope were lost, as the saying goes, once a disciple, forever a son. If my master were in peril, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. Thus, Xuan would exhaust my final drop of blood and burn my last wisp of soul. Her declaration was heartfelt, with a conviction that bore no trace of deceit. Yi Qing's gaze shifted slightly. He observed the flames of determination burning in Xuan's eyes, recognizing that while he could not discern the depths of her heart, the resolute spirit she exhibited in that moment was undeniably authentic. Very well, Yi Qing spoke softly. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall grant you this opportunity. From this day forth, you shall be my second direct disciple. He gestured towards the figure beside him. This is your senior sister, Lin Shuai. Boom! Upon hearing these words, Xuan felt as if struck by thunder, her thoughts nearly frozen in astonishment. An indescribable wave of exhilaration surged through her, akin to a torrential flood. She had succeeded. Her quest for vengeance was within reach. Disciple Xuan pays respects to the esteemed master. Greetings, senior sister. Regaining her composure, she suppressed her excitement and reverently bowed 3 times before Yi Qing. This bow was a solemn oath of apprenticeship. Ding! At the moment Xuan completed her bow, Yi Qing's mind resonated with the crisp sound of the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully accepting your second disciple. Xuan. Name, Xuan. Age, 19. Cultivation level, Foundation level 5. Spirit energy depleted, severely injured. Physique, mysterious sword body, sword Dao cultivation not deep. Yet to awaken. Cultivation technique, low-grade profound level flowing sword technique. Loyalty, 100 steadfast and devoted. Upon catching sight of the system panel, Yi Qing could not help but raise an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise dancing in his eyes. The Xianjian body? A rare and extraordinary constitution. The Xianjian body is a unique spiritual physique born for the sword. Such a constitution is inherently attuned to the sword path, making the cultivation of any sword technique remarkably more efficient, while the likelihood of comprehending sword intent far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. What a fortunate discovery! What astonished Yi Qing even further was the loyalty rating in the final column. 100. Devoted wholeheartedly. Remarkably, just like Xuan, it was at full value. Yi Qing understood in his heart that perhaps it was due to the shock he had just imparted with a mere gesture, combined with her fervent desire for revenge, that led this girl to perceive him as her sole lifeline. Excellent. Ye vink muset ignardly. The higher the loyalty, the greater the chance of triggering a high multiplier return when bestowing treasures. This disciple was certainly worth acquiring. Rise, Yi Qing commanded with a thought, summoning a gentle surge of magical energy that effortlessly lifted the kneeling Xuan. Thank you, Master. Xuan stood, though still weak. Her spirit appeared revitalized with newfound hope, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Yi Qing scrutinized her for a moment, noticing her tattered attire, disordered aura, and serious injuries. He spoke, "Rest here for a moment. I shall protect you." "Yes, Master." Xuan replied obediently, then seated herself cross-legged, ready to cultivate and heal. Yi Qing stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze calmly sweeping the surroundings. Meanwhile, he began to contemplate. According to tradition, when a new disciple joins, it is customary for the master to present a gift of apprenticeship. For Xuan, he had bestowed a cultivation technique and constitution, triggering a 10,000-fold return. So, what should he offer Xuan? Given her grievous injuries, the most pressing need would naturally be healing elixirs. Furthermore, her cultivation level was too low, and as a Xinjian body, she would undoubtedly require a high-tier sword technique or sword formula. As for weapons, she had presumably wielded a sword. But now her hands were empty, clearly indicating that her weapon had been lost or damaged during her flight. Weapons could be addressed later. For now, he focused on elixirs and techniques. Yi Qing stroked his chin, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The technique, Taiyi Sect, would undoubtedly be imparted, regrettably. Since it was a system return technique, it could not trigger a repeated critical hit. As for the sword formula, Yi Qing did not possess one. However, he might be able to utilize the flowing sword technique, which was likely passed down in Xuan's family. Regarding elixirs, fortuitously, he had previously stored a few bottles of second-tier, mid-grade rejuvenation pills in his spatial pouch. He wondered what wonderful rewards the system might return to him in exchange for a single bottle of rejuvenation pills. Having concluded his thoughts, Yi Qing flipped his palm and addressed Xuan, who was on the verge of commencing her healing. Rejuvenating elixir, Xuan. You should take it first to heal your wounds. Chapter 24, a critical hit with a 6th rank treasure pill, gaining an extra life. Rejuvenating elixir, Xuan. You should take it first to heal your wounds. Yi Qing's voice was calm, yet for Xuan, it felt as if a warm current surged into her heart. She lifted her gaze to the jade vial that Yi Qing handed over, her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation and her eyes inevitably glistening with unshed tears. Since the destruction of her family, she had been fleeing, experiencing the harsh realities and treachery of the world. Never had anyone shown her such profound care as her master did. Thank you, Master. Xuan accepted the jade vial with trembling hands, her feelings of gratitude and belonging reaching a zenith in that moment. However, just as she was about to open the vial and consume the elixir, a crisp notification chimed in Yi Qing's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has granted the disciple Xuan a 2nd rank mid-tier rejuvenating elixir. Ding! Detected that the disciple's loyalty is at 100, utterly devoted, triggering a 50,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a 6th rank upper-tier treasure pill, the Holy Spirit pill, 1 vial containing 3 pills. 50,000 times. Yi Qing's pupils constricted suddenly, his heart leaping with joy. Even with his steady temperament, he nearly lost composure, almost bursting into laughter. Previously, the techniques and physique he bestowed upon Xuan had triggered critical returns of 100,000 and 1,000,000 times, granting him celestial-level techniques and the extraordinary prison-suppressing celestial body. Now, once again, a high multiplier had appeared with a 50,000-fold critical hit. Yi Qing forcefully suppressed the tumult within, his consciousness swiftly delving into the system space. There, a resplendent white jade treasure vial floated serenely. Its surface shimmered with a sacred light, and within, one could vaguely perceive the ethereal silhouette of a pure spirit dancing gracefully. Profoundly mysterious. Holy Spirit Pill, 6th rank upper tier treasure pill. Effect. Upon consumption, the immense life force contained within the pill will reside permanently within the user. Should any injury occur, the holy power will automatically activate, swiftly mending the wounds and restoring the user to peak condition. As long as the holy power remains, it can be triggered an infinite number of times. After reading the description, Yi Qing inhaled sharply. This was practically a portable super healing kit, a permanent full recovery buff. As long as one was not instantly killed and the holy power was not depleted, it was equivalent to possessing immortality. This 6th-rank treasure pill was astonishingly potent. Wait. Just as Xuan was about to consume the rejuvenating elixir, Yi Qing's voice rang out once more. Xuan boast. Casting a puzzled glance at Yi Qing, his expression unchanged, he retracted the vial of the mid-tier elixir and said nonchalantly, "That rejuvenating elixir acts too slowly. I suddenly recalled that I possess something even better." With that, he concentrated his thoughts, and the resplendent white jade vial materialized in his palm. He uncorked the bottle, and in an instant, an overwhelming essence of life, infused with an exquisite fragrance, permeated the air. Merely inhaling this aromatic essence caused Lin Shuer and Xuan to shudder, as though their entire beings were immersed in warm spring water, inducing an indescribable sense of comfort. Lin Shuer's beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity, while Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She could distinctly sense that her internal injuries were showing signs of healing under the nurturing influence of this aromatic elixir. What kind of medicinal pill was this? Amidst their astonished gazes, Yi Qing poured out 3 pills from the bottle, each the size of a longan, entirely milky white with golden patterns swirling upon their surface. As the pills emerged, the surrounding flora seemed to be imbued with life, growing at a visible pace. Master this. Xuan gazed at the extraordinary scene, her eyes wide, momentarily at a loss for words. This pill is known as the Holy Spirit Pill. Yi Qing handed one to Xuan and another to Lin Shuer, instructing, "You two, take one each and consume it immediately." Master, do you need to take it as well? Lin Shuer asked, puzzled, as she accepted the pill, her large eyes blinking in confusion. "But I'm not injured." Yi Qing smiled faintly, explaining, "The marvel of this pill lies not solely in its healing properties. Upon consumption, its potency will reside within you, forming a life imprint. In the future, regardless of the injuries you sustain, as long as you do not perish on the spot, this power will activate autonomously, instantly mending your wounds. In simpler terms, as long as the medicinal power endures, it is as though you possess an additional life." What? An additional life? Both Lin Shuer and Xuan felt an overwhelming surge of astonishment at his words. They stared at the extraordinary pill in their hands, their beautiful eyes reflecting disbelief and shock. Such a miraculous treasure, and their master had so casually bestowed it upon them? "All right, do not dawdle, consume it," Yi Qing urged, as he tossed the last Holy Spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it first. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into an expansive yet gentle torrent of life that swept through his limbs and body, ultimately settling within his dantian, becoming a life imprint that radiated a soft white light, quietly dormant. Yi Qing could clearly perceive the immense power contained within this life imprint. The ability to instantaneously heal injuries was indeed no exaggeration. Seeing that their master had already consumed his pill, Lin Shuer and Xuan no longer hesitated, quickly swallowing the Holy Spirit pill. In the next moment, boom! Xuan felt an indescribable surge of terrifying life force erupt within her. This power was like a warm sun, instantly dispelling all shadows and pain within her. The ghastly wounds on her body, under Lin Shuer's astonished gaze, began to heal at an astonishing rate, scabbing over and falling away. The newly emerged skin, as smooth as jade, bore not a single scar. Furthermore, the meridians within Xuan, once parched due to the depletion of spiritual energy, were instantaneously filled with an overwhelming surge of spiritual force, even more abundant than in her prime. In merely a few breaths, Xuan felt rejuvenated from head to toe. All her injuries had completely healed. Her cultivation aura had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, seemingly just a step away from the 6th layer. This, as Xuan sensed the unprecedented strength coursing through her body, she trembled with excitement. She could feel that the potent healing energy, which had restored her, was now quietly lurking within her dantian, akin to an inexhaustible source of life, filling her previously anxious heart with an unparalleled sense of security. What astonished her even more was that she could perceive that the miraculous potency of the Holy Spirit pill had hardly diminished despite her complete recovery from severe injuries. Clearly, healing a Foundation establishment cultivator's wounds was but a trivial matter for such a 6th-tier precious pill. Thank you, Master, for bestowing the pill. Xuan, regaining had composure, couldn't help but deeply bow to Yi Qing, her voice suffused with boundless gratitude and reverence. In that moment, Yi Qing's image in her heart was, without exaggeration, akin to that of a deity. There's no need for such formality. Yi Qing waved his hand with a gentle smile, his expression calm. Observing Su Chan's revitalized demeanor, he felt a stir within and spoke. Now that you have fully recovered, it is the perfect opportunity for me to assess your skills. Demonstrate the techniques you have cultivated for me. What Su Chan practiced was the Su family's ancestral technique, the flowing water sword art, a low-grade mystic sword technique. Master wishes to assess me? Su Chan was momentarily taken aback, only to be swept by a wave of euphoric joy. She understood that this was not merely a simple evaluation, but rather her master intended to personally guide her. Such an extraordinary opportunity was enough to stir her excitement. Yes, Master. Su Chan forcefully suppressed her exhilaration and responded respectfully. Taking a deep breath, she moved to a nearby open space and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her entire aura underwent a remarkable transformation. Though she held no sword, her fingers formed a sword-like gesture and a continuous, albeit gentle, sword intent emanated from her being. I practiced the Su family's flowing water sword art, which aims to flow like water, overcoming hardness with softness. Su Chan softly recited the sword formula as her figure began to move. With her finger poised like a blade, she traced through the air, creating invisible trajectories. Like a trickling stream, silent yet persistent, and at times surging forth like a torrent, crashing against the shore, concealing lethal intent. The complete set of sword techniques unfolded in her hands, exhibiting a certain gracefulness and ethereality. Yi Qing watched quietly, his gaze profound. He bore the essence of the sword, his comprehension of the swordsmanship having transcended the ordinary realm of cultivators. Moreover, this flowing water sword technique was merely a low-grade, mystic-level sword technique. At this moment, the sword intent quivered slightly, and in Yi Qing's eyes, the strengths and weaknesses of the flowing water sword technique, as well as areas ripe for improvement, became strikingly evident. After completing a full demonstration, Su Chan stood still, beads of delicate sweat forming on her forehead. She glanced at Yi Qing with a hint of trepidation, awaiting his evaluation. Yi Qing regarded her and spoke slowly. The flowing water sword technique emphasizes intent over form. You have practiced well, having grasped its form, yet you have yet to comprehend its complete essence. Water is both the softest and the hardest. When fierce, it becomes a terrifying wave, and when gentle, it nurtures all things, even capable of wearing away stone drop by drop. Your swordplay embodies the softness of flowing water, the might of crashing waves, and the sharpness that can pierce stone, yet lacks refinement. The sword momentum is continuous, yet it displays insufficient explosiveness, and in transitions, it appears somewhat clumsy. Though Yi Qing's voice was soft, it resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, each word striking heavily upon Su Chan's heart. It was as if she had received a sudden awakening. She felt as though a clear light had emerged before her, illuminating many previously obscure and difficult aspects of her training. In mere moments, the simple yet incisive critiques from her master allowed her to grasp the concepts effortlessly. So, it was like this. I had misunderstood so much. There are indeed other ways to perceive it. Su Chan marveled in her heart, her eyes shining brightly. Her admiration for her master had reached an unprecedented height. She wondered just how terrifyingly profound her master's swordsmanship truly was. Merely after a single observation, he had dissected the essence and flaws of a mystic-level sword technique with such clarity. Just as Yi Qing was enlightening Su Chan, prompting her epiphany, a familiar system notification chimed once more. Ding! Detection of host imparting the low-grade, mystic-level flowing water sword technique to disciple Su Chan, allowing her to gain insight into swordsmanship, triggering 100,000 times critical return. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the high-grade heavenly-level sword technique Heavenly River Sword Classic. A wave of joy surged within Yi Qing. This time, the multiplier was even higher than before, reaching an astonishing 100,000 times. However, what was returned was merely a high-grade heavenly-level sword technique. Nevertheless, that was still quite remarkable. Heavenly-level sword techniques. It is worth noting that throughout the Eastern region, Earth-level techniques are regarded as the treasures of major sects, rarely shared with outsiders. Heavenly-level items are exceedingly rare. Yet now, with just a casual pointer at his disciple's mystic-level sword technique, he had directly received a top-tier, heavenly-level sword technique in return. If others were to learn of this, they would surely be left agape. Yi Qing's mind sank into his consciousness, as an immense torrent of sword technique information surged into his soul. Heavenly River Sword Classic. This sword technique exudes an overwhelming aura. When the sword is drawn, it resembles the Milky Way cascading down, stars plummeting with boundless might. It comprises 9 forms, each more formidable than the last. When mastered to perfection, it can even harness the forces of heaven and earth, striking mountains and subduing the cosmos with a single stroke. What a magnificent volume! The sword classic of the Milky Way. Je vink, marvelit ignardly. This technique, in conjunction with the sword intent he had previously comprehended, would elevate his combat prowess to new heights. At this moment, he possessed absolute confidence to be modest within the entire Eastern region. There was no rival in the Golden Core realm. Even against ordinary early-stage nascent soul experts, he would not be without the strength to contend. Suppressing his elation, Yi Qing cast a glance at Xuan, who was still in the midst of comprehension, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. Xuan, your aptitude is commendable, and you may not realize that you possess the mysterious sword body, a natural talent for swordsmanship. The mysterious sword body, Xuan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. She only knew that her cultivation of sword techniques was slightly faster than that of others, but had never heard of the mysterious sword body. Yi Qing offered no extensive explanation, merely stating, your previous cultivation method was far too lowly, obscuring your true potential. Today, I shall impart 2 things to you. As he spoke, he extended his finger and pointed her brow. The first is the foundational cultivation method of my lineage. The celestial grade technique Taiyi Sect Golden Chapter. Boom! A torrent of vast, ethereal knowledge surged into Xuan's mind. A celestial grade technique. Upon hearing the rank of this method, Xuan's mind went blank, her thoughts nearly suspended. What had she just received? A celestial grade technique? It was said that the heavenly grade was already a legendary existence. Could it be that the celestial grade was a method cultivated by immortals? How could her master bestow such a treasure upon her? However, this was not the end. Yi Qing's finger remained in place, and his voice resonated once more. The second is a heavenly grade sword technique, the sword classic of the Milky Way. This technique complements your mysterious sword body. I hope you will cultivate diligently and not disappoint my expectations. Thunderous. Another wave of profound sword technique information surged into the depths of her soul like a deluge breaking through a dam. A heavenly grade sword technique. If the celestial grade technique had already left Xuan in a state of shock, the addition of this heavenly grade sword technique was nearly enough to drive her to the brink of madness. The happiness arrived so suddenly and violently. She felt as though she were a starving beggar who, all at once, was bestowed with the wealth of an entire kingdom by an emperor. No, this was a treasure infinitely more precious than mundane riches. It was the staircase leading to the path of strength. It was her hope for vengeance. It was an unparalleled opportunity that could change the course of her entire life. Master, Xuan trembleth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. She wished to articulate her thoughts, yet found her throat constricted, rendering her utterly speechless. An overwhelming sense of gratitude and exhilaration flooded her very soul. There was no need for such displays. Yi Qing withdrew his finger, observing the tear-streaked face of Xuan, his expression remaining composed. He then turned his gaze to the equally stunned Lin Shuai beside her, flicking his finger, causing a golden light to penetrate her brow. Xuya, this heavenly river sword cannon is also to be imparted to you. The 2 of you may corroborate each other's progress henceforth. Yes, master. Lin Shuai snapped back to reality, responding respectfully, her heart brimming with excitement. This was indeed a celestial-level sword technique. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but recall that Master once had a disciple named Wang Hao, who later defected to Elder Li of Qingxuan Peak. At that time, Wang Hao had been quite smug, but in hindsight, how foolish he was. If only those who had betrayed Qingxuan Peak understood that Master could effortlessly present such treasures. One can only imagine the regret that would plague their hearts. Chapter 26. Trials and Arrival at Black Wind Ridge. Yi Qing observed the fervor and reverence in the expressions of his two disciples. A faint smile gracing his lips as he felt a profound tranquility within. The celestial level sword technique was indeed a marvel in the Eastern domain, yet for him, with the system at his disposal, the future held even greater and more powerful treasures for his disciples. Cultivating skills and techniques requires practice, not mere study. Yi Qing collected his thoughts, his gaze sweeping across the towering ancient trees of the Shadow Demon Forest, a flicker of determination in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and waved it. With a whoosh, a streak of light enveloped Lin Xuan and Xuan, lifting them into the air. Yi Qing then found a suitable spot to set them down. He had inspected this area, determining it to be rife with foundation-level demon beasts. Addressing the two women, Yi Qing spoke slowly. If you only study without practice, it is nothing more than a castle in the air. The Shadow Demon Forest is teeming with beasts, making it the perfect arena for you to hone your sword techniques. He paused, his expression growing serious. From this moment on, you two shall join forces and undergo trials within this region of the Shadow Demon Forest. Remember, unless you face an imminent life and death crisis that cannot be resolved, I will not intervene. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xuan and Xuan felt a chill run down their spines. They understood that Master was preparing them for genuine life and death combat. However, the thought of the vast power of the Holy Spirit elixir within them quickly alleviated much of their anxiety, replacing it with a fierce confidence and fighting spirit. With such a precious elixir, as long as they were not struck down in one blow, they were virtually invincible. This unparalleled assurance was precisely what they needed to push themselves to their limits. Yes, Master, we shall not disappoint your expectations, Lin Xuan and Xuan replied in unison, their beautiful eyes ablaze with fervent resolve. Eagerly, they sought to ascertain the extent of their prowess after mastering the celestial tier techniques and the heavenly tier swordplay. Go! Yi Qing nodded slightly, and in an instant, her figure melded into the depths of the dense forest, her presence vanishing without a trace. In the heart of the forest, a formidable black-armored bull, its size comparable to a small mountain, and cloaked in ebony scales radiating a fierce aura of the fourth layer of foundation establishment, let out a thunderous roar. Its hooves trampled the earth, causing it to tremble, while its massive, glimmering horns, reminiscent of colossal siege spikes, charged fiercely toward a delicate silhouette ahead. The air was rent asunder, producing a piercing sonic boom. Faced with this ferocious assault, Lin Xuan maintained her composure. Advancing rather than retreating, the Taiyi Golden Chapter technique surged within her, infusing her Qinglan sword with a torrent of spiritual energy. The first form of the heavenly river sword cannon, surging waves. With a crisp shout, Lin Xuan unleashed her sword, and in an instant, a brilliant radiance erupted, transforming midair into a rushing wave that bore down upon the black-armored bull with overwhelming force. With a resounding clash, the sword light met the bull's horns, producing a thunderous sound akin to metal striking metal. A violent shockwave erupted, shattering the surrounding underbrush. The bull's momentum, capable of shattering mountains, was forcibly subdued by this singular strike. In pain, the black-armored bull bellowed in fury, preparing to strike once more. However, at that very moment, an even more piercing and rapid sword light descended silently from the side, akin to a star plummeting from the heavens. Third form of the heavenly river sword cannon. Breaking the river, Lin Xuan exclaimed fiercely. With a single stroke, the sword energy surged forth as if capable of cleaving a rushing river in two. A splatter of blood erupted. The black-armored bull barely had time to emit a mournful cry before its massive head was cleanly severed by the sword, soaring into the air. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, stirring clouds of dust. Exhaling a breath of stale air as she reveled in the ceaseless flow of spiritual energy within her and a deeper comprehension of the sword technique, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Was this the power of heavenly tier swordplay? A black-armored bull at the fourth layer of foundation establishment had been effortlessly slain in just 2 moves. She sensed that with each battle fought, her swordplay grew increasingly formidable, and there were signs that her cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. On the other side of the forest, Xuan wielded her sword with immense might, cleaving a 6th-layer demon beast in half. Subsequently, The two women swiftly cleared the battlefield before plunging deeper into the woods in search of their next target. Time flew by amidst this relentless cycle of hunting and cultivation. Sometimes they separated, and at other times they regrouped, their coordinated combat leading to a rapid accumulation of battle experience. In the hands of the two, the Heavenly River sword cannon evolved from its initial awkwardness to a state of seamless mastery. During this journey, they encountered perils. On one occasion, they unwittingly stumbled into the lair of a Peak Foundation Establishment Level 6 beast, the Three-Eyed Wolf, and were ambushed. Lin Xuan suffered a grievous wound on her delicate shoulder, her flesh torn open to the bone by the wolf's claws, blood instantly staining her garments. Yet, before the Three-Eyed Wolf could launch a second assault, a pure white light erupted from Lin Xuan's injury. In the astonished gaze of the beast, the horrific wound healed at a visible pace, restoring her to pristine condition in mere moments, leaving no trace of a scar. With the assurance of the Holy Spirit pill, the two women fought with unrestrained ferocity, their combat style becoming increasingly fearless. Amidst the throes of life and death, their prowess surged at an astonishing rate. After a brief span of half a month, Lin Xuan radiated with spiritual energy. Following her rigorous training and battles, her cultivation ascended from Foundation Establishment Level 2 to Level 4 in a single leap. Now, when she wielded the Heavenly River sword cannon, her combat strength rivaled that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment Level 7 practitioner. Similarly, Xuan experienced remarkable gains. Through countless life and death struggles and insights into the sword path, her dormant, mysterious sword body was fully awakened. In battle, an invisible, sharp sword intent emanated from her, transforming her into a magnificent weapon unsheathed. Concurrently, she broke through her bottleneck, advancing to Foundation Establishment Level 6. Her true combat prowess had reached Level 8. The previously formidable beasts of the Foundation Establishment realm within the Demon Shadow Forest now seemed to have turned the area into their private garden. Those once invincible Foundation Establishment beasts, upon sensing their presence, would scurry away in terror, tails tucked in fear, eager to escape. It was evident that the beasts of this region had been thoroughly intimidated. Indeed, a voice, imbued with calm approval, resonated as Yi Qing's figure appeared silently before the two women. Observing his disciples, who had undergone a profound transformation and exuded a dense aura, he nodded in satisfaction. The results of this ordeal exceeded his expectations. Master, Lin Xuan and Su Chan exclaimed joyfully, hastily rising to pay their respects. You have done well. For now, let this suffice. Come, let's set forth to Black Wind Ridge. With his words, Yi Qing waved his sleeve, and a gentle force enveloped the two women, launching them like a dazzling rainbow into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Days later, a rugged terrain emerged on the horizon, with peaks resembling blades and axes. The mountains were shrouded in dark mist, exuding an aura of ominousness and ferocity. This was Black Wind Ridge. Chapter 27. A one-way journey? Slay the twin fiends. Master, look. There's a small town below, Lin Xuan pointed out eagerly. Yi Qing cast a glance downward and beheld a rather sizable town nestled before Black Wind Ridge. After a moment's contemplation, he descended from the sky alongside the two young women, making their way toward the town to take a brief respite before ascending the mountain. Upon entering the town, they took a moment to rest, but had no intention of lingering long. They prepared to depart and head directly up the mountain, intending to swiftly deal with the so-called Black Wind duo. However, as they approached the town's entrance, they discovered that the road leading to Black Wind Ridge was obstructed by dozens of townsfolk, their expressions fraught with fear. At the forefront stood a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow and supported by a cane. He was the town's aged mayor. Noticing the extraordinary demeanor of the trio, particularly Yi Qing, who bore the air of a distinguished young nobleman, the mayor hastily approached with an anxious expression, clasping his hands in greeting. Young sir, please halt. Please, I implore you. Yi Qing paused, casting a glance at the elder, and inquired, What troubles you, venerable elder? The old man glanced at the two remarkably graceful young women behind Yi Qing, then turned his gaze toward the ominous Black Wind Ridge, his face etched with sorrow and resignation. Young sir, I see that your path leads toward Black Wind Ridge. Indeed, Yi Qing affirmed with a nod. You must not go. The old mayor exclaimed, nearly jumping in distress, his cane striking the ground with a resounding thud. That Black Wind Ridge is a den of peril. It is home to two merciless fiends known as the Black Wind Duo. Young sir, You must not venture there. Once you do, you shall never return. Oh, Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he feigned ignorance. Is that so? Seeing that Yi Qing seemed somewhat swayed, the old mayor, believing his persuasion to be effective, sighed heavily and recounted the tale. The town was called Xuánling, situated at the confluence of the two formidable sects, Taiyi and Xuánling, serving as a crucial thoroughfare for merchants and travelers. It had once flourished, with its residents enjoying a life of prosperity and well-being due to the bustling trade. However, not long ago, a pair of brutal brothers, the Black Wind duo, suddenly appeared in the area. Both possessed a formidable cultivation at the 7th level of Foundation establishment, employing ruthless tactics to plunder passing merchants and cultivators. Any hint of resistance resulted in gruesome fatalities. Over the span of a year, the number of souls lost at their hands was incalculable. Merchants began to shy away, and the townsfolk of Xuánling frequently fell victim to the oppression of the Black Wind duo, living in constant despair. We have sought aid from outsiders, yet each time, those who came have vanished without a trace. The old mayor lamented, tears welling in his aged eyes, his voice choked with emotion. Those fiends are simply too powerful. Young sir, though you three appear formidable, you're still young. Heed my counsel and return swiftly. Do not throw away your lives in vain. The surrounding townspeople echoed the mayor's sentiments, their voices imbued with palpable fear. After absorbing the mayor's account, a flicker of coldness passed through Yi Qing's otherwise tranquil gaze. Two mere cultivators at the 7th level of Foundation establishment dare to act so arrogantly here. Truly, they are worthy of their demise. However, with my disciples present, there is no need for me to intervene personally. With this thought, a faint smile graced Yi Qing's lips as he disregarded the old town chief's pleas and turned his gaze toward Lin Shuai and Xuan. Did you hear that? We heard, Master, the two young women replied in unison, their eyes ablaze with determination. They understood Yi Qing's intent perfectly. Go forth, Yi Qing said calmly. I shall await your return here. Yes. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Shuai and Xuan accepted their mission and transformed into two streaks of light, weaving through the crowd and heading directly toward the ominous Black Wind Ridge. Hey, young ladies, come back, quickly. The old town chief, witnessing this, was taken aback and raised his frail hand in a futile attempt to stop them. Yet how could he succeed? Yi Qing's figure flickered, silently positioning himself in front of the anxious old man, and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, elder, all will be well. All will be well. The old town chief, watching the two figures charge toward the perilous mountain, felt his face flush with urgency as he pounded his chest in distress. Young master, how can you bear to watch such exquisite young ladies march to their doom? Foolishness, utter foolishness. He believed Yi Qing to be young and reckless, but sending his two female disciples into danger was truly unwise. A wave of sorrow washed over the old town chief. The townsfolk around them were equally in an uproar, murmuring among themselves, what a pity, such beautiful young ladies are destined to perish. Indeed, while their master appears handsome, he is rather lacking in sense, unwilling to face danger himself, yet sending his disciples to their deaths. Youth, after all, can be so impetuous. Those are the Black Wind twins, two formidable cultivators at the 7th level of Foundation establishment. How much power can these young ladies possess? They likely wouldn't withstand even a single blow. The sounds of lamentation and sighing filled the air as they envisioned the tragic demise of the two stunning maidens at the hands of the fiends. Yet some whispered quietly, perhaps they could defeat the Black Wind twins? Upon hearing this, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. The Black Wind twins had cast a long shadow over their hearts. Could two young girls truly vanquish them? Unlikely. Unthinkable. Only Yi Qing remained composed, finding a clean stone bench to sit upon, closing his eyes in meditation as if he bore no concern. The surrounding onlookers grew increasingly anxious. Time ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity. The townsfolk gathered at the entrance of Xuánling town, craning their necks toward the direction of Black Wind Ridge, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. The old town chief, in particular, sighed deeply, unable to find solace. After what felt like a long while, a hint of clarity emerged. The swirling black mist atop Black Wind Ridge seemed to have lessened. Just as the crowd pondered this change, two figures gradually descended from the mountain path. Indeed, it is the notorious Black Wind duo. They have descended from the mountains. A terrified voice pierced the air, causing the crowd to erupt in chaos. The townsfolk, gripped by fear, turned pale and were about to flee in panic. hastily making their way home to secure their doors and windows. But wait, look quickly. They are not the two fiends. At that moment, a sharp-eyed young man suddenly called out with uncertainty. Encouraged by his words, the crowd hesitantly paused, squinting to see. Descending from the mountain were not the fearsome Black Wind duo, but rather the two exquisite maidens who had just ascended the mountain. They were still alive. Moreover, their appearance was immaculate, their breath steady, seemingly unscathed. How could this be possible? The entrance of Xuánling town was enveloped in a profound silence, as all eyes widened in disbelief. In this eerie quiet, a townsman pointed a trembling finger at the young women, his voice quaking as if he had witnessed the most astonishing sight. "You, look at what they are holding in their hands." In an instant, all gazes converged on Lin Xuan and Xuan. In their delicate hands, they each held a bloodied, wide-eyed human head. The visages of the severed heads were fierce and grotesque, unmistakably belonging to the Black Wind duo, who had long haunted Xuánling town, instilling dread and sleepless nights. Chapter 28. Nascent soul-level combat power. Xuan captured. Boom! At that moment, it felt as if a thunderous bolt had struck the minds of the townsfolk, leaving them momentarily blank. Dead? The fearsome and invincible Black Wind duo, just like that, slain by these two seemingly delicate, youthful maidens? After a brief silence, a thunderous cheer erupted from Xuánling town. They are dead. The Black Wind duo is dead. Oh my, we are saved. We are saved. The two celestial beings have vanquished the fiends. Countless townsfolk wept with joy, trembling with excitement. They rushed forward to behold the heads of the villains, laughing and crying simultaneously, with some even kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing to Lin Xuan and Xuan. The elderly town leader, tears streaming down his face, trembling as he approached the two maidens, gazing at the genuine trophies in their hands, unable to utter a single word in his overwhelming emotion. Surrounded by the adoring gazes of the crowd, Lin Xuan and Xuan exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed, and an unprecedented feeling surged within their hearts. Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes, observing the jubilant scene before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lest apart, he spoke softly, with a wave of his hand. In the next moment, he vanished from the sight of the crowd, along with Lin Xuan and Xuan. The elderly town mayor trembled as he bowed deeply towards the direction where the three had vanished. "It is my folly to have been blind. Thank you, thank you." Meanwhile, Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Xuan and Xuan, ventured into the heart of Black Wind Ridge. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual light pierced through the surrounding dark miasma, subsequently allowing Yi Qing to carve out a suitable abode for himself. Observing the cave he had personally created, a flicker of joy ignited within him. At last, he had secured a tranquil place to retreat and cultivate in solitude for a while. With the Black Wind duo vanquished and Zhao Qian from Qingxuan Peak believing him to be dead, he could now practice undisturbed. Yi Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Surveying the cave he had conjured with his magical prowess, he dismissed the dwelling of the Black Wind duo with a mere strike of his sword. Though this cave was modest, its serenity was its greatest virtue. He casually set up several concealment and defensive formations, effectively isolating the entire cave from the outside world. Having completed these preparations, he turned to Lin Xuan and Xuan, his expression returning to its habitual calm. "I shall enter seclusion here for a while," he declared. "The vicinity of Black Wind Ridge and the surrounding 100 miles of Xuánling town are entrusted to you both." His gaze swept over his two disciples, and with a serene tone and a smile, he continued, "I have observed that there are disruptive beasts and scattered rogue cultivators in this area. Slaying demons and eradicating evil will not only safeguard this region's peace, but also provide you both with invaluable experience. Remember to strive to incorporate the sword techniques into your very instincts. Moreover, unless there is a significant matter, do refrain from disturbing me." "Yes, master." Lin Xuan and Xuan replied in unison, their beautiful eyes filled with determination. They understood that their master was assigning them a new mission, and they were eager to fulfill this task, especially after witnessing the earlier events involving the townsfolk. With his instructions given, Yi Qing nodded, choosing not to say more, and he made his way into the depths of the cave, settling into a meditative posture. With a wave of his hand, a stone door thundered down, sealing off the interior from the outside. Soon after, with a thought, Yi Qing retrieved a jade vial containing the 49 pure spirit pills from his storage ring. Upon uncorking the vial, a refreshing aroma of elixir wafted through the air, invigorating him with just a single whiff. awakening the spiritual energy within him. Without hesitation, he poured out a pill the size of a longan, enveloped in a spectrum of radiant hues, and swallowed it whole. Boom! The moment the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved instantly, unleashing a torrent of pure and potent spiritual energy that erupted within his limbs and bones like a bursting dam. The Taiyi Golden Chapter technique activated to its utmost capacity as the golden core within Yi Qing spun wildly, harmonizing with the prison-suppressing immortal body, greedily absorbing the vast medicinal power and rapidly transforming it into his cultivation. Time flowed like water, quietly slipping away. Beyond the cave, Lin Shuai and Su Chan diligently obeyed their master's orders, centering their cleansing efforts around Black Wind Ridge. Initially, some audacious robbers, unaware of the upheaval at Black Wind Ridge, presumed this territory remained a stronghold for their reckless exploits. Subsequently, they were compelled to pay the price for their transgressions, armed with sharp swords and possessing profound swordsmanship. These striking young maidens, whose combat prowess rivaled that of late Foundation establishment cultivators, became a nightmare for the robbers in this realm. United in their efforts, their sword light swept through, annihilating all in its path. These fierce bandits, often found in groups, stood no chance against their coordinated assault. The same fate befell the wandering beasts that dared to prey upon humans. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was the fearless nature of these two young women, whose combat style was strikingly aggressive. At times, they would not hesitate to exchange injury for victory. Strangely, regardless of the severity of their wounds, they swiftly recovered, almost as if they were immortal. Over time, the title of the Twin Fairies of Black Wind Ridge spread like wildfire among the circles of cultivators near Xuánling town. Black Wind Ridge transformed from a dreaded place, feared by merchant caravans, into a flourishing sanctuary. Those robbers fortunate enough to survive had long since vanished without a trace, and the beasts rarely dared to emerge and wreak havoc again. Simultaneously, the practical experience of Lin Shuai and Su Chan grew increasingly rich, and their mastery of the Heavenly River Sword Classic became ever more adept, solidifying and enhancing their strength unconsciously. Meanwhile, within the cave of Black Wind Ridge, Yi Qing's cultivation reached a critical juncture. Approximately half a month passed swiftly. Buzz. Deep within the cave, Yi Qing's aura surged dramatically, a powerful pressure emanating that caused the entire cave to tremble gently. He slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them, akin to two resplendent stars. He had thoroughly refined 3 of the 5 spirit cleansing pills. His cultivation soared from the 4th layer of golden core, breaking through the barriers between mid and late golden core stages, and stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7th layer. He was but a step away from the 8th layer of golden core. Excellent. How wonderful. Yi Qing reveled in the overwhelming magical power coursing through him, his heart filled with delight. This exhilarating sensation of rapid strength enhancement was profoundly uplifting. At this rate, once he refined the remaining 2 pills completely, he would reach the 9th layer of golden core in less than half a month. As for his combat strength, Yi Qing modestly estimated it to be around the 2nd layer of nascent soul. Once he refined the remaining pills, he would become even stronger. Pondering briefly, Yi Qing adjusted his external aura from the 8th layer of Foundation establishment to the 1st layer of golden core. Suppressing his excitement and anticipation, he intended to retrieve the pills, invigorated to continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. "Master, something is amiss, Master." A voice filled with urgency pierced through the defensive array he had set at the entrance, emanating from outside the cave. Yi Qing's brow furrowed momentarily. Had he not instructed that unless there was a matter of great importance, one should refrain from disturbing him? His disciple was not one to act recklessly. Thus, what calamity had befallen them? Before he could rise, a voice, tinged with tears and panic, penetrated the stone door once more, echoing with urgency. "Master, something terrible has happened. Junior's sister has been captured." Chapter 29, The Trouble Comes Knocking. It was Lin Shuai's voice. Yi Qing's expression darkened, and his heart sank. In a flash, he appeared at the cave entrance, waving his hand to silently open the heavy stone door. There stood Lin Shuai, her face pale, hair disheveled, her azure attire stained with droplets of blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with distress. Upon seeing Yi Qing, she seemed to find her anchor, exhaling in relief. Yet her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. "Master." Yi Qing stepped forward, a gentle force supporting her. Observing Lin Shuai in such a disheveled state, His gaze grew slightly colder. An intangible chill began to emanate from within him. Do not panic, steady yourself, and explain clearly what transpired. Yi Qing's voice was calm, aimed at Xuánling's emotions. It was junior sister Xuan. Lin Shuai inhaled deeply, regaining her composure, her words tumbling out rapidly. Master, for the past half-month, we have been purging bandit cultivators in the vicinity, and everything was going smoothly. However, just half an hour ago, we encountered a golden core cultivator in a valley. A golden core cultivator? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. We had just dealt with a group of bandit cultivators when he suddenly appeared, Lin Shuai recounted, her face aflame with palpable anger, her clenched fists trembling slightly. As soon as he appeared, junior sister Xuan's expression changed. Her eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. He was the very enemy who had obliterated her family. An elder from the North Song Sect. People from the North Song Sect? Yi Qing repeated the sect's name, feeling an intensified chill in his gaze. Indeed, Lin Shuai nodded, fear evident in her eyes. That elder, upon seeing junior sister, was momentarily taken aback, then sneered, saying he never expected to encounter a remnant of the Su family here, thus saving him the trouble of searching further. He then casually unleashed a gust of spiritual wind towards junior sister. Junior sister attempted to defend herself with all her might, but being merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could she withstand a golden core cultivator? She was struck down and gravely injured, spitting blood. As she spoke, a flicker of rage crossed Lin Shuai's features. Though junior sister was severely wounded, the power of the Holy Spirit elixir activated within her, and her injuries healed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, the elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at junior sister, muttering that something was amiss with this foundation establishment cultivator, wondering if she had consumed some miraculous healing elixir. Then he grinned maliciously, saying, "Excellent. Very good indeed. Today, I have encountered such a treasure. It must be a fortuitous opportunity for me. Very well, let you linger a while longer. When I return to the North Song Sect, I shall personally flay your skin, peel your flesh, and refine the elixir that you have consumed." The very mention of flaying and peeling caused Yi Qing's pupils to constrict sharply. An icy, bone-chilling murderous intent erupted uncontrollably from his gaze. Boom! The sky above Black Wind Ridge transformed dramatically. The once clear heavens were suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. The atmosphere grew oppressively stifling. What an audacious North Song Sect! What a malicious Golden Core elder! How dare they harbor such nefarious intentions? Taking a deep breath, Yi Qing reined in his emotions and spoke in a solemn tone. Continue. Lin Shuai was startled by the terrifying aura emanating from Yi Qing. Hearing his voice, she promptly continued. That man attempted to seize us both, and in a moment of desperation, I threw the Qinglan sword bestowed upon me by my master, hoping to hinder him. Initially, he paid it no mind, but upon recognizing that the Qinglan sword was a third-tier spirit weapon, he was instantly overjoyed, exclaiming what a treasure it was. His attention was immediately captured by the spirit sword. In that fleeting moment, as he reached for the sword, my junior sister, Xuan, signaled me with a glance and suddenly launched an attack, exerting all her strength towards that fiend. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily retreated. Lin Shuai quickly recounted the events. Although her small face betrayed no emotion, her heart was filled with guilt and regret. As the eldest disciple, she felt a responsibility to protect Xuan. Yet, if it were not for her own lack of strength, her junior sister would not have found herself in such peril. This matter is not your fault. After all, your cultivation time has been brief. On the contrary, you have performed admirably. Refraining from recklessness and promptly seeking assistance, that was the wisest choice. Yi Qing slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze was as frigid as the ice of the abyss. He, Yi Qing, had only 2 disciples. He had devoted himself to nurturing them, imparting celestial-level techniques and heavenly swordsmanship, fortified by the protection of divine elixirs. Yi Qing had high hopes for them, yet now they were treated as mere fodder to be flayed and refined. This had utterly enraged Yi Qing. He merely sought to cultivate in seclusion here. It did not signify that he was a coward, afraid of confrontation, to dare harm his disciples. That individual deserved obliteration. Lead the way. Yi Qing helped Lin Shuai to her feet, preparing to embark on a mission to rescue Xuan. However, just as he was about to transform into a streak of sword light soaring into the sky, his motion abruptly halted. A thought stirred within him, and he slowly lifted his gaze. Piercing through layers of mist, he looked towards the distant horizon. There, an arrogant and domineering presence approached Blackwind Ridge at an astonishing speed, unrestrained and audacious. That aura belonged to the Golden Core realm. Moreover, from the lingering traces of breath, it was evident that it shared a common origin with the essence clinging to Lin Shuer. He has pursued. Master? Lin Shuer was somewhat perplexed. Why has Master stopped? Yi Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he spoke to the bewildered Lin Shuer with a casual tone. There's no need to go any further. It seems he has followed your trail and has come to us. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a disdainful voice echoed. Humph. A mere insect dares to escape from my grasp and has the audacity to burrow into this desolate mountain? Come forth and meet your demise. The voice, steeped in arrogance and supremacy, roared like a thunderclap, resonating throughout the entire Haifeng Ridge. Simultaneously, a terrifying pressure belonging to a Golden Core cultivator surged forth like a cataclysmic tide, crashing down upon Haifeng Ridge. Boom! The mountains trembled, and trees splintered. In the town of Wangan below Haifeng Ridge, countless mortals were paralyzed in fear, trembling uncontrollably. Those lower-tier cultivators who happened to be passing through turned pale as if plunged into an icy abyss. Lin Shuer felt this overwhelming aura, her delicate form quaking violently, fists clenched, with fury etched across her exquisite face. Master, it is he. She gazed upward, only to behold a streak of black light descending like a meteor, exuding an unmatched ferocity, arriving in an instant above Haifeng Ridge. As the radiance dissipated, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his visage grim and his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, hovered in midair. One hand was tucked behind him, while the other gripped a girl bound tightly by spiritual energy chains, her mouth stained with blood, glaring fiercely at him, as if she wished to devour his flesh and drink his blood. It was Xuan. At his waist hung a long sword shimmering with azure light. This was the Qinglan sword bestowed upon Lin Shuer by Lin Qing. The newcomer was none other than Han Wuji, an elder of the Taiyi Sect. Chapter 30, Decapitation. Breaking through together from his elevated position, he swept his consciousness and quickly spotted Yi Qing and Lin Shuer standing at the entrance of the cave. Upon seeing Yi Qing, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, soon morphing into a cruel sneer. So, you went to fetch reinforcements. It has saved me considerable effort. His gaze scrutinized Yi Qing, taking in his appearance. When he sensed that Yi Qing outwardly exhibited only the cultivation of the first layer of the Golden Core, a profound contempt flickered in his eyes. The first layer of the Golden Core? Ha! Han Wuji sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. You boy, I am Han Wuji, an elder of the Taiyi Sect. I have just recently broken through to the fourth layer of the Golden Core. These two young girls have stolen treasures from my sect, and I intend to take them back. He waved the imprisoned Xuan in his hand like a trophy. Acknowledging the difficulty of your cultivation, if you are sensible, you will surrender obediently. Perhaps I shall allow you to retain your entire corpse, should you dare to resist. You, along with this entire mountain, shall be reduced to ashes. Arrogant, overbearing, unyielding, such is the might of Zhao Wujia, an elder of the Beizong sect and a cultivator at the fourth level of the Golden Core stage. He regards Yi Qing with utter disdain. In his eyes, a mere first-level Golden Core cultivator, separated from him by 3 levels of cultivation, which can be further divided into the early, middle, late, and peak stages, encompassing a total of 12 intricate realms, is hardly more than an insect, easily crushed with a flick of his hand. Nevertheless, Yi Qing gazed calmly at the formidable figure suspended in the air, observing the disciple bound to his grasp, his eyes as tranquil as a still pond. Have you finished speaking? Yi Qing slowly inquired, his voice soft yet resonating clearly in Zhao Wujia's ears. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow, taken aback by the opponent's unexpectedly composed demeanor in their discourse. If you are done, Yi Qing's gaze shifted from Xuan to Zhao Wujia's face. Then you shall perish. As the words fell, a resounding boom echoed. Yi Qing raised his right hand, instantly conjuring a colossal palm of magical energy in midair. The giant hand clasped Zhao Wujia tight. Zhao Wujia's face was a mask of astonishment, and as realization dawned upon him that he could not escape, a mixture of fear and dread washed over him. You, release me. Did you not hear what I said? I am boom. The giant palm clenched fiercely. Blood erupted. Zhao Wujia's head, filled with shock and endless terror, was crushed into the sky, his body reduced to a pulp. The fourth-level Golden Core elder of Taiyi Sect. Zhao Wujie dead. Boom! In the sky, the head, still bearing a look of disbelief, had not yet begun to fall when it was cleaved in two by a sword light imbued with boundless hatred. Blood mist enveloped the air, and his soul was obliterated. The one who shattered his skull was Xuan. Freed from her magical shackles by Yi Qing's effortless gesture, she, without a moment's hesitation, poured all her sorrow and hatred into that single strike. As the last remnants of flesh were annihilated by the sword's energy, Xuan trembled slightly, the sword she held clattering to the ground. She stared blankly at the sky. In her beautiful eyes, a fleeting glimmer of vengeful satisfaction appeared, only to be swiftly replaced by an overwhelming void and confusion. Her enemy was dead. The architect of her family's ruin, the one who had brought devastation to her kin, had been thoroughly erased from this world. Yet, her father, mother, and clan members could never return. That warm home, those familiar smiles, forever frozen in her memory. Two streams of silent tears cascaded down her fair cheeks. Junior sister, Lin Xuan, stepped forward, gently supporting her wavering form, her heart heavy with sympathy. She could feel the anguish residing within her junior sister. "Let out, just cry," Lin Xuan softly consoled at that moment. Xuan trembled, unable to contain her emotions any longer, and collapsed into Lin Xuan's embrace, weeping bitterly. The pent-up hatred, sorrow, and grievances erupted all at once. Yi Qing stood quietly nearby, refraining from interrupting them. His gaze was calm as he looked into the distance, his thoughts sweeping through the air to retrieve the scattered storage rings and the Qinglan sword left behind by Han Wuji, collecting them into his hand. He understood that this was a hurdle Xuan must overcome. If her heart remained unresolved, it would ultimately hinder her future cultivation. After a considerable time, Xuan's sobs gradually subsided. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, she fell asleep in Lin Xuan's arms. Lin Xuan lifted her head. "Master." Yi Qing shook his head with a soft sigh, returning the Qinglan sword to Lin Xuan, urging her to take Xuan below to rest properly. The following day, Xuan sat out yiving. Although her eyes were still puffy and red, Yi Qing noticed that the confusion and emptiness had faded from her gaze. Instead, there was an unprecedented determination and brightness. She approached Yi Qing and solemnly knelt before him, deeply bowing her head. "Disciple Xuan, thank you, Master, for avenging my deep-seated enmity. This kindness and virtue I shall never forget." "Rise," Yi Qing said, his voice tranquil. A gentle force lifted her up. "You are my disciple. It is only natural that I seek justice for you. There is no need to dwell excessively on this matter." Xuan stood, wiped her eyes, and nodded emphatically. She understood now. She had come to realize that, in this harsh world of cultivation, tears were the most futile of things. Only strength mattered. Only by possessing the absolute power to dictate her own fate and protect those dear to her could she prevent tragedy from repeating itself. If it were not for her master, her fate would have been to be skinned and disassembled by Han Wuji, turned into a pill, and her senior sister would not have escaped the clutches of such poison, let alone avenging her family. She had experienced this feeling of helplessness once, twice. She did not wish to endure it a third time. She must grow stronger. She was determined to exert herself to become powerful. Powerful enough to stand alongside her master. Powerful enough to safeguard all that she cherished. A fierce obsession and yearning surged wildly within her heart. Boom! In Yi Qing's astonished gaze, it seemed as if some shackles within Xuan had been shattered, and a formidable aura erupted into the sky. Her cultivation level, originally at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, surged forth like a tidal wave, directly breaking through to the 7th layer. Unexpectedly, misfortune had brought her fortune. Just as Yi Qing was about to commend her at that very moment, similar commotion arose from Lin Xuan's side. At this instant, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within Lin Xuan's beautiful eyes. This time, had it not been for her master's intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As the senior disciple, Lin Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of failure for not being able to protect her junior sister, even to the extent of being unable to intervene for a moment, resulting in a hasty retreat for help. This feeling was utterly dreadful. She resolved to grow stronger. She could no longer be a burden to her master and junior sister. The next time such a situation arose, she would step forward to support her junior sister and bring honor to her master. The intense feelings of guilt and frustration transformed into her driving force. Buzz. A brilliant aura erupted from Lin Shui, her aura surging steadily, breaking through her previous limitations and advancing from the 4th to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, and even reaching the 6th layer. This metamorphosis of her mindset, combined with her previous experiences, enabled both her and her companion to achieve a breakthrough simultaneously. Yi Qing watched this scene with an amused smile, nodding slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, these two were commendable. However, the matter was far from over. Chapter 31. Proceeding to annihilate the clan, fellow Taoist, please hold on. Yi Qing furrowed his brows as a thought crossed his mind. He had originally believed that Zhao Qian from Danxia Peak thought him dead, and that the bandits from Heifeng Ridge had also been eradicated. At last, he could cultivate in peace. Yet, unexpectedly, the previously tranquil area of seclusion had been thoroughly disturbed by a Han Wuji from Beizong Sect. Although he had effortlessly dispatched this individual, the tranquility he sought for cultivation was disrupted, and a sense of irritation crept into his heart. He had intended to seize this opportunity to refine the remaining 249 pure spirit pills and elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of golden core. However, it seemed this place had become unsuitable. By eliminating Han Wuji, Yi Qing had inadvertently made an enemy of the entire Beizong Sect. It was likely that their people would soon come seeking him. Did he have to remain here, waiting for them to come one by one, only to eliminate them in turn? Once he dealt with one, another would surely follow, leading to an endless cycle. How could he cultivate in such conditions? Yi Qing was not one to adopt a passive stance. Since he had already made an enemy, he believed it was prudent to take the initiative, striking first to eradicate the trouble entirely in its infancy. A decisive resolution would be the cleanest solution. Furthermore, as far as he knew, the Beizong Sect could only be considered a mid-level power. In such factions, the strongest members would not typically reach the Xuánling level. With this thought, Yi Qing's gaze fell upon Su Chan, and he inquired, "Chaner, what kind of sect is the Beizong Sect, and what is their modus operandi?" At this moment, Su Chan had stabilized her cultivation at the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Upon hearing her master's question, she pondered carefully, a cold glint igniting in her eyes. Replying to my master, the Beizong Sect is a cultivation sect located in Songqing Mountain near Beijing City, and it is a significant malignancy within a radius of several thousand miles. The practitioners within this sect act tyrannically, committing atrocities without restraint. Originally, there were many small families and sects in the surrounding area, but they have all been oppressed by them, with some even annihilated outright to seize their resources. I, of the Su family, am merely one among many. Oh, so are they all wretched souls? Yi Qing pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, Su Chan replied with unwavering certainty. Every member of the North Song sect is devoid of virtue. Very well. Ye Vink nodded. In that case, there is no reason for hesitation. He spoke calmly, summoning Lin Shui, and uttered a statement that left both Su Chan and Lin Shui momentarily stunned. Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth immediately. Where, to master? Lin Shui instinctively inquired. Yi Qing offered a faint smile, though the curve of his lips bore a chilling quality. To the North Song sect. Since they have disturbed my tranquil meditation, I shall venture into their domain to seek a place of serenity. From now on, there shall be no North Song sect in this world. Yi Qing's tone was unremarkable. Yet, to Lin Shui and Su Chan, it resonated with an overwhelming sense of dominance and exhilaration. Lin Shui and Su Chan felt a surge of fervor rise to their heads. Is our master truly going to annihilate the North Song sect? This is too thrilling. The mere thought of their master's unmatched prowess in action, and the impending collapse of the North Song sect ignited boundless excitement and ambition within them. Yes, master. 3 beams of sword light streaked across the sky like meteors, racing towards the North Song sect's location. Yi Qing led the way, with Lin Shui and Su Chan trailing behind. Days later, a magnificent city emerged below, its towering walls bustling with activity, a clear hub for cultivators. Yi Qing maintained an expression of calm, showing no intention of pausing as he soared above the city with his 2 disciples. His singular focus was to swiftly conclude matters with the North Song sect, and thereafter find a place rich in spiritual energy to refine the remaining 49 pure spirit pills. It was imperative to note that only about a month remained until the grand competition of the Taiyi Sect. However, just as they were about to exit the city's bounds, a sharp avian cry resonated from below. Following that, a streak of light shot up from the city, moving with astonishing speed, closing in on their flank in the blink of an eye. It was a magnificent azure giant eagle, its gaze keen, with wings spanning several yards, its feathers shimmering like forged divine metal. Upon the eagle's back stood a middle-aged female cultivator clad in elegant robes, her figure graceful and her beauty striking. The female cultivator exuded a calm, profound aura. Yi Qing cast a glance her way, discerning her presence as that of an 8th-level golden core cultivator. Nevertheless, Yi Qing paid her little heed. She, too, was merely exiting the city and did not regard the trio soaring above. Yet, as she turned her head casually, her gaze suddenly halted. The female cultivator let out a soft gasp, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a keen light as they fixated intently on Xuan. As a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, coupled with her sharp perception, she discerned at a glance the extraordinary constitution of Xuan. The unique aura emanating from her, sharp as a blade, suggested the presence of the mystic sword body. A tempest of astonishment surged within the female cultivator. The mystic sword body, even among spiritual bodies, stood at the pinnacle. It was inherently crafted for the sword path, allowing rapid advancement in sword techniques, rendering one invincible at the same level in combat, provided she did not meet an untimely demise. Achieving the nascent soul stage was virtually assured, and there even lay the potential to glimpse the legendary transformation stage. To encounter such prodigious talent in this place was beyond her expectations. Still reeling from her shock, her gaze instinctively shifted to Lin Shuai, who stood beside Xuan. Upon seeing her, the female cultivator felt a jolt of disbelief. Another spiritual body. This one was the mystic spirit body, naturally attuned to the energies of heaven and earth, making the practice of any attributes techniques exponentially more effective. Her breath quickened, and her eyes widened in disbelief. How rare are spiritual bodies? In the entire Eastern domain, one might not appear for centuries. Yet today, right here, she had come across two, both the mystic sword body and the mystic spirit body, the apex of spiritual bodies. Her heart raced as if she were gazing upon two uncut, exquisite jade gems, her expression turning fervent with desire. No, such remarkable talents must not be overlooked. Her gaze ultimately settled on Yi Qing, the leader of the trio. Upon sensing the merely golden core level aura emanating from Yi Qing, and hearing Lin Shuai refer to him as her master, the female cultivator's brows knitted tightly in disbelief. A golden core, level 1? A master? What absurdity! How could someone of such a low cultivation level possibly instruct two prodigies endowed with top-tier spiritual bodies? This was a gross misallocation of talent, akin to casting pearls before swine. No, she must rescue them from this mediocre mentor. With that thought in mind, the female cultivator hesitated no longer. She urged her azure eagle to accelerate, swiftly moving to block the path of Yi Qing and the others. Fellow cultivator, I implore you to halt. Chapter 32. Who else, if not him, holds such qualification? Yi Qing, eager to continue on his journey, was suddenly halted, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He paused and turned his gaze toward the female cultivator before him, contemplating the reason behind this interruption. Without further ado, he inquired, "Might I ask what business you have, fellow cultivator?" The elegantly dressed female cultivator, noting Yi Qing's cool demeanor, bore no offense. Instead, she presented what she deemed a kind smile, slightly bowing as she spoke. "I apologize for my abruptness. I hope you can forgive me. I am Xuánling, the city lord of Tianfeng City, possessing a cultivation level of the 8th layer of the Golden Core." She first introduced herself, revealing her identity and cultivation level, her words tinged with a subtle air of superiority. "I have always cherished mentoring the younger generation, particularly excelling in guiding my disciples." As she spoke, her gaze drifted past Yi Qing, landing on Lin Shuai and Xuan behind him, her eyes brimming with admiration and eagerness. "My friend, if I may speak frankly, your two disciples are truly unparalleled talents among the masses. However, your cultivation at the first level of the Golden Core stage may not suffice." Xuánling's words were delicately phrased, yet their meaning was unmistakable. She unabashedly stated to Yi Qing, "Forgive my candor, but with their innate abilities, it won't be long before they surpass you. Remaining under your tutelage would only hinder their future, a true case of a brilliant pearl cast into darkness. How about this?" She turned her gaze toward Lin Shuai and Xuan, her expression filled with anticipation. "Dear young friends, would you be willing to join my sect? I, Xuánling, promise to take you under my wing, devoting all the resources of Tianfeng City to personally guide your cultivation. Within a century, I assure you, you will reach the late stages of the Golden Core realm. At this declaration, Lin Shuai and Su Chan instantly displayed their displeasure. There's no need, Lin Shuai replied coldly, her tone resolute. I have but one master in this lifetime. Su Chan echoed her sentiment with unwavering determination. What a jest. My master is a figure akin to a celestial being, capable of easily subduing Golden Core cultivators, wielding celestial-grade techniques and heavenly swordsmanship. This woman before us, though at the 8th level of the Golden Core, is not even worthy to carry my master's shoes. To think she wishes to take us as disciples? Such a fantasy. Yi Qing observed the unfolding scene, unable to suppress a chuckle, feeling a mix of amusement and impatience. After pondering for quite some time, he had expected something of significance, only to discover it was merely an attempt to lure away his disciples. What a trivial matter. My friend, you have heard their response. Please step aside, Yi Qing stated, wishing to conserve his time. I have urgent matters to attend to. With that, he prepared to lead his 2 disciples around her and continue on their path. Wait a moment. Xuánling, seeing this, became anxious, hastily activating her Qinging to block their way once more. She could not believe it. She refused to accept that anyone could resist her allure. A prominent cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core, the Lord of the City, and widely regarded as the best mentor in the region. To personally offer to accept them as disciples and commit her resources to their training was an opportunity that should not be dismissed lightly. Perhaps these 2 were simply unaware of her status and renown. Please, do not jeopardize the future of these 2 prodigies. Xuánling's tone became slightly stern. She believed Lin Shuai and Su Chan might not know her, but their master surely had heard of her. You seem in such a hurry. Could it be that you fear your disciples may leave, bringing you disgrace? Xuánling pondered for a moment, and a spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. She suggested, my dear friend, why not engage in a friendly contest between us right here? I can suppress my cultivation level, and it would provide an excellent opportunity for us to showcase our remarkable techniques. Should the 2 talented ladies feel compelled, they may accompany me. What do you say? She brimmed with confidence, believing that by revealing her formidable prowess as an 8th-layer Golden Core cultivator, along with her elegant demeanor and intricately crafted techniques, she would surely captivate the interest of the 2 young women. At that juncture, she presumed that the Golden Core practitioner before her would have no reason to impede her. However, Yi Qing's patience had been utterly exhausted. He was already irked by the interruption of his seclusion, eager to annihilate the Northsong sect and preemptively eliminate future threats. Just then, an arrogant woman had emerged, incessantly chattering and entangling him in her trivialities. A contest? He had neither the inclination nor the time for such frivolities. Did she truly believe he would tolerate her incessant prattle? Yi Qing's gaze turned icy in an instant. He shot Xuánling a glare, too weary to utter another word. Scram! His voice was frigid, laced with disdain. At that moment, he did not resort to any magical power. Yet, as the word escaped his lips, an invisible, formless, yet piercingly sharp intent erupted forth. Xuánling, who had been brimming with confidence and preparing to spar with Yi Qing, was suddenly met with a thunderous roar in her mind. The world before her vanished, replaced by a terrifying sword shadow that seemed to pierce through the heavens and obscure the sun. Within her consciousness, the sword shadow loomed vast and menacing, rendering her insignificantly small, akin to a mere speck of dust. Her spirit and will felt as though they were on the brink of being utterly shredded and annihilated by this ominous shadow. A piercing scream escaped Xuánling's lips as her delicate frame trembled violently. In an instant, sweat poured down her face, leaving her pallid as if all her strength had been drained away. The azure giant eagle beneath her let out a mournful cry, its feathers standing on end, so terrified that it plummeted from the sky. As a Golden Core cultivator, Xuánling would not meet her demise from the fall. Yet upon landing, she stood frozen in place, staring blankly ahead, her eyes vacant as if she were a soulless marionette. Time passed, and, after what felt like an eternity, she finally broke free from that boundless terror. Upon regaining her senses, she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, she cast a fearful glance forward. Yet the sky was now devoid of any trace of Yi Qing and the other 2. What was that? Xuánling murmured, her voice trembling. She was not without knowledge or experience. Suddenly, a startling conjecture flickered in her mind. The essence of the sword. It was an authentic, profoundly distilled sword intent. Only the legendary sword intent could possess such a terrifying power, as if capable of cleaving one's very soul. Upon this realization, Xuánling's countenance shifted from ashen to one of profound despair, her lips betraying an endless bitterness. She recalled her earlier actions, her throat grew parched, and she could not suppress a hesitant gulp. What had she just done? How could she have claimed that a peerless sword cultivator, who had comprehended sword intent, was unworthy to instruct those two disciples? How could she have even wished to compete with him, to demonstrate her superior techniques? It was utterly ludicrous. Across the entire eastern domain, among countless cultivators, how many could truly grasp sword intent? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Each one was a supreme existence capable of establishing their own sect and commanding respect in their domain. If he was deemed unworthy to teach, then pray tell, who in this world is worthy? While she may have garnered some meager reputation as a mentor, in comparison to him, she was insignificant. Perhaps that man's cultivation aura was merely an illusion, one I failed to perceive due to my own lowly realm. With this thought, Xuánling was filled with trepidation. Unable to contain herself, she leapt and bowed deeply in the direction where Yi Qing had vanished. It was a sign of respect for the elder she had disrespected, and she implored for forgiveness. Her clear yet trembling voice resonated through the skies, lingering in the air. Of course, she was met with nothing but silence. Yi Qing had long since departed. In truth, he was not far from the North Song Mountains, home to the North Song Sect. Chapter 33. Arriving at North Apricot City. No one is allowed to leave. Sword light flashed like lightning, tearing through the vast expanse. Yi Qing led the way, his expression indifferent, his garments billowing in the fierce wind. Lin Shuai and Su Chan followed closely, their own aura formidable and steadfast. After a while, Su Chan's voice reached him, trembling subtly. Master, ahead lies North Apricot City. Yi Qing slowed his pace, his gaze drawn to the city below, its outline becoming increasingly distinct. North Apricot City, while not particularly grand, was one of the few large cities within a 1,000-mile radius, bustling with cultivators. This was once the domain of the Su family of North Apricot, Su Chan's home. Master, I wish to return for a moment, she said, her delicate teeth biting her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Anxiety mixed with deep-seated pain. She longed to see the place that held all her childhood memories. What had it become now? Moreover, she wished to pay her respects to her parents and kin. Go ahead. Yi Qing nodded, his decision resolute and without hesitation. As soon as he spoke, Yi Qing retracted the radiant sword light and, accompanied by Su Chan and Lin Shuai, descended from the city gate, entering the city as ordinary cultivators. The streets bustled with a lively throng, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, encapsulating the essence of human existence. However, with each step Su Chan took, her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Every fragment of growth and cherished memory within this city had now become tainted with shades of gray in her recollections. Guided by her memories, Su Chan led Yi Qing and Lin Shuai through several familiar streets, ultimately halting before an imposing mansion. A grand vermilion door, flanked by stone lions, stood before them. Above the entrance hung a brand new plaque inscribed with the words Huang Mansion. Upon seeing those characters, Su Chan's delicate form trembled uncontrollably. This was once the Su Mansion, the home where she had grown up. Yet now it had a new master. Gazing intently at the plaque, Su Chan's expression was one of complexity. Noticing her distress, Lin Shuai hurriedly stepped forward to support her, softly inquiring, "Junior sister?" Su Chan shook her head, whispering, "Senior sister, I am fine." Yi Qing, meanwhile, surveyed the mansion with calm eyes, his consciousness sweeping through the premises like Mercury, absorbing everything within. At that moment, the door of Huang Mansion creaked open. A middle-aged man, resembling a steward with a servile demeanor, emerged, flanked by several imposing guards. Following closely was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, slightly rotund and radiating a rosy glow, striding forward with an air of authority. This man was none other than Huang Sihai, the current head of the Huang family, the most prominent figure in Beijing City. In high spirits, he had just set out to inspect several newly acquired shops when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Chan at the entrance. His expression froze momentarily, then, rubbing his eyes, he was suddenly overcome with an overwhelming joy that was almost hard to believe. "Su Chan, ha ha ha, splendid. No wonder the magpies have been chattering all day. It seems we have a delightful occasion to celebrate." Huang Sihai beamed with delight, never having anticipated that the remnants of the Su family, that little girl he presumed was dead or captured by the Northsong sect, was still alive. Moreover, she had the audacity to return to Beijing City. This was an unprecedented opportunity presented to him on a silver platter. Huang Sihai's mind raced as he instinctively crushed a communication jade talisman hidden behind his back, transmitting the news of the Su family's remnant being captured to the Northsong sect. Yi Qing's eyelids flickered as he noticed Huang Sihai's actions. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to intervene. Meanwhile, at the Northsong sect, the sect leader, Master Qi Shao, a cultivator at the 6th level of Golden Core, could not resist the urge to acquire information following the death of Elder Han Wuji at the hands of Yi Qing in Black Wind Ridge. Then, he received some preliminary information. It was already known that Han Wujia had been slain at Black Wind Ridge, and the murderer, accompanied by 2 young women, had hastily departed the scene. Most crucially, one of these women was none other than Su Chan, a remnant of the Su family. The esteemed Master Qi Shao believed that Yi Qing had fled in haste, prompting him to summon 4 Golden Core elders from within the sect, intent on pursuing the trio of Yi Qing. This was to uphold the illustrious reputation of the Beitsong sect. At this moment, the sect leader was interrupted by urgent news. An ecstatic steward of the Beitsong sect approached, cradling a communication jade pendant, and hurried to seek an audience with Master Qi Shao. The master was in conference with the 4 elders, deliberating on how to hunt down the assailant. Upon hearing the steward's voice, Master Qi Shao furrowed his brow. Urgent news? He then spoke in a measured tone. Enter and clarify. The steward promptly entered the hall, first bowing to Master Qi Shao, then to each of the 4 elders. With great excitement, he raised the jade pendant and proclaimed, "Esteemed sect leader, this message comes from the head of the Huang family in Beijing City. Huang Sihai himself has stated that the remnant of the Su family, Su Chan, has been captured in Beijing City." What? Master Qi Shao abruptly leaped to his feet. He had been at a loss as to how to pursue the murderer, and now, unexpectedly, he received word from Huang Sihai in Beijing City, revealing that the Su family remnant had arrived there. Instantly, he was filled with elation, unable to suppress a cold chuckle, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent! You chose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you have intruded into hell." After his laughter subsided, he dismissed with a cold snort and commanded, "Elders, you have heard the news. There is no time to waste. Let us set forth immediately." With that, he and his entourage hastened to depart Beitsong's sect, racing towards Beijing City. Meanwhile, in Beijing City, Huang Sihai, after delivering the message, fixed his gaze menacingly upon Su Chan. With a wave of his hand, he barked, "Come forth. Surround those 3. Not a single one is to escape." Yes, a dozen Huang family guards sprang into action, swiftly encircling Yi Qing and his companions, their expressions grim and their spiritual energies surging. This sudden commotion drew the attention of passers-by on the street, who could not help but gather around. Upon discerning the situation, many faces displayed astonishment, and whispers began to circulate. "Isn't that the head of the Huang family? What is he up to? That little girl looks so familiar. Isn't she Su Chan from the Su family? What? She is still alive? How did she return? And why is Huang Sihai ordering an encirclement? Shoo, keep your voices down. Have you forgotten? After the demise of the Su family, the Huang family reaped significant benefits and now enjoys an unparalleled prominence. Reflect upon this. Ponder deeply." A hush of whispers arose among the crowd, and the onlookers cast glances at Huang Sihai, their expressions tinged with a mixture of trepidation and complexity. Listening to the murmurs around her, Yi Qing furrowed her brow. In contrast, Huang Sihai merely chuckled, dismissing their concerns. Suddenly, Su Chan's complexion changed dramatically. She was no fool, just initially oblivious to the implications. After processing her shock and anger, Su Chan took a deep breath to steady herself, regaining her composure. At that moment, she fixed her gaze on Huang Sihai, interrogating him word by word. "Huang Sihai, I ask you, did you not deceive my parents under the pretense of discussing a significant business deal to lure them out of Beijing City?" Chapter 34. A Single Gaze, Annihilation. In the past, had the strongest patriarch of the Su family been present when disaster struck, the family's protective array could have held for a while longer. The Su family would not have been obliterated so swiftly, and perhaps a few could have escaped. How tragic it was that the entire clan was slaughtered, leaving only her alive. Now, Huang Sihai had the audacity to block their departure. Su Chan understood that the situation was becoming increasingly clear. "You were involved in the annihilation of the Su family, weren't you?" Xuan clenched her fists, her gaze locked on a Huang Sihai, her teeth grinding audibly. Huang Sihai. Upon hearing this, wore a smile that reflected both pride and cruelty. Ha ha ha, little girl, have you only just come to this realization? Unfortunately, it is too late. He made no effort to conceal his deeds, standing beneath the plaque of the Huang residence, looking down at Xuan with a mocking expression. Indeed, it was I. Had I not detained your deceased parents, preventing them from returning to the Su family in time, perhaps your clan could have escaped with a few of their own. Alas, you managed to slip away, and now you return, seeking your own demise. How foolish. Allow me to inform you. Huang Sihai's gaze swept over Yi Qing, Lin Shuer, and Xuan, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I have just notified the executor of the North Song sect. You are doomed. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief. What? The head of the Huang family has already contacted the North Song sect. This spells disaster for Xuan. Some compassionate souls could hardly bear to witness the unfolding events. Others, hiding among the throng, anxiously shouted, Miss Su, you must leave at once. If you tarry, it will be too late. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. However, Huang Sihai snorted coldly, surveying the crowd, ready to speak. Yet before he could utter a word, a voice suddenly echoed from the distant skies. Leave? Today, no one shall depart. As the words fell, an earth-shattering roar ensued. A terrifying pressure, reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth sinking, surged forth from the horizon, enveloping the entirety of North Apricot City in an instant. Countless cultivators within the city trembled under this oppressive force, their faces paling in fear. Those of weaker cultivation found their legs trembling, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was the Golden Core. A formidable Golden Core expert had descended. The intensity of the pressure was overwhelming, approaching the late stages of Golden Core. It seemed to be from the North Song sect. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, several streaks of light appeared on the horizon, with one at the forefront emanating the most potent aura, akin to a blood-red sun, radiating a terrifying presence that sent chills through the onlookers. The streaks of light swiftly approached, hovering above the Huang residence. At the forefront stood a middle-aged Taoist clad in a crimson robe, his countenance imposing. His eyes, radiating brilliance with each blink, exuded an aura of authority without the need for anger. This man was none other than the sect leader of North Song, the illustrious Zhenren Qishao, possessing a cultivation of the 6th layer of Golden Core. Trailing behind him were 4 elders, each equally formidable, all at the Golden Core level. We welcome Zhenren Qishao. We welcome the esteemed elders. Huang Sihai, upon seeing the visitors, was overwhelmed with joy. He quickly bowed, nearly touching his toes, his demeanor epitomizing the utmost humility. Although he had conveyed the news to the steward of North Song, he never anticipated that the sect leader and the esteemed elders would come in person. The other residents of North Apricot City, witnessing the spectacle, were rendered utterly speechless, with some even collapsing to their knees, too terrified to lift their heads. Zhenren Qixiao's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the figure of Yi Qing, who was encircled in the center, his brow furrowed. According to the intelligence he had procured, the slayer of Han Wujis was a young cultivator accompanied by 2 young women. It appeared that this young man was indeed the one. However, a cultivation of merely the 1st layer of Golden Core? Zhenren Qixiao's divine sense brushed over Yi Qing, registering only the fluctuations of the 1st layer of Golden Core. How could someone of such low cultivation have slain Han Wujis, who had already advanced to the 4th layer of Golden Core? Perhaps he employed some rare secret technique or treasure. Such a scenario would explain the hurried retreat. It was only natural to flee when one's strength was insufficient. Now arriving in North Apricot City, did he think he could hide in plain sight? Or was he planning to pay his respects before fleeing to another land? What a path to self-destruction. It is you who has slain my esteemed elder, Han Wujis? How can you possess only the 1st layer of Golden Core? Zhenren Qishao spoke to Yi Qing, his tone laced with sarcasm. Yi Qing lifted his gaze to meet his, offering a faint smile. When the head of the Huang family had conveyed the message earlier, Yi Qing had sensed something amiss but chose not to intervene. Now, it seemed a delightful surprise awaited him. The people from North Song had come to him. How convenient. Choosing silence, are we? Zhenren Qishao snorted disdainfully, weary of further discourse. Very well, there was no need for more words. He turned to the 4 elders behind him and with an indifferent wave of his hand commanded, Take them down. Yes, sect master. The four Golden Core elders responded in unison, their faces twisting into malevolent grins. To them, confronting a mere first-layer Golden Core cultivator and two girls in the Foundation establishment stage was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Among them, a burly elder at the fourth layer of the Golden Core stage sneered and took the lead, exclaiming, "Kid, in your next life, keep your eyes wide open." With a flourish of his hand, he summoned a colossal palm formed from pure mana, roaring through the air as it descended upon Yi Qing and the two girls. The other three elders spread out, effectively sealing all avenues of retreat for Yi Qing and his companions, their expressions betraying a sense of grim amusement. With their colleague in action, the outcome was already predetermined in their minds. They believed this would be a simple affair, requiring no exertion on their part. Nearby, the sect master of Baitsong, the venerable Qi Xiao, turned to the respectful Huang Sihai beside him, nodding slightly in approval. "You are the head of the Huang family, correct? You have done well. After this matter concludes, I shall reward you handsomely. Rest assured, Baitsong will not forget those who contribute." "Yes, thank you, master," Huang Sihai replied, his face flushed with excitement, as he envisioned a resplendent future for the Huang family. Simultaneously, he felt a swell of pride, lifting his chin in anticipation of witnessing the gruesome spectacle of these oblivious fools being reduced to mere pulp. The onlookers had closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. However, at the moment when the fourth-layer Golden Core elder's formidable palm was about to strike, Yi Qing, who had remained silent until now, finally made his move. He did not draw his sword or even raise his hand. He simply lifted his eyelids ever so slightly. Boom! The once impregnable mana palm shattered into countless fragments just 3 feet above Yi Qing's head, dispersing like stardust into the void. Then, with a sickening thud, the fourth-layer elder was struck as if by a divine mountain, blood gushing from his mouth, his body akin to a severed kite, hurtling backward. He crashed into the distant street, his life in question. The other 3 Golden Core elders, who had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, had no time to react. PFF, PFF, PFF. All 3 simultaneously spewed forth blood mist, their complexions turning as pale as parchment. They too were violently hurled away by that overwhelming, terrifying force. Once they fell to the ground, the 4 elders trembled, their eyes wide as if to utter something, but in the next moment, their life forces extinguished completely. 1 at the second layer of Golden Core, 2 at the third, and 1 at the fourth. None had even brushed against Yi Qing's clothing. In the blink of an eye, they were all obliterated. The entire scene fell into a suffocating silence. Time itself seemed to have been paused. On the street, everyone was rendered speechless, frozen in shock. The monks, with their eyes closed, were startled by a commotion and opened their eyes in confusion, only to be rendered speechless. What on earth just transpired? The triumphant grin on Huang Sihai's face froze entirely, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the revered Master Qi Xiao, usually stoic and dignified, could not help but reveal a look of sheer horror upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 35, with a wave of his hand. Suppressing Master Qi Xiao. At the entrance of the former Su residence in Beijing City, Master Qi Xiao's pupils constricted sharply to the size of pinheads. How could this be possible? How could this happen? Those were 4 Golden Core elders, one of whom was even at the mid-Golden Core stage. They had all been subdued by a mere glance from the opponent. What level of power is this? Master Qi Xiao gazed intently at the young man in white before him, whose expression was tranquil, having effortlessly dispatched 4 Golden Core elders as if swatting flies. Golden Core Stage 1? To hell with Golden Core Stage 1. Such might could rival even the late Golden Core stage. This was certainly beyond what a mere Golden Core Stage 1 could achieve. I failed to see through this person's true cultivation. In that moment, Master Qi Xiao's heart plummeted to the depths of despair, a chilling dread surging from his soles to the crown of his head. He realized he had kicked a metal plate this time. I am the sect master of Baitsong Sect. Do not approach. We can discuss this. He knew they were not far from Baitsong Sect, and with a single command, the disciples would flood out, making it difficult for the young man to escape unscathed. Master Qi Xiao forced down the terror within him and issued a stern yet restrained threat to Yi Qing. If possible, he certainly wished to leave this place at once, retreating to the safety of the sect to activate the protective array to its fullest extent before considering his next move. However, confronted by Yi Qing's calm and indifferent gaze, his heart sank, realizing that the unfolding events would likely not proceed as he desired. Thus, with a sudden resolve, Master Qishao slammed his hand onto his storage bag, summoning a blood-red banner that appeared in his grasp. The banner emitted wails and cries, infused with a palpable malice, clearly a formidable artifact of demonic origin. At this juncture, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. He would expend every resource to wield the sinister might of this artifact in a desperate gamble against this individual. Blood Soul Banner. Suppress. Master Qishao roared, channeling all of his energy into the Blood Soul Banner. The banner swelled dramatically, swiftly cloaking the sky and casting a shadow over the entirety of Beijing City. Countless twisted soul shadows erupted from within, shrieking in a haunting chorus, transforming into a crimson torrent that surged toward Yi Qing. With this strike, he had already burned his essence, unleashing an astonishing 12-fold of his power. The terrifying aura of the 6th layer of the golden elixir, even hinting at a power that transcends it, was fully unleashed under the tumult of the Blood Soul Banner. The entire city of Beijing trembled beneath this force, as if the apocalypse had descended. A flicker of hope ignited in Huang Sihai's stiff expression. He had thought his demise was imminent. Who could have known that Su Chan possessed such fortune, having summoned a terrifying powerhouse from who knows where? Just as despair enveloped his mind, the sight of Master Qishao making his move brought a glimmer of light to Huang Sihai's eyes. There was still a chance. Perhaps there was hope after all. Yes, the master was taking action personally. Surely, this youth, no matter how formidable, could not possibly be a match for the master. Let us witness how this young man meets his end. However, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Yi Qing's expression remained utterly unchanged. He did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Instead, he extended his right hand toward the towering sea of blood and gently clenched it. Crack! A crisp sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain echoed through the air. The blood-red torrent, capable of flattening a small mountain, along with the countless vengeful souls within, abruptly froze mere inches before Yi Qing. Then, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, it shattered explosively, transforming into a sky of crimson light that vanished without a trace. The Blood Soul Banner also displayed web-like fissures before it too shattered with a resounding crash. Puff! As the magical artifact was destroyed, under the pull of his spirit, Master Qishao was struck as if by a heavy hammer, spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qing casually waved his hand toward Master Qishao, as if strolling through a garden. An intensely piercing and dignified power surged forth, crashing down. No! Master Qishao exclaimed in terror. In that moment, he truly felt an aura that sent shivers through his very soul. This was the harbinger of death. He wished to flee, but his body felt as if it were suppressed by countless divine mountains, unable to move an inch. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans erupted from his forehead. Just then, an ancient jade pendant adorning his chest suddenly erupted with a brilliant azure light, forming a solid protective barrier around him. Bang! The sharp sword light struck the barrier. It twisted violently, barely holding for less than a breath before emitting a mournful cry, shattering completely. A look of anguish crossed Master Qishao's face. This was a third-tier low-grade defensive spiritual artifact, a true spiritual tool. But now it lay in ruins. As if that destruction was insufficient, the residual force slammed into Master Qishao's chest. Boom! His body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through several walls along the way, finally landing heavily in the center of the street hundreds of meters away, creating a massive, human-shaped crater. Cough, cough, cough. In the depths of the pit, the figure of the red sky, true man, seemed utterly shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs. He lay at the bottom, recalling the indifferent visage of Yi Qing as he struck, his eyes now filled with boundless fear and regret. It's over. All is lost. He had thought he could effortlessly eliminate this individual, only to discover that he resembled an ancient beast clad in human skin. Huang Sihai, the good news you delivered. You have doomed me. At that moment, Huang Sihai, the head of the Huang family, felt the last vestiges of color drain from his face. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. How could this be? Am I hallucinating? The renowned leader of the Northsong sect is not a match for this person. What manner of being have I provoked? Had I known this, I would have treated Su Chan with more courtesy. Now it is finished. The crowd fell into a hushed silence at the sight. Some gazed at Yi Qing, swallowing hard, their eyes filled with fervor. If the prior instant of annihilating 4 elders was shocking, Then, this moment, dealing a severe blow to the six-layered golden core master of the Taiyi Sect, was akin to myth. It shattered the understanding of all present. It is worth noting that, before this, the leader of the Taiyi Sect held a reputation that could silence even the most frightened child. A chorus of gasps echoed through the streets. Yi Qing's expression remained calm, his brows slightly raised. He uttered a soft sound of surprise. He had initially believed one strike would suffice, only to find that the Red Sky True Man possessed a defensive spirit artifact. Thus, after sustaining an attack, he miraculously remained alive. Consequently, Yi Qing prepared to step forward and deliver the final blow, intending to slay the Red Sky True Man on the spot. Each step he took resonated like a heavy hammer, striking at the heart of the Red Sky True Man. "Please, I beg you. What do you want?" The Red Sky True Man gasped, summoning his last reserves of strength to plead for mercy. If at all possible, he wished to avoid death. There remained so much in this world that he had yet to experience. He truly did not wish to perish. Yi Qing remained unmoved, his gaze frigid as he raised his hand, poised to conclude this entanglement. Just then, a sudden voice pierced the air. Chapter 36. What? It is actually him. With a hum, a communication jade pendant in the Red Sky True Man's possession suddenly glimmered with a radiant light and began to tremble violently. Yi Qing paused momentarily, his attention caught by the glowing pendant. In that instant, the Red Sky True Man's previously desolate eyes ignited with a fervent desire to survive. The one reaching out was an old and formidable friend. In their youth, they had adventured together. Although the two had long since drifted apart due to differing ideologies and other reasons, the bond they once shared could not be easily forgotten. Now, trapped in a desperate situation, the former friend, upon witnessing his perilous plight while fortuitously passing by, could hardly turn a blind eye to his imminent demise. This was his sole opportunity for survival. The esteemed Master Qi Xiao, as if grasping the last lifeline, summoned every ounce of strength to activate the communication jade pendant. "Save me. I am in Beijing City. Come quickly," he cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Simultaneously, he threatened Yi Qing with a fierce tone. "If you dare to move, just wait. My old friend is a seasoned powerhouse at the Golden Core late stage. If you linger here, you will face dire consequences. I advise you to leave at once." Yi Qing, initially intent on striking down Master Qi Xiao, paused upon witnessing his desperate plea and the confidence he exuded. After a slight frown, he decided to bide his time. "A Golden Core late-stage practitioner, is it? Very well, I shall wait." He refrained from interrupting Master Qi Xiao's call for help. Just as before, Yi Qing mused, "This could work to my advantage, avoiding a prolonged entanglement. If Master Qi Xiao has any allies, they might come forth, allowing me to eliminate them in one fell swoop, thus erasing any future threats." Upon seeing Yi Qing halt, Master Qi Xiao was filled with elation, believing that his words and the impending arrival of reinforcements had intimidated Yi Qing. "Ha ha ha! Fate has not forsaken me. Soon enough." A pressure several times more formidable than Master Qi Xiao's peak strength surged forth from the horizon, enveloping the entire city with an overwhelming aura. This presence was far superior to the initial force exerted by Master Qi Xiao, unmistakably a formidable entity of the Golden Core late stage. Heavenly realms. Such a powerful figure was summoned by Master Qi Xiao to descend upon Beijing City. The young man must have overstepped his bounds. He should have dispatched Master Qi Xiao without hesitation and fled. Indeed, with such an esteemed individual arriving, it seemed he would no longer have the luxury of escape. A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd, many believing that the fate of Yi Qing and his disciples was all but sealed. The aura emanating from the skies was simply too terrifying. Master Qi Xiao, sensing this familiar presence, was filled with joy, momentarily disregarding his pain. Struggling to rise from the pit, he leaned against the crumbling wall, his chest heaving with exhilaration. "Hey, over here! I am here!" he called out, waving to the swiftly approaching light in the sky, his heart brimming with happiness. Then, turning to face Yi Qing with a twisted expression, he snarled, "You are finished, boy. My old friend has arrived. Once I capture you, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, rendering you unable to live or die. And as for your two female disciples, I will subject them to unspeakable torment." However, before he could finish his cruel words, Yi Qing raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack interrupted his diatribe and sent him flying several meters away, leaving his face swollen to the point that his eyes were obscured. "Ah, The esteemed Ji Xiao trembled, covering his face, too intimidated to speak further, yet he cast a venomous glare at Yi Qing. At that moment, Yi Qing felt a stirring in his heart, and suddenly lifted his gaze towards the distant figure approaching from the horizon. His expression bore a hint of peculiarity. Those around him misinterpreted this look, believing Yi Qing to be apprehensive of the formidable presence above. Many sighed inwardly, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. Yet, the reality was far from their assumptions. Yi Qing was, in fact, a spectator to the unfolding drama. He recognized the newcomer. Was it not the lord of Tianfeng City, Xuánling, who had attempted to poach his 2 disciples, only to be nearly brought to her knees by his sword intent? What a small world this is. In the next moment, a radiant figure materialized in the sky. Xuánling hovered above Beijing City, her demeanor marked by a blend of impatience and aloofness. She had no intention of meddling in Ji Zhao's affairs. She was merely passing through, en route to negotiate a business deal for Tianfeng City. However, upon receiving a distress signal, she decided to intervene one last time, out of sense of old ties. After this, she would owe him nothing. Her gaze descended, eager to ascertain who Ji Zhao's adversary was. Ji Xiao, her words faltered abruptly. A look of horror crossed her face as her eyes fell upon the tall figure standing calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Boom! It was as if a myriad of thunderclaps erupted within her mind. It's him. That gaze, that supreme sword intent that still sent shivers down her spine. How could this venerable figure be here? Was it possible that the foe Ji Xiao had angered was him? In an instant, Xuánling felt as though her very soul had been frightened out of her body, her entire reservoir of spiritual energy nearly spiraling out of control. Yi Qing's demeanor appeared utterly ordinary, yet to her, it radiated a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped her like a frigid abyss. Ji Xiao, you incompetent fool! If you seek death, why must you drag me into this? Yinling, quickly, it's him. Help me subdue him. On the ground, the bewildered Ji Xiao continued to shout in excitement. The crowd, feeling a pang of sympathy, could only watch. Yet, upon hearing his frantic call, Xuánling was so startled that she nearly plummeted from the sky. She no longer dared to hesitate, even for a moment, nor did she allow herself to linger in the air. Before all the cultivators in the city, under the hopeful and expectant gazes of the esteemed Master Qi Xiao and Huang Sihai, the formidable city lord of Tianfeng City, who had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, suddenly bowed deeply in the direction of Yi Qing. Esteemed senior, I was unaware of your presence. I beg your pardon. To be frank, I am not acquainted with Qi Xiao and have no connections with him. Oh right, I shall take my leave at once. Her voice trembled with unmistakable fear and trepidation. What a jest it would be to take action against a senior adept who comprehended the essence of sword intent for the sake of Master Qi Xiao. Who would dare? Me? Before her words faded, the spiritual light surrounding Xuánling erupted, and she immediately employed a secret technique that consumed her vital blood, transforming into a crimson streak of light that was tenfold faster than her arrival, fleeing toward the horizon without looking back. Her demeanor was utterly chaotic, as if a ferocious beast from ancient times was in pursuit of her. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace, leaving only a fearful apology echoing softly in the still air. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the Family. The Northsong sect is thus expelled. The atmosphere was steeped in silence. Everyone stood in shock. The onlooking cultivators gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief, utterly puzzled. What was happening? That was a powerful cultivator at the 8th level of the Golden Core. Why did he flee? And to refer to himself as a junior? To apologize? To use the word leave? Huang Sihai collapsed on the ground, wore an expression frozen in shock, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost the ability to think. He was utterly exhausted. It seems that today, I, Huang Sihai, am beyond salvation. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Master Qi Xiao, who had boasted about extracting Yi Qing's soul and refining his essence, stood petrified in place. The ecstasy and resentment on his face morphed into boundless confusion, followed by an overwhelming terror as he came to his senses. He swallowed hard, the color drained from his face, rendering him paler than a blank sheet of paper. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Esteemed senior, I was wrong. Please spare me. He wished to plead for mercy. Yi Qing stepped forward and inquired, Is there anything else? Master Qi Xiao appeared bewildered. What? Is there anything else? Observing this, Yi Qing shook his head in disappointment. It seemed there was nothing more to be said. Since Master Qi Xiao could no longer summon anyone else, Yi Qing had no patience to listen to another word from him. A barely perceptible sound of a sword resonated. A flash of exquisite sword light appeared and vanished in an instant. Master Qi Xiao's voice was abruptly silenced. He knelt on the ground, still in a posture of supplication, yet his once proud head soared into the sky, rolling down to the dust. A sword. The master of the Northern Song Sect lies dead. His wide-open eyes, filled with confusion and dread, gazed bleakly at the sky, still unable to comprehend what kind of deity he had provoked until his last breath. Above the city of Beijing, the scent of blood lingers heavily in the air. Yi Qing, clad in azure attire, stands in the void with indifference etched upon his face. The ground near the former Su residence is now cold. The body of the once mighty real person, Qi Xiao, lying lifeless. This formidable golden core cultivator, who once wielded power and instilled fear, has been reduced to nothing but a useless shell. Master, a figure soars upward from the city below, revealing Su Chan. Her delicate features are stained with traces of blood, yet her gaze remains clear and resolute, a drop of fresh blood slowly sliding down the blade of her sword. Is everything taken care of? Ye vink inwides softly. Su Chan bows respectfully, her voice ringing clear, reporting to Master Huang Sihai, the head of the Huang family, along with all those who participated in the destruction of my Su family, have been thoroughly vanquished. There is no tremor in her voice. If anything, it resonates with the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. The Huang family must be eradicated. Yi Qing nods slightly. He refrains from intervening in the affairs of the Huang family. It is a personal vendetta for Su Chan that she must resolve herself, ensuring her mind is unencumbered for future cultivation. Go, pay homage to your kin. Afterwards, we shall depart from this place. Yes, master. Su Chan bows once more and transforms into a streak of light, descending into the familiar estate within the city. She kneels on the ground, staring intently at the place where she once shared laughter with her parents, lingering there for a long while before solemnly bowing 3 times. There are no tears, no sorrow, only unwavering resolve. The past hatred and obsessions, now transformed into a solid foundation upon her path, will drive her to strive for strength. Subsequently, Su Chan rejoins Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuer, who awaits nearby. Master, the matter has been settled. Yi Qing's gaze drifts towards the north, where the mountain gate of the Northern Song Sect resides. The annihilation of the Su family can be traced back to Elder Han Wuji of the Northern Song Sect. However, the true mastermind is none other than the exalted Northern Song Sect itself. Were it not for the sect's support of malevolence and its indulgence of wickedness, the Su family would not have faced such annihilation. Cultivation without the refinement of the heart is, without a doubt, akin to the path of demons. Now that the master of the Northern Song Sect, real person Qi Xiao, along with the other elders, has perished, the existence of the Northern Song Sect is rendered unnecessary. Shuer, Chaner, accompany me for a visit, Yi Qing states calmly. Yes, master. The 2 women respond in unison. Soon after, the trio transforms into 3 radiant rainbows. Streaking across the sky, they swiftly arrive above the Northern Song Sect, which is nestled among mountains suffused with spiritual energy. The main peak towers into the clouds, exuding an air of grandeur. Typically, the sect is bustling with disciples, and the calls of celestial cranes resonate throughout, presenting a serene and peaceful scene reminiscent of a heavenly abode. But today, things are different. The protective array of the North Song Sect sensed an unfamiliar and formidable presence approaching at an alarming speed, immediately triggering a piercing alarm. Who dares to intrude upon the North Song Sect? A streak of light shot up from within the mountain gate. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator clad in the attire of a sect steward, standing arrogantly upon a flying sword. As he beheld Yi Qing and his companions, he was about to reprimand them sternly. However, the moment he discerned their identities, his pupils constricted in shock. He could not gauge the cultivation level of the young man in green at the forefront. As for the 2 young women accompanying him, despite their youth, their cultivation levels appeared to be around the 6th and 7th layers of foundation establishment. These 3 individuals seemed to possess a significant background. The middle-aged steward's heart quaked slightly, and his tone softened. Esteemed friends, may I inquire as to your business at the North Song Sect? Please provide your names so that I may report to the sect master. Yi Qing did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Report? Too tedious and unnecessary. Your sect master is already dead. Perhaps you should descend to speak with him personally. Of course, Yi Qing preferred to remain taciturn. For such a sect, notorious for its heinous deeds, mercilessly exterminating clans and treating lives as mere fodder, any word seemed superfluous. He had come solely for retribution, to obliterate the North Song sect entirely. With a calm demeanor, Yi Qing slowly raised his right hand, pointing it like a sword. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted ominously. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly towards his fingertip, coalescing into a vast sword shadow thousands of zhang long above the North Song sect. This sword shadow emanated a chilling aura, its edge gleaming menacingly. It was as if a terrifying rift had suddenly torn open in the firmament, capable of devouring all in its path. Witnessing this, the middle-aged steward's face drained of color, his body trembling with intense dread. This is terrible. He could only emit a brief, mournful cry. With a graceful flick of his arm, Yi Qing executed the motion with the utmost elegance, devoid of any mortal intensity. The steward was utterly disintegrated into ash. Buzz. Following this, the immense sword shadow swept across, silently gliding past the mountain gate of the North Song sect. It traversed grand halls adorned with intricate carvings, passing over the soaring structures built at great expense by the revered Master Qi Shao, symbols of the sect's glory. Then came annihilation. In the stunned gazes of Lin Shuer and Su Chan, the entire mountain gate and its array, along with the mountain itself, were reduced to rubble beneath that single sword shadow. Countless disciples of the North Song sect were transformed into dust amidst their desperate cries. As the saying goes, karma is cyclical and retribution is inescapable. Their past misdeeds, the malevolent seeds they had sown, had now culminated in this sudden calamity. After the sword strike, as the dust settled, what had once been a sanctuary for cultivation was now left as a vast, mirror-like expanse, with lingering remnants of the terrifying sword intent still hanging in the air. The North Song sect was thus erased from existence. Chapter 38. Elite Disciples of the Top Sect. The Ascendant Dragons. Yi Qing maintained a serene expression. Suspended in the air, his consciousness swept across the region, attuning to the density of spiritual energy enveloping him. The spiritual veins here were decent. While they could not rival those of the Taiyi Sect, they were certainly superior to the Black Wind Ridge. Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, deeming this a splendid locale for secluded cultivation. He resolved to enter a period of introspection, aiming to refine the remaining 2 fourth-tier spiritual pills and elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Golden Core before the Grand Sect competition. However, as he glanced at Lin Shuer and Su Chan, a moment of contemplation ensued. He realized that while he would be in seclusion, the two of them could not remain idle. Their training must continue, after all, as the competition would test the strength of disciples from various peaks. After some deliberation, Yi Qing conceived a plan. I shall meditate in this tranquil place, while you two continue your training. Seek out a bustling city, establish a challenge arena, and accept duels from your peers, he instructed. Engaging with more adept young practitioners will refine your swordsmanship and bolster your strength. Yes, master. Lin Shuer and Su Chan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The prospect of setting up challenges was indeed a splendid opportunity to validate their learnings. Yi Qing nodded approvingly, prepared to retreat into his seclusion. Yet, he hesitated momentarily, his brow furrowing as a troubling memory surfaced. Su Chan's encounter with Elder Han Wujing of the Baitsong sect. Such unforeseen circumstances warranted caution. After a brief contemplation, a thought dawned upon him. Perhaps it would be prudent to take precautionary measures. He extended his finger, and 2 strands of meticulously condensed sword intent slowly materialized at his fingertip, emanating a chillingly sharp aura. During my retreat, there may be unscrupulous individuals who would take advantage of your youth. Thus, this sword intent imprint shall remain within you as protection. Upon uttering these words, he flicked his finger. In an instant, the 2 sword intent imprints transformed into streaks of light, swiftly embedding themselves into the foreheads of Lin Shuer and Su Chan. The two felt a cool sensation at their brows, soon followed by the overwhelming presence of sword intent nestled within them, which then vanished from their perception. In truth, this imprint contained half of Yi Qing's power. Should Lin Shuer and Su Chan face a life-threatening crisis, the sword intent imprint would automatically activate, and he would be alerted instantly, breaking through his seclusion. Very well, that is all. You may proceed, Yi Qing concluded, nodding in satisfaction. He waved goodbye to the two, encouraging them to embark on their training. With a flash of his form, he descended upon the area of the Taiyi Sect, where spiritual energy flourished most abundantly. After surveying his surroundings, he crafted a cave dwelling with a snap of his fingers, setting up several concealment and defensive formations before commencing his period of quietude. Days later, in the bustling city of Qingming, the central square was alive with activity. Two strikingly beautiful young women stood atop two challenge arenas constructed of bluestone, capturing the attention of all who passed by. On the left stands a young maiden clad in a dazzling dress, her ethereal demeanor unmistakably belonging to Lin Shuai. To her right, another maiden, donned in white, emanates a spirited air, identifying her as Xuan. Before the two arenas, stone tablets loom, inscribed with ornate characters proclaiming, "Today, we establish a challenge arena. All foundational cultivators under the age of 30 are welcome to ascend the stage and engage in battle. Are there any prodigious talents brave enough to take up this challenge?" Such a grand spectacle, coupled with the breathtaking beauty of the two maidens, instantly captivated a throng of surrounding cultivators who paused in awe. What a stunning woman! Which sect does this fairy belong to? A challenge, how intriguing! I see these two lovely maidens possess delicate features, their cultivation merely at the 6th or 7th level of foundation. I too possess some prowess. Perhaps I shall ascend the stage to meet them. Who knows, I might just win their favor. A rather flamboyant cultivator of the 6th level, fanning himself with a handkerchief, thrust his way through the crowd and leaped onto Lin Shuai's platform. "Fairy, I am here," he boasted. Yet before he could finish his proclamation, Lin Shuai had already unsheathed her sword. A flash of cold light flickered, and with a resounding thud, the young man was struck squarely in the chest by an overwhelming force, sending him sprawling to the ground, struggling to rise. Lin Shuai stood there, sword in hand, her expression impassive. Laughter erupted from the spectators below. Meanwhile, on Xuan's stage, a similar scene unfolded. Regardless of their cultivation level, be it 5th, 6th, or 7th, those who dared to ascend were swiftly dispatched by Xuan's razor-sharp swordplay. Each strike was executed with remarkable precision and decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. The would-be suitors, with ulterior motives and insufficient strength, were all sent flying. Amidst the laughter, their faces flushed crimson as they bowed their heads. Retreating into the crowd, it was evident to all that Lin Shuai and Xuan were indeed formidable. Thus, some cultivators, intrigued and eager to test their mettle, leaped onto the stage. However, without exception, they too fell swiftly to defeat. The onlookers were astonished to realize that the swordsmanship of these two maidens was extraordinarily exquisite, far exceeding their comprehension, and their instinct for combat was nothing short of impeccable. As days passed in Qingming City, the crowd before the arena swelled, with challenges increasing in frequency. Yet as time progressed, the number of defeated challengers rose as well. The reputations of Lin Shuai and Xuan spread throughout Qingming City. Their strikes were so rapid, often culminating in a single blow to vanquish their opponents, and both possessed an unparalleled grace. Hence, many began to refer to them as the Sword Fairies. The titles of the Great and Lesser Sword Fairies spread like wildfire, swiftly making them renowned throughout the city. On this day, the streets of Qingming City buzzed with excitement. A young, remarkable cultivator strolled leisurely, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years of age. He donned a splendid robe, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of foundation establishment. His aura was steady and refined, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner of the same rank. Trailing closely behind him was an unassuming old man clad in gray robes. The elder's eyes were half closed, his presence subdued, resembling a mere ordinary servant. Yet, unbeknownst to others, he was a formidable cultivator, possessing strength equivalent to the 5th level of Golden Core. The young cultivator was named Zhou Yi. In truth, he was a direct disciple of the esteemed Taiyi Sect, one of the foremost sects in the Eastern Domain. Notably, he ranked 86th on the illustrious Hidden Dragon list, a testament to his extraordinary talent. The elder, in fact, served as his protector. The Hidden Dragon list comprises the top 100 prodigies under 30 in the entire Eastern Domain. Those who make the list are undeniably exceptional individuals, each possessing terrifying strength that makes them nearly invincible among their peers, capable of even contending against those of higher realms. It is safe to say that as long as they do not fall, their future achievements in the Golden Core and even the nascent soul realms are all but assured. Shifu, the square ahead seems rather lively. It appears there may be a martial competition underway. Zhou inquired as he approached the square, observing the commotion before him. His brow arched, and a flicker of interest danced across his face. Shall we go take a look? As Zhou passed through the city of Xuánling, he regarded the so-called arena contest with a mere sense of curiosity, not taking it to heart. In his eyes, it was but a trivial affair, a mere play among the disciples of minor sections. However, upon squeezing into the crowd and setting his gaze upon the arena, his nonchalance vanished instantly. At that moment, a cultivator at the 7th level of Foundation establishment was challenging Xuan. This individual wielded his sword with skill and possessed robust spiritual energy, earning him some renown among the younger generation in the vicinity of Qingming City. Yet, in comparison to Xuan, his once proud techniques appeared rather clumsy. Xuan, gracefully wielding her long sword, moved with an ethereal finesse. With merely a few steps and simple sword swings, she exuded an aura of profound elegance. As she struck, the light of her sword shimmered, reminiscent of a river adorned with starlight. This was a sword technique I have never witnessed before. Moreover, its rank must be extraordinarily high. Zhou Yi, with his discerning eye, found himself momentarily breathless, his gaze igniting with fervent brilliance. Coming from the Taiyi Sect, he had a broad exposure to various techniques and immediately recognized the exceptional nature of Xuan's swordplay. He could not ascertain the exact rank of this technique, but it was undoubtedly exquisite. Bang! At that moment on the arena, Xuan's sword struck her opponent's blade, sending a tremendous force through the weapon. The challenger let out a muffled grunt, his sword slipping from his grasp as he was forced back 7 or 8 steps, his vitality surging and his complexion paling. I concede, he managed to utter those 3 words with great difficulty before stepping down from the arena, shaking his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, many chanting the title of Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi's heart raced, and a singular thought took root in his mind. If possible, he wished to observe this sword technique. Chapter 39. Defeat within 5 moves. Thus, Zhou Yi stepped forward, his form akin to lightning, and in an instant, he found himself before Xuan. I am Zhou Yi, at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, seeking to learn a few moves from the Sword Immortal. With a respectful bow, he fixed his fervent gaze upon Xuan and continued. However, mere combat seems somewhat lackluster. Might I request a favor from you, Sword Immortal? Should I, by chance, manage to win a move or 2, I would be honored to observe the sword techniques you have mastered. As his words fell, the audience erupted in a clamor. You, daring to covet the Sword Immortal's techniques? Zhou Yi, a splendid name, indeed, but can you truly prevail before the Sword Immortal? Yet, such remarks were tempered with caution. After all, he was at the 8th level of Foundation establishment, slightly surpassing the Sword Immortal's cultivation. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Many local young cultivators, observing Zhou Yi's distinguished demeanor, found him increasingly irksome. Simultaneously, their confidence in Xuan remained unshaken. Despite Xuan being a level below Zhou Yi, she had recently triumphed over several cultivators at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Upon hearing his request, Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Her cool gaze settled on Zhou Yi as she replied with a measured tone. The sword techniques are imparted by my master, unless permitted by my mentor. I cannot allow outsiders to observe. Should you wish to fight, then let us engage. If not, please step down. Her response was straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhou Yi was taken aback, not expecting such a swift refusal. Yet, he understood it was a natural reaction and took it in stride. After pondering, Zhou Yi concluded that if observation was off the table, then combat would suffice. Perhaps in the midst of battle, he could glean the subtle intricacies of her sword techniques through prolonged engagement. With a slight smile and a tone imbued with confidence, tinged with a hint of arrogance, he declared, "Very well, let us fight. However, given our disparity in realms, my 8th level compared to your 7th, I propose to suppress myself to the 7th level of Foundation establishment to ensure fairness. That way, it shall not be said that I, Zhou Yi, took advantage of you." In Zhou Yi's view, as a prodigy of the hidden dragon rankings, attempting to decipher her sword techniques was acceptable. Yet, imposing a realm restriction on her might be perceived as overly oppressive, risking ridicule from acquaintances. However, Xuan merely regarded him calmly and uttered 2 words, "No need." Zhou Yi's smile faltered, momentarily stunned. "No need?" He shook his head, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he mused inwardly. "How confident you are, but you remain blissfully unaware of what lies ahead. Your opponent is no ordinary foundational cultivator, but a prodigious talent, a true dragon among men. I hope that you will not suffer too great a blow shortly. Below the stage, the elder in gray robes, known as Master Sure, observed with a slight smirk, stroking his beard and chuckling softly. Given the confidence displayed by the celestial maiden, it seems Zhou must take his leave. Zhou refrained from further words, his formidable aura at the 8th level of foundational cultivation erupting with a thunderous force, as a long azure sword materialized in his hand. The blade shimmered with ethereal light, enveloped in a swirling essence of mana. Observe the sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sword like a dragon. A fierce sword energy aimed directly at Su Chan's face. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, perfectly embodying the elegance of a prodigy on the potential dragon rankings. The gathered spectators gasped in astonishment, caught off guard by the true prowess of this Zhou fellow. Some were drawn into Su Chan's line of sight, their hearts sinking, their expressions turning grave. They felt that in the next moment, they might be defeated by this sword. This individual should not be underestimated. However, Su Chan remained rooted in place, motionless. Only at the very instant the sword energy was about to strike her did she finally make her move. There were no extravagant gestures. She simply extended her sword. The first form of the Celestial River Sword Classic, surging waves. At the tip of her sword, it seemed as though a miniature torrent of the Celestial River surged forth, only to explode violently. Ding! A crisp sound resonated. Zhou felt an overwhelming force emanating from her sword tip, an irresistible power that shattered his proud sword energy instantaneously. The long sword in his grasp emitted a mournful cry, nearly slipping from his hand. Something is amiss. How could this be possible? Zhou Yi's heart raced with disbelief, and before he could comprehend the situation, Su Chan's second strike was already upon him. The sword light flowed like water, appearing gentle yet relentless, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Reacting swiftly, Zhou Yi, albeit reluctantly, raised his sword to block, resulting in a cacophony of ringing clashes. The third strike, the fourth strike. With each thrust, Su Chan accurately targeted Zhou Yi's vulnerabilities. Despite his vast reservoir of spiritual power, he found himself utterly suppressed. Feeling immensely frustrated, he knew that his sword was not devoid of flaws, yet never before had anyone managed to pinpoint his weaknesses with such precision, speed, and intensity in battle. This sensation was entirely new to Zhou Yi. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Even if he wished to resist and summoned forth a strike of his own, he felt as though he were not battling a person, but contending with an expansive celestial river. No matter how he struggled, he was drawn in by an omnipresent force of the river, rendering his efforts ineffective, unable to create any significant turbulence. Break! Finally, with a light command, Su Chan delivered her fifth sword strike. This sword appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it struck precisely at the moment when Zhou Yi found himself with no means of evasion or defense. Buzz! The tip of the sword landed accurately upon Zhou Yi's chest. A sense of helplessness washed over his face, tinged with a hint of reluctance, yet words eluded him. Defeated. He had, astonishingly, succumbed. Zhou Yi was rendered speechless, recalling his earlier thoughts. A faint flush crept across his cheeks, for he had previously contemplated restraining his own strength, engaging in several hundred exchanges to meticulously analyze Su Chan's swordplay. But now, several hundred exchanges? In that moment, Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming sense of shame. The crowd below erupted in cheers. To them, the sword fairy was destined for victory. After all, she had previously triumphed over cultivators at the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Merely 8th level was not a rare opponent. However, it must be said that previously, the sword fairy had dispatched her adversaries with 1 or 2 strikes. Yet this individual had managed to withstand 5 strikes. Quite impressive indeed. Indeed, dear sir, do not be disheartened. You have achieved something remarkable. Please step down. It is time for others to take the stage. The crowd consoled Zhou Yi, expressing that he had performed admirably. Yet the old man in gray stood in stunned silence. Others were oblivious to the situation, but he understood. Zhou Yi hailed from the prestigious top sect of the eastern region, the Wandao sect. Moreover, he was a true disciple ranked 86th on the esteemed Qianlong list. To think that, without suppressing his cultivation, he was defeated by a girl of inferior cultivation within 5 strikes? It must be noted that the young lady's name was absent from the Qianlong list. How could it be that Zhou Yi fell in such a manner? The old man in gray was momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 40. Could it be an ancient Xuánling? On the arena, Zhou Yi's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. 5 strikes. Merely 5 strikes. As a genius ranked 86th on the Qianlong list, a true disciple of the Taiyi Sect. He had been vanquished before an obscure girl in just 5 strikes. It felt as though he were dreaming. After the initial shock, awe and admiration welled up within Zhou Yi. The swordplay was both ethereal and agile, concealing boundless lethal intent within each move. As if every strike contained the profound truths of heaven and earth, unfathomable in its mystery. Moreover, it was not just the swordplay that was formidable. In truth, Zhou Yi could sense that the girl possessed a profound and deep understanding of the sword path. He felt that his defeat was not unjust. Alas, he lamented the missed opportunity to observe. Zhou Yi sighed inwardly, his gaze tinged with longing. Subsequently, he shook his head and descended from the arena. Having recognized the depth and rarity of the swordplay, and with Su Chan's unwavering attitude, he understood that he likely had no chance to observe and learn this technique. However, among the 5 premier sects of the Eastern Domain, the remarkable talents of the younger generation, particularly Zhou Yi, are quite familiar. However, he had never previously heard of such individuals emerging from any sect. Could it be that they hail from backgrounds outside the top sects? Despite not being from a prestigious lineage, they managed to defeat him. This thought troubled Zhou Yi immensely, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. Alas, if only he could closely observe their sword techniques. Even mastering just a move or two, he was utterly confident that his rank on the hidden dragon list would soar. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling inside him, and said, "Let's depart, Elder Shi." Elder Shi nodded in response. Yet a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his murky old eyes. He glanced at the arena and whispered to Zhou Yi, "I perceive that the swordplay of these 2 young women is extraordinary. It would be a grave misfortune to let such a technique slip away. Should I seize them and extract the secrets of their swordsmanship?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi paused, casting a stern look at Elder Shi, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Although he yearned for that swordplay, he recognized himself as a disciple of the righteous path and could not engage in such coercive and unscrupulous actions. Cultivating both the mind and spirit was his creed and his moral boundary. Absolutely not. Zhou Yi firmly rejected. Elder Shi, I implore you to dismiss this notion. Since I am outmatched, I shall return and diligently hone my skills. Such underhanded tactics, I beseech you, do not mention them again. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Elder Shi. Observing Zhou Yi's resolute expression, the flickering light in Elder Shi's murky eyes wavered uncertainly before he finally nodded slightly. Zhou Yi then smiled with satisfaction and turned to depart. Elder Shi followed closely behind, gazing at Zhou Yi's retreating figure, a barely perceptible sigh escaping his lips. Alas, he is still too young, too idealistic. This is untenable. In the ruthless realm of cultivation, opportunities lie before us. Failing to seize them would be the height of folly. If he is unwilling to sully his hands, then I shall take on the role of the villain. That night, under a moonless sky with a biting wind, in an inn, Elder Shi quietly rose from his bed. Slightly tilting his head, he sensed that Zhou Yi had fallen into slumber. A faint smile graced his lips as he swiftly vanished from the room. In the serene courtyard of Qingming City, where Lin Shuai and Su Chan had taken refuge, the 2 young women concluded their day of arena challenges. They were seated in meditation, reflecting on the day's battles, extracting insights and experiences to solidify their gains. At that moment, a shadow, ghostly and silent, melded into the night, entering the small courtyard without arousing any attention. This shadow was none other than Zhou Yi's protector, Elder Shi. In fact, Elder Shi had already discreetly investigated during the day and discerned that no formidable guardians accompanied Lin Shuai and Su Chan. Thus, he believed this was a fortuitous opportunity indeed. One could effortlessly seize the opportunity to quietly subdue Su Chan and Lin Shuai. Following this, one could promptly interrogate them regarding their swordsmanship, and after a few days, concoct a reason to bestow this sword technique upon Zhou Yi. After all, as a cultivator at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, dealing with 2 mere foundation establishment girls would be exceedingly simple. Once the deed was accomplished, even if the 2 young ladies possessed some background, or if a powerful figure would come to Qingming City seeking them, his actions would remain undetected. Contemplating this, it would indeed be a pity to let such an opportunity slip away. With a swift motion, Old Shi moved like a falling leaf, silently approaching the room. His consciousness locked onto Lin Shuai and Xuan within, a confident smile gracing his face, convinced of his success. In the next moment, his golden core energy surged within him, and a gray hand, formed from his spiritual power, silently penetrated the wall. Reaching for the two young women who were meditating with closed eyes, he intended to deny them any chance to react, planning to directly confine their cultivation and abduct them. However, just as that gray hand was about to touch their bodies, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A barely perceptible hum of a sword echoed, emanating from both Xuan and Lin Shuai, accompanied by a terrifying aura, as if an ancient beast had been roused from slumber. In an instant, two brilliant sword intents erupted from them, transforming into a formidable sword light. One beam of light spiraled in the air, safeguarding Lin Shuai and Xuan within its embrace, while the other slashed out fiercely. This sword light radiated with an imposing might, embodying approximately 50% of Yi Qing's power, an extraordinary force. Alarm surged through Old Shi as the moment that sword light bore down upon him. Every hair on his body stood on end. A chilling sensation of impending death surged from the depths of his soul, rendering him cold with dread. He could never have imagined that these seemingly defenseless foundation establishment female cultivators concealed such a terrifying lethal move. In the fleeting moment, Old Shi had no time to react. Fortunately, a protective heart mirror, often worn close to his chest, spontaneously awakened, erupting with dazzling brilliance. A thick, earth-toned light shield manifested instantly, enveloping him entirely. This was a precious third-tier low-grade defensive spirit artifact, renowned for its formidable defense. However, it proved futile. Boom! The unmatched sword light, with a force capable of shattering obstacles, struck fiercely against the earth-toned light shield. A sharp crack echoed as the precious shield, akin to paper, instantly fractured and crumbled. Following this blow, even if the third-tier spirit artifact did not become entirely shattered, it was perilously close to ruin. Old Shi, disregarding the pain of loss, found that as the shield dissipated, a remnant of the sword light struck brutally against his chest. The old man Shi, as if struck by lightning, spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed violently into the courtyard wall, tumbling onto the street outside. His breath instantly diminished to a mere whisper of life. In horror, he gazed down his chest, where a deep sword wound, visible to the bone, extended from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Had it not been for the protective spiritual artifact that mitigated a significant portion of the blow's force, and had he not desperately shifted a mere half-inch at the last moment, that strike would have cleaved him in two. He had narrowly escaped death. The cause of this peril was merely a trace of sword intent imprinted upon him by his opponent. Shi surmised that this must be a defensive measure left behind by the two young girls' master. Such formidable power suggested that if their master were to arrive in person, she would likely be a formidable nascent soul expert. Meanwhile, in seclusion, Yi Qing felt a stirring within. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Chapter 41. The End of Seclusion. Preparing to return to Taiyi Sect. Within the heart of the former North Song sect, in a cave suffused with spiritual energy, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, gradually lifting his gaze. His eyes, deep and somewhat cold, reflected the clarity with which he sensed the disturbance of the sword intent he had left as protection for Xuan and Lin Shuai. Indeed, someone dared to act against his disciples, disregarding their status? Such folly! With a flicker of thought, the sword intent that had once surrounded Lin Shuai and Xuan surged skyward. What? Shi suddenly sensed a chilling apprehension wash over him, an overwhelming dread flooding his heart. He finally comprehended the terrifying existence he had recklessly provoked. Escape. He must flee at once. Shi even neglected to suppress his internal injuries, forcibly channeling his spiritual energy into a streak of light, dashing madly toward the inn where Zhou Yi resided. He burst through the door, offering no explanation, seizing the sleeping Zhou Yi and hoisting him over his shoulder as he bolted outside. Shi, what is happening? Zhou Yi, startled awake, looked utterly bewildered. Shi's aged face shifted through shades of blue and red, a mix of shock, fear, embarrassment, and anger coloring his features in the night. Just the day before, Zhou Yi had cautioned him against harboring ill intentions. Yet now, he had acted on his own accord, resulting not only in a failure to acquire the sword technique, but also in a near-fatal encounter. Don't ask. I cannot explain everything right now. Just come with me. Shi bellowed, diverting the conversation. With a swift motion, he crushed a silver talisman, a precious teleportation talisman. Buzz! The space around them distorted, and in an instant, their figures vanished from sight. The next moment, they found themselves high above a desolate wilderness, hundreds of miles away. Sensing that a sharp, menacing aura still lingered nearby, Shi wasted no time and shattered 2 more precious teleportation talismans in quick succession. After 3 consecutive displacements, spanning nearly thousands of miles, the elder Shi finally came to a halt, breathless and drenched in cold sweat. He placed Xuánling aside and took deep breaths, hastily swallowing a healing elixir to mend his injuries. The thought of being pursued by the master of that sword intent sent chills through him. In Shi's estimation, it was likely an ancient nascent soul practitioner, one who had grasped the essence of sword intent, an utterly terrifying prospect. Despite the rapid escape, Yi Qing scoffed. Had it not been for this person's extraordinary speed, coupled with a series of displacements and Yi Qing's absence, that lingering sword intent would not have been able to catch up in time to slay them. With his disciples left vulnerable after the sword intent was unleashed, Yi Qing was not one to let this individual off easily. He felt a tinge of irritation. All he sought was tranquility for cultivation. Was that too much to ask? Nevertheless, he brushed it aside. With a deep exhalation, Yi Qing released a long breath, his aura profound and resonant. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and his skin radiated a warm, jade-like glow, each strand of hair appearing crystalline and translucent. The potency of 2 fourth-tier spiritual pills had been thoroughly refined within him. Turning inward, Yi Qing beheld his golden core, which now shimmered more brilliantly than ever, adorned with 9 golden patterns that exuded an aura of perfection. From the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the golden core, he ascended to the early stages of the 8th layer, then to the mid and later stages, and finally to the peak of the 8th layer. Soon, he reached the early and mid stages of the 9th layer, culminating in the zenith of the 9th layer. In just over half a month, his cultivation had drawn perilously close to the threshold of a nascent soul. Sensing the surging spiritual power within him, now several times stronger than before, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction. Although he remained in the golden core stage, his true combat prowess could conservatively be likened to that of a practitioner at the 3rd or 4th layer of the nascent soul. Calculating the time, the sect competition was fast approaching. In the cave dwelling, Yi Qing rose, stretched, and the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout, causing the cave to tremble slightly. With a swift motion, Yi Qing stepped out of the cave, his figure appearing instantly outside. Guided by the imprint of sword intent, he discerned the direction and transformed into a streak of azure light, slicing through the sky toward the location of Qingming City. It was time to return to Taiyi Sect. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yi Qing's mouth. Since he felt displeased, it was time to find someone to vent his frustrations on. Qingxuan Peak, Zhao Qian. When we meet again, you shall surely be taken aback. Chapter 42. Return to Qingxuan Peak. Aunt Lu's humiliation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing's figure vanished from spot. Boom! The azure light streaked across the sky, moving at an unimaginable speed, like a radiant streak that tears through the heavens. The clouds along the way were effortlessly pierced, producing a series of sonic booms. As Yi Qing emerged from his seclusion, his cultivation had significantly advanced, compelling him to test his full strength in flight. At the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the golden core, coupled with the formidable Jinyu immortal body and the profound intricacies of the Taishan golden scripture, his speed of evasion surpassed that of typical golden core cultivators, even approaching that of mid-stage nascent soul practitioners. Soon, a bustling city, known as Qingming City, came into view. With a swift sweep of his divine consciousness, Yi Qing couldn't help but smile as he accurately pinpointed the locations of his 2 disciples within the city. Lin Shuai and Su Chan had recently settled into a new courtyard. After the attack from Shi Lao, they were still somewhat shaken. Fortunately, they bore the protective imprint of their master's sword intent. The power of this imprint was astonishing, almost overwhelming beyond imagination, as it had nearly slain a formidable golden core cultivator who was left with no means to retaliate and could only flee in panic. Even in the absence of their master, the mere sword intent imprint exhibited such strength. Su Chan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions, and amidst her astonishment, a profound admiration and yearning welled up within her. Lin Shuai, too, felt a surge of pride and elation. Her fists clenched as she declared, Our master must be the most formidable sword cultivator in the world. Just then, a gentle voice resonated in their ears. Oh, is my reputation in your hearts held in such high regard? The voice, though soft, was crystal clear to both of them. Lin Shuai and Su Chan froze momentarily, and then unparalleled joy swept across their faces. They whirled around to see a figure clad in azure, having silently appeared in the courtyard, smiling warmly. It was their longed-for master. Yeving, master, you have come to find us. The two exclaimed in unison, rushing forward with excitement, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Though they had made some progress during their time apart, they were still young girls venturing into the world, and not long ago, they had faced an attack from a golden core cultivator, leaving them somewhat unsettled. Yet, upon seeing their pillar of support, their hearts instantly found solace. A feeling that was beyond words. Yi Qing nodded with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the two, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Indeed, they had both made progress. He could easily discern their cultivation levels. Lin Shuai had firmly advanced from the 6th layer of foundation establishment to the 7th layer. Her aura refined and her foundation solid. Furthermore, he sensed that her sword intent had taken on a more complete and robust form, indicating a deeper comprehension of the heavenly river sword canon. Meanwhile, Su Chan's progress was nothing short of astonishing. She had reached the 8th layer of foundation establishment. In just over a month since becoming his disciple, she had broken through 2 levels. Truly, as one born to wield the sword. Her innate sword body flowed with sword chi, sharp and resplendent, with even a subtle embryonic form of sword intent beginning to take shape at the center of her brow. Once this nascent form solidifies completely, she shall step into the threshold of sword intent that countless sword cultivators yearn for. Master, we have not brought shame upon you. Lin Shuai proudly proclaimed, her chest puffed out. During this period, we have followed your instructions to set up a stage in Qingming City, engaging in combat with various cultivators, honing our sword techniques, and reaping significant rewards. Su Chan nodded vigorously, drawing forth a sword, pointing it toward the void, and executing a fluid series of sword techniques akin to flowing water. The brilliance of her sword danced with an undercurrent of the vast essence of the Heavenly River Sword Classic. Yi Qing observed in silence, nodding slightly. Excellent, all very commendable. He was generous with his praise. A few simple words were the greatest affirmation for them. With matters here concluded and the sect competition approaching, let us return to Taiyi Sect immediately. Yes, master. The 2 women responded in unison, spirits lifted. Yi Qing led the 2, transforming into a beam of sword light that soared into the sky. After a while, the endless mountains of Taiyi Sect came into view. The 3 beams of light did not linger, cutting straight through the vast protective array enveloping the sect. The array shimmered with spiritual light but posed no hindrance to the trio, clearly recognizing Yi Qing's status as the Peak Master. Silently, they descended into the grand hall of Qingxuan Peak. This was Su Chan's first visit, and she harbored great anticipation for Qingxuan Peak. However, upon beholding the scene before her, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. In her imagination, as the master of a peak, her mentor's mountain would be shrouded in ethereal mist, adorned with majestic halls and throngs of disciples. Yet, the Qingxuan Peak before her, while still brimming with spiritual energy, appeared exceptionally desolate. In fact, it could be described as forlorn. The mountain path lay unattended, overgrown with moss, and several solitary halls stood amidst the wind, devoid of any human presence. This vast Qingxuan Peak seemed as though it housed only the 3 of them. Is this truly our Qingxuan Peak? Su Chan inquired in astonishment. Lin Shuai, gazing at the familiar yet disheartening sight, felt a flicker of sorrow in her eyes. She explained to Su Chan, Junior sister, you may not be aware. Since the passing of the former Peak Master and Master-S ascension to the position, most of the elders and disciples who originally belonged here have defected to other peaks. Indeed, it is only we 3 who remain. With just a few words, Lin Shuai elucidated the predicament that Qingxuan Peak currently faced. What? Upon hearing this, Su Chan's brows furrowed in fury, her delicate face flushed with indignation. How could they do such a thing? Is this not an act of ingratitude? A betrayal of Qingxuan Peak and a betrayal of our master? Yi Qing stood nearby, gazing at the familiar yet alien mountain gate, and felt a ripple of emotions within. He recalled the desolate scene that greeted him upon his arrival in this world, where the warmth of human presence had long since faded. Yet, today was different from the past. He now possessed sufficient confidence and absolute strength to safeguard this Qingxuan Peak. After all, it represented his roots in this world. Just then, Yi Qing's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed a disturbance, and his formidable consciousness instantly unfurled, enveloping the entire Qingxuan Peak before extending downwards towards the foot of the mountain. At the base, a cacophony of voices erupted. Master Lu, what is the necessity of this? We merely wish to utilize the fertile land of Qingxuan Peak to cultivate a few acres of spiritual fields and plant some spiritual herbs. This peak has been lying fallow for too long. Once the sect competition concludes, it will be reclaimed by the sect. We are merely making use of it in advance. After all, a voice laced with sarcasm arose. The speaker was an elder clad in the attire of Danxia Peak, his cultivation of the third level of the Golden Core stage evident. Behind him trailed several disciples from Danxia Peak, each wearing expressions of amusement. Before them stood a graceful figure, resolutely blocking the path up the mountain. It was Lu Ruyan, the master of Luoxia Peak. Her face resembled frost, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of anger. Elder Wang, I shall reiterate, until the sect competition has transpired, Qingxuan Peak remains one of the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect. As long as it has not been decommissioned, none from Danxia Peak shall set foot here. Yi Qing observed this scene through his consciousness, a warm current surging in his heart. Aunt Lu shared a close bond with his master and regarded him as her own kin. Since his master's passing, she had consistently looked after him. When he descended the mountain, she had even bestowed provisions upon him. Moreover, it appeared that similar confrontations had unfolded on multiple occasions in recent days. Perhaps there were more than one or two elders in attendance. Lu Ruyan, do not be foolishly obstinate. Elder Wang, having been thwarted several times, was at the end of his patience, his expression darkening. Your Luoxia Peak ranks beyond the 80th among the 99, while my Danxia Peak is positioned favorably. You are merely at the second level of the Golden Core stage, whereas I have reached the third. Do you truly wish to oppose my Danxia Peak for a Qingxuan Peak that is destined for decommission? His words dripped with a palpable threat. In his view, Lu Ruyan was simply meddling in matters that did not concern her. Many elders from Danxia Peak were eyeing the bountiful land of Qingxuan Peak with covetous intent. If he could seize the territory early, it would grant him a significant advantage. Yet, his elaborate schemes were repeatedly thwarted by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, master of Luoxia Peak? In terms of strength, although she held the title of Peak Master, she was still inferior to him as an elder. Once he forcefully repelled this master of Luoxia Peak, he could not only claim the territory, but also establish his authority before the disciples. It would be a twofold victory, and he could only imagine the satisfaction he would feel. Seeing the subtle shift in Elder Wang's demeanor, Lu Ruyan's expression changed slightly, yet her resolve remained steadfast. As long as I stand here today, you shall not enter Qingxuan Peak. Very well. Excellent. Elder Wang sneered in a fit of rage. Since you choose to humiliate yourself, I shall grant you that honor today. Let you understand that in the realm of the Golden Core, each level is a world apart. Before the words had left his mouth, Elder Wang's internal Golden Core power erupted suddenly, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy engulfed in crimson flames, which surged forth with a searing wave of heat, striking fiercely towards Lu Ruyan. Chapter 43. The Golden Core Realm, one layer higher? The elder from Danxia Peak unleashed his full power with the intent to severely injure Lu Ruyan in one fell swoop, aiming to render her completely incapable of resistance. Lu Ruyan's countenance changed dramatically as she sensed the terrifying force contained within this strike, far beyond her capacity to withstand. Atop the mountain, Yi Qing observed with a glimmer of chilling resolve in his eyes. Seeking death, he could not tolerate Lu Yi suffering such humiliation on his behalf. With a flicker of thought, a vast and pure surge of magical energy transcended the distance in an instant, silently flowing into Lu Ruyan's body from the foot of the mountain. At the mountain's base, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ruyan's internal spiritual power surged as if boiling, operating with an unprecedented velocity. With little time for contemplation, driven by instinct, she instinctively raised her palm to meet the oncoming strike. Boom! There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull thud. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers from Danxia Peak, Lu Ruyan's seemingly frail jade hand collided fiercely with Elder Wang's fiery giant hand. In the next instant, that once mighty flame hand melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force surged down Elder Wang's arm, crashing violently against his chest. Puff! Elder Wang's expression shifted dramatically. He felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer. His protective spiritual light shattered instantly, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. His body, akin to a marionette with severed strings, was sent flying, crashing through several trees before landing awkwardly on the ground. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. All the disciples of Qingxuan Peak stood in shock, their mouths agape, their faces etched with disbelief. How could Elder Wang, at the third layer of the Golden Core, be defeated in a single blow by Lu Ruyan, who was at the second layer? This was inconceivable. Lu Ruyan herself was taken aback, staring blankly at her palm, utterly bewildered by what had transpired. When had her strength increased to such an extent? Yet, possessing a remarkable temperament, she maintained her composure despite the turmoil within. Seizing the opportunity to fix her piercing gaze upon Elder Wang, who was struggling to rise, and sternly commanded, in a Golden Core realm, one layer higher, "Elder Wang, do you understand now? If you do, take your people and leave immediately." Though Lu Ruyan was typically gentle as water, the command she uttered held a trace of authority that even she was unaware of, shaking Elder Wang to his very core. He glanced at Lu Ruyan in fear, swallowed hard, and dared not linger any longer. With a hurried scramble, the disciples, equally stunned, fled from Qingxuan Peak. Once the crowd from Qingxuan Peak had completely departed, Lu Ruyan finally let out a sigh of relief. She turned to glance back at the serene Qingxuan Peak, shrouded in mist, and a shadow of worry and lamentation involuntarily crossed her exquisite countenance. The mysterious power she had just wielded had appeared abruptly and vanished just as swiftly, leaving no trace behind. Upon reflection, she could not fathom its origin. Moreover, while she could momentarily protect Qingxuan Peak, she could not safeguard it indefinitely. With only a few days remaining until the Sect competition, Yi Qing remained conspicuously absent. Would he be able to return in time? Furthermore, even if he could return promptly, given the current plight of Qingxuan Peak, would he be able to preserve it? To Lu Ruyan, hope seemed exceedingly bleak. With a soft sigh, Lu Ruyan turned to depart. She had done all she could, and now she could only resign herself to fate. Atop the mountain, Yi Qing took in the sight of Lu Ruyan's departing figure, a warm current swelling within his heart. This sentiment he would remember. "Master, was that Lu Fengzhu from Qingxuan Peak?" Lin Shuai inquired softly, having recognized Lu Ruyan as well. Indeed, Yi Qing nodded, his gaze shifting toward the chaotic scene at the foot of the mountain, his expression turning cold. Some individuals, it seemed, never learned their lesson. Su Chan, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "The people from Qingxuan Peak have gone too far. Master, are we simply going to let them humiliate Qingxuan Peak like this? Let go." Yi Qing's lips curled into a sharp smile, unmistakably resolute. Certainly not, but not at this moment. He raised his eyes towards the direction of Taiyi Sect's peak, where clouds swirled majestically. Accounts must be settled one by one. The Sect competition will serve as the perfect opportunity for reckoning. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable confidence, and faintly tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Qing had not forgotten that Zhao Qian had hired assassins from the Blood Slaughter Tower. Lin Shuai and Su Chan exchanged glances, excitement and anticipation evident in their eyes. They understood that their master was preparing to seek justice for Qingxuan Peak during the competition. "Come, let me show you the transmission hall of Qingxuan Peak," Yi Qing said, restraining his aura as he turned to lead them deeper into the peak. The following days were remarkably tranquil at Qingxuan Peak. Yi Qing paid no heed to the turmoil outside, instead dedicating himself to guiding the two young women in their cultivation. He imparted the secrets of the Taishan Golden Chapter and the essence of the Celestial River Sword Cannon with utmost generosity. Lin Shuai and Su Chan exhibited astonishing talent and perseverance. Though their cultivation did not break through anew, their understanding and application of techniques and swordplay advanced steadily, and their combat prowess saw a marked increase. They resembled two exquisite raw gems, gradually radiating brilliance under the meticulous craftsmanship of Yi Qing, the master of the sword path. As time flowed on, the day of the Sect competition finally arrived. On this day, as dawn broke at the summit of the Taiyi Sect, known as Qingxuan Peak, stood a grand martial arts arena capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators. The arena, paved with ancient green stones, bore countless enigmatic formations inscribed upon it. Exuding indomitable aura. At this moment, the viewing platforms surrounding the arena were teeming with people. Among the 99 peaks of the Taiyi Sect, nearly all peak masters, elders, and disciples had gathered here, save for those who were still in seclusion or undertaking highly confidential missions for the sect. Radiant rays of light and auspicious colors filled the sky, as powerful energies surged upwards, intertwining sword lights and treasures into a brilliant sea of splendor. The grandeur of the scene was breathtaking, a true testament to the prestige of one of the 5 top sects in the Eastern Domain. To the north of the arena rose a towering jade platform, upon which sat a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe. His countenance was imposing, and his aura was as profound as the ocean. He was Liu Changhe, the current sect master of the Taiyi Sect, a formidable cultivator at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Liu Changhe's gaze swept calmly over the densely packed crowd below, and his voice, steady yet resonant like the tolling of a great bell, echoed throughout the arena. The appointed hour has arrived. Are all peaks accounted for? His words carried an awe-inspiring authority that instantly quelled the surrounding noise. One by one, the peak masters and elders rose to pay their respects. Reporting to the sect master, the heavenly sword peak is present. Reporting to the sect master, the divine symbol peak is present. Reporting to the sect master, the 100 artifacts peak is present. As the voices faded, in the viewing area of the Danxia Peak, an elder with a hooked nose and an air of arrogance arose. This individual was Zhao Qian, the elder responsible for discipline at Danxia Peak. He first bowed respectfully to sect master Liu Changhe, then spoke in a loud voice, reporting to the sect master. It seems that one peak is missing among the 99. Liu Changhe's brow arched slightly as he scanned the area with his divine sense. Indeed, noting the absence of representatives from the Qingxuan Peak, he paused momentarily, sighing inwardly, then turned his attention to Zhao Qian, his expression unyielding as he inquired, "Oh, which peak is it?" A smirk crept upon Zhao Qian's lips, his voice rising to ensure that most present could hear. In response to the sect master, "It is the Qingxuan Peak. A few days ago, a disciple from Danxia Peak witnessed the peak master Yi Qing take his sole disciple down the mountain for a sect mission. Yet, how much time has passed, and they have yet to return? In my opinion, they are likely aware of the depletion of talent at Qingxuan Peak and their insufficient strength, fearing embarrassment in the grand competition, and thus have chosen to forfeit and not appear." At this proclamation, a murmur of low discussions erupted throughout the arena. Many disciples familiar with the recent circumstances of Qingxuan Peak displayed expressions of amusement, whispering among themselves, "Qingxuan Peak? Is that not the peak where, after the passing of the old master, all the disciples and elders fled?" Indeed, it was so. It has come to my attention that only a mere youth remains as the leader of the peak, accompanied by a newly accepted disciple, making a total of merely 2 individuals. This is indeed a jest for our Taiyi Sect. It is only natural for them to avoid coming. To appear would only lead to their own humiliation. It would be wiser to retreat into seclusion for peace. Listening to the murmurs around her, Lu Ruyin furrowed her delicate brows, her charming face clouded with frost. Just as she was about to rise and retort, Zhao Qian spoke again, his voice laced with a hint of greed and incitement. "Esteemed sect leader and fellow peak masters, I believe that since the passing of the former peak master Yi Qing, Qingxuan Peak has been but a name without substance. Now, they even shy away from participating in the grand sect competition. They have truly become a worthless endeavor. Such a peak is utterly unworthy of monopolizing a spiritual vein, let alone enjoying the privileges of passing down teachings and opening veins." He surveyed the surroundings and raised his arms high. "I propose that the sect immediately reclaim Qingxuan Peak, redistributing its spiritual vein, lands, palaces, and resources to those of us who are in need. In doing so, we would not waste the sect's resources. It would be a blessing for our Taiyi Sect." Zhao Qian's words struck like a boulder cast into a lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Many of the lower-ranked peak masters, who were desperately thirsting for resources, could not help but reveal an expression of intrigue. Zhao Elder's argument does possess merit. Although Qingxuan Peak's spiritual vein may not be top tier, even a mosquito, regardless of its size, is still flesh. Besides, the spiritual vein of Qingxuan Peak is by no means weak. If we could partake in a share, it would undoubtedly greatly benefit the development of our own peaks. The members of Danxia Peak wore expressions of pride, as if they could already envision the scene of Qingxuan Peak being divided amongst themselves. They had long prepared their calculations and trade-offs to ensure they could seize the largest portion. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin felt an increasing sense of urgency within her. She glanced at sect leader Lu Changhe, who was lost in contemplation and could no longer restrain herself, springing to her feet. Sect leader, you must not. Her delicate brows knitted tightly, as she was about to defend Qingxuan Peak and plead for time. Just then a voice, seemingly indifferent yet tinged with a hint of coldness, reverberated through the air, cutting through the surrounding noise with remarkable clarity. When did the affairs of Qingxuan Peak become the purview of you, Zhao Qian of Danxia Peak, a mere elder? Chapter 45, Zhao Elder. Do you seem surprised to see me? This voice, though not particularly loud, carried an extraordinary penetrating power that instantly silenced the entire arena. The martial arts field fell into a profound stillness. Countless gazes turned in unison toward the source of the voice. Lu Ruyan's body trembled, her head snapping back, joy flooding her face. At the entrance of the martial arts arena, 3 figures bathed in the morning light were gracefully approaching. At the forefront was a young man clad in azure, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, handsome visage calm and indifferent, none other than Yi Qing. Behind him followed 2 enchanting young women, Lin Shui and Su Chan, unfazed by the tens of thousands of scrutinizing eyes. The trio maintained their composure, their steps steady, as they advanced toward the observation area designated for Qingxuan Peak. Ye Ving, Zhao Qian's expression changed dramatically in an instant, his pupils dilating as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. How could this be? How is he still alive? According to the information he received, a silver medal assassin from Blood Slaughter Tower, whom he had secretly hired at great expense, had long since set a lethal trap in Black Wind Ridge. At that time, Yi Qing, merely at the Foundation establishment stage, was not supposed to survive. He should have perished. Yet now, not only was he alive, but his cultivation had even ascended to the first level of Golden Core. As Yi Qing took his seat, he barely spared Zhao Qian a glance, instead offering a slight bow to the sect leader, Lu Changhe, seated at the head of the table, as a gesture of respect. Only then did his gaze lazily shift towards the ever-changing expression of Zhao Qian, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What is the matter, Elder Zhao? You seem quite surprised to see me back. You. Zhao Qian found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushing a deep crimson. What could he possibly say? Should he confess that he had hired an assassin to kill him? How could he still be alive? Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, he could only suppress the tumultuous waves of his emotions and force out a response through gritted teeth. Humph. Since you have returned, make sure to behave. Many here are your elders, so do not seek to draw attention to yourself. With that, he flung his sleeve in a dramatic gesture, coldly taking his seat. Refusing to speak further, Yi Qing merely smiled faintly, choosing to disregard him. Just a buffoon. It would not do to cause a scene on the day of the grand competition. Once the competition concluded, it would be time for his demise. Not far away, in another area of Danxia Peak, a young man clad in the attire of a core disciple of Danxia Peak, with an arrogant demeanor, was furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Yi Qing. This individual was Wang Hao, who had defected from Qingxuan Peak and joined Elder Li of Danxia Peak. He was once a disciple of Yi Qing. He has actually returned. A fellow disciple beside Wang Hao gasped in astonishment. Another scoffed dismissively. So what if he yes back? Look at him. He still seems to be in an age where he needs guidance. What kind of worthy disciple could he possibly train? After this remark, several turned their gazes towards Wang Hao, one of whom praised, Brother Wang truly possesses foresight, escaping the quagmire of Qingxuan Peak to join Elder Li. In just a short span of 3 months, he has advanced from the 5th to the 8th level of Foundation establishment. Such a speed of cultivation is simply astonishing. Indeed, Brother Wang is exceptionally gifted. His future achievements are boundless. Listening to the flattery from his peers, the corners of Wang Hao's mouth lifted further, a gleam of pride and self-satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He cast a glance at Yi Qing in the distance, a cold smirk forming within his heart. Yizing, huh? He is merely the former master of the dilapidated Qingxuan Peak, a relic of the past. Now, I have embarked on the path to greatness. Perhaps if it weren't for Yi Qing taking me in initially, my current cultivation would be even higher. As each sect pondered their own thoughts and the atmosphere grew increasingly nuanced, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, finally spoke. Silence. A commanding voice resonated throughout the venue, instantly silencing the crowd. Lu Changhe's gaze fell upon Yi Qing, and within his profound eyes flickered a barely perceptible glimmer of surprise and admiration. With his cultivation level, he effortlessly discerned Yi Qing's true realm, first layer of the Golden Core. Remarkable. He vividly recalled that 3 months prior, Yi Qing had merely been at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. In a mere span of 3 months, not only had he successfully condensed the golden core, but his aura was also stable and his foundation solid, evidently not achieved through the forced accumulation of elixirs. This young man possesses extraordinary temperament, talent, and fortune. Honestly speaking, under the current circumstances of Qingxuan Peak, Yi Qing's accomplishments were indeed commendable. However, according to the sect's regulations regarding the grand competition, there can only be 2 disciples from Qingxuan Peak. Would that suffice? Chapter 46, A Sword to Shatter. Liu Changhe was not overly optimistic about Qingxuan Peak. Nevertheless, he held a deep appreciation for Yi Qing. He even contemplated that if Qingxuan Peak were to be stripped of its qualification to impart teachings, perhaps Yi Qing could be invited to Taiyi Peak. Of course, this fleeting thought vanished in his mind, and maintaining an impassive demeanor, he nodded to Yi Qing and declared loudly, "Since Qingxuan Peak has arrived, the sect's grand competition shall now officially commence." Boom! As his words fell, colossal platforms of azure stone abruptly rose from the ground at the center of the martial arena. The rules of the competition remained unchanged from previous years. Liu Changhe's voice rang out once more. "In the first round, we shall conduct the stone golem test. All disciples participating in the competition will face a stone golem of equivalent cultivation level. Only those who can withstand 10 strikes without defeat shall progress to the next round. Failure to do so will result in immediate elimination, forfeiting the right to continue in the competition." The rules were straightforward. The first round assessed the disciples' foundational strength. If one could not endure 10 strikes from a golem of the same realm, there was truly no need to continue the competition. In the Danxia Peak area, Zhao Qian, who had been infuriated by Yi Qing, now wore a cold smile once more. He forcibly regained his composure from the shock of Yi Qing's miraculous revival, thinking to himself, "Even if you, Yi Qing, have stumbled upon good fortune and survived outside, managing to condense a core, what of it? With your meager cultivation, what kind of exceptional disciples could you possibly teach?" The 2 girls from Qingxuan Peak, one at the 7th layer of foundation establishment, the other at the 8th, are passable in terms of cultivation. But Lin Shuai, if I recall correctly, was merely immortal. In 3 months, from mortal to 7th layer of foundation establishment? It seems she must have consumed excessive elixirs, leading to a frail foundation and mediocre combat power. She probably won't even pass the first round of the stone golem test. At that point, Qingxuan Peak will see both of its participants eliminated in the first round, becoming the laughingstock of the entire sect. What face will you, Yi Qing, have left? Zhao Qian mused, seemingly envisioning the dismal defeat of Lin Shuai and Su Chan. And now, the test officially commenced. Disciples from each peak ascended the platforms in order of the draw. From Tianfu Peak, Zhang Yuan, at the 6th layer of foundation establishment, prepared for the test to begin. A disciple ascended the arena, where the stone puppet before him flickered to life with a flash of crimson light in its eyes. It advanced with heavy steps and unleashed a powerful punch. Zhang Yuan, undeterred, swiftly executed a series of complex hand seals, summoning several talismans that transformed into serpents of fire and icicles, engaging the stone puppet in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the arena was ablaze with spiritual light and resonating with thunderous roars. Soon, Zhang Yuan's face brightened. He successfully endured 13 rounds and passed the test. However, success was accompanied by failure. Bang! A disciple from Feiyun Peak, faltering on the 8th strike, was seized by the stone puppet, sent sprawling off the arena. Blood spewing from his mouth, his countenance darkened, signaling his defeat. The test proceeded methodically, with the success-to-failure ratio hovering around 50-50. Those who triumphed in the first round were undoubtedly the elite among the disciples of their respective peaks. Before long, the presiding elder called out in a resonant voice, "Next group, disciples of Qingxuan Peak, Lin Shuai and Su Chan, step forward for the test." As these words echoed, at least 2/3 of the audience's gazes converged upon the area designated for Qingxuan Peak. The peak was indeed remarkable, on the brink of decline, possibly stripped of its qualifications to impart teachings and cultivate disciples. What caliber of disciples could it possibly produce? Curiosity buzzed among the spectators. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Lin Shuai and Su Chan maintained their composure, gracefully stepping onto adjacent arenas, one to the left and one to the right. A murmur of anticipation swept through the crowd. Finally, the moment had arrived. I wager that the one in the white dress, a 7th-layer foundation establishment cultivator, won't last beyond 8 strikes. 8 strikes? You overestimate her. I bet 5. Look at her delicate demeanor. She was once merely a servant. Does she look like someone who can fight? I bet 3 strikes. 1 to test, 1 to evade, and the third will see her hurled off the stage. Onlookers from various peaks began to chuckle and place bets, their disdain barely concealed in their words. Yet, some gazes were warm, fixated on Lin Xuan and Xuan on the arena. One voice cleared its throat, stating, "Esteemed guests, these two are ethereal beings. How could they possibly fail? I support Fairy Lin. I have faith in Fairy Su. I believe Fairy Lin possesses greater poise. Are you blind? Fairy Su's cultivation is superior, and her demeanor is strikingly unique." In mere moments, Lin Xuan and Xuan garnered a few admirers. In the area of Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian's cold gaze fixated on Lin Xuan and Xuan. Among the disciples, Wang Hao crossed his arms, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, preparing to relish the potential embarrassment of his former junior sisters. On the arena, Lin Xuan and Xuan remained impervious to the murmurs surrounding them, their focus solely on the imposing, frigid stone puppet before them. The test commenced, with a commanding shout from the presiding elder. The stone puppets on both arenas ignited with a crimson glow in their eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura characteristic of cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers of foundation establishment. They moved in perfect synchrony, simultaneously raising their colossal rock fists, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air, each striking fiercely towards Lin Xuan and Xuan. This blow was immense and powerful enough to shatter the protective spiritual light of an ordinary cultivator of the same realm. Everyone held their breath, eager to witness how the two women would respond. However, Lin Xuan and Xuan's reaction was astonishingly identical. Faced with the onslaught of the stone puppets, they stood utterly still, as if petrified by fear. This was the response of novices lacking any practical combat experience. The disciples who had placed bets wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that nearly caused everyone's eyes to bulge in disbelief. Confronted with the unstoppable attack of the stone puppets, Lin Xuan and Xuan displayed no change in their expressions. They remained completely motionless, not even attempting to evade. Yet, there was no hint of panic. Just as the massive rock fists were about to strike them, 2 clear sounds of sword cries rang out almost simultaneously. A beam of azure sword light surged forth, like a celestial river cascading down, illuminating the endless sky. A stream like watercolored sword light followed, flowing with grace while concealing its sharpness. The sword lights flickered and vanished in an instant, so swift, so extraordinarily rapid that 99 of the disciples present could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting afterimage. Immediately thereafter, there was a resounding boom. The 2 imposing, arrogant stone puppets abruptly halted. At some point, a smooth and even sword scar had appeared on their chests. Then, amidst the profound silence enveloping the arena, the 2 stone puppets emitted a crackling sound, a flash of brilliance passing through them. The light radiated from the sword scar on their chests before they returned to their original state. However, they ceased all movement, reverting to their original positions, their eyes dimming as they became immobile stone figures. 10 exchanges? Unnecessary. Just 1 sword. Merely a single sword. They hadn't even completed the first move, and the 2 stone puppets of the same realm were utterly vanquished. Chapter 47. The Qingxuan Peak is unprotectable, I declare. Silence. The entire arena was engulfed in a profound stillness. The disciples who had been laughing and betting on how many exchanges Lin Xuan and Xuan could endure were now frozen, their smiles completely stiffened. Each of them gaped, resembling ducks caught by the throat, their faces a canvas of sheer astonishment. In the Danxia Peak area, Zhao Qian's sneer had solidified. He clenched his fist with a creaking sound, his knuckles turning white from excessive pressure. The outcome was entirely different from what he had imagined. He had anticipated that these 2 female disciples, having reached their realms through the consumption of elixirs, would possess superficial combat prowess, easily defeated by a puppet. To his astonishment, they vanquished the puppet with a single strike. However, 3 months had elapsed, and they had ascended to the 7th layer of foundation establishment, achieving the status of seed-level disciples. How on earth had they accomplished this? Was it due to Yi Qing's tutelage? That mere boy? Zhao Qian was unwilling to accept this notion. He let out a cold snort and thought to himself, Don't assume that winning the first round of tests ensures the preservation of your Qingxuan Peak. In the second round, Yi Qing, just you wait. Beside him, the faint smile that had graced Wang Hao's lips vanished, replaced by a somber expression. Defeating a stone puppet of the same realm with a single move was within his capabilities, as it was for many seed disciples from other peaks. Yet, Qingxuan Peak. Wang Hao's face was grave, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, on the main seat, Sect Master Lu Changhe observed Lin Shuai and Su Chan, casting a glance at Yi Qing. A subtle glimmer of approval flickering in his profound gaze. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in subdued murmurs. Such a fierce sword, such a solid foundation. Could Qingxuan Peak truly cultivate such combat prowess? Those who had doubted Qingxuan Peak felt a tempest brewing within their hearts. A single strike to annihilate a stone puppet of the same rank. This indicated that the true combat strength of these two young ladies had far surpassed their current realm, reaching a level sufficient to crush ordinary practitioners of the same stage. They could already be considered seed-level disciples. What does it mean to be seed-level? Despite the vastness of Taiyi Sect and its tens of thousands of disciples, only a handful, each competition, could overpower their peers. Each of them was a core seed painstakingly nurtured by the formidable peaks, consuming immense resources. Yet now, two such core seeds had emerged simultaneously from the waning Qingxuan Peak. Perhaps it was precisely because Qingxuan Peak had so few members that all the resources were concentrated upon them, enabling the birth of seed-level disciples. They merely triumphed over a rigid stone puppet. Zhao Qian snorted coldly, his eyes flickering. The first round of tests meant little. However, in the second round, he would indeed devise a plan to swiftly eliminate Qingxuan Peak. A thought stirred within him, and he soon formulated an idea. He then transmitted a message to several elders of Danxia Peak, suggesting, "Esteemed colleagues, the second round is a chaotic arena battle. To be prudent, I propose that all disciples of Danxia Peak join forces to immediately throw those two from the stage." Elder Zhao's words resonated well. An elder immediately echoed his sentiment. Indeed, just two young girls. What does it matter if they are seed level? A pair of fists cannot withstand a multitude of hands. Many ants can bring down an elephant. With dozens of disciples launching a coordinated attack, they are bound to fail. Let it be so. Upon command, all disciples of Danxia Peak ascended the stage with a singular objective, to besiege Qingxuan Peak. Several elders from Danxia Peak swiftly reached a consensus. In their view, Elder Zhao's strategy was nothing short of brilliant. With only two disciples at Qingxuan Peak, even if they were as formidable as true dragons, they would inevitably yield under the onslaught of Danxia Peak's fierce tigers. In that moment, following a brief commotion, the elder presiding over the grand competition, upon receiving a signal from Sect Master Lu Changhe, cleared his throat and his resounding voice echoed throughout the arena. The first round of tests has concluded. All successful disciples, prepare for the second round. The second round, the elimination matches. As his voice resonated, the myriad stone platforms at the center of the martial arena trembled violently, merging into a colossal floating stage with a diameter exceeding 1,000 feet. The platform ascended gradually, hovering at a height of 100 meters, its array radiating brilliant light, enveloping the entire stage in a transparent barrier. The rules were straightforward. The elder's voice reverberated, instructing all advancing disciples to ascend the platform simultaneously for a grand melee. Within a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, those who were knocked off the platform would be eliminated. After the incense burned, those remaining on the platform would advance. Upon hearing the rules, Zhao Qian's lips curled into a cold smirk. With a chilling gaze, he cast his eyes towards Yi Qing. Observing Yi Qing's composed demeanor, Zhao Qian's disdain deepened, and he thought to himself, "Yes, precisely. Soon, when your precious disciples are cast down from the platform like dead dogs, we shall see how you maintain your calm. How will you counter this scheme of mine?" The second round of elimination matches commenced. All disciples, take the stage. With the elder's command, in an instant, thousands of disciples who had passed the first round transformed into streaks of light, rushing eagerly towards the immense floating platform. The scene grew chaotic momentarily, but soon, the disciples organized themselves, clearly delineating their territories on the platform, warily eyeing their opponents. Lin Shuai and Su Chan stood out distinctly in the throng. Clad in a white dress and a blue gown respectively, they possessed an ethereal grace, resembling two rare blue lotuses untouched by the world. However, the moment they stepped onto the platform, dozens of malicious gazes converged upon them, emanating from the ranks of Qingxuan Peak's disciples. On the platform, Lin Xuan and Xuan stood back to back, their expression solemn. "Xuan, the situation seems dire," Xuan whispered, her beautiful eyes scanning the Qingxuan Peak camp with vigilance. "Look at those people from Qingxuan Peak. Their eyes are gleaming with hunger like ravenous wolves. They are undoubtedly plotting to surround us." "I sense it too," Lin Xuan replied softly, tightening her grip on the hilt of her sword. "Let them come. We shall meet them head-on. There is nothing to fear." Her voice was cool, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, our master is watching us from below. Today, we must reclaim glory for our esteemed master and for Qingxuan Peak." A fierce spirit ignited in Xuan's eyes, and despite being surrounded, they were merely facing a horde of insignificant foes. As the two women exchanged confident glances and shared a subtle smile, a sinister laughter emanated from a leading, malevolent youth among the Qingxuan Peak disciples. He fixated on Lin Xuan and Xuan, his gaze brimming with cruelty and delight. "Two junior sisters, your talents are commendable. Yet alas, you have chosen the wrong allies and the wrong side." He slowly unsheathed his long knife, its blade glinting ominously. "I regret to inform you that today, you must be eliminated." He taunted, "As fellow disciples, if you leap from the stage now, you might spare yourself some pain. Otherwise, my blade knows no mercy, and it would be unfortunate for your exquisite faces to bear the brunt of my wrath." "Ha ha ha!" The disciples behind him erupted into laughter. Then with a cold command, he addressed his comrades. "All right, brothers and sisters of Qingxuan Peak, advance." At his signal, over 30 disciples roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of magical energies that surged skyward, poised to engulf Lin Xuan and Xuan entirely. Below the stage, Zhao Qian wore a sinister grin, envisioning the scene where the two women, besieged, would either be grievously wounded or forced to flee, ultimately being ruthlessly cast off the platform. Relishing the thought, he sent a message to Yi Qing, sneering, "Yi Qing, your Qingxuan Peak cannot be saved. Mark my words." Yi Qing's expression remained calm. "Is that so? Still defiant?" Zhao Qian frowned, ready to retort. At that moment, however, an unexpected turn of events unfolded upon the stage. Zhao Qian had believed everything was foolproof, with so many Qingxuan Peak disciples joining forces against merely two individuals. Even if they had reached the level of seed disciples, he assumed they would be easily vanquished. Thus, in the chaotic second round of the battle, Qingxuan Peak would inevitably face elimination. Consequently, upon the conclusion of the competition, Qingxuan Peak would find itself at the bottom among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, leading to the revocation of its qualifications to inherit the teachings. Everything associated with Qingxuan Peak would be divided amongst others, with Qingxuan Peak poised to seize the lion's share. Indeed, the master of Qingxuan Peak had even promised Zhao Qian that Qingxuan Peak would be placed under his management. The more he contemplated this outcome, the more elated he became. Yet, just as the 30-plus disciples of Qingxuan Peak surged forward, their spiritual energies ready to explode, a sudden rush of sound sliced through the air, swifter than their own. With a flurry of movement, dozens of figures darted through the air, akin to swallows diving into the woods, as they swiftly arrived from the opposite side of the stage, landing firmly beside Lin Xuan and Xuan, standing in solidarity with them. The individuals, uniformly clad in pale purple disciple robes, were led by a strikingly beautiful woman wielding a slender, flexible sword. She cast a cold, unflinching gaze upon the disciples of Qingxuan Peak, displaying no sign of fear. They were disciples of Qingxuan Peak. The poised attacks of the Qingxuan Peak disciples faltered momentarily, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Qingxuan Peak, typically ranked beyond the 80th position among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, was of merely middling strength. The disciples, much like their master Lu Ruyan, were known for their non-confrontational nature. What had prompted them to suddenly intervene on behalf of Qingxuan Peak against Qingxuan Peak today? On the arena, Lin Xuan and Xuan exchanged glances, both momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They had not anticipated Qingxuan Peak's intervention, assisting Qingxuan Peak to this extent. In the viewing platform, within the Qingxuan Peak section, Zhao Qian's sinister grin instantly froze. He turned sharply, his icy gaze slicing toward Lu Ruyan, the master of Qingxuan Peak. Lu Ruyan sat elegantly in her position, her demeanor composed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events in the arena, delicately lifting her teacup and gently blowing away the floating tea leaves. Yet, the faint curve at the corner of her mouth unmistakably indicated that this entire scenario was indeed her design. Lu Ruyan. Fury surged within Zhao Qian. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's mind raced with thoughts. She had long anticipated that Danxia Peak would attempt to disrupt the chaotic contest. But as long as she was present, the disciples of Luoxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak would stand united. A cold smile flickered across Lu Ruyan's face. She regarded Yi Qing as her own kin. And could she simply watch as his disciples were so brutally bullied? Although a few elders from Danxia Peak were somewhat astonished, they quickly regained their composure. One elder scoffed. No matter. How dare mere Luoxia Peak challenge us? Their strength is hardly formidable. If they seek their own demise, we shall oblige them. Indeed, another elder echoed. Elder Zhao, issue the command. Hold nothing back. Send the disciples of Luoxia Peak, along with those 2 girls from Qingxuan Peak, crashing down from the arena. Zhao Qian nodded impassively, a glint of ruthless intent flashing in his eyes. In his view, Luoxia Peak's involvement merely complicated matters slightly. The overall strength of Danxia Peak was above average, with numerous disciples, making it a crushing victory against a coalition of a lower-ranked peak and the very bottom of the hierarchy. On the arena, the lead, sinister youth from Danxia Peak, having recovered from his initial shock, sneered. His gaze swept over the disciples of Luoxia Peak, Lin Shuer, Su Chan, and the rest. Good. Very well. I did not expect to find those unafraid of death. Since you from Luoxia Peak insist on wading into these murky waters, do not blame us for our ruthless measures. Brothers, we have new targets. Let's strike them all down together. Boom! The disciples of Danxia Peak erupted once more with a formidable surge of spiritual energy, targeting the combined forces of the few dozen practitioners from Qingxuan Peak and Luoxia Peak. A larger-scale melee was on the verge of breaking out. However, at that moment, a clear and resonant command rang out like thunder on a clear day, abruptly silencing the clamor of the arena. A figure, swift as lightning, darted across the stage, landing effortlessly amidst the factions of Danxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak. The newcomer was a young man clad in the attire of a core disciple from Diansong Peak, possessing striking features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. He wielded an ancient long sword, exuding an intense and formidable sword intent. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, and his aura was remarkably refined, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the same level. This was Chun Xian, one of the top 5 disciples of his generation at Diansong Peak. How could he have stepped forward? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd on the arena. Diansong Peak. It was a formidable mountain among the 99 peaks of Taiyi Sect, consistently ranked within the top 20. Moreover, Chun Xian was a paragon among his peers, a true genius, surpassing the status of a mere seedling. Some even speculated that he might break through to the Golden Core realm at any moment. Upon seeing Chun Xian, the disciples of Danxia Peak felt their confidence wane, and the leading sinister youth's expression shifted dramatically as he forced a smile. Brother Chun, what is your intention? This matter concerns only Danxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak and Luoxia Peak. With a cold gaze, Chun Xian disregarded him entirely and scanned the disciples of Danxia Peak, speaking icily. Danxia Peak, you wield quite the authority, bullying the few remaining female disciples of Qingxuan Peak with sheer numbers? I, Chun Xian, cannot condone your actions. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The sinister youth was left speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chun Xian, uninterested in further discourse, drew his sword, creating a deep scar in the bluestone ground with a resounding clang. Wisps of sword energy lingered above the scar, emanating a chilling brilliance. I, Chun Xian, stand here today, he declared, his gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto the disciples of Danxia Peak. Beware, my sword remains quite sharp. Those who leap forward should not blame me for disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. Dominant, forceful. Each word and action exuded the absolute confidence of a disciple from one of the foremost peaks of Taiyi Sect, the disciples of Danxia Peak. Witnessing the menacing aura of the sword scar, turned pale, none daring to take a step forward. What a jest! With over 30 of them combined, they feared they would not be a match for him alone. Well said. Just as the disciples of Danxia Peak found themselves in a predicament, a few voices suddenly rang out from the crowd. What heroism is there in Danxia Peak bullying the few? Chun Xian's words ring true. We cannot stand by idly. Suddenly, several figures sprang forth from various mountain peaks, joining Qian's side alongside the disciples from Qingxuan Peak and Luoxia Peak. Although these individuals may not rival Qian in strength, they are all skilled practitioners at the late foundation establishment stage, the elite disciples of their respective mountains. A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. Count me in. Fear not, Fairy Lin. I am here to assist you. And I too. Do not panic, Fairy Su. We shall always support you. Curse Danxia Peak. We have long harbored dissatisfaction towards them. Those who had previously cheered for Lin Shuer and Su Chan during the preliminary rounds were now fervently rushing over, their blood surging with excitement. Though their individual prowess was mostly modest, averaging only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, behind Lin Shuer and Su Chan, a formidable coalition comprising disciples from Luoxia Peak, Diansong Peak, and several other mountain peaks gathered, their ranks exceeding 100. The two originally isolated girls from Qingxuan Peak had, in the blink of an eye, transformed into the most formidable force on the stage. The members of Danxia Peak were utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, their faces paling to an ashen hue, expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Surrounding them? What a farce! If a conflict were to ensue, who would truly be surrounding whom? The leading, sinister youth, clutching his artifact, felt his hand tremble slightly. He turned to seek help from Elder Zhao at the observation platform, only to find that Elder Zhao's countenance was even more grim than his own. On the stage, Lin Shuer and Su Chan were both at a loss for words. They exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of helplessness and amusement in the other's eyes. They had anticipated a fierce battle, fully prepared to vanquish the disciples of Danxia Peak. Yet, it seemed that their intervention might no longer be necessary. Chapter 49. The third match, Wang Hao versus Lin Shuer. Thus, the situation on the stage became strangely stagnant. Danxia Peak did not dare to make a move, while on the side of Qingxuan Peak, with Chun Xian and others maintaining order, no one dared to provoke Qingxuan Peak. Time passed in this peculiar silence, moment by moment. Finally, as the incense stick burned down to its end, a melodious bell tolled throughout the arena. The elder presiding over the competition soared above the stage, glancing at the distinct factions below, his lips twitching slightly. Yet he proclaimed with a clear voice, "The incense stick has extinguished. The second round of the elimination match is concluded. All disciples still on the stage shall advance." Upon hearing these words, a thunderous cheer erupted from the coalition of Qingxuan Peak. Those disciples, whose strengths were originally at the mid-foundation establishment stage and were likely to be eliminated, had now successfully advanced to the third round. Once the competition concluded, they would even be eligible to receive rewards from their respective peak masters. On the side of Danxia Peak, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, and the faces of all present were marked with a deep sense of resentment. Upon the observation platform, the elders of Danxia Peak wore expressions so grim that they seemed capable of dripping with water. Disregarding their dignity, they had commanded the disciples of Danxia Peak to join forces in an assault, only to see their plans not only fail, but also render them the laughingstock of the entire sect. Had they anticipated such a significant backlash, they would have refrained from their ill-fated endeavor. At this moment, Zhao Qian felt a burning sensation on his face, akin to having been soundly slapped multiple times. Particularly, he recalled the derisive and confident words he had sent to Yi Qing earlier. "Yi Qing, your Qingxuan Peak shall not be preserved. Mark my words." In hindsight, those words appeared as a monumental jest. Instinctively, he glanced toward the direction of Qingxuan Peak, locking eyes with Yi Qing, whose gaze was imbued with a peculiar blend of amusement and inscrutability. That expression was devoid of mockery or scorn, yet it seemed to convey an air of premonition. To Zhao Qian, it was more cutting than any form of humiliation. "Yi Qing." Zhao Qian clenched his fists tightly hidden within his sleeves, the knuckles cracking ominously, his heart ablaze with fury. "You impudent youth, do not revel in your triumph. This is merely the second round. There remains the final contest. Danxia Peak shall never allow Qingxuan Peak a single victory." Following a brief intermission, the grand competition entered its culminating phase. With a thunderous rumble, the immense floating arena underwent a transformation, swiftly fracturing into 99 independent platforms of varying sizes, suspended above the martial grounds. Above each platform, the names of their corresponding peaks materialized. Notably, the platform for Qingxuan Peak was positioned last. The voice of the presiding elder resounded through the heavens. The final grand competition. The platform challenge officially commences. The rules are as follows. Each peak shall have one defending platform, where its disciples may take their stand. Simultaneously, disciples from any peak may challenge the platforms of others. A successful defense earns 1 point, while a successful challenge garners 3 points. At the conclusion of the competition, rankings will be determined based on the total points accrued by each peak. Upon the announcement of these rules, the assembly erupted in an uproar. The points awarded for a successful challenge were thrice that of a successful defense. This undoubtedly encouraged the disciples of each peak to actively seek out stronger opponents. In the region of Danxia Peak, a glint of cold determination flashed in Zhao Qian's eyes as he immediately addressed the nearby elders. Esteemed colleagues, though our plans have encountered an alteration, our objective remains steadfast. In this third round, we must ensure that Qingxuan Peak emerges without a single victory. He proposed with a chilling tone. I suggest we dispatch our seed disciples, even those at the 9th level of Foundation establishment, to sequentially challenge the platform of Qingxuan Peak. There are only 2 of them. Their spiritual energy must eventually deplete. I intend for them to secure not a single point, thereby placing them at the bottom of the final rankings. A splendid idea. Let us proceed accordingly. Zhao Elder, you are truly astute. The elders of Danxia Peak swiftly reached a consensus. At that moment, Wang Hao, who had remained silent until now, took a step forward and bowed respectfully to his master. Elderly master, I volunteer. I wish to be the first to battle for Danxia Peak and challenge Qingxuan Peak. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He yearned to trample upon the very peak from which he had once emerged. He sought to demonstrate to all that his decision to leave Qingxuan Peak for Danxia Peak was indeed a sagacious and wise choice. Elderly regarded him with a satisfied nod. Very well. I grant you permission. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. Yes, master, Wang Hao replied with a sinister smile, turning to stride towards the arena. Meanwhile, beside the arena of Qingxuan Peak, Lin Shuai and Su Chan were rapidly discussing strategies. Sister, these rules are quite unfavorable for us. We are but 2, Su Chan remarked, her brows knitting in concern. Indeed, Lin Shuai agreed, her demeanor remaining calm. However, this also presents an opportunity. The points for challenges are significantly higher, so if we secure more victories, our scores will soar. After pondering for a moment, she resolutely declared, Here is the plan. I will defend the platform first, while you challenge other peaks swiftly. Once I have held my ground for a sufficient time, we will switch places. Then you will defend while I take on the challenges. This method would enhance efficiency and maximize our points. Excellent. Let it be so. The fire of determination ignited in Su Chan's eyes. Qingxuan Peak, ranked at the bottom, on the verge of losing its qualification to impart the awakening technique? No. They resolved that, for the sake of their master, they would ensure Qingxuan Peak achieved a resounding victory. With their strategy set, Lin Shuai took a deep breath, her graceful figure flashing as she gracefully descended onto the arena belonging to Qingxuan Peak. Clad in a flowing white dress, her hand rested upon the hilt of her sword, her posture as erect as a pine. Her cool gaze swept across the crowd, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming in adversity, proud and resilient. Meanwhile, Su Chan scanned the field, selecting her targets for challenge. The grand competition commenced. With the elder's command, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. In an instant, a figure shot into the sky, eagerly heading towards the arena of Qingxuan Peak. It was Wang Hao. He landed atop the platform, facing Lin Shuai from a distance, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sister Lin, it has been a long time. Wang Hao's gaze roamed over Lin Shuai with unabashed intensity, brimming with aggression. I never expected that in just 3 short months, you could rise from being a mere mortal servant to this level. Master Yi Qing must have invested considerable effort and resources in you. However, this is where it ends. You must understand that joining Qingxuan Peak was an unequivocally erroneous choice. Today, I shall personally ensure you are cast down from this platform. As his words fell, the foundational energy of the 8th level within Wang Hao erupted without restraint. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his center, sweeping outward in all directions. The crimson robe of the inner disciple of Danxia Peak billowed, as if stirred by an unseen force, fluttering audibly. Lin Shimi, observe closely. Behold the pinnacle of our Danxia Peak's profound technique, the Qianju. With a sinister smile, Wang Hao formed intricate hand seals, swiftly transforming his spiritual energy into searing crimson flames, coalescing in his palm into a fireball the size of a human head. The surface of the fireball shimmered with flowing runes, exuding a heart-pounding, ferocious aura. This was the ultimate killing move of the Qi, the Burning Heaven explosion. Having cultivated it to a minor accomplishment, a single strike could incinerate gold and refine stone. You would do well to concede now, while there is still time. His voice resonated loudly, deliberately echoing across the arena. This act was not only intended to intimidate Lin Shuai, but to showcase his strength and worth to everyone present, especially the elders of Danxia Peak seated in the spectator area. He wanted all to witness that Wang Hao had undergone a remarkable transformation since departing from Qingxuan Peak. In the spectator area, within the domain of Danxia Peak, nearly all the elders and disciples had their eyes riveted on the small arena of Qingxuan Peak. Even their own disciples tasked with guarding the arena, along with those preparing to challenge other peaks, paused their activities, intrigued to witness this spectacle. A prodigy who had defected from Qingxuan Peak was set to discipline a fool who remained loyal to it. The mere thought of such a narrative was thoroughly delightful. They perceived this not as a contest of equals, but as a one-sided domination. After all, in terms of cultivation, senior brother Wang Hao stood at the 8th level of foundation establishment, while Lin Shuai was merely at the 7th. In terms of techniques, Elder Li's Qi was a top-tier profound method, whereas Qingxuan Peak Qingxuan was only of mid-tier quality. In the spectator area, Elder Zhao Qian wore a smile that hinted at assured victory. He turned to Elder Li beside him and remarked, "Congratulations, Elder Li. Your exceptional disciple is poised to achieve great merit for our Danxia Peak today." Elder Li, Wang Hao's master, stroked his long beard, his face betraying an unmistakable pride and joy. He feigned humility, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it is merely Wang Hao's own talent and diligence. I have only offered a bit of guidance." Elder Li's modesty was misplaced. Zhao Qian immediately shook his head, his tone laced with flattery. Talented individuals are common, but true mentors are rare. Genius requires the guidance of wise teachers. Had he remained at Qingxuan Peak under that inexperienced Yi Qing, he might not have even reached the 7th level of foundation establishment, let alone possess such impressive prowess today. He shifted his tone, smiling knowingly, "By the way, I heard that you recently secluded yourself in closed-door cultivation and grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. What splendid news! In our Taiyi Sect, few can touch the threshold of intent at the golden core stage. That young rascal, Yi Qing, pales in comparison to you, leagues apart." Elder Li's pride intensified upon hearing the phrase, "the embryonic form of sword intent." His hand, which caressed his beard, tightened slightly with a surge of emotion. Indeed, this was one of his most cherished accomplishments in life. Zhao Qian, perceptive and cunning, lowered his voice and proposed a nefarious suggestion. "Elder Li, have you noticed that Lin Shuai is also a sword wielder? Her talent is passable, yet she could be considered a rough gem. Perhaps after the grand competition, once Wang Hao defeats her, you might show some benevolence and take Lin Shuai under your wing for careful cultivation. Just imagine, witnessing the might of your disciple and the grandeur of a renowned master like yourself, especially if you were to reveal even a hint of your sword intense embryonic form. I assure you, this young girl will inevitably come to see the reality of her situation, making the wisest choice and bowing before you." Upon hearing these words, Elder Li's heart stirred with excitement. Indeed, Lin Shuai, she had displayed the caliber of a seed-level disciple during the sect's stone puppet assessment, suggesting her innate talent was quite promising. Additionally, she was a sword cultivator. If he could take her under his tutelage alongside Wang Hao, he would possess 2 prodigies in his ranks. Such an addition would undoubtedly elevate his status and influence within the sect. As for whether seizing Lin Shuai from Yi Qing would completely offend him, Elder Li pondered, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. A mere child, barely able to secure his own mountain peak, dare to speak of offense? If he were wise, he would graciously relinquish his disciple, perhaps earning some future favor from Elder Li for his understanding. The more he contemplated, the more he found the notion delightful, firmly resolving in his mind. There was no need to wait for the competition to conclude. He could approach Lin Shuai right after Wang Hao defeats her, in her most vulnerable and confused moment, ensuring a more effective recruitment. The thought of acquiring another exceptional disciple filled him with glee, painting a vivid picture in his mind. Meanwhile, in the observation area of the falling sunset peak, the peak master, Lu Ruyan, furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of concern as she fixated on the arena of Qingxuan Peak. Wang Hao, at the 8th level of foundation establishment, wielding the exquisite Danxia Peak's profound technique, The crimson flame art exuded a solid and formidable aura, evidently having received Elder Li's genuine teachings. Although Xuan was also a seed-level disciple, she was only at the 7th level of foundation establishment, a small realm behind. Could she prevail in this battle? Lu Ruyan felt uncertain. The gap between realms, particularly in the late stages of foundation establishment, presented significant disparities in the density of spiritual energy with each level gained. A difference not easily bridged. Her gaze drifted toward the nearby Qingxuan Peak area, where Yi Qing sat serenely, his expression tranquil. He appeared oblivious to the dangers of the arena, merely observing with an inscrutable gaze, as calm as a still pond. The calmness displayed left Lu Ruyan momentarily stunned. A sense of relief washed over her heart. Setting aside other considerations, this remarkable composure, in Lu Ruyan's eyes, already placed Yi Qing far above the ordinary. On the arena, confronted by Wang Hao's ferocious heavenly flame explosion, Lin Xuan remained utterly unfazed, her cold gaze as tranquil as a deep pool. She did not even shift her stance by an inch. Even in the face of imminent peril, she dared to maintain her facade. Witnessing this, Wang Hao assumed she was merely putting on an act or was paralyzed by fear, which only heightened his sense of triumph. "Yield to me," he bellowed, as the crimson fireball in his grasp trailed a long tail of flames, resembling a falling meteor that tore through the air with a piercing whistle. With devastating heat and pressure, it hurtled mercilessly towards Lin Xuan's face. Chapter 51. Do you still believe your choice is correct? Boom! Wang Hao unleashed every ounce of his strength with this strike. In this battle, he not only aimed to win, but to do so decisively, cleanly, and spectacularly. He had even devised numerous follow-up moves. Should Lin Xuan barely withstand this assault, the subsequent flurry of attacks would follow in an instant, leading her to a crushing defeat amidst despair. However, just as the explosive fireball was about to graze the hem of Lin Xuan's garment, a clear sound of a sword's resonance rang out unexpectedly. Though not loud, it possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that instantly overshadowed the roar of the fireball, reaching the ears of every onlooker present. The spectators failed to discern how Lin Xuan had made her move. They only witnessed a streak of azure sword light, swift as the moonlight cascading from the heavens, cold and rapid. The sword light arrived ahead of the fireball, landing with pinpoint accuracy at the very center of the crimson sphere. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no violent clash of energies. The azure sword light, akin to a needle piercing a balloon, made a delicate touch. Puff! A soft sound echoed. Wang Hao's pride, the heavenly flame explosion, capable of incinerating gold and refining stone, was instantly extinguished. The violent fire energy shattered into countless scattered sparks, dissipating into nothingness. Yet the sword light did not wane. After obliterating the fireball, its residual force flashed forth, firmly imprinting the azure sword silhouette onto Wang Hao's chest. What? The sinister smile on Wang Hao's face froze in an instant, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpricks, filled with horror and disbelief. All the contingencies he had prepared, all the alternate strategies, became a colossal joke in that moment, for he had not even the opportunity to execute a second move. Bang! An overwhelming force surged from his chest, and Wang Hao felt as though his protective spiritual energy was as thin as a layer of window paper, instantly torn asunder. Like a figure struck by an immense weight, he was uncontrollably hurled backwards, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth, tracing a pitiful parabolic arc thud. With a heavy thump, Wang Hao crashed down beneath the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled to rise, only to discover a chaotic turmoil within his spiritual energy, his meridians aflame with pain, as if several bones in his chest had fractured, rendering him momentarily immobile. The atmosphere was thick with a deathly silence. Every expression among the onlookers was frozen in disbelief. The triumphant grins of the Qingxuan Peak disciples became rigid. Zhao Qian and Elder Li's smug confidence was abruptly halted. Even the worried gaze of Lu Ruyan, the master of Qingxuan Peak, was replaced by a profound shock and astonishment. With a single strike, merely one strike, Wang Hao, possessing the 8th level of foundation establishment and having cultivated an exceptional profound technique, unleashed his most formidable attack. Yet, he was vanquished in an instant by Lin Xuan, whose cultivation was merely a level beneath his, wielding a seemingly unremarkable sword. How could this be possible? On the arena, Lin Xuan slowly sheathed her sword. The Qinglan sword returned to its scabbard, and she remained in her pristine white dress, her posture unwavering, her skirt untouched by disarray. She did not even spare a glance at the disheveled Wang Hao below, as if she had simply swatted away a bothersome fly. That effortless demeanor, that overwhelming display of power, was far more piercing than any verbal mockery. Lying on the cold ground, Wang Hao was engulfed in agony. Yet his greatest torment stemmed from within. He gazed blankly at the arena, at the frigid silhouette that had not regarded him even once, his mind a void. Defeated? Had he truly been defeated? So utterly, so decisively, so humiliatingly. Why? Why was her sword so swift? Why was her spiritual energy so refined? How could she, at the 7th level of foundation establishment, render his 8th level cultivation as fragile as a mere clay hen before her? That seemingly ordinary strike so unremarkable. How could it harbor such terrifying power? Countless questions exploded within his mind, culminating in an indescribable anguish that gnawed at his very core. An overwhelming regret he could not dismiss. Lin Schwerter's indifferent glance now felt like the sharpest inquiry in his mind. Do you believe joining the Qingxuan Peak was a mistake? Do you think aligning with Danxia Peak was the right decision? And now, do you still feel the same? With a jolt of realization, Wang Hao's heart raced. His blood surged, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Good heavens, what have I just witnessed? Wang Hao is defeated in a single blow? Ling Shuer is astonishing. Her sword is swift, terrifying. Is this truly a disciple nurtured by Qingxuan Peak? The one ranked at the very bottom, on the verge of being expelled? The murmurs of astonishment and gasps of disbelief echoed continuously. Within the coalition of Qingxuan Peak, those disciples who had gained protection in the 2nd round and advanced to the 3rd erupted into fervent cheers after a brief moment of stunned silence. Lin Xianzi, you are magnificent. I am infatuated with you. I would crash into walls for you. Qingxuan Peak is formidable. In stark contrast, the area of Danxia Peak was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with every face reflecting extreme dismay. If the stalemate of the 2nd round had left them feeling stifled, then Wang Hao's defeat in his first battle felt akin to a resounding slap in the face, leaving a burning sting. On the observation platform, with a loud crack, Zhao Qian crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. His complexion shifted from red to green, then to a deep shade of black, a sight most dramatic. Useless. Simply useless. He seethed inwardly, his teeth clenched, his cold gaze fixated on Wang Hao, who had been carried off unconscious by the disciples of Danxia Peak, wishing he could personally intervene and deliver a few more kicks to this incompetent. How could Lin Shuer, of such high cultivation, have suffered such a disgraceful defeat? It was utterly humiliating. Beside him, Elder Li's expression was equally grim, as if he were about to burst with rage. Wang Hao was his disciple. His dismal failure not only tarnished the reputation of Danxia Peak, but also brought disgrace upon himself. Elder Li. Just moments ago, he had boasted of Wang Hao's extraordinary talent and his own adept teaching, only to be swiftly met with a humiliating defeat in a single move. It was nothing short of a slap to the face. He shot a furious glare in the direction where Wang Hao had been taken away, his heart ablaze with anger. But more than that, he was filled with a sense of gravity and confusion. Lin Schwerter's swordsmanship was swift and precise. Eldeli spuka warseli. Her spiritual power is evidently far superior to that of her peers. She must have put in tremendous effort during her training. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression changed as he regarded Elder Li. Elder Li, are you implying? I believe we should not underestimate this girl, Elder Li interjected, shaking his head, his gaze darkening. That Yi Qing seems to possess considerable skill, having trained Lin Shuer. Zhao Qian found this hard to accept. He inhaled deeply, forcing down his inner fury, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Perhaps. Chapter 52. Is Elder Li truly serious? A thought quickly crossed Zhao Qian's mind. Very well. If Wang Hao is inadequate, then let us replace him with someone even stronger, he declared coldly. I refuse to believe that a declining mountain like Qingxuan Peak could produce any extraordinary prodigy. With that, Zhao Qian turned to Elder Li and spoke in a grave tone. Given the circumstances, I believe it is time to let Qian Mo take the stage. Qian Montak? Elder Li squinted slightly at the mention. Qian Montak? He is not someone Wang Hao can compare to. This is the true first among the current generation of Danxia Peak. Possessing the remarkable cultivation of the 9th level of foundation establishment, he is also the direct disciple of the Peak Master. His extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess have led the higher echelons of the sect to believe that Qian has a significant chance of attaining a position on the Qianlong list in the future. The Qianlong list encompasses the top 100 prodigies under the age of 30 in the entire eastern region. Those who make it onto the Qianlong list are all paragons of excellence, each possessing the terrifying strength to be invincible within their rank, and even capable of challenging opponents of higher levels. As long as they do not falter along the way, achieving the Golden Core realm is nearly a certainty. Even the Xuánling stage may be within their grasp. To have Qian deal with Lin Shuai, who is merely at the 7th level of foundation establishment, is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, at this moment, Zhao Qian could not afford to consider such matters. What he desired was an unequivocal victory, a resounding triumph to cleanse the shame of earlier. After a brief moment of contemplation, Elderly nodded in agreement with Zhao Qian's decision, allowing Qian to take action. This matter should be foolproof. Zhao Qian also slightly inclined his head and promptly turned to respectfully seek the approval of the Peak Master, who sat at the highest point of the observation area, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Upon receiving a faint nod of acknowledgement from the Master, Zhao Qian felt a surge of elation and immediately sent a transmission. Yet, just before Qian made his move, a flicker of inexplicable light flashed in Elderly's eyes. He gazed at the proud figure on the stage, and the thought of taking her as a disciple, which had just emerged, became irresistible, even intensifying. The more extraordinary Lin Shuai proved to be, the greater her value for acceptance. Perhaps it was precisely because of her exceptional talent that she could comprehend the significance of a master who could guide her in the path of swordsmanship, one who possessed the nascent form of sword intent. With this thought in mind, Elderly no longer hesitated and discreetly sent forth a message that only Lin Shuai could hear. Lin Shuai, I am Elderly Qing of Qingxuan Peak. His voice carried a hint of authority and restraint. You possess considerable talent, a promising prospect in swordsmanship. Unfortunately, like a pearl cast in the dark, your gifts will only be buried at Qingxuan Peak. Yi Qing is merely a child, himself facing an uncertain future. What could he possibly teach you? Now, I offer you an opportunity. If you agree to leave Qingxuan Peak and become my disciple, I promise to dedicate all resources to nurture you. Moreover, I can share a secret with you. Not long ago, I comprehended the elusive nascent form of sword intent that sword cultivators dream of. Should you become my disciple, I will share my insights with you without reservation, aiding you in embarking on the true path of swordsmanship. Otherwise, your next opponent will be Qian, the foremost individual of Qingxuan Peak, the Peak Master's direct disciple. If he makes his move, defeat is inevitable, and you may suffer irreparable harm on the stage. Weigh your options carefully. A blend of coercion and temptation. Elderly, brimming with confidence, believed that the condition he had laid out, especially the phrase the embryonic form of sword intent, was an irresistible temptation for any sword cultivator. He observed Lin Shuai leisurely, filled with anticipation as he awaited her response. In his mind, he had already decided that if Lin Shuai exhibited even the slightest hint of interest, he would promptly compel her to concede and withdraw. For if Lin Shuai agreed to become his disciple, there would be no need for further conflict over Qingxuan Peak. However, on the arena, upon hearing Elder Li's telepathic message, Lin Shuai was initially taken aback. Soon after, a peculiar expression surfaced in her clear, cold eyes. Instinctively, she raised her gaze to the distant viewing platform, where the proud Elderly was stroking his beard. The look in her eyes was strange. There was no anger, no disdain, but rather an inexplicable hint of something elusive. Indeed, Lin Shuai felt a sense of oddity within her heart. The embryonic form of sword intent? Is this what he uses to entice me? A venerable elder of the Peak, at such an advanced age, has only just grasped the embryonic form of sword intent? How dare he present this as a boastful capital? As for guidance on the sword path, one must remember that the Heavenly River Sword Classic bestowed upon her by her master elucidated the concepts and cultivation methods of sword intent with unparalleled clarity. Moreover, she had already successfully condensed her own embryonic form of sword intent with her master's assistance long ago. To use something she already possessed as bait to tempt her into betraying her sect? Was this Elderly truly serious? Lin Shuai found no inclination to respond. Her peculiar gaze left Elderly feeling an inexplicable pang in his heart. What was this gaze? Shouldn't it be one of shock, desire, and excitement? Why was it so tranquil, even tinged with a hint of pity? and perhaps even amusement? Elderly furrowed his brow sharply, feeling a surge of anger replace his previous calm. Unappreciative, bringing this upon herself. He coldly scoffed inwardly, dismissing Lin Xuan as a youthful fool, unaware of the vastness of the world. Since she had rejected his benevolence and goodwill, she should not blame him for being ruthless. At that moment, whoosh, a formidable and fierce figure soared into the air. The newcomer, clad in the crimson golden garments of a direct disciple of Qingxuan Peak, bore a stern expression and sharp, eagle-like eyes. An aura emanating from him revealed that he was at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. As he stepped onto the arena, a weighty pressure akin to a mountain descended upon Lin Xuan. Qingxuan Peak's Mo. His voice was icy as he proclaimed his identity. A challenge to Qingxuan Peak. Chapter 53. Direct Disciple versus Direct Disciple. Is there no comparison? The challenge to Qingxuan Peak. These 5 words, cold and heavy, seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, resonating deeply within the hearts of many. With the appearance of Mo, the atmosphere among the spectators at the Qingxuan Peak arena shifted dramatically, particularly among the disciples of Qingxuan Peak. If Wang Hao's entrance had previously stirred a raucous wave of schadenfreude towards Qingxuan Peak, then the arrival of Mo now enveloped the arena in an almost suffocating sense of oppression. It is brother Mo. To think that the senior brother would personally take to the stage. My goodness, brother Mo has reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. It is said that he could break through to the Golden Core realm at any moment. Moreover, I have heard that the higher-ups of the sect believe brother Mo has a tremendous chance of ascending the Hidden Dragon ranking. That is a list that encompasses the most exceptional geniuses of the entire Eastern region. This is it. This is undoubtedly secure. With brother Mo taking action, no matter how monstrous Lin Xuan may be, she stands no chance of victory. After a brief silence, the disciples of Qingxuan Peak erupted into a fervent, suppressed murmur of admiration and adoration. Their gazes towards the golden-hued figure on the stage were filled with absolute trust. The humiliation and gloom brought by Wang Hao's swift defeat were instantly swept away the moment Mo made his entrance. Though he had yet to make a move, they could already envision Lin Xuan lying defeated on the ground, as the hope of Qingxuan Peak was ruthlessly extinguished by Qingxuan Peak. Some even remarked that Mo is the direct disciple of the master of Qingxuan Peak, while Lin Xuan is also a direct disciple of Yi Qing, the master of Qingxuan Peak. Yet before the thought could be fully expressed, it was interrupted by a derisive snicker. How could that be compared? There is simply no basis for comparison. A direct disciple against a direct disciple? In the observation platform, Zhao Qian's tense expression finally relaxed, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Mo, this is truly the ace of Qingxuan Peak, a genius poised for the Hidden Dragon ranking, with a cultivation level 2 minor realms above Lin Xuan. Such a disparity cannot be bridged by mere effort or on-the-spot performance. This is an absolute chasm of strength. He intends to use this most insurmountable means to crush the flicker of hope that Qingxuan Peak had just ignited into ashes. Zhao Qian's triumphant gaze instinctively darted towards the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak. He imagined that Yi Qing must be wearing an expression of panic, as if mourning a lost relative. However, his expectations were dashed. Yi Qing remained seated, his demeanor tranquil as a still pond. Holding a teacup, he gently blew at the floating tea leaves and savored his sip, as if the impending events on the arena were of no concern to him. What a facade. I wonder how long you can maintain this pretense. Zhao Qian scoffed internally, turning his head away. Pretending to be calm and maintaining appearances now? Futile. Beside him, elderly S expression was icy. Lin Xuan's strange gaze and silent rejection ignited his anger, causing a chill to seep into his eyes. He silently mused. This little girl truly lacks appreciation. Since you choose to spurn my goodwill, you shall bear the consequences of your folly. Soon enough, you will reap the fruits of your decision. Meanwhile, at the highest vantage point of the Qingxuan Peak viewing area, the ever-meditative master of Qingxuan Peak remained with his eyes tightly closed, embodying an air of calm assurance. It seemed as though he had anticipated the outcome of Mo's performance without the slightest surprise. He possessed unwavering confidence in his direct disciple. No one understood Mo's talent, diligence, and prowess better than his master. To contend with a mere Foundation establishment 7th layer like Lin Xuan, it would be but a trivial task, requiring little effort. In stark contrast stood the viewing platform of the Luoxia Peak. The expression of Peak Master Lu Rian, who had initially glowed with pride at Lin Shuer's swift victory over Wang Hao, was now frozen in a deepening concern. Although Lin Shuer had decisively triumphed over Wang Hao, the latter and Qian Mo were not comparable entities. One was an elite disciple of Danxia Peak, while the other was heralded as the future of Danxia Peak, a true prodigy who had one foot firmly planted on the threshold of the Qianlong ranking. Moreover, pitting a 9th layer against a 7th layer in Foundation establishment was undeniably an act of egregious bullying. It was as if they had no regard for their own dignity. Lu Rian, fraught with anxiety, found herself a loss, her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful eyes betraying her apprehension. This sense of foreboding was shared by others in the arena. The disciples who had recently cheered fervently for Lin Shuer and Su Chan, celebrating the achievements of Qingxuan Peak, now felt as though a hand had suddenly gripped their throats, silencing their applause. They gazed at Qian Mo on the stage, whose imposing presence was like an abyss. Filled with trepidation, they were well aware of Qian Mo's formidable reputation among the disciples of Taiyi Sect, which resonated powerfully. Could Lin Shuer truly prevail against him? Perhaps not. In that moment, within the entire martial arena, nearly everyone, save for the disciples of Danxia Peak, believed that Lin Shuer's defense of the arena was destined for failure. Yet, at the eye of the storm, Lin Shuer herself felt far less anxious than others presumed. Qian Mo, the pinnacle of the 9th layer in Foundation establishment, in her heart, there was not a single ripple of concern. During her time away from the sect for training, she and her junior sister Su Chan had set up a stage in the Kongming city, challenging peers from all directions. The formidable Foundation establishment cultivators she had defeated numbered not fewer than 80, with countless opponents at the 9th layer. To her, the Qian Mo before her was merely another adversary poised for defeat, no different from the other cultivators of the 9th layer. At this moment, her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of another matter altogether. It was a transmission of Elder Li from Danxia Peak. This Elder Li, despite his advanced years, had only just grasped the rudiments of sword intent, and he dared to tempt her into betraying her own sect? Such arrogance! He grossly overestimated his own significance while underestimating her master, and, indeed, her Lin Shuer. A faint sense of amusement flickered in Lin Shuer's heart. However, if this self-important solicitation was not decisively quashed, it would likely lead to endless troubles in the future. Very well. She cast a cool glance at Qian Mo across from her, her mind already made up. Although it was unnecessary to wield the power of her nascent sword intent against this individual, employing it would serve to awaken that Elder Li from his delusions. On the opposite end of the arena, Qian Mo remained calm, his demeanor tinged with a dispassionate superiority. He regarded Lin Shuer with indifference. Foundation establishment, 7th layer, a so-called seed-level competitor? These hollow titles were mere remnants of a path he had traversed long ago, accolades he had long since dismissed. What he pursued now was the illustrious dragon ranking, suspended high above in the eastern domain. He aspired to ascend the ranks and compete against the true paragons of heaven. To Qian Mo, he had already scaled the mid-mountain, poised to reach the summit and survey the landscape below. In contrast, Lin Shuer was merely a latecomer, treading the ground he had once traversed. They were no longer on the same plane of existence. However, since this was the sect's grand competition, with his master and the elders observing, and in accordance with his master's decree, he resolved to secure a resounding victory. Qian Mo had made his preparations. During their confrontation, he would unleash his most stunning, overwhelming techniques with all his might, achieving a single, decisive strike. He aimed to utterly crush this so-called genius of Qingxuan Peak, restoring the lost prestige of Danxia Peak after their initial defeat. With this thought in mind, Qian Mo ceased his idle chatter, letting out a deep bellow as the spiritual energy within him erupted without restraint. The formidable aura of a Peak Foundation establishment 9th layer surged forth like a volcanic eruption, enveloping the entire arena. He formed seals with his right hand, rapidly conjuring crimson formulas at his fingertips. This was the technique he had mastered most adeptly, the Earth-rank superior spell, Crimson Refinement Melt Gold Hand. In an instant, a colossal claw, composed of pure fire-type spiritual energy, materialized in midair. This claw, several zhang in size, blazed with fierce red flames, emanating an intimidating heat capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas. The air crackled and warped under its searing intensity. This was one of his most powerful killing moves. With this initial strike, he was already going all out. He intended to determine the outcome in one fell swoop. On the viewing platform of Qingxuan Peak, the always closed-eyed Peak Master revealed a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. This child, Immortal, remained so composed. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion employs its utmost strength. Thus, with such a formidable and thunderous force, a swift victory would undoubtedly enhance the glory of our Qingxuan Peak. Zhao Qian and Elderly also wore relaxed smiles upon their faces. No further surprises would occur. Everything had come to a close. Chapter 54. If one were to take on disciples, who would be the master and who the apprentice? Yet, just as everyone assumed that Lin Shuai would be severely injured by this strike, perhaps even left with psychological scars, she moved. She neither dodged nor blocked, and her expression remained unchanged. She merely raised her right hand slowly, pointing like a sword towards the oncoming crimson claw, and casually delivered a single stroke. There was no earth-shattering brilliance of sword light, nor was there a cataclysmic aura. The sword light appeared so plain and unremarkable, akin to a novice swordsman executing a simple cut. However, at the moment she swung her sword, an invisible yet extraordinarily sharp essence, seemingly capable of severing all things in the world, abruptly surged from her being. This essence flickered and vanished in an instant. Buzz. The Qinglan sword emitted an unprecedented, joyous hum. Yet it remained sheathed. To unsheath it would mean to kill, and the arena challenge of the sect competition did not warrant death. Then, a seemingly delicate azure sword energy was released from her fingertips, advancing towards the overwhelming crimson molten gold hand. In the next moment, boom! A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the arena. Contrary to the expectations of many, Lin Shuai was not sent flying. Under the gaze of astonished onlookers, that formidable crimson molten gold hand, upon contacting the slender sword energy, was cleaved in two as if made of paper. The violent fire-based spiritual energy instantaneously spiraled out of control, erupting into a rain of fire. Moreover, the azure sword energy, having sliced through the molten hand, retained its power and speed, surpassing the reaction limits of many disciples. It vanished in a flash. Thud! A figure, struck as if by lightning, spewed blood and was propelled backward from the arena with astonishing speed. Bang! The heavy sound of impact echoed once more. The figure clad in crimson and gold, once a promising disciple of Qingxuan Peak, crashed heavily onto the ground beneath the arena, shattering the hard blue stone slabs. After a couple of futile attempts to rise, he could no longer stand. This individual was none other than Mo. His most powerful technique, executed with all his might, was utterly unable to withstand even a single strike from Lin Shuai. He was sent flying with one blow. The arena once again fell into a profound silence. Many were left in a state of shock. If Wang Hao's swift defeat had previously stunned the crowd, at this moment, Mo was swiftly defeated, leaving everyone in a state of numbness, as if caught in an unreal dream. Yet another strike? This was Mo, the prodigy revered for nearing the potential of the hidden dragon ranking, a master of the 9th level of foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking into the Golden Core realm, and the direct disciple of the master of Qingxuan Peak. Astonishingly, like Wang Hao, he was effortlessly vanquished by that white-clad maiden with a single blow. Why was it that, despite all being at the foundation establishment stage, Lin Shuai from Qingxuan Peak imparted an overwhelming sense of dimensional suppression in battle? After a brief silence, a tumultuous uproar erupted, tenfold more intense than before. Madness. Surely, I must be dreaming. Mo, also defeated in one strike? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cheating. There must be some foul play. To have a 7th level foundation establishment defeat a peak 9th level foundation establishment in one strike. How can this be? If Mo was close to ascending the hidden dragon ranking, what then of Lin Shuai? Gasps of disbelief and astonishment ignited fervent discussions among the onlookers, the cacophony threatening to topple the arena itself. The fervor and admiration on the faces of Qingxuan Peak's disciples froze, transforming into a daze and confusion. Their proud senior brother, the invincible figure in their hearts, had fallen? More decisively than Wang Hao, even? On the viewing platform, crack. Zhao Qian crushed the armrest in his grip into splinters. His eyes bulged in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets, his mouth agape wide enough to accommodate an egg. He gasped heavily, his expression a grotesque mix of inexpressible horror and disbelief. Damn! This unexpected outcome, this absurd scene, this soul-crushing frustration compelled him to silently curse vehemently. Meanwhile, the Danxia Peak master, who had been calmly meditating, could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly opened his eyes. The depths of his gaze, once tranquil and serene, now betrayed an unmistakable shock. He fixated intently on the still, composed figure of the white-clad maiden on the stage, his breath becoming increasingly rapid and erratic. The disciple he had meticulously trained and regarded as his successor had actually been defeated. However, at this moment, the individual reacting most profoundly was neither he nor Zhao Qian, but Elder Li and Li Changqing. With a sudden motion, he sprang from his seat, only to sit back down heavily. His gaze fixed on Lin Shuer, filled with shock and dread. Within him, a sense of disorientation took hold. While others may have only perceived the might of Lin Shuer's sword and the outcome of Qian Mo's defeat, he, having just grazed the threshold of sword intent and grasped its nascent form, understood distinctly the nascent form of sword intent. It was indeed the nascent form of sword intent. Just moments ago, the sword strike executed by Lin Shuer astonishingly contained the embryonic form of sword intent that every sword cultivator dreams of attaining. Moreover, Elder Li's fingers trembled slightly. He could perceive that the sword intent embodied in Lin Shuer's strike exhibited a level of refinement, sharpness, and harmony that far surpassed the rudimentary understanding he had only recently managed to grasp after centuries of cultivation. What does this signify? It signifies that this 18-year-old girl possesses a comprehension and insight into the sword path that is deeper and more profound than that of this golden core elder, who has trained for hundreds of years. A terrifying thought exploded in his mind. He suddenly recalled that just moments ago, he had used his spiritual consciousness to summon Lin Shuer, adopting a condescending demeanor to recruit her. He remembered boasting about his intention to impart to her the insights of sword intent as embryonic form. He recalled how he had arrogantly offered to guide her in her sword path cultivation. He also remembered the peculiar gaze Lin Shuer had directed at him after hearing his words. It dawned on him. He finally understood. That gaze was not one of youthful ignorance, but rather one of pity. It was as if she were saying, the embryonic form of sword intent? You, at your age, have only just comprehended it? Lin Shuer, so young, has grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. It was akin to a fabulously wealthy merchant observing a beggar proudly displaying a copper coin before him. Ridiculous. How utterly laughable I, Li Changqing, am. A shame. An unparalleled humiliation. A surge of blood rushed to Elder Li's throat, and he felt the world spinning around him. His aged face instantly turned the color of liver. It shifted from red to purple, ultimately becoming an ashen gray. To take on a disciple? To usurp Yi Qing's disciple and teach her the insights of the embryonic form of sword intent? How mortifying. It was utterly mortifying. Now, he finally comprehended how laughable his words must have sounded to Lin Shuer. How absurd. In terms of the sword path alone, this young woman has ventured further than he, not to mention taking her as a disciple. In fact, she would be more than capable of serving as his sword path teacher. If he were truly to take on a disciple, one might well question, who is the one taking whom as a disciple? Chapter 55, under Yi Qing's command. A pair of heavenly prodigies. Li Changqing's face drained of color, as if mourning a lost kin. It felt as though all his vitality had been siphoned away, leaving him slumped in his chair, unable to utter another word. His loss of composure did not attract much attention. At that moment, the entire martial arena was still immersed in the aftermath of that astonishing sword strike. The effortless gesture, the instantaneous annihilation. That was Qian Mo, the hope of Danxia Peak, a prodigy with 1 foot already in the ranks of the Hidden Dragon list, and he was defeated just like that? Silence enveloped the ranks of the Danxia Peak disciples. The fervor and adulation of moments ago have now transformed into a bewildering absurdity. They gaze at the struggling Qian Mo beneath the arena, then at the immaculate figure clad in white upon the stage, feeling as if their worldview had been utterly shattered, ground into dust. In stark contrast stood the observation platform at the falling sunset peak. Good, good, good. The peak master, Lu Ruyin, abruptly rose, her enchanting eyes wide with astonishment. The worry etched on her face now entirely replaced by ecstasy and shock. She never anticipated that Lin Shuer would emerge victorious, and in such an unexpected manner. Surpassing 2 minor realms, she defeated the personal disciple of the Danxia Peak Master with a single strike. This was not merely a victory. It was a complete domination. Disciple Yi Qing, filled with excitement, directed her gaze towards the direction of Qingxuan Peak, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. She had initially thought that Yi Qing's return with 2 disciples aimed merely at a desperate struggle, uncertain whether they could even retain Qingxuan Peak. Yet, unexpectedly, he had delivered an astonishing surprise to others. No, perhaps for some, it was a fright. A fright, not a surprise. Only the individual could know their own heart. At this moment, upon the highest observation platform of the martial arts arena, the sect master of Taiyi Sect, Liu Changhe, revealed a hint of unabashed astonishment in his deep, oceanic eyes. He rested one hand on his chair, slightly leaning forward, his gaze like a piercing beacon, fixated on Lin Xuya, the nascent sword intent, coupled with a refinement far surpassing the ordinary. Liu Changhe murmured to himself, nodding slightly, his voice tinged with an indescribable admiration. He admitted that prior to this, although he had indeed held Yi Qing in high regard, recognizing his solitary support of the beleaguered Qingxuan Peak, and his remarkable breakthrough from an 8th layer of foundation establishment to the 1st layer of golden core within a mere 3 months. This level of determination and talent was indeed rare. However, Liu Chang, he had merely appreciated Yi Qing as an individual. He harbored minimal expectations for his disciples. After all, Qingxuan Peak was resource poor, having fallen to such depths. Yi Qing himself was a mere clay figurine crossing a river. What kind of disciples could he possibly nurture? Other peaks boasted dozens, even hundreds of enrolled disciples competing, meticulously selecting a few from a multitude. Yet Qingxuan Peak had only 3 individuals, including Yi Qing himself. But who could have foreseen that Yi Qing's 2 disciples would shine ever brighter in the competition? From the initial test of the stone puppets, showcasing their seed-level potential, to now, where Lin Xuya decisively eliminated Qian Mo, a contender for the potential dragon ranking, with a single sword. What does this signify? This is no longer merely a contender for the potential dragon ranking. It indicates that Lin Xuya herself is a true prodigy, already qualified to ascend the Eastern region's potential dragon ranking. An 18-year-old prodigy on the potential dragon ranking within just 3 months. Yi Qing, how on earth did you accomplish this? Liu Chang, he felt a tempest of emotions within, involuntarily shifting his gaze towards the young figure in green, who remained composed, sipping tea. This young man had brought him an abundance of surprises. Wait, a sudden jolt coursed through Liu Chang's heart as a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. What about Lin Xuya and Yi Qing's other disciple? Xuan. Yes, where is Xuan? She is also Yi Qing's disciple. Previously, she had also demonstrated the potential of a seed-level disciple. With this thought, Liu Chang's consciousness expanded instantaneously, traversing the throngs of enthusiastic onlookers. His gaze sharp and electric as it landed upon the other side of the arena. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been captivated by the confrontation between Danxia Peak and Qingxuan Peak, leaving little focus on the other battles. However, when Liu Chang's eyes fell upon Xuan, his pupils constricted in shock. On one of the stages stood a young girl, clad in the attire of a Qingxuan Peak disciple, her beauty striking and delicate. With her sword sheathed, she faced a disciple from Xuánling Peak, an 8th layer foundation establishment practitioner, who wore a look of sheer horror. His shirt was torn open at the chest, and with a pale complexion, he clasped his hands together in surrender. He had been defeated in one move. Before Liu Changhe could scrutinize further, the girl, Xuan, leapt gracefully off the stage, continuing without pause toward the next arena. Her target was a disciple from Liang Peak, a pinnacle 9th layer foundation establishment practitioner. At this moment, more and more spectators, shaken from their astonishment at Lin Xuya's swift victory over Qian Mo, began to recall Qingxuan Peak's other disciple. Countless gazes converged upon the stage where Xuan stood. Look, it's Xuan from Qingxuan Peak. She is also about to challenge. Her opponent is Li Yin from Liang Peak, a fierce contender not to be underestimated. Did I just see that she won her earlier matches in a single strike as well? Amidst the murmurs, the battle on the stage commenced. Li Yin, evidently aware of Lin Xuya's prowess, approached Xuan with utmost seriousness, unleashing his full strength from the outset. The burning heaven palm, a scorching gust of wind surged forth, aimed directly at Xuan's face. Yet, Xuan's response was astonishingly swift. Clang! A clear, resonant sound of the sword echoed. The blade glimmered in a flash. So quick, almost imperceptibly swift. A stream of sword light, as elusive as a deer's antlers. tore through the multitude of palm shadows, and lightly touched Li Yan's throat. The chilling sword energy sent shivers down his spine. Li Yan recoiled abruptly, drenched in sweat. His face drained of color. He understood that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, in a life-or-death struggle, that strike would have pierced his throat. I concede. One move. Yet another. A disciple with aspirations for the potential dragon ranking was vanquished by Xuan in one strike. The audience fell completely silent. If Lin Shui's victory was akin to a spark, then Xuan's triumph was a raging inferno that followed swiftly. People stared blankly at Xuan, then glanced at the calm Lin Shui on the other side of the arena. An absurd notion, so ridiculous it sent shivers down their spines, emerged in everyone's minds. Am I seeing this correctly? This Xuan appears to be as formidable as Lin Shui, with a foundation at the 8th level. She could effortlessly annihilate those at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Their power was transcendent. Good heavens! Could it be that both female disciples from Qingxuan Peak are prodigies worthy of the potential dragon rankings? Under the leadership of Master Yi Qingfeng, a sect boasting dual prodigies? Chapter 56. Elder Zhao. It is time we settle our accounts. The notion of dual prodigies sent tremors through the entire martial arts arena. A once fading peak, now simultaneously producing two disciples capable of rivaling the finest talents of the Eastern region. This was akin to a tale spun from a storybook. It was simply unbelievable unless witnessed firsthand. In that moment, the gazes directed towards the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak transformed, no longer filled with sympathy or schadenfreude, but rather profound astonishment. At the Danxia Peak observation platform, Zhao Qian, upon witnessing Xuan's performance, felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, nearly choking on his fury, which he forcefully swallowed back. His face, once contorted with rage, shifted from a fierce crimson to a sallow gray, ultimately settling into a pallid hue. Dual prodigies. The phrase echoed incessantly in his mind, drowning out all else. It was over. All was lost. He realized there was no need to continue watching. With these two monstrous disciples present, either one could easily surpass the disciples of an entire peak. In this sect competition, Qingxuan Peak's ranking would not merely be at the bottom. It would likely soar to unprecedented heights. It might even surpass many peaks, leaving the mid-tier Danxia Peak far behind. To assimilate Qingxuan Peak, this thought, in the current light, seemed laughable and utterly delusional. Reflecting on his previous actions, it was no wonder that Yi Qing maintained such composure. Perhaps, in his eyes, Zhao Qian was nothing more than a source of amusement from the very beginning. Humiliation, rage, resentment. A tempest of emotions surged within Zhao Qian, almost igniting him in flames. He struggled to remain seated for a while longer, but as the sect competition approached its conclusion, he could no longer endure. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but he felt as though the gazes of others were mocking him. Remaining here, surrounded by those subtle, derisive glances, would only drive him to madness. Enough! Zhao Qian sprang to his feet, his expression dark enough to draw water, casting aside any thought of the final results and rankings. He furiously swept his sleeve and prepared to depart. However, just as he was leaving his seat and turning away, a calm yet remarkably clear voice resonated from the Qingxuan Peak observation platform, echoing in the ears of every person present. Elder Zhao, where is your haste taking you? The voice was soft yet imbued with an inexplicable charm, instantly silencing the previously raucous training ground. Countless gazes converged upon the source of the sound. On the viewing platform of Qingxuan Peak, the young peak master Yi Qing, who had remained poised and tranquil throughout, gently set down his teacup. He rose slowly, his azure robes fluttering as if caught by an unseen breeze, his calm gaze sweeping through the crowd to rest upon Zhao Qian. Why should it concern you where I go? Zhao Qian retorted coldly. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with Yi Qing. Yi Qing nodded slightly, his tone remaining unperturbed, yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, a brilliance that dared not be met with direct gaze. Indeed, it was true that Zhao Qian was not one of Qingxuan Peak's own. However, there remained unresolved matters between them, and with the grand competition nearing its conclusion, it was high time to settle accounts with Elder Zhao. At this declaration, silence enveloped the arena. Zhao Qian, who had been preparing to storm off in indignation, suddenly froze, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He whirled around, fixing a fierce stare upon Yi Qing. In his eyes, alongside resentment, there flickered an almost imperceptible hint of panic. Settle accounts? What accounts? Could it be that he has discovered my hiring of the silver metal assassin from the Blood Slaughter Tower to ambush him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Blood Slaughter Tower's reputation is unmatched in the Eastern Domain. There has never been a precedent for leaking employer information. How could a mere greenhorn, confined to the mountain gates, possibly uncover such a thing? Yes, he must be spouting nonsense. With this thought, Zhao Qian forcibly quelled his rising panic, replaced instead by an intense fury etched across his face. He raised his chin defiantly and barked, "Yi Qing, do not slander me with your baseless accusations. What old grievances could possibly exist between us? Your disciple shines brightly today, and I, from Danxia Peak, concede my inferiority. But should you seek to provoke me or humiliate me, know that Danxia Peak is not to be trifled with." His words rang with righteous indignation. Presenting himself as the aggrieved party, Yi Qing regarded Zhao Qian's countenance and could not help but shake his head, a smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, he had been foolish. How could this old rogue, with a skin thicker than a city wall, ever acknowledge his misdeeds? The only recourse was to eliminate him directly. What need was there for evidence or reasoning? Such notions were futile. Logic could not penetrate the matter. All arguments must first be settled by the sword and the fist. If he sought my life, then my response must be to take his. Such is the natural order. In that instant, the last remnants of Yi Qing's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an unmistakable and unrestrained aura of lethal intent. Boom! A bone-chilling energy erupted from Yi Qing, soaring into the heavens. With a sudden movement, he transformed into a streak of azure lightning, soaring effortlessly into the air, hovering above the martial arena and gazing down at Zhao Qian with an expression as cold as death. The palpable aura of lethal intent startled Zhao Qian, leaving him momentarily astonished. "Yi Qing, are you truly contemplating an attack on me? Do you wish to take my life? Have you lost your senses?" Zhao Qian could scarcely believe his eyes. This was the venue of the sect's grand competition. The sect leader, peak masters, and elders were all present. How dare Yi Qing display such audacity, harboring murderous thoughts against a fellow elder in front of everyone? Regardless, you were the one who initiated this murderous intent. Do I, as an elder, need to fear you? With a cold expression, Zhao Qian summoned the power of his golden core, propelling himself into the air to confront Yi Qing from a distance. Were they truly on the brink of battle? The master of Qingxuan Peak was about to strike against Elder Zhao. My heavens, what animosity lies between them? How impulsive! Yi Qing is still far too young. In the arena, the sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Countless gazes converged upon the two figures locked in confrontation in the sky. Whispers and discussions erupted among the crowd. Some peak masters and elders shook their heads slightly, their eyes reflecting a lack of faith in Yi Qing's actions. From their perspective, this was an unwise move. True, his two disciples were indeed exceptional talents, and Qingxuan Peak had gained prominence today. However, disciples are disciples, and peak masters are peak masters. Just 3 months ago, Yi Qing was merely at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Even with a recent breakthrough, he had only just stepped into the 1st level of the Golden Core. In contrast, Zhao Qian was a well-established Golden Core practitioner, having reached the 3rd level of Golden Core cultivation many years ago, and now his aura was robust. A mere step away from the 4th level. In the realm of Golden Core cultivation, each level represents a significant leap in power. The disparity between them was as vast as a chasm. To the onlookers, Yi Qing's action seemed akin to striking a stone with an egg, a self-inflicted humiliation. Yet, they could not fathom what grievous offense Zhao Qian could have committed to incite such an impulsive and irrational reaction from the usually composed young peak master. To confront Zhao Qian, a 3rd-level Golden Core practitioner, with merely a 1st-level cultivation was unfathomable. Chapter 57. How on earth did Yi Qing achieve this? Ye Yiving, my disciple. On the observation platform of Luoxia Peak, Lu Rian abruptly stood up, her face etched with anxiety and concern. She too was skeptical of Yi Qing's chances. The outcome of a 1st-level Golden Core against a 3rd-level Golden Core was utterly predictable. She was unaware of the events that had transpired between them. But one thought consumed her mind. She could not allow Zhao Qian to harm Yi Qing in any way. With a swift motion, Lu Ruyan could no longer remain seated. She leapt into the air like a fleeting ray of light, urgently racing towards the battlefield above. Within her, the 2nd layer of the Golden Core cultivation surged forth without reservation. At this moment, Lu Rian could only lament her lack of strength. If only she possessed the cultivation of the third layer of the golden core, she could seize the opportunity to assist Yi Qing in vanquishing Zhao Qian, delivering him a severe lesson. Meanwhile, atop the highest observation platform, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, furrowed his brow. He had intended to intervene and put an end to this farce. To resort to infighting among fellow disciples, especially during such a prestigious sect competition, was utterly disgraceful. Yet, just as he prepared to speak, an unexpected thought surged within him, uncontrollable. Wait. Lu Changhe's gaze returned to Yi Qing's tall figure. Lin Shuer and Su Quan, two previously inconspicuous individuals, had undergone a remarkable transformation in just 3 short months under Yi Qing's guidance, each now possessing the terrifying power to challenge those on the hidden dragon rankings. Thus, as their master, what might be the true extent of Yi Qing's own abilities? The very architect of this dual prodigy miracle? Was he truly just an ordinary first-layer golden core cultivator? Once this notion took root, it could not be stifled. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lu Changhe's eyes, and the words he had been about to utter were swallowed back. He resolved to observe further, to witness what other surprises this young man might bestow upon him. After all, with him, the late-stage nascent soul sect leader, present, he was confident that even in the worst-case scenario, should Yi Qing falter against Zhao Qian, he could swiftly intervene to preserve Yi Qing's life. Lu Changhe vowed that Yi Qing would suffer no harm today. In the skies, Zhao Qian, locking eyes with Yi Qing, let out a cold laugh, harboring disdain for Yi Qing's overconfidence. Overestimating oneself, he scoffed inwardly. Yes, I acknowledge your extraordinary teaching abilities. A pair of prodigies is indeed astonishing. But so what? You, Yi Qing, are ultimately just a junior at the first layer of the golden core. Meanwhile, I, Zhao Qian, stand at the third layer and am on the brink of breaking into the fourth layer, in the realm of the golden core. A single layer's difference is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Will you possess to contend with me, to harbor murderous intent against me, to wish for my demise? It is simply ludicrous. Zhao Qian's eyes flickered with malice. Were it not for the presence of the sect leader and so many fellow disciples observing, he might have been tempted to eliminate Yi Qing on the spot. However, this situation was favorable. Since you have initiated the provocation and openly displayed your murderous intent, I shall take the opportunity to severely injure you. In that case, even if the sect leader questions my actions, I will have my justification. With this thought, Zhao Qian's eyes glinted ominously. Ye Ving, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. He resolved to strike first, unleashing a furious roar as his inner power erupted like a volcano. Fiery demon palm. Boom! A colossal palm print, forged from crimson true essence, surged forth, imbued with an intense aura of fiery malevolence, descending upon Yi Qing like an eclipse. As the palm print swept through the air, it scorched the atmosphere, creating a hissing sound, as if the very fabric of reality was contorting under its might. The sheer force was utterly terrifying. Alarmed, Lu Ruyan, hurrying towards the scene, paled at the sight and instinctively prepared to intervene. Yet, she was acutely aware that her cultivation level, being at the second tier of golden core, fell short of Zhao Qian's by a small margin. Even if she exerted every ounce of her strength, she could only diminish the palm's might by 3 or 4 parts. The remaining power would still be insurmountable for Yi Qing. However, before she could act, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the face of that cataclysmic palm strike, Yi Qing remained unfazed, not even lifting an eyelid. With a mere gesture of his finger, he transformed it into a sword, gently slicing towards the enormous blood-red palm print. Clang! A melodious sword cry resonated through the heavens. The sound was not loud, yet it seemed to possess a soul-piercing enchantment, causing the hearts of all golden core cultivators present to tremble violently. In the next moment, a brilliant azure sword light erupted from Yi Qing's fingertip. This sword light appeared unremarkable, lacking any earth-shattering force. Yet, it seemed to encapsulate some profound truth of the universe, moving faster than the visual and mental limits of most present. Rip! A soft sound echoed, akin to fabric being torn. The once ominous crimson palm print now appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper before the azure sword light, effortlessly cleaved in two. The sword light continued its relentless momentum, vanishing in an instant. Thud! In the air, a figure was struck as if by lightning, blood gushing forth, and the individual was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, plummeting from the heights. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Yi Qing, his disciple. Lu Ruyan's heart tightened, instinctively gasping, believing it was Yi Qing who had been injured and sent flying. Yet, as she focused her gaze, she found herself momentarily stunned. For the figure, drenched in blood and cast away, was garbed in the robes of an elder from Danxia Peak. It was none other than Zhao Qian. The entire assembly fell silent for a moment. Everyone was bewildered by this unfathomable spectacle. What had just transpired? What had occurred moments ago? The esteemed peak masters and elders, with their profound cultivation, watched in disbelief as their pupils constricted, their faces etched with incredulity. They had witnessed it clearly. They comprehended the events that had unfolded. Just as Yi Qing's sword struck, at the very instant the azure light was about to pierce Zhao Qian's heart, a powerful barrier of magical energy abruptly manifested before him. It was Li Songyun, the master of Danxia Peak, who, sensing the imminent threat, acted in the nick of time. This magical barrier absorbed at least 70% of the sword's power. Even so, the residual force still severely injured Zhao Qian, who was at the third level of the golden core stage, with a single strike. What does this imply? It indicates that, without the instantaneous intervention of Li Songyun, the master of Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian would likely have been utterly annihilated under that strike. One sword, instantaneously vanquishing a third-level golden core practitioner. Yet to the onlookers, it was merely Yi Qing, who was at the first level of the golden core stage. How could such damage be accomplished? Chapter 58. Master of Danxia Peak? How troublesome. Death. This is somewhat astonishing. A peak master murmured, casting a curious glance at Yi Qing, his expression revealing a keen interest. The performance of Yi Qing, as well as that of his disciples from Qingxuan Peak, particularly the trio present today, was remarkably captivating and utterly unexpected. Bang! Zhao Qian's body crashed heavily onto the observation platform of Danxia Peak, creating a dent in the hard stone surface. Blood continuously gushed from his mouth. Lying in the pit, his gaze was vacant, and his expression somewhat bewildered. Upon regaining his senses, he glared at Yi Qing with terror in his heart. How could this be? He could hardly believe that he was utterly powerless before Yi Qing, unable to withstand even a single move, and was grievously injured and sent flying. After all, he was a dignified, third-level golden core practitioner. In terms of disciples, he had lost. In terms of strength, this seasoned golden core cultivator was no match for a newly ascended golden core practitioner. He had lost spectacularly, utterly defeated. At that moment, Zhao Qian's mindset was on the verge of collapse. He had thought that today would be a day of triumph for Danxia Peak over Qingxuan Peak. Little did he expect to be trampled upon by Qingxuan Peak instead. The immense psychological disparity was almost unbearable. Meanwhile, beneath the observation platform of Qingxuan Peak, Lin Shuai and Su Chan stood side by side. Observing the scene in the air, the two exchanged a glance, their expressions radiating ease and a sense of inevitability. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian had lingered a bit too long. Su Chan murmured softly. Lin Shuai nodded, a faint smile gracing her cool, delicate features. Had it not been for the intervention of the master of Danxia Peak, Zhao Qian would now be a lifeless corpse. To others, Yi Qing was merely at the first level of the golden core stage, and to inflict severe injury upon Zhao Qian, a third-level practitioner, was nothing short of astonishing. Yet, the two sisters understood quite well. The true power of their master could not be fathomed by a mere third-level golden core practitioner. It is worth noting that back in Beijing City, their master had effortlessly subdued the sixth-level golden core master of Taiyi Sect, Qi Shaozhenren, with a mere wave of his hand. Subsequently, he single-handedly ascended the mountains and obliterated the Taiyi Sect, which had existed for countless years. Not to mention in Kongming City, where their master was not even present. Merely a remnant sword intent left upon them had severely injured an unknown golden core cultivator, nearly slaying him and causing him to flee in panic. In this moment, how could one possibly contend with the trifling Zhao Qian, a mere third-level golden core cultivator? Defeating him should indeed be a matter of course. Had it not been for external interference, Zhao Qian would undoubtedly have met his demise. High above, Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to conclude Zhao Qian's fate with a single stroke of his sword. Yet unexpectedly, the master of Danxia Peak, Li Songyun, reacted with remarkable swiftness, intervening to mitigate the damage of that very strike. Consequently, Zhao Qian was grievously wounded but not immediately slain. It seemed that an additional blow was necessary. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yi Qing hesitated not for a moment, his figure shifting as he prepared to descend from the heavens, intent on completely dispatching the ailing Zhao Qian. How audacious! At that instant, a thunderous roar erupted with ferocity. Boom! A wave of terrifying pressure, far exceeding that of the Golden Core realm, descended like the weight of the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds to create a chilling spectacle. It bore down upon Yi Qing like an abyss, an inescapable force that threatened to crush him. This oppressive aura belonged to a formidable, nascent soul master. Moments later, a figure clad in a crimson robe adorned with cloud patterns shot upwards, positioning itself before Yi Qing, none other than the wrathful master of Qingxuan Peak, Li Songyun, a veritable practitioner at the third level of the nascent soul stage. Ye Ving, you have gone too far. Li Songyun hovered in the air, his gaze as frigid as ice, fixated on Yi Qing. The overwhelming presence of the nascent soul firmly ensnared Yi Qing. Regardless of Zhao Qian's shortcomings, he is still an elder of my Taiyi Sect, a member of Qingxuan Peak. Before both me and the sect master, you dare to wield such lethal intent. Do you hold my Qingxuan Peak and Taiyi Sect's regulations in such contempt? If I do not intervene, will you next presume to defile Qingxuan Peak itself? His voice resonated with the authority of a nascent soul cultivator, reverberating throughout the martial arena. This matter ends here. You are to withdraw at once. Once the competition concludes, you must provide Qingxuan Peak with a satisfactory explanation for your actions. I demand that you publicly apologize to Elder Zhao Qian and to Qingxuan Peak in front of the entire sect. Seeing his master come to his aid, the prostrate Zhao Qian grinned, revealing a triumphant expression towards Yi Qing. He had surmised that Yi Qing was aware of his collusion with the Bloodkill Tower assassins. Yet, what of it? What if you, Yi Qing, knew I had hired assassins to eliminate you? What if you are stronger than I, with Li Songyun present? Do you truly believe you can slay me? Ha! I lie here. If you possess the audacity, dare to strike me. In response, Yi Qing merely narrowed his eyes, imbued with a chilling resolve. He then addressed the formidable nascent soul blocking his path, his voice calm, yet laced with deadly intent. Uttering a sentence that nearly caused many hearts to cease beating. Stand aside, or I shall strike you down as well. At this declaration, the entire assembly was thrown into astonishment. The master of Qingxuan Peak, Li Songyun, was momentarily taken aback, but then, in a fit of rage, burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! What a brazen young fool! Do you intend to strike me as well? Have you truly lost your senses in your cultivation? Very well. Since you are so obstinately ignorant, I shall suppress you today. It seems your master departed early, leaving you without proper guidance. Allow me to show you how to properly write the character for courtesy. As his words echoed, a chilling glint surged in Li Songyun's eyes. He was poised to act, ready to subdue this reckless challenger who dared to provoke his Xuánling authority. Suddenly, Li Songyun's Xuánling aura erupted like a cataclysmic avalanche. His fingers spread wide as an immense crimson energy converged wildly in his palm, manifesting a blazing solar phantom. The searing heat radiating from it caused the surrounding space to warp dramatically, as if it might melt at any moment. This was undeniably one of his signature techniques. The Great Sun Incineration Hand. With his initial move, he unleashed a force akin to thunder. Clearly, Li Songyun was genuinely incensed, determined to publicly subdue Yi Qing, the audacious provocateur, with overwhelming strength as a warning to others. Despair washed over Lu Ruoyun as she witnessed this scene. Her heart plummeted into the abyss. She yearned to intercede, to plead for mercy, even if it meant humbling herself. Yet under the terrifying pressure of Li Songyun's third-level Xuánling might, even opening her mouth became an arduous task. Despite her efforts to withstand the oppressive force, she found herself unable to approach. All she could do was helplessly watch as the blazing sun bore down upon Yi Qing, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Never before had she so fervently wished for immense power. On the observation platform, other peak masters frowned in concern. Brotherly is going too far, remarked the master of Qingxuan Peak, a captivating woman still possessing grace. Yi Qing is an extraordinary talent. Such suppression may harm his dedication to the path. Indeed, this youth possessed remarkable potential, and with proper guidance, he could become another pillar for our Taiyi Sect. To see him crushed by Li Songyun would be a lamentable loss if it affected his resolve. The master of Spirit Beast Peak echoed her sentiments. They all contemplated that should they step forward to shield Yi Qing from Li Songyun's wrath. It would not only earn Yi Qing an invaluable favor, but also demonstrate their appreciation for talent to the sect leader. However, with Li Songyun in such a furious state, intervening recklessly could spell disaster. Amidst the hesitation of the onlookers, the sect leader, Lu Changhe, observed from the highest platform with a profound gaze. He had quietly summoned his late-stage Xuánling power, akin to a slumbering dragon poised to awaken at any moment. Yet, he refrained from action. At the instant Li Songyun struck, an odd premonition surged within him. This feeling was peculiar, yet intensely strong. He sensed that perhaps Yi Qing might be capable of defending himself without his intervention. The sensation was extraordinary. Lu Changhe furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Let me observe further, he murmured to himself, suppressing the urge to intervene and separate Li Songyun and Yi Qing. He yearned to witness firsthand the limits of this young man who repeatedly performed miracles. As for the danger, with his vigilant presence, Yi Qing would undoubtedly remain unharmed. Below the arena, Lin Schwerer and Su Chan felt a surge of anxiety. Senior sister, master. Su Chan clenched her small hand tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Though they possessed an almost blind trust in Yi Qing, the peak master of Danxiao was, after all, a genuine nascent soul powerhouse. As far as they knew, their master had never truly battled someone of such a formidable realm. Have faith in our master, Lin Shuet said, her usually calm face now bearing an added weight of seriousness, yet her gaze remained steadfast. Su Chan nodded in agreement. In their hearts, they held an unwavering belief that their master was invincible. Even if there were moments of vulnerability, she would undoubtedly become invincible in the future. At that moment, amidst the collective anticipation and varied emotions of the crowd, Yi Qing's reaction to the colossal sun capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas was peculiarly serene. He did not even glance at the terrifying assault. Instead, he focused on the prideful Li Songyun before him and slowly raised his hand. Then, with an unadorned motion, he extended his finger like a sword and gently waved it forward. A subtle azure light flickered from his fingertip, nearly imperceptible. The speed of that azure gleam was astonishing, so swift that even the pupils of the sect leader, Lu Changhe, constricted sharply. With a soft hiss, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, Li Songyun's sun-like palm, capable of melting golden iron, encountered the azure light and failed to offer even the slightest resistance, collapsing spectacularly into a cascade of luminous particles. What? The pride on Li Songyun's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless astonishment. How could this be? His signature move was shattered by Yi Qing's single stroke? Wait, the sword light had yet to dissipate. In an instant, as the sword light shattered the blazing sun, it surged toward him at breakneck speed. Li Songyun's expression shifted dramatically. He wanted to evade. He wanted to retreat. Yet before that azure light, which seemed to transcend thought itself, even his seasoned nascent soul reactions appeared feeble and strained. The sword light flickered and vanished. Li Songyun was unable to evade. With a splatter, a jet of blood erupted into the air. Following that, a figure hurtled through the sky with incredible velocity, akin to a cannonball propelled by immense force, crashing heavily back to the ground. Boom! A deafening, piercing wail resonated, and all eyes instinctively followed the trajectory of the flying figure. As they beheld the crimson, cloud-patterned robe adorning the figure, each individual's mind seemed to be struck by divine thunder, plunging them into utter oblivion. What was happening? A scene reminiscent of earlier events unfolded once more. The one sent hurtling backward was none other than the master of Danxiao Peak, the formidable practitioner Li Songyun, a third-tier nascent soul expert. With a resounding crash, Li Songyun's body collided with a corner of the observation platform, sending dust swirling and stones flying. The atmosphere was palpably silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Disciples, elders, and the peak master alike gaped, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if ensnared by a spell, staring vacantly at Li Songyun, then glancing up at the figure clad in azure, standing with hands clasped behind his back in the sky above. Confusion reigned in their hearts. What had just transpired? A first-tier golden core practitioner, Yi Qing, had defeated Li Songyun, a third-tier nascent soul master, with a single strike. Moreover, Li Songyun clutched his chest, his complexion as pale as paper, his breath weak and feeble, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Could it be that he had fallen victim to an illusion? Lying in the human-shaped pit, Zhao Qian, who had previously worn a smug expression, now found all color drained from his face. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and pinched his thigh hard, almost wishing to slap himself. The sharp pain in his leg reminded him that everything before him was real, not an illusion, not a dream. The Peak Master, a third-tier nascent soul practitioner, was utterly unable to contend with Yi Qing. No, this was impossible. Zhao Qian's lips trembled, as the pride in his gaze was supplanted by an overwhelming dread. If even the Peak Master could not protect himself, was he not doomed? As this chilling realization coursed through him, a bone-deep cold surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had previously recognized Yi Qing's strength, but never had he imagined it to be so formidable. This was unreal, even in his wildest dreams. Zhao Qian would not have dared to envision such a scenario. Atop the highest observation platform, the sect master, Lu Changhe, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented brilliance. He fixated intently on Yi Qing, whose profound aura rippled slightly in response to his inner excitement. Sword intent. It was the true essence of sword intent. Furthermore, this sword intent was extraordinarily refined for one so young, a feat unheard of. He discerned it clearly. That recent strike, seemingly unremarkable, actually harbored the supreme sword principle of simplicity and returning to the essence. Thus, it unleashed a force far beyond what a golden core practitioner could wield. Lu Changhe understood that Yi Qing's true cultivation level was concealed. He was undoubtedly not merely a first-tier golden core practitioner. In the span of merely 3 months, no, perhaps he had been hiding his prowess even before that. In any case, a true anomaly, truly a marvel. Excellent. Excellent indeed. In the heart of Lu Changhe, a tempest of emotions surged as he gazed at Yi Qing, his eyes ablaze with a fervor that seemed capable of melting him. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. For the Taiyi Sect, this was indeed the discovery of a genuine, unparalleled gem. High above, Yi Qing maintained an air of indifference. His gaze slowly settled upon Li Songyun, who was struggling to rise amid the ruins. Then, in a calm and measured tone, Yi Qing spoke. His words, though few, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. If you hinder me again, you shall die. Chapter 59. Zhao Qian perish. Those seemingly mundane words were laden with an indescribable aura of dominance and chilling malice. As Li Songyun, who had barely managed to prop himself up, heard this pronouncement, his body stiffened in shock. He lifted his gaze to meet Yi Qing's tranquil yet piercing eyes. Within those depths, he discerned a profound indifference and icy severity, akin to glimpsing an ancient glacier. He bore no doubt, should he dare to impede Yi Qing once more, the next moment would see that terrifying sword light unhesitatingly pierce through his skull. In truth, he had felt the full force of that previous strike, its unmatched sharpness, which seemed capable of severing the very fabric of existence, still lingered in his soul, rendering him quaking with dread. Li Songyun understood that Yi Qing had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would already be a lifeless corpse. After all, even if that had been the extent of Yi Qing's power, the lethal intent could inflict grievous harm with a single strike, and 2 would surely be sufficient to end his life. Moreover, Li Kangyun Sansa, Albeid Bagadi. That Yi Qing had not unleashed his full potential earlier. This realization made Li Songyun's heart convulse violently, as his simmering anger and resentment were instantly drowned in an abyss of fear. Silence enveloped the scene. Faced with Yi Qing's almost humiliating warning, Li Songyun opted for silence. Clutching his chest, he stood still, his expression as inscrutable as a placid lake, motionless and unyielding. He was terrified. As Li Songyun fell utterly silent, Zhao Qian, lying on the ground, saw the last flicker of hope extinguished. Panic surged within him. He was truly desperate. The instinct for survival compelled him to frantically scan the surroundings, casting pleading glances towards the observation platform and the elders and Peak Lords with whom he had previously maintained amicable relations. Peak Lord Xuan, save me. Elder son, we have shared a century of friendship. Yet, those Peak Lords and elders, upon receiving his desperate gaze, seemed to have conspired together, either gazing skyward, studying the ground with great interest, or simply closing their eyes in contemplation. Not a single one met his eye. What a jest. Just moments ago, they had hesitated over whether to extend Yi Qing a favor, and before they could act, Yi Qing had effortlessly reduced Li Songyun, a formidable figure of the nascent soul third stage, to a state akin to that of a beaten dog. Such terrifying strength, such monstrous potential. The rise of Qingxuan Peak is now an undeniable certainty, an unstoppable force. To offend a future titan for the sake of a Zhao Qian, whose potential is all too evident, is inconceivable. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Only the deranged would dare entertain such an idea. As despair enveloped him and hope slipped away, Zhao Qian was engulfed in panic, sweat pouring down his brow. He cast his final hope upon the esteemed leader, Master Lu Changhe, at the pinnacle of their sect. Master, please save me, he bellowed with every ounce of strength he could muster. This Yi Qing has gone mad. He intends to kill an elder of our sect before the eyes of all. Such actions are no different from those of a demonic path. He seeks to rebel. Master, you must take a stand for me. His desperate cry finally drew the attention of the assembly to Master Lu Changhe. The master maintained a serene demeanor, betraying no signs of turmoil. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over Li Songyun and Zhao Qian before settling on Yi Qing. He understood that, under the scrutiny of all present, as the leader of the sect, he must provide a resolution. Yi Qing, Lu Changhe's expression remained composed as he spoke. How do you respond to Elder Zhao Qian's allegations? With the master personally inquiring, the audience perked up, curiosity piqued regarding Yi Qing's unwavering determination to slay Zhao Qian. Was it merely a trivial dispute from the competition, or had Zhao Qian previously exerted undue pressure on Qingxuan Peak? In the face of the master's inquiry, Yi Qing remained unfazed. Acknowledging the master's question, he casually flicked his hand. With a sharp whistle, a pitch-black metallic token soared through the air, landing precisely before Lu Changhe. The master reached out to catch it, and upon closer inspection, his pupils contracted sharply. A Blood Fiend Tower silver token. An uproar erupted at this revelation. The Blood Fiend Tower, an infamously ruthless assassin organization in the Eastern Domain, is loathed by all righteous sects. How could Yi Qing possess a token from such a nefarious entity? Amidst the crowd's bewilderment, Yi Qing produced a jade talisman. With a subtle infusion of his spiritual energy, a luminous screen unfurled in the air. The screen vividly displayed an image accompanied by sound. Within the image, a black needle, imbued with the essence of bloodshed, was manipulated by Yi Qing's hand. This was none other than the signature weapon of the Blood Fiend Tower, the soul-breaking needle. Beside this needle lay a subdued assassin. Then, the assassin's terrified pleas rang out. Don't kill me. I'll talk. It's Elder Zhao Qian from Taiyi Sect, Qingxuan Peak. He commissioned the Blood Fiend Tower to take your life. Yes. I will contact the Blood Fiend Tower right away and inform them that the task is complete and the target is dead. The truth was now laid bare. Witnessing this scene and hearing the crystal-clear confession, all present instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It turns out that Zhao Qian hired an assassin. He actually colluded with the blood-killing tower to orchestrate the assassination of his fellow sect leader. Disdainful jeers erupted, one after another. Every gaze directed at Zhao Qian was filled with contempt and scorn. As an elder of the Taiyi Sect, to commit such a despicable act is nothing short of a disgrace to the sect. If word of this spreads, he would bring utter shame to Taiyi. It is over. Zhao Qian stared at the luminous barrier, feeling as though he had plummeted into an abyss, his face ashen. He realized that his fate was sealed. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving him with no room for defense. Yet, if there were any possibility, he did not wish to die. Sect Master, I was momentarily foolish. I was bewitched. Zhao Qian wept bitterly, prostrating himself desperately towards Lu Changhe. I am willing to go to the Reflection Peak. I will endure a lifetime of solitary contemplation. I beseech the Sect Master to spare my life. I implore Peak Master Yi to grant me mercy. As long as he could survive, even enduring the isolation of the desolate Reflection Peak was preferable to facing death at this moment. However, before the Sect Master could respond to his pleas, the other Peak Masters spoke up with icy expressions. Colluding with the blood-killing tower and harming fellow sect members is an act of treachery. I believe this crime is unforgivable. Indeed, if he is not severely punished, what becomes of our sect's regulations and dignity? He must be executed as a warning to others. The Reflection Peak should not serve as a sanctuary for wrongdoers. Many Peak Masters voiced their opinions vehemently, and not a single one spoke in Zhao Qian's defense. Lu Changhe nodded slightly and turned to Yi Qing. His tone was gentle but carried a hint of regret. Yi Qing, this matter reflects the lax discipline of the Qingxuan Peak, and it is also a failure of our Taiyi Sect to enforce strict oversight, causing you to suffer. Zhao Qian is to be dealt with at your discretion. With these words, Zhao Qian was effectively sentenced to death. No. At this, Zhao Qian let out a desperate roar, a final glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. He suddenly leaped from the ground, his entire being ablaze with power, transforming into a streak of crimson light. Attempting to escape at the cost of his own foundation, such an endeavor was folly. Although he was swift, Yi Qing was swifter still. In fact, Yi Qing did not even need to move. He merely lifted his eyelids and cast a faint glance at him. Boom! The desperate crimson light, mid-flight, abruptly halted without warning. Then, like a balloon inflated to its limit, it exploded with a resounding bang. Flesh and bones scattered in all directions, and Zhao Qian, the elder of the Danxia Peak, was utterly obliterated. One glance, and he was dead. Chapter 60. The competition concludes. Rankings. With a resounding crash, blood and shredded flesh rained down like a crimson storm from the heavens, staining the hard bluestone floor of the arena in a shocking spectacle. As the crowd witnessed Zhao Qian's explosive demise, they couldn't help but reflect with mild astonishment. Zhao Qian truly sought his own demise. He aimed to seize the Qingxuan Peak, a bold contest that would have drawn no criticism had he pursued it openly. However, colluding with the blood-killing tower indeed leads to a fatal path. Moreover, some cast a glance at Li Songyun, the leader of Danxia Peak. When Zhao Qian was slain by Yi Qing, Li Songyun stood by, seemingly observing with a detached demeanor, as if he were oblivious to the unfolding events, uttering not a single word. At this moment, Li Songyun took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, this master of the third realm of nascent soul slowly stepped forward, halting 3 paces away from Yi Qing. He bowed deeply in reverence, stating, "Master Yi, it is my failure to discipline adequately, allowing the elder under my tutelage to engage in such collusion with the blood-killing tower and perpetrate heinous acts against fellow disciples, nearly resulting in a grave error. Our Danxia Peak bears guilt." His voice was hoarse, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every person present. The expressions of the peak leaders and elders varied widely. Li Songyun continued, "Esteemed fellow disciples, I shall henceforth impose strict regulations on the elders and disciples of Danxia Peak to prevent any recurrence of incidents like that of Zhao Qian. I, Li Songyun, guarantee this." Yi Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent. At that moment, the voice of the sect leader, Lu Changhe, gradually emerged, imbued with authority. "Leader Li, you have indeed failed in your duties. Zhao Qian, as an elder of our sect, colluded with the blood-killing tower to plot against fellow peak leaders. A crime of treachery that cannot go unpunished. As the master of Danxia Peak, you cannot escape culpability." Upon hearing this, Li Songyun lowered his head even further, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Sect leader, Songyun acknowledges his crime. "Very well." Lu Changhe paused momentarily before continuing. "I hereby impose a penalty of 10 years' worth of resources on Danxia Peak as a deterrent, should a similar incident occur again. The privilege of Danxia Peak to transmit teachings in open veins shall be revoked. Do you have any objections?" 10 years of resources. This meant that the disciples of Danxia Peak would experience a significant slowdown in their cultivation pace over the next decade. Many disciples of Danxia Peak displayed expressions of dread and bitterness. Furthermore, should there be a recurrence, Danxia Peak could be stripped of its eligibility to transmit teachings, losing the protection of the Taiyi Sect. Li Songyun's heart bled with anguish, yet he dared not show a trace of resentment on his face, only bowing deeply. Danxia Peak accepts the punishment. There are absolutely no objections. He could not dare to voice any dissent. Even if the penalty were extended to 20 years, he would have to accept it begrudgingly. For this matter was indeed a grave taboo. A disagreement led to collusion with the blood-killing tower, hiring assassins to harm fellow disciples. The repercussions were exceedingly dire, and many within the Taiyi Sect could not help but harbor a sense of trepidation. Li Songyun had never anticipated that Zhao Qian would audaciously act in such a manner. Had it not been for Zhao Qian's demise, he would have felt compelled to devour him alive. After receiving the punishment, Li Songyun again bowed in apology to Yi Qing. Witnessing this scene, all present, the disciples and elders alike, were left with a singular thought. Qingxuan Peak has truly risen from this day forth. In the ranks of Danxia Peak's disciples, Wang Hao's face turned pale, his expression dazed. He gazed at the enigmatic figure in the center of the training ground that Yi Qing who could severely wound a nascent soul with a single sword strike and obliterate a golden core with a mere glance. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to gasp for breath in anguish. Regret. An endless tide of remorse engulfed him. He recalled how, 3 months prior, he had fervently proclaimed to Yi Qing that the Qingxuan Peak held no future and that he sought a broader horizon. He remembered the spirited enthusiasm with which he had joined the ranks of elderly Qing at Danxia Peak, believing he had made the most astute choice. Yet now, reality had delivered a resounding slap to his face. What he once deemed a wise decision now appeared utterly ludicrous. He felt as though he were blind to the truth. Wang Hao's gaze, uncontrollably, drifted towards Lin Shuai and Su Chan, standing behind Yi Qing. One was a mere mortal servant he had once dismissed, and the other, a junior disciple who had joined midway. Yet now, both had attained the late Foundation establishment stage, their combat prowess soaring to the level of the elite on the potential dragon list. Particularly Lin Shuai. She had even grasped the embryonic form of sword intent. Wang Hao's body trembled violently. His master, elderly Qing, had toiled for over 2 centuries to merely brush against the embryonic form of sword intent not long ago. This had filled Wang Hao with pride, leading him to believe he had chosen the right path. As long as he clung tightly to Elder Li's coattails, he might one day comprehend the sword intent himself. But how old was Lin Shuai now? She was even younger than he, and yet she had already manifested the embryonic form of sword intent. If only he had not betrayed his sect, if only he had remained at Qingxuan Peak. Would he now be standing behind the Peak Master, basking in the attention of the entire sect, wielding the combat prowess of a prodigy? A once attainable opportunity had been cast aside like a worthless trinket. In the throes of his tumultuous thoughts, a mouthful of blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. At that moment, he felt utterly depleted, his eyes devoid of spirit, as if every ounce of vitality had been drained from him. The more he pondered, the more unbearable the pain became. His heart ached. This sudden turmoil settled with the death of Zhao Qian and the subsequent punishment of Danxia Peak. The sect competition continued, nearing its conclusion. Before long, the results of the Taiyi Sect competition were announced. Yi Qing lifted his eyelids with curiosity, pondering what rank Qingxuan Peak had achieved in this contest. Chapter 61. The most coveted place in Taiyi Sect. 3rd place, Shunfu Peak. 2nd place, Xuánling Peak. 1st place, Taishan Peak. The top 3 positions were firmly secured by the sect master's lineage and several of the most esteemed peaks, leaving no room for doubt. The crowd had grown accustomed to the situation, yet what truly captured their attention were the rankings that followed. The elder responsible for announcing the standings cleared his throat. Casting a glance at the list, his voice seemingly imbued with an unusual resonance. 20th place, Spirit Beast Peak. 19th place, Qingxuan Peak. As the name Qingxuan Peak echoed through the square, a momentary hush fell over the crowd before it erupted into a cacophony of discussions akin to a roaring tide. Is it really Qingxuan Peak? 19th place. My heavens! Although we anticipated this, it is still hard to believe that Qingxuan Peak, with only 2 disciples, managed to break into the top 20. This must not even reflect Qingxuan Peak's true potential. Just imagine if Qingxuan Peak had a few more disciples, even just 10, wouldn't they easily secure a place in the top 10? Perhaps even higher, if the number of Qingxuan disciples were on par with other peaks. They might even vie for the top 5, or perhaps even the top 3. In an instant, countless envious gazes were directed towards Qingxuan Peak. At that moment, Qingxuan Peak transformed from a symbol of decline to a beacon of infinite possibilities and bright prospects. Some disciples, particularly among the female contingent, could not help but fantasize. How wonderful it would be to join Qingxuan Peak, to study under Master Yi Qing, and to see him every day. Moreover, Master Yi not only imparts knowledge, but is also powerful, vengeful against foes, charismatic, and strikingly handsome. Within the ranks of Luoxia Peak, Lu Ruoyan's enchanting eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Qing's upright figure, her heart swelling with pride and excitement. She understood that Yi Qing was no ordinary talent. Yet, she had not anticipated such a grand surprise from him. It completely exceeded her expectations. The disciples around her were equally exhilarated, their faces flushed with enthusiasm. Heavens! Master Yi is extraordinary. We fought alongside his disciples in the 2nd round of the competition. Our Master Lu is also remarkable. She must have foreseen Qingxuan Peak's rise to prominence. What keen insight! Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan coughed lightly. adopting an air of inscrutability as she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, choosing silence. As the grand competition concluded and the rankings were declared, rewards soon followed. The treatment afforded to Qingxuan Peak soared in comparison to the past. The previously modest middle-grade spiritual vein was directly exchanged by the sect for 2 rich-quality upper-grade spiritual veins. The monthly supply of elixirs, talismans, and spiritual stones multiplied exponentially. When Yi Qing returned to the revitalized Qingxuan Peak with Lin Shuai and Xuan, before they could settle in, the mountain gate was already bustling with visitors. The Peak Master of Diansong came to pay his respects to Master Yi. The Peak Master of Shun Fu arrived to extend congratulations to Qingxuan Peak. Once a desolate place, Qingxuan Peak had transformed into a coveted gem, instantly becoming the most sought-after location within the entire Taiyi Sect. The leaders of various peaks arrived one after another, their demeanor humble and their words imbued with a spirit of camaraderie. They presented abundant gifts to Yi Qing, including spiritual herbs, medicinal elixirs, materials for refining tools, and an array of talismans, forming a mountain of offerings. Just 3 months prior, the once impoverished Qingxuan Peak had suddenly found itself affluent. During this time, Lu Rian, the leader of Falling Sunset Peak, also made her entrance. Yi Qing sensed her arrival and personally welcomed Lu Ruyan into the grand hall amidst the onlookers, respectfully addressing her as Aunt Lu. This affectionate title stirred the hearts of all the peak leaders present, reminding them of the previous competition when Falling Sunset Peak had repeatedly aided Qingxuan Peak. When Zhao Qian had threatened Yi Qing, Lu Rian had even disregarded her own safety to assist him. The leaders, each astute in their own right, quickly grasped the extraordinary bond between Falling Sunset Peak and Qingxuan Peak. Those formidable leaders, who would typically shun interactions with lower-tier peaks like Falling Sunset, now wore amicable smiles for Lu Ruyan. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed leader Lu. What a pleasure to meet you. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to visit me at Point Song Peak. Lu Rian, taken aback by the dramatic shift in attitude, had never before experienced such treatment. In that moment, she felt a surge of emotions, fully aware that Yi Qing was intentionally orchestrating this, reciprocating her kindness. As she gazed at Yi Qing, her eyes softened with warmth. After bidding farewell to the peak leaders, Lu Ruyan turned to Yi Qing and softly said, "Master Yi, it brings me great joy to witness your achievements. By the way, I must ascend the mountain soon for a task assigned by the sect. You should proceed with caution in your endeavors." "Understood. By the way, where are you headed, Aunt Lu?" Ye Vink Inuit. A flicker of determination crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes. "I am to undertake a sect mission and seek to enhance my strength through experience. Today, witnessing your confrontation with Li Songyun, both of us being peak leaders, yet I found myself powerless to intervene, was a disheartening sensation. I do not wish to endure that feeling again." Lu Ruyan yearned for strength, not only for herself, but also to stand beside this young man she regarded as kin, shielding him from the storms ahead. Yi Qing paused for a moment, recognizing that this was Lu Ruyan's own choice, and he could only respect it. He nodded and said, "Aunt Lu, take care on your journey. This jade talisman symbolizes good fortune and safety. Please accept it." Ye Vinkandit had a Piristina talisman, imbued with the essence of his sword intent. While it could not guarantee safety, it held the potential to protect Lu Ruyan should she encounter peril. After bidding farewell to Lu Ruyan, Qingxuan Peak returned to its tranquil state. Yi Qing summoned Lin Shuai and Xuan to his side. Both women, having undergone the trials of the grand competition, exuded a more solidified aura, each having gained new insights. Xuan had even broken through to the 9th layer of Foundation establishment, mere steps away from the Golden Core realm. Lin Shuai had also ascended to the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th. Yi Qing selected several heavenly materials and elixirs from the congratulatory gifts that were suitable for their current stage and bestowed them upon the two. Xuya, this is the 7 treasures pill, which will help you solidify your foundation and enhance your cultivation. Xuan, this 3rd grade inferior spirit artifact. The purple color barrier binding heart belt will protect your heart and aid you in overcoming the bottleneck to the Golden Core realm. "Thank you, Master," the two women exclaimed with overwhelming joy. At that moment, the familiar sound of a critical hit return notification echoed in Yi Qing's mind. Chapter 62, Critical Hit Return. Striving for the realm above the 5-colored Xuánling. Ding. The host has granted the first disciple a 2nd grade premium elixir, the 7 treasures pill. triggering a 7,000-fold critical hit return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th grade superior treasure, the returning essence holy pill. Ding! The host has granted the second disciple a 3rd grade inferior spirit artifact, the purple color barrier binding heart belt, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit return. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6th grade premium treasure, the golden silk silver grass 4 sacred floating belt. Hearing the continuous notifications in his mind, Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. His personal treasury now boasted 2 treasures capable of inciting fervor throughout the Eastern Domain. The returning essence holy pill can significantly enhance cultivation, saving countless years of arduous practice. Moreover, upon consumption, it fosters a deep affinity with the Tao, accelerating the practitioner's understanding of the techniques. As for the 6th grade premium treasure, the golden silk silver grass 4 sacred floating belt, like the purple color barrier binding heart belt, is used for binding hair. When worn during cultivation, it effectively dispels distractions of the heart. Naturally, the efficacy of the 4 sacred floating belt far surpasses that of the spirit artifact. With this belt as his protection, Yi Qing could remain impervious to malevolent influences and disturbances of the spirit. Very well, you may now retreat to your closed-door cultivation, striving for an early breakthrough. Yi Qing waved his hand. Yes, master. Once the 2 women departed, Yi Qing entered his own cultivation chamber. At present, his cultivation had reached the consummate 9th layer of the golden core, with the grand competition behind him, especially after slaying Zhao Qian. His Tao heart was as clear as crystal. He sensed a glimmer of opportunity. It seemed he could strive for the Xuánling realm. Thus, Yi Qing sat cross-legged, and with a single thought, the surging mana within him erupted like the mighty Yangtze River. The rich spiritual energy from the 2 superior spiritual veins of Qingxuan Peak was frantically mobilized, almost coalescing into a visible vortex. Within the vortex swirled spiritual liquid, so abundant it appeared almost tangible. After a period of time, Yi Qing's body trembled slightly, signifying a breakthrough. From the consummate 9th layer of the golden core to half a step into the Xuánling realm. Then, he paused, halting his efforts to break into the Xuánling realm. He could distinctly sense that he was on the verge of breaking through the thin veil that separated him from the realm of the nascent soul, ready to step into a brand new world. However, just as he was poised to make this momentous leap, an inexplicable intuition arose within him. Should he choose to break through now, he was confident he could coalesce the legendary 5-colored nascent soul. But what exactly is the 5-colored nascent soul? According to ancient texts, nascent souls are conventionally categorized into 5 colors. Transitioning from the golden core stage to the 1-colored nascent soul level signifies the lowest potential in combat prowess, without significant opportunities. Future achievements are limited. The 2-colored nascent soul is marginally stronger, considered passable, while the 3-colored nascent soul denotes excellence, and the 4-colored nascent soul is exceedingly rare. As for the 5-colored nascent soul, the texts explicitly state that it approaches perfection, being as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns in the entire Eastern Domain, seldom appearing over the years. It represents the ultimate aspiration of countless golden core cultivators striving for the nascent soul realm. And Yi Qing, at this moment, could effortlessly materialize a 5-colored nascent soul. Yet, Yi Qing furrowed his brow. For others, 5 colors represent the pinnacle. But for him, who had cultivated celestial-grade techniques and possessed a prison-suppressing celestial body, he sensed that 5 colors might not suffice. He had a strong intuition that beyond the 5 colors lay an even more complete and flawless realm. Should he reach that level, his potential would undergo another tremendous augmentation, and his future path of cultivation would become even more expansive and stable. Given this, if possible, Yi Qing naturally wished to explore the level beyond the 5-colored nascent soul. However, at present, he could only confidently aim for the 5 colors. How could he break through the constraints of the 5 colors? Yi Qing fell into deep contemplation. After a moment of reflection, he decided to visit the Taiyi Sect's library, intending to peruse the ancient texts. In the library of the Taiyi Sect, ancient wooden shelves stood tall, suffused with the faint aroma of ink and the essence of time. Clad in a simple blue robe, Yi Qing sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes gently closed. After delving into the ancient tomes, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He understood now. The reason he felt somewhat inadequate in attempting to reach the level above the five-colored nascent soul was due to his own experiences and insights into the Tao of heaven and earth, which ultimately still lacked a crucial element. Such insights and experiences cannot be attained merely through solitary cultivation or the accumulation of power. It seems the time has come for him to venture out and seek practical experience. Yi Qing set down the texts, a glimmer of realization shining in his eyes. To read 10,000 volumes is no match for traversing 10,000 miles. Secluding oneself to forge one's path has its limits. Perhaps it is time for him to explore this vast world, personally experiencing the mountains and rivers, the sun and stars, and in the midst of the bustling world, discover that elusive opportunity for breakthrough. Just as he made this resolution, preparing to return to Qingxuan Peak to relay his intentions before departing the sect, a sudden hum erupted. A communication jade talisman vibrated violently at his waist. An urgent message from sect leader Lu Changhe. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, channeling his magical energy. In the next moment, the voice of Lu Changhe, tinged with urgency and gravity, echoed in Yi Qing's ear. Yi Qing, hasten to the main hall at the summit. The master of Luoxia Peak, Lu Ruyan, has encountered an incident while undertaking a sect mission. Boom! Yi Qing sprang to his feet, his eyes suddenly ablaze with two piercing glints of cold light. A chilling aura of murderous intent erupting forth. Whoosh! He leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of sword light, racing towards the main hall at breakneck speed. At the summit of Taiyi Sect, in the Zixiao Hall, the atmosphere was solemn and dignified, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the incense burner. Clad in a purple robe, Lu Changhe stood with hands clasped behind his back, his presence as deep as the ocean. He gazed at the tumultuous sea of clouds outside the hall, his brow slightly furrowed. At that moment, a flash of green descended before the hall, transforming into Yi Qing's figure. He strode into the hall and saluted. Yi Qing pays his respects to the sect master. There's no need for excessive formalities, Lu Changhe replied. Turning to face him, his expression grave. Yi Qing, are you aware of Lu Ruyan, the master of Luoxia Peak? Of course, Yi Qing nodded, his demeanor slightly anxious. Uncertain of the circumstances at hand, Lu Changhe sighed. Half a month ago, we received word that traces of malevolent creatures had emerged within the Lianyun mountain range in the southern wilderness of the eastern domain. To prevent a catastrophe, junior sister Lu took on the task of extermination and descended the mountain. However, 3 days ago, she pursued a golden core realm demon deep into the Lianyun mountain range and subsequently lost contact with the sect. Ye Kingsgazisherpenit. The term demon refers to a creature driven by an instinct for bloodshed and destruction, long absent from the eastern domain. Yet, when they do appear, they must be eradicated without mercy. It was unexpected to discover traces of such demons in the southern wilderness's Lianyun mountain range. Moreover, what does it mean to have lost contact with the sect? Her soul fire is still present, indicating her life is not in peril. Lu Changhe continued. However, the sect has been unable to reach her, and shortly after her disappearance, a phenomenal event occurred deep within the Lianyun mountain range, revealing an entrance to a secret realm. I surmise that junior sister Lu, while pursuing that golden core demon, inadvertently entered that secret realm. Chapter 63. The ninth princess of the Golden Flame Dynasty, Jiaiwe, entered the secret realm? Yi Qing's heart stirred. No wonder the sword in 10 imprint he sent did not seem to have been triggered. Is her soul fire still intact? That is a relief. All is not irretrievable. Indeed, Lu Changhe's eyes glimmered with a flicker of brilliance. This is a newly opened secret realm, filled with boundless opportunities and treasures. Currently, the attention of all the major powers in the Eastern Domain is converging here. Major forces, such as the Wandao Sect and the Golden Flame Dynasty's Artifacts Sect, the Bodhi's Secret Soil, have likely already dispatched their vanguards. He paused, his gaze intensely fixed on Yi Qing. The sect has decided to dispatch elders and core disciples to the secret realm, both for experience and opportunity, and to ensure the safe return of junior sister Lu. The assembly of the main forces requires some time. At present, the specific circumstances of Master Lu Feng remain uncertain. I sincerely hope you can take the lead and proceed ahead. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Qing accepted the task with a solemn expression, stating, I shall obey. On a public level, Lu Ruoyan is the peak master of the sect, and this is a mission of the sect. On a personal level, she has shown me great kindness and treated me as a close kin. Now, with Lu Ruoyan potentially in danger, Yi Qing could never stand idly by. Moreover, He is currently at the threshold of the half-step nascent soul stage, still requiring significant cultivation to reach the realm of the five-color nascent soul. It is precisely the time for him to venture out, to experience the myriad wonders of the world, seeking a breakthrough. A newly born secret realm is, in essence, a complete miniature world. The laws of heaven and earth within differ subtly from those of the external grand world, providing immeasurable benefits for his comprehension of the Tao. Yi Qing has a premonition that this journey to the secret realm might serve as an unprecedented opportunity to ascend to the unparalleled realm of the five-color nascent soul in the eastern region. Good. A hint of satisfaction graced Lu Chang's face. With your strength and your usual composure, I trust you to handle this matter. However, the situation in the Lianyun mountain range is complex, so exercise caution. Once the main force of the sect arrives at the secret realm, we can assist each other. Understood. Go now. Lu Changhe waved his hand. Do not worry about matters concerning Qingxuan Peak. I shall take care of them. Yi Qing bowed once more, then transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring directly towards his mountain, Qingxuan Peak. At the peak of Qingxuan, in the martial arts arena, two graceful figures were practicing sword techniques, their sword lights intertwining, resonating with spiritual energy. One figure, tall and elegant, wielded her sword with a fierce yet ethereal grace. She was Yi Qing's eldest disciple, Lin Shuer. At this moment, her cultivation had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, her combat prowess nearing that of the Golden Core stage. The other figure, charming and lively, moved with a fluidity akin to water, concealing a hidden sharpness within her swordplay. She was the second disciple, Su Chan, possessing the Xianjian physique. Her cultivation had also reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. And although she had yet to break through to the Golden Core stage, she was merely a breath away from enlightenment and accumulation, her combat power rivaling that of ordinary first or second layer Golden Core practitioners. Master, upon seeing the familiar green sword light descend, the two women immediately sheathed their swords and respectfully approached. Yi Qing regarded his two disciples with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He then succinctly instructed, "Prepare yourselves. We shall descend the mountain together." Descend the mountain? Su Chan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Having spent her entire life within the sect, her temperament was notably more vivacious. And with her breakthrough to the Golden Core still a hair's breadth away, a journey to practice outside was evidently the best choice. Lin Shuer, however, exhibited a more composed demeanor and inquired, "Master, where are we headed?" "To the southern wilderness, to the Lianyun mountain range." Yi Qing briefly outlined the situation. Hearing that they were to venture into a secret realm and trace the path of the demons to find Master Lu, neither of the two women raised any objections. Immediately returning to their cave dwelling to prepare their belongings, the trio soon transformed into a radiant beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens and piercing through the clouds as they hastened southward. To avert unnecessary complications, Yi Qing concentrated, subtly adjusting the aura of his celestial body of suppression, elevating his presence to a stable mid-level of the Golden Core 4th stage. This cultivation level, while commendable among the younger generation in the eastern region, was not among the most elite. It was sufficient to deter petty adversaries without drawing excessive attention. The sword light dashed forward with breathtaking speed, reversing the landscapes in its wake, and indeed, they encountered no ill-fated cultivators daring enough to provoke them. Days later, the Lianyun mountain range came into view. Even from a distance, Yi Qing could sense a myriad of distinct auras converging from all directions. In the sky, various flying treasures whizzed by, densely packed like a swarm of locusts. Su Chan, observing the scene below, could not suppress her astonishment. Countless wandering cultivators and disciples from smaller sects had gathered at the outskirts of the mountains, forming groups of 3 to 5, their expressions a mix of vigilance and excitement, evidently drawn by the allure of opportunities within the secret realm. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure swept across the horizon. "Look, it's the divine artifact Sect's flying vessel," gasped the crowd in awe. A massive ship, crafted entirely from crimson gold and mysterious iron, shattered the clouds as it approached. Intricate formations were engraved upon its hull, with fiery totems that seemed almost lifelike. An unparalleled aura emanated from it, overwhelming those with insufficient cultivation beneath. On board the flying vessel stood dozens of cultivators clad in uniform crimson armor, each radiating formidable energy. The leading elders shone like miniature suns, their strength so immense that it deterred any direct gaze. The divine artifact Sect's vessel showed no signs of halting, transforming into a streak of fire as it surged toward the depths of the mountain range, eventually entering the swirling, distorted entrance of the secret realm suspended in the sky. Truly, the top-tier forces of the eastern region command a grand spectacle. Such prowess allows them to enter without hesitation, with none daring to obstruct their passage. As for us, alas, we must tread carefully. The Lianyun mountain range is now infused with an overwhelming concentration of spiritual energy due to the secret realm, causing the beasts within to exhibit alarming mutations and ferocity. Amidst the murmurs, Yi Qing, accompanied by his 2 disciples, quietly descended at the periphery of the mountain range. As those cultivators had mentioned, the density of spiritual energy throughout the entire Lianyun mountain range was at least tenfold greater than usual. This abundant energy had birthed countless spiritual herbs, simultaneously rendering the beasts within the mountains extraordinarily fierce and powerful. In the distance, a colossal armored rhinoceros burst forth from the forest, its crimson eyes ablaze and demonic energy swirling around it. This formidable creature was a peak second-tier beast, equivalent to a 9th-level Foundation establishment cultivator. Due to its rapid increase in strength, its temperament had turned exceedingly violent, and it now fixed its gaze upon a group of wandering cultivators, launching a reckless charge. The anguished cries and the thunderous roar of spells erupted instantaneously, leaving the group of loose cultivators in disarray, their ranks shattered and suffering grievous casualties. Such scenes were commonplace throughout the mountains. Countless cultivators tread cautiously. Yet from time to time, one would inadvertently trespass into the realm of formidable beasts, becoming a meal for their ravenous appetites. However, the trio of Yi Qing, Lin Shuer, and Xuan navigated the mountains with an air of leisure, as if strolling through a garden. Yi Qing led the way, emanating an invisible sword intent to deter trouble. Any beast whose consciousness brushed against it felt as if pierced by 1,000 blades, immediately cowering and trembling in fear, too terrified to emerge and meet their demise. Lin Shuer and Xuan followed closely behind, effortlessly delving deeper into the mountain's heart. Nearby, other passing cultivators gazed in astonishment as the deadly beasts, which posed a lethal threat to others, avoided the trio as if they were venomous serpents. Their incredulity left them speechless. Unimpeded, the 3 swiftly advanced into the core of the mountains, the immense and twisted entrance to the secret realm now within sight. Just as Yi Qing was about to lead his disciples into the secret realm, a sudden stirring in his heart caught his attention. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned a shimmering, jade-like spiritual herb on a cliff approximately 1,000 meters ahead, nurtured by the leaking spiritual energy of the secret realm, rapidly approaching maturity. It was a 3rd-grade superior spiritual herb, the jade marrow grass, a principal ingredient in concocting elixirs that enhance cultivation during the golden core stage, and its value was considerable. Having encountered such a treasure, and with no time wasted, Yi Qing naturally intended to seize the opportunity. With a casual wave of his hand, he prepared to harvest it from afar. However, at that moment, a flash of golden light appeared, accompanied by a melodious voice laced with a hint of mischief. "Apologies, but the slow shall be left wanting. This spiritual herb belongs to me." A young girl, adorned in a resplendent golden palace gown, materialized beside the jade marrow grass. She was graceful in form, her beauty radiant and youthful. Her phoenix-like eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated on the spiritual herb, her expression brimming with pride as she resembled a kitten that had just caught a fish. Extending her fair hand, she playfully winked at Yi Qing, poised to pluck the herb. Yet, in the next instant, the jade marrow grass vanished into thin air. The girl was left grasping at emptiness, her smile frozen in disbelief as she blinked her stunning eyes, staring incredulously at the vacant crevice. Turning abruptly, she spotted a young man in green attire not far away, accompanied by 2 young maidens, as he slowly stowed a shimmering herb into his storage bag. The girl was utterly stunned. She had completely failed to see how he had harvested it. It was worth noting that she was none other than Ji Yaoyue, the youngest princess of the Jin Yin dynasty, one of the 5 supreme powers of the eastern region. With a cultivation level at the 7th layer of the golden core, she ranked 79th among the young prodigies of the eastern region's Earth ranking. The Earth ranking, akin to the Qinglongbang, tallied the young talents of the golden core realm. Those who ascend the ranks are undeniably the favored children of heaven, not only invincible within their realm, but also capable of transcending boundaries in battle. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, it is certain that those who are destined for greatness will soon attain the nascent soul stage. Some remarkable prodigies of the earthly realm possess combat prowess equivalent to that of the nascent soul level, even while still in the golden core stage. Ji Yaoyue scrutinized Yi Qing, her consciousness sweeping over him, only to discover that the aura he exuded was merely that of the fourth layer of the golden core stage. She licked her luscious lips, pondering, how intriguing. Has he perhaps cultivated some exceptional mystical arts? With a graceful step, she suddenly appeared before Yi Qing, her eyes sparkling as she donned a charming smile that she believed could captivate hearts. In a sweet, melodic voice, she implored, esteemed friend, this jade marrow grass is simply exquisite. I long to possess it. Would you be so kind as to part with it for me? This tactic had never failed her. In the Jin Yin dynasty, countless young talents were infatuated with her. With just a hint of allure, she could easily acquire not only a precious herb, but even the stars from the sky if she wished. Yet, over time, she had grown weary of this routine. It had been quite some time since she had resorted to such methods. This time, gazing at the handsome Yi Qing, a spark of curiosity ignited within her, prompting her to test the waters. She assumed this seemingly charming young cultivator in green would succumb to her beauty and grace, readily offering her the spiritual herb. However, to her astonishment, Yi Qing's gaze remained utterly unperturbed, as though he regarded her as nothing more than a stone. As Ji Yaoyue stood in his path, Yi Qing's expression was cold, and he uttered a single word with indifference, scram. With that, he dismissed her with a mere glance, and, alongside Lin Shuer and Su Chan, transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring directly into the vast entrance of the secret realm. Scram. Ji Yaoyue, the ninth princess of the Jin Yin dynasty, revered like the moon surrounded by stars, had never been treated in such a manner throughout her life. Stunned, she remained frozen in place, her mind buzzing as she struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. It was only when the azure sword light vanished completely into the entrance of the secret realm that she snapped back to reality. A wave of unprecedented humiliation surged within her, reddening her exquisite face. Yet curiously, amidst this profound embarrassment, a novel thrill of being treated so brusquely began to stir within her. Ji Yaoyue, her long legs adorned in a golden gown, instinctively crossed and twisted, her phoenix-like eyes fixated on the entrance of the secret realm, her silver teeth lightly biting down as she let out a soft huff. How intriguing. No one has ever dared to speak to me, Ji Yaoyue, in such a manner. Yumph. Just wait. I shall remember you. If I encounter you again, should you dare to insult me once more, you shall see what I am capable of. Upon her utterance, her form shimmered and transformed into a brilliant beam of golden light, swiftly entering the secret realm. Simultaneously, within the realm, as Yi Qing crossed the threshold, he was engulfed by a disorienting sensation. Yet for him, it felt merely like a gentle breeze upon his face. In the next instant, the three found themselves firmly grounded in an entirely new world. What an abundance of spiritual energy. Su Chan inhaled deeply, her delicate face illuminated with awe. The ethereal essence of this realm was so dense it seemed almost to coalesce in a mist permeated by an ancient and profound atmosphere. Towering ancient trees and serpentine vines surrounded them, while distant mountains loomed, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Here, a single day of cultivation would equate to almost 10 days of effort in the outside world. Of course, now that they had entered the secret realm, most would prioritize the pursuit of treasures and opportunities for inheritance. No one would seclude themselves for cultivation. That would be akin to grasping a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. Foolishness incarnate. At this moment, Yi Qing gently closed his eyes, his consciousness unfurling like mercury. The missing Lu Rian bore a jade talisman imbued with the sword intent he had imparted, yet he had been unable to sense it while in the outside world. Now that he was within the secret realm, however, he felt a faint connection to the previously inaccessible sword imprint. Although still vague, akin to perceiving through a thick fog, it confirmed that she was indeed present within this mysterious domain. Chapter 64. The Mountain of Treasures, Traces of Demonic Beasts. Something must have shielded her presence, Yi Qing mused, his brow furrowing. Master, which direction shall we take? Ling Sue inquired solemnly. Your master Lu has pursued the demonic creatures into this realm, so we shall follow their trail. Yi Qing replied, his eyes flashing with a cold, electric intensity. Let us choose a direction at random and see if we can encounter any of these fiends. Onward. No sooner had he spoken than he selected a path, leading the two women as they transformed into streaks of light, racing forward. The secret realm was vast and boundless. The trio flew for the duration of an incense stick, encountering numerous exotic flowers and even several second-tier spiritual herbs, which Yi Qing casually gathered. However, they found no trace or scent of any demonic beasts. Just then, from the dense forest below, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens. A violent, bloodthirsty aura surged forth. In the next moment, a monstrous beast, comparable in size to a small mountain, its body clad in ebony scales and crowned with a single horn, erupted from the ground. Its eyes burned red as blood, devoid of rationality. The colossal creature, propelled by immense force, charged directly towards Yi Qing and the two women in the sky. The black-armored earth dragon of the fifth stage of the Golden Core realm. Xuan exclaimed, her hand resting on her sword, her brow furrowing slightly. The aura of this demon beast exuded an overwhelming power, coupled with an unmistakable brutality. Yi Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Merely a fifth-tier Golden Core demon beast. He hardly spared it a glance, merely gesturing with his fingers as if wielding a sword, casually slicing through the air below. A seemingly unremarkable azure sword energy instantly tore through the sky. The beast, brimming with ferocity and formidable defenses, was a black-armored earth dragon whose thick hide could give even ordinary 6th or 7th-tier Golden Core cultivators a headache. Its massive form froze mid-air, and soon after, a thin line of blood appeared from its single horn, piercing through its body in an instant. With a resounding crash, the powerful 5th-tier demon beast was cleaved in two before it could utter a single cry of despair, its body crashing heavily to the ground. The two women exchanged glances. Although they had witnessed their master's prowess many times before, each display of skill left them with an impression of remarkable cleanliness and elegance. As if devoid of any earthly residue, something felt amiss. After slaying the demon beast, Yi Qing hovered in the air, his brow knitted in contemplation. Master, what troubles you? Demon beasts of the Golden Core realm cannot lack intelligence. It is their instinct to avoid danger, Yi Qing replied, his gaze profound. Though I suppress my aura to the 4th tier, under normal circumstances, they would not initiate such a suicidal attack. Yet just now that beast did so, exhibiting a state akin to complete loss of reason. As he spoke, Yi Qing swiftly descended to the blood-stained forest floor. With a sweep of his consciousness, he immediately detected an anomaly within a remnant of the beast's abdominal flesh. Ah, I see, Yi Qing murmured, extending his hand to draw forth a wisp of black mist forcibly separated from the flesh, which twisted and swirled in his palm, emanating a chilling and sinister aura. Is the essence of a demon spirit. Xuan hesitated for a moment before discerning the truth. Indeed, Yi Qing confirmed, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The black-armored earth dragon's abdomen must have been wounded long ago, tainted by the essence of the demon spirit, even corroding its mind, which led to its loss of reason and a violent temperament, reducing it to a mere puppet driven by bloodlust. If it were not slain, it might have become the next new demon spirit. At this point, Yi Qing felt a stir in his heart, secretly thinking how fortunate he was to have found a clue so swiftly. Lu Ruyin could very well have pursued in this direction. Yi Qing casually collected the relatively intact horn and scales of the black-armored earth dragon into his storage pouch. These were 3rd-tier refining materials of considerable value. Not to be wasted. Let us proceed, Yi Qing continued. We shall follow this path. With their target confirmed, the trio hesitated no longer, accelerating their pace and transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the horizon. Approximately half a day later, Yi Qing, accompanied by his two disciples, arrived at an expansive basin. Even from a distance, the clamor of a bustling crowd reached their ears. Gazing across the expanse, one observes a towering peak of immense stature standing majestically at the center of the basin. This mountain, cloaked in a hue of grayish-brown, features walls as smooth as glass. Yet they subtly shimmer with a radiance, emanating an aura of profound antiquity. At this moment, thousands of cultivators are gathering here, and the basin has been artificially divided into two distinct zones. In the inner zone, adjacent to the colossal peak, several hundred cultivators are showcasing their prowess, continuously channeling their mystical energies to unleash a barrage of multicolored assaults upon the mountain's facade. Each strike sends ripples cascading across the surface, and, occasionally, a beam of treasure light bursts forth, swiftly captured by an astute attacker, inciting waves of envy and admiration from onlookers. Meanwhile, the outer zone harbors an even greater throng of cultivators, who are forming several lengthy queues, their purpose shrouded in mystery. Curiosity piqued, Xuan surveys the scene. Yizving, feeling a stir of intrigue, extends his consciousness to eavesdrop on the conversations. Dear friends, you may not be aware, but they say this mountain is called Wanbao Mountain. It is reputed to be a treasure site established by an ancient power to test and reward disciples. The entire peak is said to conceal numerous treasures. By striking the mountain with mystical energy, one has a chance to unearth the hidden riches. Though time has ravaged some of the treasures, rendering them mere scrap, others, despite their diminished quality, remain usable. Upon hearing this, the cultivators nod in understanding, yet new questions arise. Why then are there such long lines? Why aren't they rushing inside? Ah, dear friends, do not be so hasty. One must tread carefully to avoid misfortune, cautioned the previously explanatory cultivator, shaking his head. Would you like to know the reason? Come, a few of you must first offer me some spirit stones. Thank you for your patronage. Indeed, this place has been claimed by the Taiyi Sect. To enter and claim treasures, one must first pay them 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Taiyi Sect? The one with a nascent soul elder overseeing it? They are quite a formidable force. Indeed, then let us patiently wait in line. It would be unwise to provoke them. The discussions of the surrounding cultivators clearly reached Yi Qing's ears. The Taiyi Sect? A flicker of recognition ignited in his mind. A prominent sect in the eastern region, possessing considerable strength, particularly due to its nascent soul practitioners, which positioned it among the major powers. However, in the grand scheme of things, it pales in comparison to top-tier sects like the Taiyi Sect. Yet, for these wandering cultivators and smaller sects, the presence of a nascent soul elder is akin to a divine entity. Thus, they dare not act rashly, adhering to the regulations of the Taiyi Sect, submitting their spirit stones before venturing forth to claim treasures. Whether one can recoup the investment of 10,000 spirit stones ultimately hinges upon individual fortune. Fortunately, it seems the Taiyi Sect is also wary of inciting public ire. Thus, the cultivators who are already acquainted may choose to form a team to enter together, with each group required to submit a single spirit stone, and a maximum number of members per team capped at 8. Yevink pondered briefly, his interest in this so-called Wanbao mountain waning, as he had come solely to pursue the demon spirits. However, as he contemplated, a sudden stir within him arose. His spiritual sense keenly detected an exceedingly subtle, chilling aura lurking deep within a mountain's core of Wanbao Mountain. Though faint, it bore an almost identical essence to that of the black-armored earth dragon he had encountered earlier. Clearly, it was a demon spirit. Ye King's it. Such beings are inherently cunning and alert. Should he charge forth at this moment, he would likely provoke it, perhaps causing it to flee. In this vast secret realm, finding it again would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It seemed he must devise a method to approach stealthily. His eyes scanned the cultivators queuing to enter the inner region for treasures, and a plan began to form in his mind. With a thought, he retracted his aura once more, descending from the previously revealed 4th layer of the golden core to stabilize at the perfected 9th layer of foundation establishment. This cultivation level would allow him to blend inconspicuously among the crowd, enabling him to approach the area where the demon spirit resided, posing as an ordinary cultivator oblivious to the true nature of his surroundings. Schwerer, Chaner, prepare to enter with me, Yi Qing communicated telepathically. The two women understood immediately and complied without hesitation. Just then, a melodious female voice called out beside them. 3 fellow Taoists, please wait. Yi Qing turned to see a young female cultivator in a flowing green skirt, her features delicate, briskly approaching them. Her cultivation level stood at the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Following her were 4 others, 3 men and 1 woman, among whom a gray-clad elder with a reclusive aura caught Yi Qing's attention. This elder, possessing a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of golden core, had disguised himself as a foundation establishment cultivator. Should someone with ill intentions misjudge the elder's capabilities, they could suffer significant losses in a confrontation. Do you have something to discuss, fellow Taoist? Yi Qing inquired calmly, striving to maintain the demeanor of a foundation establishment cultivator. The young woman in the green skirt brightened upon noticing Yi Qing and his companions. Her spiritual eye technique was of modest rank, rendering her unable to see through Yi Qing's disguise. She merely perceived that the three exhibited exceptional bearing, albeit their cultivation levels were indeed only at foundation establishment. She offered a friendly smile and introduced herself. I am Ruan Qingru from the Taiyi Sect, pleased to meet the three fellow Taoists. The matter is this. The Liang sect has stipulated that to enter Wanbao Mountain for treasure, each team may consist of a maximum of 8 members, requiring the submission of 1 spirit stone. We are 5 in number and wish to invite the 3 of you to form a team with us. This way, we can share the cost of a spirit stone and also provide mutual support, ensuring we do not easily become targets for others. Do you have any willingness to join our team? Should we form an alliance, we would stand by each other in times of adversity, offering aid as needed. What do you 3 think? Yi Qing had little interest in treasure hunting and initially intended to decline. However, upon reflection, he realized that mingling among these ordinary cultivators and boldly approaching the base of Wanbao Mountain would be the most prudent way to avoid alarming the lurking demon. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing altered his decision, smilingly nodding in agreement. Seeing Yi Qing's enthusiastic consent, Ruan Qingru's smile broadened. Wonderful. Thank you, fellow cultivators. She then stepped forward, explaining that the total contribution of 10,000 spirit stones would mean each of the 8 members would need to contribute 1,250 spirit stones. However, Ruan Qingru generously gathered 7,000 spirit stones, meaning Yi Qing and his companions only needed to contribute 3,000. Once they amassed the requisite amount, they presented it to a disciple of the Liang sect in exchange for a passage token. The 8 of them then smoothly entered the inner region beneath Wanbao Mountain. Fellow cultivators, let's try our luck in this area, Ruan Qingru suggested, gesturing toward a relatively open cliff face. The group nodded in agreement, each selecting a position to begin channeling their spiritual energy to attack the cliff. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, spiritual light erupted, and energy surged in every direction. To avoid drawing attention, Yi Qing feigned engagement, raising his hand, and, with his foundation establishment level power, flicked his fingers. A streak of sword energy, neither too fast nor too slow, shot toward the cliff face. After releasing the strike, Yi Qing did not linger on it. He had no expectations of acquiring anything valuable. Given Wanbao Mountain's ancient history, even if treasures existed within, their quality would likely be inferior. At that moment, all of Yi Qing's focus was locked onto the depths of the mountain, where the demon was slowly moving. However, just as his sword energy penetrated the cliff, a resounding hum echoed. The cliff face of Wanbao Mountain before Yi Qing suddenly erupted with brilliance. A dazzling silver light shot forth from the point of impact, steadily hovering before him. As the radiance faded, it revealed a shimmering, rune-etched, 3rd-tier mid-grade spirit sword, exuding a sharp aura. Gasp! A 3rd-tier mid-grade spirit sword. Good heavens! What luck does that young man possess? A mere casual strike yields such a treasure. This flowing light sword must be worth at least several 100,000 spirit stones. The surrounding cultivators instantly cast numerous glances filled with shock, envy, and greed. Even Ruan Qingru and her fellow disciples were left speechless. To produce a spirit artifact with such a casual blow, is this fellow cultivator truly so fortunate? They wondered. Many had lingered here for ages, striking for hours, only to walk away empty-handed or with nothing but a heap of scrap metal. Yi Qing himself was taken aback, casually storing the spirit sword in his storage bag. Feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment, was his luck not a bit excessive? Nevertheless, he had no time to ponder this now. Just moments ago, he had sensed that the demon's position was quietly shifting, poised to reach the spot closest to him. Now it was the moment. Yi Qing's gaze transformed, becoming as frigid as the abyss, a palpable aura of terror ready to ensnare the demon in one fell swoop. Yet, in that fleeting instant, the demon concealed deep within Wanbao Mountain seemed to detect the impending peril, emitting a silent, piercing shriek. Its breath surged wildly through the mountain's interior before it erupted like a dark smoke, burrowing into the ground and fleeing towards the outside of Wanbao Mountain at an astonishing speed. Chapter 65. Hitting a brick wall? Still want to escape? Want to run? Yi Qing's expression shifted, and he could no longer afford to linger. He hastily addressed Ruan Qingru and the others, saying, "Apologies, I have urgent matters to attend to." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he seized Lin Shui'er and Su Chan by the arms, launching himself skyward in pursuit of the fleeing demon. This sudden scene left many in the vicinity momentarily stunned. What was happening? A disciple from the Taiyi Sect queried in confusion. Xuánling, observing the vanishing sword light, furrowed her brow before realization dawned upon her. Understand. They must have acquired a precious treasure and are anxious to leave to avoid drawing attention. This is quite reasonable. Were I in their position, I would do the same. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of spiritual artifacts. Even a low-grade, third-tier spiritual weapon could fetch hundreds of thousands. Mid-grade ones were undoubtedly worth even more. Given the acquisition of such a treasure, it was only prudent to withdraw discreetly and not attract notice. However, what they contemplated was equally evident to others. At the opposite end of Wanbao Mountain, a group of cultivators clad in black, exuding a fierce aura, simultaneously ignited with greedy determination. Boss, that kid possesses a mid-grade, third-tier spirit sword. One exclaimed. Huh, a mere foundation establishment brat dares to possess such a treasure? It's akin to a child flaunting gold in the streets. The leader, a burly man with a face full of flesh, whose cultivation had reached the first level of golden core, licked his lips with a sinister grin. Brothers, let's move. That spirit sword belongs to our Black Sand gang. Yes, boss. With that, the group of 7 or 8 black-clad cultivators transformed into streaks of flowing light. Their unfriendly gazes fixated on Yi Qing and his companions as they pursued them. This scene did not escape the notice of many observers. Alas, those 3 young individuals are in for misfortune. It's the Black Sand gang. The leader, Xuan, is a ruthless golden core cultivator, having committed several acts of murder and robbery in the vicinity of Wanbao Mountain recently. 3 Foundation establishment practitioners against a team led by Golden Core Powerhouse. If they were caught, they would likely have no chance to escape. Many cultivators shook their heads, their expressions a mix of pity and schadenfreude. There were also individuals whose expressions were grave. It seemed that even with a stroke of luck in acquiring treasures, the true challenge lay in safeguarding what had been obtained. At the Taiyi Sect, Xuánling gazed towards the direction in which the Black Sand gang had pursued. Her brow slightly furrowed. A hint of reluctance surfaced on her delicate features. She was inherently kind-hearted, and prior to forming their alliance, it had been agreed that if one party encountered difficulties, the other would extend their support. While Yi Qing had not taken this to heart, Xuánling held her own promises in earnest. As long as she possessed the capability, she would undoubtedly fulfill her commitments. Furthermore, they were merely contending with the Black Sand gang, a foe the Xuánling sect could manage. After all, they had previously allied, and now in their hour of need, it would be unbecoming to turn a blind eye. Biting her lip, Xuánling turned to the elderly man in gray, who had remained silent, and offered a charming smile. In a tone laced with appeal, she implored, Elder Gua, I fear we must trouble you. The elderly man, referred to as Elder Gua, revealed a fleeting glimmer of brightness in his murky eyes. He glanced at the direction Yi Qing had vanished, then bestowed a tender, yet resigned smile upon Xuánling. Slowly nodding, he replied, Since the young lady possesses a kind heart, I shall accompany you to take a look. You all continue to gather treasures here. And do remember to act with caution. Thank you, Elder Gua. Xuánling exclaimed with delight. Elder Gua responded with a brief acknowledgement and with a swift motion. He vanished like a wraith, silently following the path taken. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the outskirts of Wanbao Mountain, the leader of the Black Sand gang, Xuan, halted, his expression darkening. With his golden core level consciousness sweeping the surroundings, he could no longer detect the presence of the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators who had recently fled, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Damn it, where are they? One of the gang's subordinates gasped, incredulous. That kid ran off too quickly. How could he vanish in such a short span? Did he perhaps cultivate some top-tier escape technique? It was absurd that they, with the weakest among them being late Foundation establishment stage cultivators, and their leader being a golden core powerhouse, had lost track of 3 Foundation establishment practitioners. Xuan's eyes flickered with a fierce and greedy glint as he licked his cracked lips and stated in a low voice, They fled due north, in their haste. They cannot have changed direction indiscriminately. Pursue them. Even if we must turn this mountain range upside down, we must recover that mid-grade spirit sword. Yes, boss. The group of Black Sand gang cultivators responded in unison, transforming into streaks of light as they resolutely pursued northward, brimming with fervor. 100 feet behind them, in the shadow of an ancient tree, Elder Gua's figure gradually materialized. He observed the departing Black Sand gang with a subtle furrow of his brow before once again concealing himself and quietly following in their wake. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Yi Qing, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, transformed into a swift azure rainbow, propelling themselves at unprecedented speed. Having long left the Wanbao mountain region far behind, his gaze was intently fixed on the chilling presence retreating deep underground. The speed of this demon was decidedly peculiar. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. With his cultivated techniques, his celestial body, and his half-step nascent soul cultivation, he could easily outpace ordinary golden core practitioners. And even most nascent soul cultivators would struggle to glimpse his silhouette. Yet this golden core demon, while seemingly average in the air, traversed the earth with astonishing rapidity, even surpassing certain nascent soul cultivators. Were it not for his formidable spiritual awareness and remarkable speed, which allowed him to maintain a firm lock on the target, he might have indeed been eluded. "Master, we are closing in," Su Chan exclaimed with delight, observing the increasingly distinct aura below. "Ye vink no dit," poised to accelerate once more and capture the fiend. However, at that moment, the demon beneath seemed to sense the impending doom and grew frantic. It could perceive a potent aura of death emanating from Yi Qing, realizing that capture would spell its end. Thus, it emitted a silent shriek. In the next instant, a dense cloud of black mist erupted from its form, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. To Yi Qing's astonishment, a second identical demon's presence suddenly manifested thousands of feet behind them, fleeing in the opposite direction, one pursuing, one escaping. How could there be two? Ling Sui aghast in surprise. It must be a doppelganger. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed as he discerned the illusion's nature. Although it was a mere projection, the aura it exuded was remarkably lifelike. This must be an illusory doppelganger conjured from the demon's essence to confound its adversaries. But which one should he pursue? This question might require hesitation and deliberation from an ordinary cultivator. But for Yi Qing, there was not a moment's pause. Since there were two, he would strike one first. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he flicked his fingers casually in the direction of the fleeing demon. With a soft sound, an unassuming azure sword chi, seemingly mundane, disregarded the distance of space. In an instant, it plunged into the depths of the earth. A muffled thud resonated from below. The demon, desperately fleeing, suddenly froze, then erupted into a puddle of foul, blackened sludge, swiftly dissipating into the soil without leaving a trace of its essence. It appeared this was indeed a doppelganger. The true demon was still behind. Yi Qing's gaze turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he traced a sharp arc through the air, swiftly turning with his two disciples, chasing fervently towards another demon. It was evident that the creature had not anticipated its cunning escape plan to be so easily unraveled, nor could it react swiftly enough to evade the pursuers. Frantically burrowing through the earth, an unprecedented terror gripped its heart. How could it have been so thoroughly tracked by such a formidable foe? Meanwhile, Yi Qing, accompanied by the two women, accelerated their pursuit, closing in on the fleeing demon with even greater speed. They transformed into a streak of light that rent the heavens, the sound of their passage piercing the air with a sharpness that was almost unbearable. In mere moments, they retraced their steps along the path they had previously traversed. Just then, from a dense thicket ahead, several figures ascended into the sky, effectively blocking the way for Yi Qing and his companions. Leading them was the burly figure of Sha Tong, a formidable golden core cultivator. "Ha ha ha ha! Our leader is indeed astute. This brat was hiding in the north. We've caught up." A member of the Black Sand Gang exclaimed joyously upon spotting Yi Qing. Sha Tong's coppery eyes fixated intently on Yi Qing, a cruel and avaricious grin spreading across his face. To him, Yi Qing and his companions appeared to be mere Foundation establishment practitioners. Their previous speed must have been due to some exhausting secret technique, and now, having halted, they were undoubtedly at their last gasp. This was a veritable feast bestowed upon him by the heavens. "Kid, don't even think about running," Sha Tong bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. "Hand over that third-tier spirit sword you acquired at Wanbao Mountain, along with your storage bags. If you behave, I might grant you a swift death. Indeed, if you know what's good for you, comply willingly, or you will experience the ruthlessness of the Black Sand Gang, leaving you with no hope for survival." The gang members clamored, their gazes towards Yi Qing and his companions filled with mockery, as if they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. A single golden core cultivator accompanied by 7 or 8 late Foundation establishment practitioners. This was an absolute mismatch in their eyes, leaving no room for resistance from the three. Yi Qing's eyes furrowed deeply. His entire focus was locked onto the demon that was about to escape his perception, leaving him with neither the time nor the inclination to engage with these insignificant pests. Get lost. He uttered a single word, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. What? Sha Tong was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. You're courting death. Brothers, charge. The men will be minced and fed to the dogs. And the women before he could finish. He saw Yi Qing coldly raise his hand. Without any superfluous motion, he merely pointed like a sword and swiftly slashed forward. Boom! In an instant, a brilliant azure sword light erupted, akin to a cold moon hanging in the sky, sweeping forth in an instant. A terrifying edge, seemingly capable of annihilating all, surged forth. It expanded rapidly, soon becoming colossal, and instantly cleaved towards all members of the Black Sand Gang. Upon witnessing the scene, the sinister grin on Sha Tong's face abruptly froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and dread. This is impossible. What manner of power is this? He felt a chilling breath of death, a shudder emanating from the depths of his soul that nearly sent his spirit fleeing in fright. Could this be the sword light unleashed by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Not to mention Foundation establishment. Even those formidable practitioners in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm he had encountered would be incapable of such a terrifying strike. Regret. An endless tide of regret immediately engulfed him. They had stumbled upon a truly fearsome obstacle. Sha Tong attempted to plead for mercy. However, the sword light swiftly descended, offering him no opportunity for remorse. The sword light swept by, silent and unseen. The expressions of terror on Sha Tong and all the practitioners of the Black Sand Gang behind him were forever frozen in time. In the next moment, their bodies, along with their magical treasures and souls, were instantaneously evaporated and obliterated into the most primitive particles beneath that resplendent sword light. Their forms and spirits were utterly annihilated. Not a single trace of blood, mist remained at the scene. A gentle breeze wafted through, as if nothing had ever transpired here. Meanwhile, several hundred feet away in the dense forest, old Gua, who had just prepared to reveal himself and fulfill his duty as an ally to assist Yi Qing and his companions, stood frozen in place. His murky eyes filled with unprecedented shock and bewilderment. What had he just witnessed? One sword, merely one sword, a first-layer Golden Core cultivator, accompanied by 7 or 8 late-stage Foundation establishment practitioners, had vanished without even a scream? Old Gua rubbed his eyes vigorously, almost unable to believe what he saw. As a third-layer Golden Core cultivator, he believed he could handle Sha Tong and his gang, yet he could never achieve such a clean and effortless victory. The terrifying power embedded within that sword light sent shivers down the spine of this seasoned Golden Core practitioner. This individual concealed their cultivation. He is certainly not a Foundation establishment cultivator. A tempest of astonishment surged within old Gua's heart. If I cannot fathom his depth, could he possibly be a mid or even late-stage Golden Core master? Just as old Gua was reeling from this revelation, Yi Qing, suspended in mid-air, cast a fleeting glance toward his concealed location. A sudden chill gripped old Gui's heart, and beads of cold sweat began to pour down his brow. He had been discovered. Please, do not misunderstand. He immediately suppressed all his thoughts, daring not to even breathe. Yi Qing felt a slight stir within his heart as well. In truth, he had long sensed old Gua's presence and discerned that there was no malevolent aura emanating from him. He even sensed old Gua's earlier intention to assist him. He mused silently. Is he from the Bamboo Grove sect? Does he intend to lend me aid? I did not expect these individuals to possess such good intentions. However, he could not afford to dwell on this now. That demon spirit, during the brief moment he had annihilated the members of the Black Sand Gang, had already fled in a panic. Still trying to escape? Yi Qing let out a cold snort. Chapter 66. Encountering the 9th Princess, Ji Yao Yu again. Yi Qing snorted disdainfully, no longer dawdling. He swiftly led Lin Xuer and Su Chan, transforming into a streak of flowing light as they pursued once more. Unexpectedly, the demon spirit veered back towards Wanbao Mountain. Thus, after a few breaths, the trio returned to the bustling Wanbao Mountain basin. Yi Qing's consciousness locked onto the demon spirit that had burrowed into the mountain, and with a flicker of his form, he intended to penetrate the inner region directly. Stop! At that moment, a sharp reprimand echoed. 2 disciples clad in the attire of the Taiyi Sect, tasked with collecting entrance fees, extended their hands to block Yi Qing and his companion's path. One of them, casting a gaze laced with subtle jealousy towards Yi Qing, coldly remarked, "You have already entered once and acquired a mid-grade, 3rd-tier spiritual artifact. Your fortune has been ample. It is wise to know when to retreat." You wish to enter again? Wait until tomorrow. The other disciple chimed in with a mocking tone, sneering, indeed. Previously, you teamed up with others. The three of you collectively paid merely 3,000 spirit stones, yet walked away with a treasure worth hundreds of thousands. How do you think this reflects on us? The Liang sect has already suffered a considerable loss. It's fortunate we haven't demanded the artifact back from you. Do you expect to partake in such good fortune repeatedly? Be off, be off. We are not targeting you intentionally. It is simply the rule that each person may enter only once per day. If you do not leave, do not blame us for being ungracious. We will take action to expel you. In their eyes, Yi Qing was merely a somewhat fortunate foundation establishment cultivator, not a figure of significance, just a soft persimmon ready to be squeezed. They were well aware that behind them stood the formidable Liang sect, a true powerhouse. Yi Qing's brows knitted tightly together. He sensed that the demon spirit, after burrowing into Wanbao Mountain, had regained some vitality, previously diminished by its rapid escape, and was now showing signs of attempting to flee once more. There was no time to waste. Hey, you brat, are you not leaving? One of the Liang disciples, feeling a surge of anger, rolled up his sleeves and declared fiercely, "Today, I will," before he could finish. His words were abruptly interrupted by a resounding sword cry that pierced the heavens. At that moment, Yi Qing disregarded everything else. He raised his hand toward the towering Wanbao Mountain and unleashed a single sword strike. Boom! A wave of azure sword light, 100 times more vast and terrifying than when he had vanquished the Haisha gang, soared into the sky. It resembled the Milky Way cascading down, imbued with an indomitable might, forcefully cleaving into the majestic Wanbao Mountain. The entire basin quaked violently. The earth fractured and rocks flew through the air. Under the astonished gazes of thousands of cultivators, the ancient and unyielding Wanbao Mountain, which had stood resolutely since time immemorial, was cleaved open from peak to base by this singular sword light, creating a bottomless chasm. The mountains presented a smooth, mirror-like cut, a wound that seemed incapable of healing. Then, a piercing shriek erupted from the depths of the cleaved mountain, a sound so excruciating it felt as if it could rend one's very soul. In an instant, the chilling aura of the malevolent spirit was utterly crushed beneath the might of that unparalleled strike, vanishing without a trace. Yi Qing's consciousness swept across the scene, his brow furrowing in concern. The malevolent spirit had perished, leaving no remnants of its soul behind, completely obliterated, thus severing the possibility of souls searching for clues to locate Lu Ruyan. It appeared that he must continue his search for new malevolent entities. Regrettably, the lead he had so painstakingly uncovered was now lost. Contemplating this, Yi Qing's gaze turned cold as he glanced at the two disciples of the Sunfire sect, who were now crumpled on the ground. Their faces were ashen, their pupils dilated, and a foul odor emanated from their wet trousers. Under Yi Qing's piercing gaze, they trembled violently, collapsing to their knees with their heads banging against the ground, unable to utter a single coherent word. Soft targets? This was no mere soft target. It was akin to facing a colossal crocodile. A single sword had cleaved through Wanbao Mountain. What unfathomable power was this? Although the Sunfire sect was a formidable force, even their most powerful elder was merely at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Yet, the oppressive aura and sensation emanating from this youth's sword strike far surpassed that of the elder they had previously encountered. Yi Qing, disinterested in the two, swiftly entered the fissure of Wanbao Mountain, seeking any other traces left by the malevolent spirit. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. None dared to speak or intervene. All eyes were filled with awe, fear, and astonishment. As Yi Qing meticulously explored the fissure, he regrettably found nothing of value aside from the lingering aura of the malevolent spirit. However, during his investigation, 3 radiant treasures suddenly emerged from the cleaved mountain, hovering before him. These were 3 spirit artifacts, each of high quality, reaching the 3rd tier. Perhaps these were the most exquisite treasures currently extractable from Wanbao Mountain. Yi Qing casually stored them in his spatial pouch. Then, accompanied by Lin Shuer and Su Chan, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light that vanished beyond the horizon. Only when his figure had completely disappeared did the eerie stillness of the basin erupt into a cacophony of excitement, akin to water boiling over. Heavens, what have I witnessed? Wanbao Mountain has been cleaved asunder by a single sword. That individual is terrifying. I never anticipated such strength. Is that power akin to a golden core cultivator? No. It feels far more formidable than any golden core I have encountered. Huh. The wretched scum of the Black Sand Gang have finally met their match. They will be lucky to find even ashes now. Ha ha, they deserve it. What a satisfying turn of events. Once oppressed by the Black Sand Gang, the scattered cultivators now wore expressions of vibrant relief, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Among the throng, Xuánling grew from the Chui Zhu Min widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Her lips parted slightly as she succumbed to a state of daze. Just moments ago, she had contemplated sending old Gua to assist the opposing side. Now, it appeared she had overestimated her own importance. It was evident that they had no need for her support. The members of the Black Sand Gang likely paled in comparison to their adversaries, almost akin to mere ants. At that moment, an aged figure appeared beside her, old Gua, who had hurried back with all his might. Upon witnessing the horrifying sight of the Wanbao mountain cleaved in two, he was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, what on earth has transpired?" he gasped. Xuánling grew, swallowed hard, and recounted the recent events in a trembling voice. After hearing her tale, old Gua drew in a sharp breath, his scalp tingling with shock. The turmoil within him surged, far more intense than before. He had previously speculated that Yi Qing might be a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Now, however, he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. To cleave the Wanbao mountain with a single sword strike, such a feat could not be accomplished by a mere golden core practitioner, not to mention the late stage. Even a typical nascent soul ancestor would find it insurmountable, unable to match such prowess. Old Gua stood there, awash in disbelief, his countenance a tapestry of conflicting emotions, unable to regain his composure. Meanwhile, the architect of this event, Yi Qing, had already taken to the skies with Lin Shuai and Xuan, transforming into a streak of azure light as they departed from the Wanbao mountain basin, heading deeper into the secret realm. High above, the clouds roiled and the winds howled fiercely. With a mere thought, Yi Qing retrieved 4 spiritual artifacts from his storage pouch, acquired from the Wanbao mountain. One was a mid-grade spiritual sword of the 3rd tier, gleaming silver, with runes dancing along its blade, emanating a chilling aura. The other 3 were high-grade artifacts of the 3rd tier that had just emerged from the Cleave Mountain. One was a palm-sized ancient bronze shield, intricately engraved with mountainous patterns, remarkably weighty. Another was a fiery red feathered garment, shimmering with spiritual light, hinting at exceptional defense. The last was an unadorned storage ring. Casting a glance at his 2 disciples, Yi Qing spoke with calm authority. "Distribute these 4 spiritual artifacts amongst yourselves." Lin Shuai and Xuan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. They were aware that their master was never stingy, yet the provision of 4 high-tier artifacts at once stirred their hearts with profound gratitude. "Shuai, you already possess the Qinglan sword. Thus, I bestow this mid-grade spiritual sword upon Xuan." With a flick of his finger, the silver sword floated gracefully before Xuan, who beamed with delight as she respectfully accepted it. "Thank you, master," she exclaimed, feeling the exceptional quality of the sword surpassing that of her previous mundane artifacts. With this sword, her combat prowess would undoubtedly elevate by at least 20%. Yi Qing nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Lin Shuai. "This storage ring is a spirit tool with ample space. You may accept it. As for these 2 high-tier defensive spirit tools, they can withstand a strike from an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Each of you shall take one. They may prove vital in critical moments." As his words fell, the bronze ancient shield and the fiery red feather garment soared towards Xuan and Lin Shuai respectively. The 2 women promptly expressed their gratitude. "Disciple thanks master for the generous bestowal." After recognizing the spirit tools and securing them, their hearts brimmed with respect and gratitude for their master. No words were necessary. Just as Yi Qing concluded his gifts, a familiar, chilling notification tone echoed in his ears, as anticipated. "Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the mid-tier spirit tool. Flowing light sword, triggering a 2,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have acquired the low-tier 6th grade treasure, star-cutting sword. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the high-tier spirit tool. Mountain River shield, triggering a 4,000-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have acquired the high-tier 6th grade treasure, 10,000 souls mysterious armor. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the high-tier spirit tool, Crimson Feather Garment, triggering a 4,500-fold critical return. Congratulations, you have acquired the high-tier 6th grade treasure, 10,000 Cloud Radiance Robe. Ding! You have bestowed upon your disciple the high-tier spirit tool, Void Ring, triggering a 6,000-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have acquired the exquisite 6th-grade treasure, Small Heaven Treasure Ring. A series of notification sounds caused a subtle smile to grace Yi Qing's lips. 4 6th-grade treasures. Among them, 2 were high-tier, and even one was exquisite. Such a bounty, if it were to spread, would surely drive the nascent soul ancestors of the entire eastern region into a frenzy. However, with such an abundance of treasures, Yi Qing found himself mildly troubled. After all, if one's cultivation was not sufficiently robust, each treasure could only be activated once. In the event of encountering a formidable opponent necessitating the use of treasures, using one would mean having to draw forth another, which was rather vexing. To avoid such frustrations, one must strive to enhance their cultivation. With a tranquil demeanor, Yi Qing focused his thoughts, drawing the 3 gleaming treasures into his newly acquired Small Heaven Treasure Ring. The space within this ring was astonishingly vast, and he would need to fill it with even more treasures in the future. Subsequently, Yi Qing continued to lead the 2 women swiftly in the direction they had previously traveled. The secret realm was expansive and boundless. Ancient trees towered overhead, and the roars of demonic beasts occasionally echoed from the dense forest below. Yet, the presence of Yi Qing's 4th-layer golden core aura made ordinary demonic beasts dare not approach. Their flight was smooth, but the absence of any signs of demonic spirits made Yi Qing's brow furrow slightly in concern. At that moment, he suddenly felt a shift in his expression, his gaze directed toward the horizon. In his spiritual perception, a familiar aura was swiftly approaching them at an alarming speed. Moreover, it appeared that the opposing party had also detected their presence, accelerating their pace further. Meanwhile, Jiaoyue furrowed her exquisite brows, aimlessly gliding through the air, her stunning countenance marred by frustration. Upon entering the secret realm of the Lianyun mountain range, she had initially believed it to be a fortuitous opportunity, and indeed it was. Before long, she stumbled upon a hidden valley, with a legendary sea of illusion flowers unfolded before her. This resplendent floral expanse, composed of numerous rare illusion flowers, was breathtakingly beautiful, with each individual bloom worth a considerable fortune in the outside world. Additionally, within this floral sea, a number of precious and rare spiritual herbs flourished. This was undoubtedly a treasure that would evoke envy in any golden core cultivator, or even those at the nascent soul stage. However, this opportunity was tantalizingly visible, yet frustratingly unattainable, as it was guarded by a terrifying beast, the purple lightning winged python. At the early stages of the 9th level of the Golden Core realm, as the 9th princess of the Golden Flame dynasty and a prodigy of the Eastern Domain, Jiaoyue possessed strength that far surpassed her peers, capable of slaying cultivators at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. Yet, when faced with the purple lightning winged python, endowed with potent toxins and lightning powers, she was evidently outmatched. Previously, she had relied on her agile movements, attempting to infiltrate the valley to gather spiritual herbs. However, upon nearing, she was quickly discovered by the python. In the ensuing battle, she was hurled away by a strike of its purple lightning. Had it not been for the protective talisman bestowed upon her by the royal family, she would have surely sustained injuries. After fleeing the valley, Jiaoyue felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Such a monumental opportunity lay before her, and to abandon it would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. She had to devise a strategy. As she soared through the skies, deep in thought, an epiphany struck her. I can see collaboration. Chapter 67. The Sea of Illusion Flowers. Jiaoyue stunned. After ruminating, a brilliant idea illuminated her mind. If she could not seize the opportunity alone, she would enlist the aid of others. The purple lightning winged python, formidable as it was but a single entity. If she could find someone to cooperate with, she quickly began to contemplate the specifics of this collaboration. A plan rapidly took shape in her mind. She believed that she could draw the attention of the python. With her strength and speed, although she could not defeat it, she was confident she could distract the beast for a brief moment. During this interval, her fellow cultivators could infiltrate the valley and frantically gather the spiritual flowers and herbs within. Before the beast returned, they would swiftly vacate the valley. Thus, once the endeavor was successful, they would share the bounty. This plan was nearly flawless, but did entail certain prerequisites for her collaborators. Firstly, their cultivation level could not be excessively high. After all, if one were to engage a cultivator at the late stage of the golden core, or even an ancestor of the nascent soul, what if that individual entertained nefarious intentions and sought to turn the tables? Naturally, one's cultivation level should not be too low. The illusionary dream flower, inherently harbors illusions. Those with insufficient strength who venture within may very well lose their minds. Let alone gather herbs. Preserving one's own safety would be a challenge. Lastly, and most crucially, the individual's dexterity must be exceptional. The duration of an incense stick's burn is neither excessively long nor unduly short. One must collect as many spiritual herbs as possible before the purple lightning winged python returns, and then make a swift exit. With this in mind, Jiayue departed from the valley, embarking on a search for suitable candidates nearby. Yet, whether it was merely ill fortune or the vastness of the secret realm, after flying for a considerable duration, she encountered not a single soul. Just as her patience was waning, 3 figures materialized on the horizon, drawing closer to her view. Leading the trio was a young man clad in azure robes, exuding an ethereal and serene demeanor. Behind him trailed 2 exceptionally beautiful maidens. It was he. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Jiayue was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of joy in her eyes. It was the enigmatic fellow who remained impervious to her charms, even coldly bidding her to leave. The very one who, at the entrance of a secret realm, had stealthily pilfered the 4th-tier spiritual herbs right before her eyes. His cultivation at the 4th level of the golden core was neither too high nor too low, just perfect. That extraordinary art of misdirection. Could his hands be agile enough? Undoubtedly. He seemed tailor-made for her plan. Perfect. This was indeed the finest partner the heavens could bestow upon her. With this thought, the agitation within Jiayue dissipated entirely. A radiant smile blossomed on her enchanting face as she transformed into a blazing streak of crimson light, eagerly approaching Yi Qing and his companions. Esteemed young master, her voice, crisp and melodious, resonated through the air, imbued with unmasked delight. Should those familiar with Jiayue from the Golden Flame dynasty witness this scene, they would surely be taken aback. When did the once cold 9th princess become so exuberantly warm? Yi Qing regarded the beaming Jiayue, who approached him with a spring in her step, his expression calm, yet slightly furrowed. What scheme was this woman concocting now? Before he could utter a word, Jiayue had already drawn near, her luminous eyes sparkling as she earnestly said, "Might I have a word, young master? I've stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity and wish to collaborate with you. What say you?" At her words, Yi Qing initially intended to decline outright. Such fleeting opportunities held little weight for him, as his immediate priority was to seek clues regarding Lu Ruoyan. However, when he heard the phrase illusionary dream flower a flicker of intrigue stirred within him. Illusory dream blossom, a rare spiritual plant, possesses a remarkable ability not merely to enhance one's cultivation, but to evoke the depths of a practitioner's spirit, conjuring strikingly vivid illusions. In the pursuit of mastery, one must not only refine the body, but also cultivate the heart. Experiences and insights form the indispensable cornerstones along the path of cultivation. Without sufficient inner strength, one is destined to succumb to madness. Yi Qing stands poised to break through to the Xuánling stage, ready to condense a 5-colored Xuánling, which appears perfect to the ordinary eye. Yet, his aspiration lies beyond the quintet of hues, striving for a higher realm. To challenge such heights requires not only a vast accumulation of spiritual energy, but also profound experiences and insights. One must forge their path in the crucible of the universe, using all things as fuel to temper both body and heart. Only then can true achievement be realized. The illusions birthed by the illusory dream blossom serve as a shortcut for refining one's heart and spirit. Experiencing countless lifetimes within the illusions, witnessing the vicissitudes of life, is far swifter and more profound than the solitary accumulation of insights. With this in mind, a ripple of emotion stirred in Yi Qing's previously indifferent gaze. He glanced at Jiayue, nodded, and succinctly instructed her to lead the way. "You agreed? Splendid," Yi exclaimed, her face illuminating with a radiant smile akin to a blooming garden, sweetening the very air around them. She promptly turned and transformed into a golden streak of light, guiding the way ahead. "By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. Let us exchange communication jade tokens first. This is mine. I am Jiayue, hailing from the Jin Yin dynasty. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" During their flight, Ji Yaoyue turned her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and inquired with a charming smile. Yi Qing, he replied coolly. Ah, the esteemed young Master Yi, a splendid name, Ji Yaoyue acknowledged with a nod before continuing. As we agreed, once we arrive, I shall divert the Thunderwing Python. Its strength is formidable, and I will bear the brunt of the risk. Therefore, the spoils from the valley shall be divided with 70% going to me and 30% to you. Is that agreeable? Her tone exuded confidence, assured in her ability to draw away the Thunderwing Python. She sought Yi Qing's approval on the matter of division. After all, in her view, as a 7th-layer golden core cultivator, her prowess as a top-tier talent warranted such an arrangement, especially since the highest among Yi Qing's group was merely a 4th-layer golden core cultivator, tasked with the safer harvesting work. She would confront the beast and handle the most perilous aspects, thus justifying her claim to the larger share. Yi Qing offered no response, leaving his stance ambiguous. Noticing this, Ji Yaoyue smirked slightly, dismissing it. In her eyes, Yi Qing, though somewhat enigmatic, remained merely a 4th-layer golden core practitioner. Even if he possessed some unusual means, he could not surpass her control. Should he harbor any thoughts of reneging, ultimately, she would still hold the reins of the situation. The four moved swiftly, and soon a vast valley shrouded in mist appeared on the horizon. Even before approaching, Yi Qing sensed the peculiar floral fragrance wafting from the valley, alongside the ominous and powerful aura of a lurking beast. It seemed Ji Yaoyue had spoken true. This was indeed the place. Ji Yaoyue halted her steps, pointing towards the valley below, her expression growing solemn. Within lay the purple lightning winged python, a beast of the early 9th layer of the golden core stage, exceedingly troublesome. Wait here for a moment. I will divert its attention. You must enter immediately to gather the herbs, but remember, you have at most the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. With her words echoing, she hesitated no longer. Her spiritual energy erupted violently, transforming into a blazing line of fire as she dove downward, striking towards the heart of the valley. Beast, still daring to slumber here? Awaken and face me. With a deafening roar, the valley shook. Hiss! In the next moment, a furious screech ascended into the sky. A massive python, exceeding 100 feet in length, its body adorned with purple scales and wings sprouting from its back, surged forth from the sea of flowers. It was indeed the purple lightning winged python. Its enormous, bell-like eyes filled with rage as it recognized Ji Yaoyue, the one who had disturbed its slumber twice. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjured a tempest, opening its cavernous mouth to unleash a thick bolt of purple lightning towards her. Ji Yaoyue shouted defiantly, nimbly dodging, then soared towards the distant horizon. Come and catch me. Enraged, the purple lightning-winged python bellowed and pursued her, quickly vanishing from sight. At the valley's entrance, Yi Qing observed this scene with a calm demeanor and addressed Lin Xuan and Xuan beside him. Let us proceed. With that, he stepped forward, entering the dazzling, dreamlike sea of flowers. Lin Xuan and Xuan followed closely behind. Upon entering the valley, the enchanting fragrance of flowers intensified, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged, revealing an abundance of rare, medicinal herbs seldom seen in the outside world. You two shall be responsible for gathering the herbs and the dreamlike flowers, Yi Qing instructed. Yes, master, the two women responded, immediately setting to work. Meanwhile, Yi Qing made his way to the center of the floral expanse, sitting cross-legged and slowly closing his eyes. Instead of employing defensive techniques, he completely relinquished his spiritual defenses, allowing the pervasive fragrance to infiltrate his consciousness. In an instant, time and space seemed to shift. Yi Qing's mind plunged into an endless sea of illusion. Countless scenes of the worldly struggles and myriad facets of life swirled within him, transforming into nourishment for his Tao heart, continually accumulating and settling. Time passed unknowingly. In the valley, Lin Xuan and Xuan had gathered a significant quantity of herbs, and the floral expanse visibly thinned. Just then, an urgent message echoed from the communication jade talisman beside Yi Qing. Time is running out. Hurry, the beast is returning. It was Ji Yaoyue's voice. Yet, Yi Qing remained with his eyes shut, seemingly oblivious to her message, his being akin to a stone statue, immersed in profound contemplation. With their master unmoving, Lin Xuan and Xuan naturally would not depart, continuing their methodical gathering of the remaining herbs. Outside the valley, Ji Yaoyue, seeing no sign of Yi Qing and the others emerging, was nearly beside herself with anxiety. What is the matter with these three individuals? Have they lost their senses? After a hard-fought escape from the pursuit of the Violet Thunder Winged Python, that monstrous beast is now furiously soaring back towards the valley, drawing perilously close. If they do not emerge soon, their fate is sealed. Should I leave them behind? A thought flickered through Ji Yaoyue's mind. However, upon glancing at the figure in green robes, seated cross-legged within the valley, she bit her silver teeth, stamped her jade foot, and resolutely turned back towards the valley. Am I truly insane? She inwardly cursed as a palm-sized, rune-embellished crimson gold drum materialized in her hand. Hurry up, I will buy you time. Even before she arrived, her urgent voice echoed throughout the valley. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous bellow resonated from the skies above. The Violet Thunder Winged Python had returned. Upon spotting the three figures amidst the sea of flowers, along with the scattered spiritual herbs, its beastly eyes turned a menacing crimson. A tempest of violent, demonic energy surged forth as it opened its massive jaws, unleashing an even more terrifying purple-black lightning, imbued with a destructive aura, aimed directly at Yi Qing and the others. Witnessing this, Ji Yaoyue's heart tightened, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even if she exerted all her strength with her spiritual artifact, she would be unable to fully defend against such a blow in time. Yet, what left her utterly astonished was the scene before her. In the face of this cataclysmic strike, Lin Shuai and Su Chan remained utterly composed, as if they were oblivious to the impending doom. Not even lifting their eyelids, they continued to pick the last spiritual herb with unwavering focus. As for Yi Qing, he appeared as tranquil as a meditating monk, eyes closed and utterly motionless. Ji Yaoyue felt a surge of blood rise in her chest. Unreliable. Utterly unreliable. Have they all gone mad? Or am I ensnared in an illusion? Otherwise, why would these three seem to hasten their demise? Even at this critical juncture, they linger instead of fleeing. As the purple-black lightning was about to descend, Ji Yaoyue prepared to risk everything and activate her spiritual artifact to intercept it. In the next moment, Yi Qing, seated at the center of the flower sea, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as an ancient, unfathomable abyss, devoid of any turbulence. He raised his hand, fingers forming a sword gesture, and with a gentle flick aimed at the descending purple-black lightning and the ferocious, roaring Violet Thunder Winged Python behind it. There was no earth-shattering commotion, nor dazzling brilliance. Just a barely discernible azure sword light that flashed and vanished. The sword light moved with unparalleled swiftness. Sizzle. The purple-black lightning, potent enough to severely wound an ordinary 9th-tier golden core cultivator, dissolved upon contact with the sword light, melting away like spring snow without stirring a single ripple. Following this, the sword light continued its relentless trajectory, gliding past the massive form of the Violet Thunder Winged Python. The once mighty 9th-tier golden core beast's roar abruptly ceased. A colossal body, seamlessly cleaved in two from head to tail, spilled forth its blood and entrails, plummeting with a thunderous crash into the valley below. The azure lightning winged python lay slain. Ji Yaoyue, rushing to the scene, froze in her tracks, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her red lips slightly parted, her exquisite face etched with shock and confusion. This sudden spectacle left her utterly mesmerized. A terrifying beast of the early 9th layer of the Golden Core stage met its end so effortlessly, slain by a cultivator in her eyes. Merely at the 4th layer of the Golden Core stage, with a mere flick of his finger, it felt surreal, as if she were lost in a hallucinatory sea of flowers, ensnared by some extraordinary illusion. How else could she witness such an absurd and bizarre scene? To annihilate a 9th layer Golden Core beast with a single finger. If this were not an illusion, then this young master Yi must surpass the majority of the renowned talents on the Earth ranking, perhaps even more formidable. At that moment, Yi Qing suddenly furrowed his brow and gazed toward the horizon. In his spiritual perception, he sensed a group of cultivators hastily approaching the valley, their energies a mix, and their numbers considerable. I hope they do not seek trouble. A thought crossed Yi Qing's mind as he withdrew his gaze, maintaining an air of calm. Meanwhile, Ji Yaoyue remained entirely absorbed in the astonishing scene that had just unfolded, utterly oblivious to the distant commotion. She stared at Yi Qing, fixated on the bloodied corpse of the azure lightning-winged python, her mind momentarily blank. A single finger, merely a single finger, a fearsome beast that had once compelled her to flee in terror, now vanquished in an instant. How could a fourth-layer golden core cultivator achieve such a feat? She strained to comprehend this incredible scene with all her cognitive faculties. Suddenly, a thought struck her like lightning, causing her to tremble. Of course, the cultivation level. Perhaps, young master, Yi was not truly at the fourth layer of the golden core. To slay a ninth-layer golden core beast so effortlessly would imply that his true strength lay at the ninth layer. This made sense. Indeed, if he were concealing his cultivation level, it was entirely reasonable that she, being at the seventh layer of the golden core, would not discern it. The more she contemplated this explanation, the more plausible it became, far more acceptable than the notion of a fourth-layer cultivator defeating a ninth-layer beast. With this realization, Y's heartbeat steadied somewhat. She could not resist reaching out through sound transmission to verify with Yi Qing, young master Yi. May I inquire if your true cultivation level is at the ninth layer of the golden core? Upon hearing her question, Yi Qing glanced at her, his expression serene. The ninth layer of the golden core? Perhaps a half-step into the nascent soul realm, one might say. He nodded slightly. Upon witnessing this, Ji Yaoyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, and the weight in her heart finally lifted. She remarked, how could there be such an outrageous prodigy, even more formidable than the top-tier geniuses on the Earth ranking? It turned out to be a concealed pinnacle master. Of course, a ninth-level golden core practitioner is formidable in their own right, yet it is far more acceptable than before. Wait, Ji Yaoyue suddenly recalled something. Her delicate face flushed slightly, and a twinge of embarrassment and melancholy arose within her. Her gaze instinctively swept over Lin Shuer and Su Chan, who were busy harvesting spiritual herbs and dream flowers. She glanced at the vast remaining fields of dream flowers in the valley, momentarily perplexed. Previously, she had confidently asserted that she would bear the greatest risk, diverting the demonic beasts and exerting the most effort, thus deserving 70% of the profits. But now, the most perilous thunderwing python had been effortlessly slain with a mere finger. From beginning to end, she had merely been a bait for the monsters, not even partaking in the harvest of spiritual herbs, exerting the most effort. That was utterly unfounded. How could she possibly have the audacity to claim 70%, let alone 70%? Even claiming 30% made her feel a bit flushed. Yet if she relinquished it, what would be the purpose of her journey? But if she were to claim a share, how much should it be? Just as Ji Yaoyue wrestled with her inner turmoil, a torrent of powerful spiritual fluctuations suddenly emanated from afar, jolting her awake. Someone was approaching. Her expression shifted, and just as she was about to speak, resounding, reckless laughter echoed like rolling thunder from the horizon. Ha ha! Dream flowers? So many vast fields of dream flowers, and such a wealth of rare spiritual herbs. What a splendid place. Truly a remarkable place. Before the laughter faded, a dozen streaks of light pierced through the air, swiftly hovering above the valley. Leading them was an elderly man clad in a black robe, his countenance grim. His eyes sparkled with avarice as he brazenly surveyed everything below. The terrifying pressure belonging to a nascent soul cultivator crashing down like an immense mountain. A second-level nascent soul cultivator. Ji Yaoyue felt this overwhelming pressure, her delicate face turning ashen in an instant. She never anticipated that after vanquishing a ninth-level golden core beast, an even more terrifying nascent soul elder would arrive in the blink of an eye. Without a hint of courtesy, the black-robed elder descended into the valley, accompanied by a group of equally formidable golden core practitioners. His scorching gaze swept left and right, fixating on the dream flowers as if they were already his possessions. This man was the ancestor of the formidable Taiyi Sect in the eastern region, the Taiyi Patriarch, known for his ruthless and tyrannical ways. He cast a cold and disdainful glance at Ji Yaoyue and her companions, whose highest cultivation level was merely the seventh level of golden core. His brow furrowed slightly, clearly finding them an inconvenience. Sensing this, Ji Yaoyue's heart tightened, realizing that today's events would likely not end well. However, facing a nascent soul cultivator, resisting would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, she made a decisive move, stepping forward. With a respectful gesture, she bowed deeply to the venerable Xian Lao Zhu, immediately adopting a stance of utmost humility. Junior pays homage to the esteemed elder. Should you desire the fortuitous treasures within this valley, we, as juniors, would not dare contest with you. Thus, I take my leave. All the unharvested spiritual herbs and dreamlike flowers shall belong to you, esteemed elder. Upon concluding her words, her delicate visage became taut, her heart racing with anxiety as she yearned to hasten her departure from this perilous place with Yi Qing and the others. However, Xianxia Laozu narrowed his eyes and ominously commanded, "Halt! Have I granted you permission to leave?" At that moment, the 10 or so golden core cultivators of the Xianxia sect stepped forward in unison, their glances hostile and a palpable sense of malice unmistakably locked onto the four, sealing off any possibility of retreat. A jolt of apprehension surged within Ji Yaoyu as she realized the gravity of the situation. It was evident that their adversary had succumbed to avarice, not only coveting what remained, but also intent on claiming what they had already gathered. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Yaoyu bit her silver teeth and spoke in a solemn tone. "I advise the esteemed elder to reconsider. I am Ji Yaoyu, the daughter of the current flame emperor of the Jin Yin dynasty." She boldly declared her identity, hoping to instill a sense of trepidation in her opponent. Jin Yin dynasty? As anticipated, the mere utterance of these 4 words caused a subtle shift in the expressions of all present, including Xianxia Laozu. While the Xianxia sect was formidable, it paled in comparison to the colossal presence of the Jin Yin dynasty, akin to a firefly against the full moon. The weight of her identity as the Flame Emperor's daughter indeed rendered them reluctant to act recklessly. The flicker in Xianxia Laozu's gaze revealed his internal deliberation. Observing this, Ji Yaoyu felt a slight easing of her anxiety and spoke again, "Esteemed elder, if there are no further matters at hand, we shall take our leave." As she spoke, she discreetly signaled Yi Qing to hasten their departure with the 2 disciples. Yet, at that moment, Xianxia Laozu's frigid voice rang out once more. "Not so fast." His gaze fixated greedily on the pile of herbs before Lin Shui and Su Chan, with his insatiable desire ultimately overpowering his reason. "You may leave, but all the spiritual herbs and dreamlike flowers you have harvested here must be surrendered before you depart." Xianxia Laozu observed with keen clarity. The valley bore ample evidence of recent harvesting, the quantity taken far exceeding what remained, and the quality superior. Such immense profit was not something he could easily relinquish. Ji Yaoyu felt a surge of shock and fury. Their opponent was pressing for more, intent on tearing apart the facade of civility. Just then, a golden core elder of the Xianxia sect approached Xianxia Laozu, whispering counsel, "Elder, since we have already provoked them, why not go all the way? This desolate wilderness, enshrouded in mystery, is rife with chaos. As long as we are discreet, we could eliminate them entirely. Who would ever know it was us? No matter how powerful the Jin Yin dynasty, they would never trace it back to us." Though the words were spoken softly, the keen minds present were all too perceptive. Upon hearing those words, Ji Yaoyu felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her countenance changing dramatically. "How bold! Dare you? What is there to fear?" The Xianxia ancestor had also come to a realization, a sinister smile spreading across his face, devoid of any restraint. A vast and unmatched surge of Xuánling power erupted into the sky, transforming into a colossal black light shield, akin to an inverted giant bowl, instantly sealing off the entire valley. It was over. A tremor coursed through Ji Yaoyu's heart. She understood that her adversary was audacious enough to harbor murderous intent against her. In her despair, she did not resign herself to fate. Urgently, she transmitted a message to Yi Qing. "Young Master Yi, I possess a protective treasure bestowed by my father, capable of tearing apart the Xuánling confinement in an instant, but can be used only once, and the opportunity is fleeting. When I count to 3, you must swiftly take me and your disciples with you. We shall break free together." In her eyes, although Yi Qing was at the pinnacle of the Jindan realm, he would still be at a disadvantage against the Xuánling cultivator, especially considering the opponent was at the 2nd level of Xuánling with over a dozen Jindan cultivators backing him. There was no hope in a direct confrontation. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the treasure meant for escape. However, Yi Qing's reaction left her momentarily stunned. He gently shook his head and calmly stated, "There is no need for such trouble." Simultaneously, the mocking laughter of the Xianxia ancestor echoed. "Little girl, do you think I cannot hear you transmitting messages in my presence? Planning to flee? Ha! None of you shall escape today." In that instant, Ji Yaoyu's heart sank to the depths of despair. Just then, Yi Qing stepped forward, seemingly approaching the Xianxia ancestor, as if he intended to confront him. "Young Master Yi?" At this sight, Ji Yaoyue was taken aback, instinctively reaching out to pull him back. The Xianxia ancestor regarded Yi Qing with keen interest. A fourth-level Jindan? He chuckled derisively. Oh, a mere fourth-level Jindan dares to step forward? Are you not going to kneel and beg for mercy? Do you wish to flaunt your heroics? The Jindan cultivators behind him erupted in laughter, thinking the young man had been rendered foolish by fear. Was he seeking death? Young Master Yi, do not act rashly. Ji Yaoyue anxiously grasped Yi Qing's sleeve, fervently shaking her head. In her view, even if Yi Qing were at the complete 9th level of Jindan, or among the most formidable of those on the Earth ranking, he could only contend with a first-level Xuánling cultivator for a limited number of exchanges before ultimately facing defeat. Yet the Xianxia ancestor before them was a genuine second-level Xuánling. The difference in strength between each level of the Jindan realm was monumental, let alone against a Xuánling. Furthermore, the opponent had a dozen Jindan allies. In such circumstances, taking the initiative was tantamount to courting death. If she could find an opportunity to utilize the treasure, perhaps there was still a chance for survival. The ancient ancestor of Xianxia gazed at Yi Qing's tranquil visage, a smile gracing his lips. It had bore an increasingly chilling quality. Youngster, I offer you one final opportunity. Kneel and bow your head. I might consider granting you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall compel you into my artifact, leaving you in a state of torment where life is unattainable and death is elusive. In the face of such an unabashed death threat, Yi Qing exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he merely shook his head gently. He then raised his hand, forming a sword with his fingers. Seeking death, the ancient ancestor of Xianxia, patience waning, felt a surge of murderous intent flash in his eyes. The immense power of his nascent soul gathered in his palm, ready to unleash a thunderous strike. Yet, he was too slow. Yi Qing's sword light was swifter. A seemingly unremarkable azure sword radiance burst forth silently from Yi Qing's fingertips, vanishing in an instant. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling brilliance. It resembled a gentle breeze caressing the water's surface, so soft that it was nearly imperceptible. Swoosh! The sword light sliced through the air. The ancient ancestor's hand, poised to strike, froze mid-flight. The grimace on his face solidified, his eyes filled with sheer astonishment and confusion, as if he could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. What am my power? Why does my mind feel so sluggish? Wait, why does my vision suddenly split? In the next moment, a faint line of blood appeared at his brow, extending straight down, traversing his nose, lips, and neck, cleaving through his entire body. Thud! Amidst the stunned silence of onlookers. This second-layer nascent soul powerhouse, the ancestor of the Taiyi Sect, was cleaved as if by the sharpest of blades, his body neatly severed in two. Viscera and blood erupted, splattering across the ground. Even a nascent soul within him failed to escape, annihilated into dust beneath the sword light. The Xianxia patriarch was dead. Silence. The valley fell into a deathly hush. The more than 10 golden core cultivators of the Xianxia sect stood with mouths agape, their eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Their faces were etched with a ghostly terror and disbelief. A second's kill? A single finger from a golden core cultivator extinguished their second-layer nascent soul ancestor. How could such a surreal event be real? Was it a nightmare? After a brief, stunned silence, someone among them was the first to react, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Flee! Quickly flee! The ancestor is dead. The ancestor has been slain. Run! Instantly, the group of golden core cultivators scattered like frightened birds, transforming into streaks of light, desperately fleeing in all directions. However, it was too late. Yi Qing remained indifferent, not even moving a finger. With a mere thought, swoosh, 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 azure sword lights materialized out of thin air, expanding as if they possessed consciousness, swiftly overtaking each fleeing cultivator, sweeping through them with precision. Boom, 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 boom. In the sky, crimson blossoms of blood erupted and anguished cries abruptly ceased. Dozens of corpses cascaded down like dumplings, plummeting from above with a resounding thud. In the blink of an eye, the entire contingent of Xianxia sect was annihilated. After executing this grim deed, Yi Qing exhibited not the slightest change in expression. Behind him, Lin Shui'er and Su Chan remained as tranquil as a still lake, embodying an air of inevitability. A nascent soul? Such was the fate they accepted. In their minds, their master was simply thus. Only Ji Yaoyue stood frozen, as if ensnared by a binding spell. She gazed at the scattered remnants of limbs and the pungent scent of blood in the air, feeling as though her worldview was being shattered and reassembled repeatedly. With a gulp, she struggled to swallow, slowly turning her head inch by inch. Her eyes, filled with a mixture of horror and awe, were fixed on Yi Qing's nonchalant visage. Her mind had completely crashed, leaving only one thought echoing frantically, screaming. Earlier, she had inquired whether he possessed the cultivation of a ninth-layer golden core, to which he had nodded affirmatively. Was this truly what one would call a ninth-layer golden core? Chapter 69. Achieving a six-colored nascent soul instantly, arriving at the sword pool. In that moment, Jiaoyue felt as though her spirit had been struck repeatedly by countless bolts of heavenly lightning, leaving her utterly disoriented, nearly bereft of the ability to think. Could a ninth-layer golden core truly obliterate a second-layer nascent soul with a mere finger? This transcended the realm of prodigies. It was in fact monstrous. She had never heard of such a terrifying existence in the Eastern domain, not even among those renowned prodigies she knew. Even some of the top-tier nascent soul cultivators likely could not achieve such unfathomable feats in their youth. Yet, just as Jiaoyue's mind was reeling and her worldview crumbled, Yi Qing remained unfazed. Indeed, he scarcely regarded the matter at all. Raising his hand with a casual flick, an invisible force surged forth. The deceased Xian Sha elder and the storage bags and rings of the dozen or so golden core cultivators swiftly flew into his grasp. A cursory sweep of his divine sense caused Yi Qing to furrow his brow ever so slightly. How impoverished! A second-layer nascent soul elder, yet his possessions were so meager. Aside from a handful of spirit stones and assorted elixirs, he possessed not a single worthy spiritual artifact. In truth, Yi Qing's standards had risen. In the Eastern domain, spiritual artifacts were not as commonplace as one might think. Some early-stage nascent soul cultivators might only wield third-tier artifacts, while fourth-tier weapons were typically reserved for those in the mid to late stages of nascent soul cultivation. Of course, those of noble birth and substantial wealth were exceptions to this rule. Furthermore, Yi Qing did uncover two superior third-tier evil spiritual artifacts, enveloped in dark energy with faint wails of tormented souls, evidently forged from countless lives. A flicker of disdain and revulsion crossed Yi Qing's eyes. Two streaks of azure, sword energy burst forth from his fingertips. With a sharp clang, the two malevolent spiritual artifacts were instantaneously reduced to powder, dissipating into the ether. As the vengeful souls emerged, Yi Qing's expression grew solemn as he recited a passage from the Taiyi rebirth incantation. This spell serves to guide them toward reincarnation. As the incantation resonated, the resentment of these souls gradually faded, and they gazed upon Yi Qing with gratitude, silently bowing their heads in reverence before vanishing from sight. Having completed this act, he turned his attention to the colossal corpse of the thunderwing python. Though the beast lay lifeless, its body was a treasure trove. The python's skin could be fashioned into armor, its tendons transformed into bowstrings, and its bones refined into instruments. Moreover, its inner core harbored pure lightning energy, a primary material for concocting advanced elixirs. With a deft flick of his finger, Yi Qing sent forth a sword light that accurately severed all the valuable parts of the python's carcass, which he then stored within his spatial ring. The entire process was executed with fluid grace, devoid of any hesitation. He also took the opportunity to roast a piece of the beast's meat, savoring its golden, juicy essence, fragrant and delectable, melting in his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Shui'er and Su Chan had finished harvesting all the mature illusory dream flowers and spiritual herbs in the valley. Remembering their master's teachings, they did not eradicate every last one, but intentionally left some viable specimens as seeds, allowing them to continue their propagation in this place. Perhaps, in a millennium or 10,000 years, when this secret realm reopens, it will once again blossom with vibrant flowers, awaiting the next fortunate soul. As he enjoyed the roasted meat, Yi Qing gazed at the now empty valley, his thoughts drifting into a contemplative state. Seasons change, flowers bloom, and wither, leaves fall. Yet in the following year, new buds will sprout, resembling those that came before. Observing this scene, Yi Qing felt a profound realization stir within him. A mysterious understanding surged in his heart. All things in heaven and earth adhere to a cyclical principle. Is the cultivation of a practitioner not akin to this? From weakness to strength, from dust to stars. This journey itself embodies the process of shattering the old self and forging a new one. Previously, within the illusions of the illusory dream flowers. He had encountered various phantoms and gained significant insights. In this moment of clarity, as these realizations converged, he found his understanding of his own path deepening. Initially, he was confident that he could condense a five-colored primordial infant at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain during his breakthrough. But now, Yi Qing felt a powerful premonition. Should he choose to break through at this moment, he was assured that he could advance beyond the five-colored primordial infant, achieving a six-colored one. A six-colored primordial infant. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire Eastern Domain. Nevertheless, Yi Qing did not rush into his breakthrough. He sensed that while the six-colored primordial infant would astonish others, it did not seem to represent his true limit. If only his accumulation and insights could deepen further. Perhaps the breakthrough of the nascent soul will not be limited to merely six colors. Master, everything has been harvested. Lin Shuai and Xuan, cradling storage bags brimming with spiritual herbs, approached Yi Qing. Their melodious voices roused Ji Yaoyue from a reverie. She gazed at Yi Qing, then at the array of spiritual herbs. Her fair cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on her earlier boast of contributing the most and claiming 70% of the profits, she now felt utterly ashamed. How could she claim to have exerted the greatest effort? In truth, she had been the one hindering progress. Upon deeper reflection, she realized she had not even harvested a single spiritual herb or wondrous flower. Had it not been for young Master Yi, she would have been no match for that monstrous python. The purple lightning-winged python had been dealt with by Yi Qing and, subsequently, the second-layer nascent soul cultivator, Xian Sha, along with a group of golden core cultivators from Taiyi Sect, were also vanquished by Yi Qing. Were it not for young Master Yi, she would likely have fallen victim to Xian Sha, meeting an untimely demise in the secret realm, lost and unavenged. With this in mind, Ji Yaoyue took a deep breath, stepped forward, and with a slight bow, spoke sincerely to Yi Qing. Young Master Yi, I was presumptuous before, and my words may have offended you. I hope you can forgive me. The spiritual herbs were all acquired through your efforts alone, and I feel unworthy to partake in the division. They should belong entirely to you. Her words were heartfelt and devoid of any pretense. It was not only her shame that prompted this, but also the life-saving grace Yi Qing had bestowed upon her. She simply could not bear to discuss any share of the spoils. Yi Qing accepted the storage bags handed to him by the two disciples, his consciousness sweeping through them as he nodded slightly. He then turned his gaze to the visibly flustered Ji Yaoyue and spoke calmly. You brought us here, and that merits recognition. Without your guidance, we would not have encountered this valley. As he spoke, he casually allocated about 10% of the dream flowers and spiritual herbs into a new storage bag and handed it to her. Take it. Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. No, young Master Yi, this is too much. Take it. Yi Qing's tone remained even, yet it carried an undeniable authority. He regarded her previous conduct quite favorably, although her actions had little practical impact. She had not fled in the face of beasts and had thought to return for aid. In the face of the threats posed by a nascent soul cultivator, she had displayed both courage and strategy. Afterward, she had shown insight and voluntarily relinquished her claim to the rewards. Her character was commendable. While he recognized that these actions bore little tangible significance, he appreciated the sentiment behind them. Moreover, it was indeed Ji Yaoyue who had led them to this valley. Without her, Yi Qing would not have encountered it. A 10% share is indeed justifiable. Ji Yaoyue looked at the storage bag presented to her and then at Yi Qing's tranquil eyes. The words of rejection faltered on her lips, and she could only blush and softly say, "Then I thank you, young Master Yi." She gingerly accepted the storage bag, her heart fluttering with delight. Though it was merely 10%, it would suffice for her needs. Ji Yaoyue felt immensely grateful. After handling everything, Yi Qing took out 2 portions and bestowed them upon Lin Shuai and Xuan. You both performed admirably this time. Accept these as a form of cultivation resources. Thank you, Master, the 2 women exclaimed, their faces alight with joy as they received the gifts. The generosity of their master was truly remarkable. Ding! It has been detected that you have gifted your disciple Lin Shuai the 4th grade superior spirit herb, Dream Flower, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th grade medium spirit herb, 9-leaf illusory flower. Ding! It has been detected that you have gifted your disciple Xuan the 4th grade premium spirit herb, Dream Flower, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th grade superior spirit herb, Soul Guiding 3-life flower. The familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Yi Qing's lips curled into a slight smile as he collected the higher-quality herbs into his small, celestial treasure ring. These items would serve as excellent materials for alchemy or future cultivation insights. It was likely that not a single one could be found throughout the entire eastern domain. Yet Yi Qing had acquired a multitude. Having completed all tasks, Yi Qing turned to Ji Yaoyue and remarked casually, "If you have no other matters, we shall take our leave." Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. She longed to express that she had matters to discuss. She wished to remain by the side of this profoundly enigmatic Yi Gongzi, as the sense of security he provided was overwhelming. However, she also understood that the gap between them was insurmountable. Forcing herself to follow him would only render her a burdensome vase. Her pride forbade her from becoming an unnecessary encumbrance, merely a decorative object. Ultimately, 1,000 words coalesced into a single phrase. Yi Gongzi, take care. Yi Qing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Let us depart. He then transformed alongside Lin Shuer and Su Chan into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ji Yaoyue stood still, gazing in the direction of Yi Qing's disappearance, motionless for a long while. Eventually, she lowered her head, tightly gripping her storage bag, taking a deep breath before exhaling, her beautiful eyes igniting with an unprecedented determination. So, this is what a true prodigy like Yi Gongzi is? How foolish I was to once consider myself a top talent. I was merely a frog in a well, ignorant of the vastness beyond. Yi Gongzi, wait for me. I, Ji Yaoyue, will strive to catch up to your pace. When we meet again, you shall surely be astonished by my growth. A seed named Pursuit was sown in the heart of this princess. If given the chance, upon their next encounter, she wished to stand confidently beside Yi Qing, shoulder to shoulder. Little Yaoyue, you must work hard. Ye ypsilonao ypsilonue inkerikid herself invariably. Then, she composed her thoughts, carefully secured her storage bag, determined her direction, and transformed into a streak of light, soaring skyward, leaving the valley behind. On the other side, Yi Qing wielded the radiant sword light, swiftly traversing the secret realm alongside his two disciples. This mysterious space was vast, encompassing its own universe, and was immensely expansive. As they journeyed, they beheld magnificent mountains and rivers, abundant with spiritual energy, occasionally spotting rare spiritual herbs and extraordinary grasses seldom seen in the outside world. After flying for nearly half a day, Yi Qing suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Through his spiritual perception, he detected an exceptionally sharp and revealing aura emanating from a distant point ahead. This aura was both vast and ancient, as if it had endured countless ages, imbued with a sense of time-worn elegance and immortality. Moreover, it felt somewhat familiar. Was this the essence of sword intent? Upon further scrutiny, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yi Qing's eyes. He was exceedingly well acquainted with this aura. It was unmistakably sword intent. Furthermore, this aura was not a singular sword intent, but rather a convergence of thousands of them, forming a magnificent ocean of sword intent. Additionally, within that area, he sensed numerous fragmented auras of cultivators. Clearly, some practitioners had already taken residence ahead. Master, it seems something lies ahead, Lin Shuer remarked, her brow furrowing as the nascent sword intent within her stirred slightly. Sensing the anomaly, let's investigate, Yi Qing thought, quickening his pace. Moments later, a breathtaking sight unfolded before the eyes of the trio. Before them lay an immense depression in the earth, filled with a myriad of ancient swords, standing upright like a dense forest, creating pools reminiscent of lakes. Most of these swords were broken, some rusted, while others gleamed coldly, their sharpness still apparent. Yet they had all lost their functional prowess. Nevertheless, each ancient sword emanated varying intensities of sword intent. Thousands of strands of sword intent interwove, soaring skyward, forming a visible tempest of sword energy that enveloped the entire area. A sword pool. This was a pool formed by various swords. At this moment, dozens of cultivators had gathered around the sword pool area. Each had selected a sword pool that resonated with them, sitting cross-legged, eyes closed in deep concentration. Clearly, they sought to harness the overwhelming sword intent of this locale, to contemplate and comprehend a path unique to themselves. What a splendid location. Yevink Eklimet, Astonishit. 4 sword cultivators. A convergence of sword intent, such as this, was an aspirational sanctuary for enlightenment. Lin Shuer, having already grasped the nascent sword intent, could solidify her understanding here, even making further advancements. As for Xuan, being of the profound sword body, she possessed an extraordinary affinity for the sword path. She was merely a step away from comprehending the nascent sword intent, and this may prove to be the best opportunity for her breakthrough. As for Yi Qing himself, he had already attained the prison-suppressing sword intent. However, the journey of the sword path is boundless. Observing myriad sword intents would undoubtedly benefit his own mastery of the sword. In such a splendid locale, encountering it naturally meant seizing the opportunity. As Yi Qing's consciousness swept across the area, he swiftly discovered a sword pool at the heart of the sword sanctuary, imbued with an ancient aura of sword intent. Beside this pool stood a 3-foot-long azure blade, its surface marred by cracks yet radiating an overwhelming, unparalleled sword intent, as if it sought to cleave the very heavens. Within the nearby pools, the sword intent was markedly more potent than in other regions. Yi Qing found the sword intent here to be exceptionally appealing. Come, both of you. Immerse yourselves in this place and truly comprehend its essence. He instructed Lin Xuer and Xuan as they descended near the sword pool. Yes, master. They responded in unison, their eyes alight with excitement and anticipation. Such a treasure trove was something countless sword cultivators would willingly trade their entire fortunes for, yet it remained elusive and priceless. To encounter, it was indeed a significant stroke of fortune.